This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Unfortunately, your formalization assessment has failed. The next exam will be held in 1 year. You are welcome to reapply. I look forward to seeing you again. A steady and gentle voice echoed in Wei Ning's ears. Wei Ning asked, "Hello, may I know the specific reason for your failure?" The interviewer smiled and said, "Of course. Your physical fitness, skills test, and theoretical essay scores were all excellent, with full marks in each." The interviewer continued, "Unfortunately, after the agency's assessment and our consultation, your mental state remains unsatisfactory." Wei Ning said, "During military training, I never exhibited any episodes of emotional distress. Assessing mental state isn't solely based on emotional distress. Specific cases require medical attention. Actually, Wei Ning, I'm very optimistic about you and look forward to seeing you in active service next year. I'd be delighted to work with you." The last sentence wasn't a polite remark from the interviewer, nor was it comfort or encouragement to a failed candidate. The girl sitting before her naturally exuded a sharp aura, like a newly sharpened sword, cold and sharp. Such a person would undoubtedly be the most obedient and courageous soldier in the military, and no commander would dislike them. Seeing no room for reversal in the assessment results, Wei Ning stood up and left. After walking a distance from the gate, Wei Ning tapped the terminal to dial a number. After the call was connected, he remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the other party. After a long moment, a sigh echoed through the terminal. "Xiao Ning, how were the results of the assessment?" Wei Ning said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't pass because my mental health assessment failed." The interviewer suggested I see a doctor. "Mom, should I see a psychologist or a psychiatrist?" "A psychiatrist, I guess." Wei Ning replied, "Okay, Mom." Wei Ning looked up at the imposing white building before her. According to her team leader, this was the most prestigious psychiatric hospital in their area, and they should be able to upgrade her mental status to a passing grade. A passing grade was the minimum mental health qualification requirement for the official promotion assessment. "A psychiatrist? You're going to go find those old cucumbers that have been in the sun for 800 days in the institution? Come on, they're just slackers. You better save that money and buy a good rope to hang yourself. If you want to see a doctor, I know a hospital." That was her exact words. Wei Ning hoped her team leader hadn't charged the hospital an agency fee. "Person 05, please come in. Person 06, please wait." A calm electronic voice echoed, and someone in the hall responded and walked into the room with the door open. As the red light turned green, the voice echoed again, "Person 05 has been seen. Person 06, please wait." Wei Ning stood up and looked towards her consultation room, peering through the transparent electronic panel on the door. The man sitting at the table was young and handsome, estimated to be over 1.85 meters tall. His eyes curved slightly, and a smile played on his lips, diminishing the sense of oppression his oversized figure might have caused. His arm rested lightly on the edge of the table, unconsciously letting down one's guard and allowing one to confide in the pain within. Clearly, the man possessed the professional qualities of a psychiatrist. For privacy, the room was soundproofed, so Wei Ning couldn't hear the conversation inside. She surveyed the room for a moment, then looked away, toward the waiting room. The authority of this hospital remains to be verified, but what Wei Ning had seen so far was sufficient evidence of its vast scale and ample funding. To be sure, each treatment room was equipped with a sizable waiting room, larger than her own bedroom in the military. With federal funding heavily favoring the military salaries were several times higher than those of ordinary personnel, but that didn't include the reservists, and Wei Ning was a member of the reservists. Most importantly, reservists received no salary, only food and lodging. Even so, the number of citizens applying for the reservists remained at a terrifying level. The vast waiting room was quiet and empty. Wei Ning was the only patient there, the last one. The AI hadn't yet prompted Wei Ning to proceed, and she was about to turn around and take a seat. Suddenly, a shiver shot up from Wei Ning's tailbone to the top of her head. It was the smell of danger. It was like a python dormant in the grass, gazing intently at its prey. Wei Ning turned and met the man's gaze in the consulting room. He had noticed her. The electronic panel was transparent in both directions, so it wasn't surprising that the man had noticed her gaze. However, in a federal society that values personal information privacy, few hospitals would use transparent panels on consulting room doors, out of protection for doctors and patients. Wei Ning's eyebrows twitched, sensing something was amiss. It was too quiet. The AI hadn't said anything to indicate the patient's departure. Where had the patient gone? The large room, alone with the man, seemed empty and silent. The curtains cast a shadow, a threatening unease brewing. Under Wei Ning's scrutinizing gaze, the man's eyebrows lifted slightly, the curves of his lips widening, his gentle demeanor distorted in an instant. In a silent standoff, the man began to open and close his mouth towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning, judging from the shifting shape of his lips what he was saying, immediately turned and left. She decided to have the captain use a portion of the agency fee to offset her consultation fees. This mental hospital wasn't as magical as he claimed, to employ such an unprofessional doctor. How could a psychiatrist utter such a word, let alone to a patient? Get lost? As the word echoed in her mind once more, Wei Ning turned back to the consulting room. The electronic panel was no longer clear and clean. Patches of flesh-colored paint clung to it. The man's face was pressed tightly against the transparent panel, his features distorted. He made a face at Wei Ning. Wei Ning, This psychiatrist must be mentally ill. Wei Ning's plan to treat mental illness today failed. Too many things went wrong today. Failing the regularization exam was one, and failing the medical consultation was another. Some people say Wei Ning is extremely controlling, demanding perfection in everything. Mistakes and accidents have never happened to her, and they're unimaginable. Wei Ning doesn't deny this, but she doesn't think it's a factor in failing the exam. It's the best quality a Federation soldier should possess. But if this best quality doesn't appear in a fully active duty soldier, then, as her teammates say, it's the biggest joke. For Wei Ning, this was completely useless and minimally effective. Wei Ning desperately needed to become a full-fledged soldier. Yes, she did, and she wouldn't allow anything to interfere, not even herself. But now Wei Ning felt a little lost. Would she be able to successfully pass the assessment for regularization after a year? Just before stepping out of the mental hospital gates, Wei Ning was still lost in thought when a mechanical electronic voice brought her back to her senses. Wei Ning, hello. Wei Ning calmed down. She was still within the hospital grounds. This wasn't the voice of the hospital's AI. Wei Ning looked down. The signal light on the terminal on her wrist had dimmed at some point. She clicked the terminal, confirming it was disconnected. Clearly, it wasn't the terminal's AI. The military's custom-made terminal chip had no chance of signal loss. If the signal was interrupted, the military's AI would immediately report it, and the terminal, along with both the operator and the device, would be destroyed within a minute. A minute had already passed, and Wei Ning was still safe and sound, with no sign of damage to her wrist. Her terminal chip was compromised. The unfamiliar mechanical voice echoed again. Wei Ning, congratulations on obtaining player status for the puzzle survival game Tower of One. Wei Ning, I haven't pre-ordered any games. Dear player, please allow this system to introduce you to Tower of One in detail. Tower of One is a Chinese-style unlimited flow game, meticulously crafted by our company over many years, and is currently in the beta stage. To give back to beta testers, after they successfully complete all dungeons, we will prepare a mysterious gift for them. Stay tuned. Wei Ning, I don't need a beta tester status, nor do I need a mystery gift. The game system has detected a strong obsession, meeting the player requirements and qualifying for entry into the game Tower of One. Obsession? Does she mean she wants to become a full-fledged active-duty soldier in the Federation? She certainly has a strong obsession with this. But, Wei Ning, I refuse to enter the game. Wei Ning doesn't want to play a strange game that steals citizens' identity information and forcibly binds it to players' identities. Besides, this game won't help Wei Ning pass the qualification test for regularization. Dear player, our company can help you achieve everything you desire, including the qualification test for regularization in the Federal Reserve Army. The data age is taking its toll, and Wei Ning's failure is well known. Wei Ning twitched his fingers. I need some time to think about it. A mechanical electronic voice responded to Wei Ning. Okay, dear player. Please prepare yourself as soon as possible. The game begins in 8 minutes, and the first dungeon will soon begin. Wei Ning, Please prepare yourself as soon as possible. The dungeon will begin in 7 minutes. The dungeon will begin in 3 minutes. The dungeon will begin in 2 minutes. The continuous electronic voice seemed to suddenly become disorganized, mechanically urging Wei Ning to prepare, each one sharper than the last, like the Grim Reaper side rapidly approaching, making Wei Ning feel uneasy. Wei Ning interrupted the rapid electronic voice. I agree to enter the game, and tell me the rules. The mechanical voice suddenly softened, and the sudden change in tone eerily conveyed a sense of relief, like a naughty child finally understanding. Dear player, please be aware of the following warnings during the game. Any violations will result in consequences. First, Please select your ID card before the dungeon begins. Second, character level OOC behaviors are prohibited. Third, ensure your faction achieves victory. Fourth, explore the remaining rules on your own. I wish you a wonderful game experience. Please prepare as soon as possible. The dungeon begins in 2 minutes. Please draw your ID card. Neatly arranged silver cards floated in the air, their backs facing Wei Ning, awaiting her draw. There was no time to hesitate, nor was there any need to hesitate. The road ahead was filled with dark uncertainties and opportunities. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Which one you encounter first depends entirely on your skill. Wei Ning pulled out an ID card emblazoned with a red moon and intertwined wooden swords. She flipped it open. Her ID was Scarlet Eye. Scarlet Eye? Wei Ning tried to piece together these 4 words. Red? Blood? Violence? Eyes? Holes? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Wei Ning's thoughts. Dear players, the game Tower of One begins now. Welcome to the Ascension Dungeon. I wish you a wonderful gaming experience. Chapter 2. You have entered the Daytime Ascension instance. Please check your identity information for this instance. Identity, Scarlet Eye. Faction, unknown. Points, 0. Quest, achieve a victorious outcome for your faction. The scene around Wei Ning began to distort and shift. She was no longer standing in the vast hospital. All around her was endless darkness, emptiness, and desolation. No, that's not right. Wei Ning closed her eyes and opened them again. In the darkness, she could vaguely see a series of shadows in the distance, quietly clustered together, slowly approaching. The darkness obscured their aggression, yet it fostered an ominous encirclement. Wei Ning instinctively stopped. She stopped? Wei Ning was stunned. Was she walking? After realizing this, it was as if some invisible button had been clicked, and everything began to wake up. The sudden weight on Wei Ning's shoulders felt like a mountain, crushing her breath. Her neck and shoulders ached like they'd been struck by an axe. Heavy, slow breathing echoed in her ears, creeping into her ears from every direction, and then escaping her mouth, sticky and wet like wriggling maggots. The shadows not far away lay motionless in the darkness, as if rooted and unmoved. The approaching stealth was an illusion caused by Wei Ning's previous movement. Don't stop. Keep moving. A male voice sounded behind Wei Ning, warning and urging. The dungeon had already begun, and Wei Ning had gained very little information. First, choose your ID card before starting the dungeon. Her ID card was Scarlet Eye. Second, character leveling behavior was prohibited. The character's specific personality is unknown. Third, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Faction unknown. Everything requires information, and Wei Ning possesses only one piece of information, her identity, Scarlet Eye. But this information requires exploration and is currently useless, even becoming a shackle on Wei Xian's actions. No character OOC behavior. Wei Ning's mind raced. The approach of a vague shadow in the darkness made her pause. Should she follow the man's words and approach the unknown monster? Wei Ning concentrated, tentatively mumbling system? Silence reigned. The game system didn't respond. Could it be that the system wasn't always there for the player in the dungeon? Wei Ning had little experience with games, almost nothing, and she didn't understand the relationship between the system and the player in a normal game. Thinking shouldn't take too long. Prolonged silence can breed suspicion. Wei Ning steeled her resolve, took a step forward, and silently walked forward. The man's voice disappeared. But Wei Ning's heart raced, and her veins throbbed in her ears. Wei Ning was steadily approaching the monster in the darkness. Wei Ning couldn't pause for a moment. If the man behind her noticed her hesitation, she might face the risk of losing her identity. The ground beneath her was soft and slippery, and the uneven depth of her steps made lifting the heavy object even more difficult. In the all-consuming darkness, Wei Ning tilted her head to look over her shoulder. She couldn't see what was pressing on her shoulder, not even its general shape. Was it dead or alive? Was it something hard or soft? Her shoulder was gradually dampened by a liquid secreted from above. Wei Ning twitched her nose. The smell of the liquid was unfamiliar to her. It had a fishy odor, not blood, mixed with a faint bitter fragrance. Wei Ning had never smelled anything like it before. It didn't exist in the world she grew up in. Her world was both barren and prosperous, peaceful and chaotic. In the past century of wasteland history, technology has advanced rapidly. Artificial intelligence has appeared in every corner of life, and all sorts of novel mechanical products have emerged. If you have the money, you can mechanically transform yourself down to your teeth. But compared to becoming a cyborg, the citizens of the Federation yearn for and admire natural humans more. Some even formed a natural guild to resist the emergence of cyborgs and the launch of mechanical prosthetic limbs. They believed that mechanical blood was an insult to natural human bloodlines. They marched in protest, beat up cyborgs, threatened technology companies, and used a variety of tricks. Under the suppression of the Federation, this group of people didn't make a single move for 10 days. The Federation was a behemoth that towered over all citizens. Federation soldiers possessed an absolutely exalted social status and civil rights. Wei Ning must become an official active-duty soldier of the Federation. During military training, the scent that had imbued Wei Ning with hundreds, thousands of times surged upon her fiercely. For the first time, she smelt such a thick, tangible scent of blood. It was the scent of a monster. Like a powerful beast, it fiercely left its mark, marking its territory. Wei Ning held her breath and looked forward. A few more steps, and she would enter the beast's territory, lift the mysterious black veil, and face the real monster. Blood, tightly woven with the air, enveloped Wei Ning like a tide, melting into her pores, her mouth and nose, and pressing against her eyeballs. Wei Ning instinctively closed her eyes, but continued to walk, taking a firm step. A weight suddenly vanished from her shoulders, and before she could react, she lost consciousness. Start side quest. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly filled Wei Ning's mind. Quest description: torches illuminate darkness, but also expose filth, leaving prey nowhere to hide. Please survive the pursuit of the torches. Quest objective: achieve 300 points. Please survive the pursuit of the torches and earn 300 points. What does this mean? Where did the monster go? Wei Ning pondered, observing her surroundings. It was still dim, but completely different from when she first entered the dungeon. Looking up, she could glimpse tiny specks of starlight through the interspersed treetops. A crisp, crackling sound caught Wei Ning's attention, and she looked towards the source. A red ball suddenly shot out from behind a tree about the width of a man. It paused for a few seconds, as if startled by Wei Ning, then hovered in midair, gazing down at her. Then, frantically, it lunged at Wei Xian. Wei Ning stood still, her eyes narrowed. 2 meters from the red ball's attack range, she finally saw its full form. The red ball wasn't just floating, it had a body. Its head was a round mass of flesh, riddled with holes, like its breathing holes, constantly opening and closing to inhale and expel squirming buds. Below the head, a shriveled, dark trunk stretched, excessively slender and frail, as if deliberately stretched, its proportions completely disproportionate to the massive head. With a slender black body and a blood-red head, it was no wonder the system called it a torch. When she was only a meter away from the monster's attack range, Wei Ning decisively turned and ran. The monster, enraged by her escape, increased its speed in pursuit, rapidly closing the gap between Wei Ning and it. Wei Ning narrowly avoided being snared by the monster's claws several times. Blindly running wasn't the solution. She couldn't possibly compete with a monster several times her size. It wasn't realistic. Wei Ning was determined to fight back. Wei Ning was well aware of her size, and her physical disparity with the monster. She had no firearms, so she needed other tools. She glanced to her left and front, where she found what she needed. Wei Ning held her breath, exerting her physical abilities to the utmost, and ran in the designated direction. The monster behind her saw this, and quickly chased after her, its long claws waving. Closer, closer. Wei Ning stretched out her arm, roared, and the veins in her neck bulged. With a crisp sound, the tool was in her hand. Wei Ning tapped the ground with her toes, slashing her turning time to the limit. In a mere breath, her figure appeared before the monster's eyes. Seeing Wei Ning dare to turn around and approach it, the fleshy buds on the monster's head began to twitch wildly, flaring out and attacking Wei Ning. The foolish prey fell into the trap, and what followed was the hunter's bloodthirsty orgy. Closer, closer. The strong smell of blood from the monster filled Wei Ning's nose. She lifted her eyelids and could clearly see the huge, round mouthparts on the flaring fleshy buds. Bang! With a loud explosion, the monster fell backwards under the powerful impact. It struggled desperately to stand, but the object stuck in its head held it firmly in place. A sharp roar emanated from its flared buds. It was a common bamboo, connecting the monster and the land. The ferocious monster was finally as quiet as the land itself. Achieved 100 points. Received an item, added to backpack. Wei Ning lowered her head and rubbed her wrist. The series of movements from sprinting, breaking the bamboo, and then stabbing the monster had taken a toll on her wrist. Confirming her wrist bone was intact, Wei Ning coldly pulled out the bamboo that had pierced the giant fleshy ball and ran again, running for a distance before climbing up the tree. The tree's branches were thick enough, its leaves dense enough to obscure Wei Ning's figure in the darkness. Time ticked by, and Wei Ning looked down, expecting the expected outcome. The monster's roar was chaotic at first, but then it became clear that it had a rhythmic pattern. It was calling its allies. While waiting, Wei Ning simply wiped the blood from the bamboo. This was a habit she acquired in the military. After every shooting and every confrontation, she always cleaned her weapon. As a result, Wei Ning was even ridiculed by the captain. "Why don't you go clean the toilet if you have so much free time?" Wei Ning moved her fingers. Only one torch lingered at the base of the tree. She needed to reach 300 points, 100 points per torch, and she needed to kill 2 more. Wei Ning shifted her gaze from the torch at the base of the tree. In her narrow field of vision, she could see 3 more torches nearby. 4 torches in total. If she attacked a single torch at the base of the tree, it would most likely be a 1 versus 4 situation, with an even higher probability of a 1 versus 4 situation. Wei Ning wasn't sure she could take on all 4 monsters at once. At best, she could only take on 2, and she would eventually die. Wei Ning's mind shifted, and she tried to call the system internally. The system didn't respond. It seemed the system only appeared under specific circumstances. Wei Ning pondered for a moment, then shifted and lay down. For all that time, the 4 torch monsters hadn't noticed Wei Ning. It was clear the monsters weren't very clever or agile, so there was no need for her to confront them head-on. Wei Ning was safe for now, so she decided to get some sleep to replenish her energy. Dear player, please note, the side quest countdown is 1 hour. Please accumulate 300 points as soon as possible. When the countdown ends, and you reach 300 points, you can exit the side quest. If you reach less than 300 points, you will be eliminated. Wei Ning, Wei Ning, system, there was no mention of a countdown when I started the side quest. The system didn't respond to Wei Ning. Wei Ning, Wei Ning rubbed her forehead and changed her words. System, check your identity information. A virtual panel appeared before Wei Ning. Player, Wei Ning. Current instance, Ascension in broad daylight. Instance identity, Scarlet Eye. Faction, unknown. Accumulated points, 100. Instance mission, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Wei Ning, check your inventory. The virtual panel flashed. You possess 1 item. Item name, torch. Item source, unknown monster. Item usage, you can ignite a flame anywhere within a 1-meter diameter. Please note that only inanimate objects can be burned. Wei Ning hadn't forgotten. If the mission countdown ends, and the points accumulated are less than 300, the player will be eliminated. Eliminate the player. Wei Ning's heart sank. She would die in the game. Is the cause of death limited to system elimination, or is it not limited to system elimination? Wei Ning looked down at her palms. The cracked knuckles from the bamboo, the bruised fingers from climbing trees, every injury she sustained in the instance counted. Did her death in the dungeon count? Wei Ning clenched her hands, her eyes growing colder. She needed to kill both monsters within the hour. No time to lose. Wei Ning would use every possible means to kill them before she died. Chapter 3. A sudden gust of wind blew through the forest, sweeping up fallen leaves and brushing against Wei Ning's stern brow. Wei Ning clutched the blood-stained bamboo in her hand, shifting her body and falling backward. The monster lingering at the base of the tree seemed to sense the disturbance in the air. Its air pores opened and closed more rapidly, its squirming flesh buds flailing more frantically, a bloodthirsty hunger. Wei Ning exhaled softly, her legs throbbing with pain from the branches, an illusion brought on by extreme concentration. Wei Ning stared intently at the monster at the base of the tree, her elbows slowly rising, her arm retracting as far as it could go. She had to ensure the ultimate weapon in her hand had enough kinetic energy to throw it out and instantly strike and kill the monster. Suddenly, Wei Ning's heartbeat stopped, alarm bells blaring in her head. The blood-red ball of flesh, pierced only by countless holes, lacked any organs like eyes, making it impossible for anyone to sense being watched. Its squirming predator remained the same as it had been a second before. But Wei Ning had a hunch. It had spotted her. Time began to slow down infinitely before Wei Ning's eyes. In a fraction of a second, she clearly saw the monster's breathing holes widen, its sharp roar threatening to rip her eardrums apart. Wei Ning gave up on shooting the monster. The tense muscles in her legs relaxed slightly, and she fell from the tree. Driven by the distorted air, Wei Ning's luck was great. With her spear in hand, she struck the monster with uncanny force. Achieved 100 points. Received an item, added to backpack. Alas, the goddess of luck's favor doesn't linger long on anyone. The noise caused by the fight was so loud that Wei Ning was spotted by the other monsters, who rushed towards her, brandishing their flesh buds. The flesh buds stretched out into long ropes, bounding Wei Ning's waist and lifting her into the air, tightening them. Wei Ning's face began to turn purple as the monster's inhuman strength snapped her ribs. Wei Ning was about to taste death. There was no fear in her eyes, even a hint of excitement burned within her pupils. Wei Ning endured the pain and fiercely stabbed the long bamboo stick she grasped into the monster's flesh bud. Wei Ning, ignite the flame! The spear in Wei Ning's hand began to ignite, a raging flame surging from the slender flesh bud toward the monster's body, licking its large, round, red head. The torch was lit. The monster, consumed by the flames, leaped in shock and fury at Wei Ning, who had fallen to the ground. With her ribs broken, Wei Ning lost the ability to run and curled up quietly. The monster's sharp claws were closing in, but Wei Ning's eyes were surprisingly bright, a defiance of death and a disdain for its prey's counterattack. Just as the monster was about to touch Wei Ning. Achieved 100 points. Received an item, added to backpack. Dear player, congratulations on accumulating 300 points in an hour and successfully completing the side quest. You're about to exit the side quest, please be prepared. A flash of white light suddenly appeared in the forest, and Wei Ning instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the burning monster had vanished. Wei Ning had successfully escaped the dim forest. It had undoubtedly been a fierce battle, but Wei Ning had survived. Before Wei Ning died, the monster died first. Wei Ning was safe. The surroundings remained unfamiliar. A strange room, an unfamiliar ceiling, not even a window. The only thing Wei Ning knew well was her body, and the clothes she wore. These clothes had been on her since the start of the game. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched slightly, and she examined them carefully. The scars from rolling up the tree had vanished, along with the aches and pains, the broken ribs, as if they had never been there. Will your stats be refreshed after leaving a side quest? Wei Ning. Check the dashboard. Player, Wei Ning. Current instance, Ascension by day. Instance identity, Scarlet Eye. Faction, unknown. Accumulated points, 300. Instance mission, achieve a victory for your faction. Instance exploration level, 5%. Backpack, you have 2 items. Item name, Torches X2. Item source, unknown monster. Item use, you can ignite a flame anywhere within a 1-meter diameter. Please note that only inanimate objects can be burned. Wei Ning stared at the dashboard stunned. Dungeon exploration, 5%. Wei Ning suddenly remembered what the system had said before entering the game. Wei Ning, congratulations on obtaining a player identity in the puzzle survival game Tower of One. Wei Ning had entered a puzzle survival dungeon-based game. Wei Ning needed to uncover hidden secrets in each dungeon, seek the truth, and successfully resolve each life-threatening situation to achieve victory for his faction. Having reached 5% dungeon exploration meant that the actions Wei Ning had taken since entering the game had undoubtedly pried open a tiny corner of the iceberg hidden beneath the surface. What did she do? Wei Ning began to recall. After entering the dungeon, she carried a heavy object to a certain location, approaching an unknown monster. Then, a side quest was triggered. After being chased by a monster the system called a torch, she successfully fought back and escaped the side quest, arriving in this unfamiliar room. Which link did the dungeon information she had explored come from? Or each link? Wei Ning's fingertips twitched slightly, forming a conclusion in her mind, but she still needed strong evidence. To put it bluntly, she needed more information. Would this room contain the information she needed? The room had no windows, and the only exit to the outside was a door. Wei Ning pushed the door, but it didn't budge. It was locked. A door is locked either to keep people out or to keep people inside out. Which case was Wei Ning in? Or, in other words, which case was the Scarlet Eye in? Wei Ning turned and surveyed the room once more, this time more carefully and cautiously, leaving no corner untouched. Wei Ning noticed that the room was devoid of sharp objects, including mirrors. It seemed this room was intended to trap Scarlet Eye. Wei Ning looked at the bed on the side of the room. It was wide enough for 2 people to sleep in. She lived with someone else. Man or woman? Wei Ning paused. Wait, is Scarlet Eye a man or a woman? This question didn't bother Wei Ning for long. Bang! A man burst through the door, shouting, "I'm back!" Wei Ning turned to examine the man. He was short and bloated, about 1.7 meters tall. His steps were unsteady, his face flushed, his eyes vacant, and he smelled strongly of something strange. She could only discern 2 odors, sweat and blood. Wei Ning tilted her head. She didn't see any significant wounds on the man's body. So where did this overpowering smell of blood come from? Perhaps Wei Ning's prolonged gaze had irritated the man. His features contorted, he lunged at her and shouted, "How dare you look at me like that? You deserve a lesson again?" The man's movements were slow and weak, and Wei Ning effortlessly dodged him. As expected, he fell to the ground and thrashed for a long time, dragged on his stomach and unable to get up. He angrily shouted, "Help me up. Do you want to die?" Strictly speaking, this was the second NPC Wei Ning had encountered since entering the dungeon. She couldn't let them recognize her identity and her OOC behavior. Wei Ning obediently went over and helped the man sit on the bed. A frown rose in her eyes, and she knew where the smell of blood came from. But the man's mouth was intact, so how could he have spat out such a strong, bloody smell based solely on the blood between his teeth? What had the man eaten? After settling down, the man stared at Wei Ning with hazy, clouded eyes. Under Wei Ning's cold gaze, he opened his mouth wide and burped loudly. Wei Ning silently held her breath and took a step back. When the burp finally subsided, the man suddenly grabbed a nearby pillow and slammed it down on Wei Ning, mumbling something. Wei Ning stood still, not moving away from the pillow. The force of the blow didn't affect her much. She was more concerned with what the man had said. Tentatively, Wei Ning took a step closer to hear more clearly. "Like a dead fish, die, die, die. Die!" The man grew increasingly agitated. He suddenly looked up, noticed Wei Ning, stood up, pushed her and shouted, "Speak! Speak! Why aren't you speaking?" Wei Ning frowned slightly. The smell of blood in the man's mouth grew stronger. But the man didn't notice the difference in his own scent. He continued to yell at Wei Ning to speak, his expression twisted violently, and he even suddenly fell to his knees. "Please, please! Speak! Speak! Please!" Wei Ning looked at the man in a frenzy and tentatively asked, Are you okay?" Wei Ning had clearly complied with the man's request. Wei Ning's analysis suggested that he should be happy, at least his emotions had calmed down. Unexpectedly, the man backed away in panic, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. "Ah! It can talk! It can talk!" Wei Ning, Shouldn't she be talking? The man struggled to his feet and ran towards the door. "Ah! The mute can talk!" Wei Ning froze. Was she mute? She was mute. I couldn't let the man escape. Wei Ning stepped forward and locked the man's neck. Her arm muscles instantly exerted force, completely blocking his throat and vocal cords. At the same time, her legs restrained his frantic struggles. A few seconds later, the man fell unconscious. The naked choke, the first move Wei Ning had learned during military combat training. Thanks to her captain, otherwise Wei Ning wouldn't have mastered it to such perfection. The man collapsed, and Wei Ning dragged him to the bed. Wei Ning panted slightly as she looked at the man on the bed. She was surprised. He weighed several times more than she had expected. Even such a short distance was difficult for her. There was something strange about this man, both mentally and physically. What had happened to him? As if to pour out his agony to Wei Ning, the man suddenly straightened up in bed, his eyes wide, his mouth open, and he began to burp. Wei Ning held her breath, took 2 steps back, and looked at the man. Under Wei Ning's astonishment, the man's already bloated belly began to visibly expand, pushing against his clothes, revealing his smooth, stretched skin. When his belly stopped expanding, the man began to retch, his saliva dripping down and soaking the sheets. Finally, his agonizing retching ceased, and he collapsed onto the bed, breathless. Wei Ning looked down at the man's vomit, her brow furrowed slightly. This thing was familiar to her. She had seen it not long ago. The round ball of flesh, densely stained with the man's saliva, lay obediently on the bed, breathing. Its spitting holes opened and closed, swirling air and grinding up blood-red foam. The tender pink flesh buds squirmed slightly, occasionally slapping the muscular face of the man beside them. This was simply a smaller version of the torch monster, minus the slender black torso. The small flesh ball's diminutive size matched its minimal aggressiveness, posing no threat to Wei Ning, so Wei Ning decided to cut it open. The small flesh ball and the torch monster from the side quest must be somehow connected, perhaps even the same thing, closely tied to the 5% dungeon exploration level. Wei Ning wanted to know what this red flesh ball was. However, Wei Ning had no tools at hand and couldn't cut it open. So could he crush it? Wei Ning's gaze fell on the dead man on the bed. His size and weight were several times greater than the small flesh balls. Under the pressure, he could definitely crush this seemingly juicy flesh ball. Wei Ning thought as she placed her hand on the man, her arm muscles tensing. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly echoed through the silent room. Wei Ning paused. Wei Ning turned and looked back. It was a woman. An elderly woman, her body hunched over, half hidden outside the door, her cloudy eyes gazing at Wei Ning fiercely. Wei Ning tilted her head, silent. She was mute and unable to speak. What happened to my son? The woman's voice became sharp. She swiftly ran over and pushed Wei Ning away from the bed. Wei Ning regained his balance and looked at the woman, slumped against the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. My son! How could you just be gone like this? How could you leave me like this? The woman's cries grew increasingly mournful, her voice growing louder and louder, each cry punctuated by another. Wangpa, what's wrong? What happened? What's wrong? What happened to old Wang? Wangpa, old Wang is dying. A group of men suddenly appeared, swarming into the room and surrounding Wei Ning and Wangpa. As if a stage had finally had an audience, Wangpa's spirits lifted. She leaped up from the ground and pointed at Wei Ning fiercely. It's all because of this worthless woman. It's all because of her that my son is gone. It's all because of her. As if dissatisfied with Wei Ning's cold reaction, Wangpa stepped forward, pushed Wei Ning to the ground, and straddled her, screaming, You worthless woman, pay for my son's life. Pay for my son's life. Just as a slap was about to land on Wei Ning's face, Wangpa was pulled to her feet by a man. The man said, But Wang, don't worry. Let's go check on your son first. Old Wang's matter is more important. Another man beside him followed suit, But Wang, don't get excited. Don't get excited. This shouldn't be Xiaoli's business. What can a mute woman do? Listen to Brother Zhang. Check on old Wang first. Check on old Wang. Seeing that Pa Wang had stopped her fierce insults against Wei Ning, Brother Zhang released her grip and joined the other men in checking on old Wang on the bed. Pa Wang glared at Wei Ning, lying on the ground, then cried and followed Brother Zhang. Wei Ning shifted his position on the ground, facing the bed and the crowd. Pa Wang's sobs mingled with the men's whispered discussions. Wei Ning didn't hear a word, but remained silent, watching the chaotic scene before her. After a long moment, the men's discussion came to a conclusion. Brother Zhang turned to face Wangpa and asked sullenly, Wangpa, where's the thing? Meeting Brother Zhang's gloomy gaze, Wangpa stepped back, her lips moving as she replied, Thing? What? I didn't see anything. When I came in, all I saw was my dead son. Someone pointed at Wei Ning, lying on the ground, and said, Could it be that mute who did this? After all, it was just her and old Wang here before Wangpa came in. Wei Ning watched as Brother Zhang stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and lifted her from the ground. He asked, Did you see anything after old Wang came back? Thing? The ball of flesh that the man had vomited out? Wei Ning glanced at the bed, her fingertips moving slightly. There was only old Wang's body, and a mess of sheets. The ball of flesh was gone. Where had it gone? Wei Ning looked away, staring at Wangpa, who was hiding at the foot of the bed. The spotlight on the stage was no longer focused on her, her disguise briefly removed. The tense muscles on Wangpa's face relaxed, and upon catching sight of Wei Ning, she slowly winked at her. No, it was more like she winked at the scarlet eye Xiaoli. What was Wangpa hinting at? Or perhaps a warning? Whatever it was, Xiaoli knew, and Wei Ning should respond appropriately. Chapter 4. Wei Ning thought, raised her head, and shook it at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang frowned. You really didn't see anything? Wei Ning nodded. Brother Zhang tooted impatiently, swung Wei Ning to the ground, and kicked her several times. Did you see anything? Did you see anything? Wei Ning rolled against the wall in pain. Before she could even catch her breath, Brother Zhang grabbed her by the neck and asked, You really didn't see anything? Wei Ning's face turned purple, and she nodded with all her might, enduring the pain. Brother Zhang lowered his head, coldly observing Wei Ning as she struggled for air, his grip tightening. Suddenly, he sneered and released Wei Ning. Useless bitch. Wei Ning fell to the ground, burying her head in her arms, avoiding Brother Zhang's disgusted gaze. Her body trembled slightly, looking frightened but afraid to fight back. Wei Ning breathed slowly, thinking that she must have acted well, without any out-of-place behavior. Seeing Brother Zhang stop, the man with the flat head approached Wei Ning, helped her up, and with a faint smile met Wei Ning's cold gaze, released her. Brother Zhang snorted coldly at this, but without further comment, he turned to the others and said, Let's move old Wang to the Ancestral Hall for the night. We'll go to the village chief's house tonight to discuss tomorrow's ceremony. Let's go! The men left in a swarm, just as they had arrived. Wangpa followed at the end. As they passed, she glanced back at Wei Ning, her eyes gleaming with venom. She said in a hoarse voice, You're the one who killed my son? You won't live long. You must pay for my son's life. The man with the flat head walked slowly. Upon hearing Wang Po's words, he laughed. Wangpa, this is all your son's fault. What does Xiaoli have to do with it? Xiaoli has done enough for brother Wang Cheng. Upon hearing this, Wangpa glared at the crew-haired man, then turned to look at Wei Ning with even more resentment. After a silent exchange of glances, she locked the door. Wei Ning was alone in the room again. Wei Ning stared at the locked door for a moment, then turned, threw a filthy sheet to the floor, and then laid down on the bed. As she moved, Wei Ning felt a dull ache in her abdomen, from the kick from brother Zhang. Wei Ning was used to this level of injury, but that didn't mean she was willing to take a beating. Wei Ning rolled over, thinking that this beating had ultimately paid off, serving more than just to prevent unauthorized behavior. The room was quiet. A quiet environment supposedly helps people relax and unwind. But Wei Ning's breathing grew heavier, and she felt a little irritated. One thing after another, leaving Wei Ning no time to breathe. The clues shifted again, disjointed and disorganized, like broken and missing pieces of a puzzle, unable to fit together. The information revealed in the words of Wangpa, the flat-headed man, and brother Zhang was like a loach thrashing and writhing in a pond. Even if caught by the tail, it could easily escape with a flick of its body, truly infuriating. Irritated, Wei Ning felt irritated. For no apparent reason, she had been entangled in a game that secretly steals people's identities. After entering the game, she was hunted. After finally escaping, she had gone from a tiger's mouth to a pack of wolves. The strange man, the disgusting meatball, the irritable brother Zhang, the sinister Wangpa. Everything irritated Wei Ning. Her fluctuating emotions continued to leak out, and her body briefly broke free from its master's control. Her heavy, rapid breathing shook her chest, and her waist and abdomen rose and fell like surging waves, like an inflated balloon. Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat, her gaze fixed on her abdomen. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but her belly seemed to have grown larger. Wei Ning straightened up, lifted her clothes, and examined her belly carefully. The more she looked, the more her brow furrowed. Her belly had indeed grown larger. There was a small, bright red mole above Wei Ning's belly button, a spot she had since childhood. Now, the mole had shifted upwards by about a centimeter, a change clearly caused by her swollen belly. Scars and birthmarks on the human body can shift due to obesity and skin hyperplasia. Wei Ning gently stroked her belly for a moment, then suddenly punched herself in the stomach. As expected, Wei Ning began to retch. Wei Ning lay on the edge of the bed, retching, her eyes surprisingly bright. She smelled blood, coming from her body, not from ruptured internal organs. Wei Ning had controlled her strength. A distended, inflated belly, accompanied by bloody retching, Wei Ning's current symptoms mirrored Wang Cheng's before his death. You won't live much longer. Wang Po's hoarse voice echoed in Wei Ning's ears. This wasn't a curse, but a forewarning for the dead. The sword of Darkmoor is hung over Wei Ning's head. Her death would soon come. Since the torch monster's pursuit and encirclement, Wei Ning faced another crisis, this time, the threat of death. Death loomed before her bed. Wei Ning rolled over leisurely, wondering, would she become as bloated as Wang Cheng, vomiting that disgusting ball of flesh and die? Wei Ning's emotions had calmed down. She was someone whose emotions rarely fluctuated, let alone such intense irritation. Although, she was indeed dissatisfied with the game. After realizing this, Wei Ning understood that her body was being controlled by a stunted, growing lump of flesh hidden within her belly. What exactly was this thing? Why did brother Zhang and the others seek it out? Why did Wangpa risk hiding it? What did Xiaoli know? Wei Ning couldn't figure it out and decided to get some sleep. Tomorrow, during the ritual brother Zhang had mentioned, Wei Ning would learn more. Since her belly hadn't grown much, Wei Ning figured she wouldn't die in her sleep. Not long after closing her eyes, she heard a sound. Wei Ning turned her head and saw the door tremble slightly. Someone was opening it. Who? Wangpa. Brother Zhang? A modest figure appeared before Wei Ning's eyes, and Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. Why was he here? After closing the door, the man with the flat head turned to see Wei Ning looking at him, and smiled. Xiaoli, why aren't you asleep yet? Are you waiting for me? Wei Ning, I was just getting ready for bed, and you disturbed me. Unfortunately, Xiaoli was mute, so Wei Ning could only say this silently in her heart. Wei Ning studied the man with the flat head. Who was he? What was his relationship with Xiaoli? They looked very familiar. The man with the flat head sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Xiaoli, and asked with concern, Are you tired from coming down the mountain? Are your shoulders sore? Let me massage them for you. A mountain? Sore shoulders? Wei Ning's fingertips moved slightly. The man knew she was carrying something, or rather, Everyone, including Xiaoli, knew she was carrying something on the mountain. And everyone knew what this thing was. The man didn't wait for Wei Ning to respond. He stepped forward, wrapped her in his arms, and massaged her shoulders. Wei Ning's body stiffened slightly, but the man ignored it. He leaned against her and said, "Wang Chong is finally dead." "Xiaoli, how did he die?" Wei Ning's eyelids fluttered slightly at this. Was this a casual remark, or was it a probing move? The flat-headed man clearly didn't want a mute response. After he finished speaking, he held the stiff Wei Ning a little tighter in his arms. But he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Our Xiaoli worked so hard to gain this opportunity, and who can he blame if he doesn't live to enjoy it? It's better if he dies. If he dies, I can marry you. Xiaoli, when do you want to get married? Get married? Wei Ning's eyes widened slightly. Who wants to marry you? Who agreed? The flat-headed man spoke to himself. How about 7 days later? After Wang Chong's 7th day, we'll get married. After all, the village chief already knows about our relationship. As he spoke, the man turned Wei Ning around. Wei Ning stared stiffly at the man who kept approaching. Her fingertips twitched again, and finally, unable to hold back, she slammed him to the ground. Wei Ning truly wanted to sleep. Her nerves, strained for so long, finally had a moment to relax, but she was interrupted by a man who kept talking too much. She felt a surge of irritation. Wei Ning looked coldly at the unconscious man on the ground. She couldn't kill him. Attracting attention would hinder her subsequent actions. But Wei Ning was genuinely irritated by the restlessness of the crew-haired man, and she didn't want to sleep with her emotions. If she couldn't kill him, then she would beat him up. Wei Ning got off the bed, snapped her knuckles, and threw punch after punch at the man. Long-term military training allowed Wei Ning to accurately deliver another punch, knocking him unconscious before he woke. After releasing all the anger she accumulated since entering the game, Wei Ning let go of the man, threw him out the door, clapped her hands, and went back to sleep. As for where the man outside the door would go after waking up, Wei Ning didn't care. He wouldn't disturb her sleep again. Wang Pe and the flat-headed man clearly had an unhappy relationship. It couldn't have been Wang Pe who had given the man the key. Wei Ning turned over in bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Wei Ning awoke to Wang Pe twisting her arm and pinching her. Wei Ning opened her eyes and looked at Wang Pe. With a sullen face, she said to her, "Are you awake? Come with me." Chapter 5. The sky darkened, the dawn rising. The village nestled in the mountains and forests was hazy and silent, its children slowly being spit out, one by one, along the narrow, crowded path. The silent torches in the procession connected the beginning and the end, like saliva clinging to pieces of flesh between the teeth of a monster. Wei Ning followed behind Wang Pe, peering out through the brim of her white cap. The procession was divided into 2 columns, with the women at the end, the children in the middle, and at the front the men supporting a black coffin. Within the coffin lay Wang Chong, who had died the previous night. Lili was Wang Chong's wife, and Wei Ning should have been in the funeral procession. However, how many people truly grieved Wang Chong's death was unknown. Wang Po's cries continued, and Wei Ning suddenly remembered the vibrating web of an entwined spider closing in on its prey, fragile yet resilient, beautiful yet dangerous, tightening with struggle until even the prey's tentacles, even its cries for help, were entangled. Wasn't Wang Chong also the prey that perished in the spider's web? Spiders usually like to dissect their prey before they die, extracting the internal organs and flesh. This is when the food is at its freshest and most delicious, and no hunter would dislike it. How had the blood-red fleshy mass from Wang Chong's stomach managed to find its way into Wang Po's possession while Zhang Ge and his men were hunting? What secrets was Wang Po hiding? Wei Ning's eyebrows suddenly raised, and her eyes gleamed as she stared at Wang Po. Wang Po's abdomen had grown slightly larger, but hidden by her curved waist, the subtle difference was difficult for the average person to discern. But Wei Ning was no ordinary person. With her careful observation, she could easily detect the abnormality in Wang Po's abdomen. She could also tell that her complexion was even more rosy and translucent than yesterday. A faint smell of blood emanated from her, faint but pervasive, exactly the same as Wang Chong's. But Wei Ning glanced sideways at the others in the group. They seemed oblivious to the odor. Only Wei Ning noticed. Could it be that everyone who came into contact with that meatball developed these symptoms? Wei Ning thought. Wang Po's condition was much worse than hers. It seemed Wang Po had eaten the meatball. How could she have swallowed something so disgusting? Wei Ning was curious, and she felt a tinge of admiration for Wang Po. She couldn't have done it. Suddenly, the marching group stopped. Wei Ning, dragged by Wang Po's arm, rushed to the front of the group. She turned her head to look at Wang Po, who, amidst the swirling dust, knelt on the ground, crying heartbrokenly. My son! How did you die? What will I do all alone? Wei Ning clearly saw a bug, carried by the dust, fly into Wang Po's mouth, completely oblivious. Wei Ning, amazing. Our Wang family can't even have a grandson. It's all your fault. You useless bitch. You couldn't even leave a grandson for my son. How can you be so cruel, woman? Po Wang cried, pinching Wei Ning's arm again and again. Wei Ning, Wei Ning knelt on the ground with a cold face, facing Wang Po's strangulation and crying, without struggling or responding, as if confirming Wang Po's cruelty. The crowd around her began to point at Wei Ning and talk. TSK, 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 TSK. She didn't even shed a tear over her husband's death. Brother Chong was so kind to this woman before, she didn't even shed a tear. If I had known, Brother Chong would have taken her along. At least she have had someone to accompany her on the journey. That's not right. Lily wasn't like this before. She was obviously much more sensible before. How did she become like this now? Wei Ning, Should she cry? Wei Ning looked up at the whispering crowd. Suddenly, everything seemed to pause, and an eerie silence enveloped her. Deafened, the visual impact was magnified several times, and Wei Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. The villagers stared at Wei Ning blankly. Most of those surrounding Wei Ning were men, their eyes dark, with large pupils and slightly bulging eyeballs. They were silent, yet their presence was strong, inch by inch, clinging to Wei Ning, their gazes clinging to her, impossible to tear away. Wei Ning's fingertips moved slightly, his eyes closed, his body shifted, and he fell to the ground. Like a balloon inflated to the limit, it suddenly burst, and people finally no longer had to hold their breath. The momentary silence seemed to have never existed, and the chaotic voices of the villagers rang out once more. Oh my! Why did Lily faint? Maybe she's overly sad. Oh no! Brother Chong is dead, and Lily doesn't want to live anymore. Hurry and get her to Dr. Song. It's not right for her to lie here all the time. Wei Ning had truly fainted. The moment she pretended to faint, a sharp pain ripped through her body, every vein and every pore throbbing. It was as if countless tiny insects were burrowing through her pores, into her skin and flesh, into her blood vessels, laying countless eggs, waiting for the day when they would crawl out densely from every orifice of their host. Just like the tender pink buds squirming in the breathing holes of a fleshy ball. It waited for the day it would break free from Wei Ning's body and be born. When the excruciating pain finally stopped gnawing at Wei Ning's spine, Wei Ning's consciousness slowly regained consciousness. In her blurry vision, a black mass darted before her eyes, irritating her. Wei Ning swung a punch at the black mass. With a soft laugh, her fist missed. Wei Ning straightened up and looked at the chuckler. Her pupils trembled, her brain subconsciously working. She had never thought she'd meet someone she knew in a game. Yes, this was a game. Wei Ning's panic subsided. A game couldn't have just one player, especially in a game where the objective was to achieve victory for your faction. It wasn't just a faction clash between players and NPCs, but also a faction clash between players themselves. Perhaps even those characters Wei Ning considered NPCs were players themselves. He or she was waiting to reunite with her, or perhaps to deliver a fatal blow to Wei Ning. So, could this man before him be Wei Ning's ally? Or perhaps her enemy? Cui Feng waved at Wei Ning, who looked at him coldly. Hello, we meet again. I never expected to see you in a game. Wei Ning turned away from Cui Feng. This was her second encounter with this man. The first time they met, Wei Ning and Cui Feng stared at each other through a transparent panel. The atmosphere between them was far from friendly. It could even be described as tense. Cui Feng tilted his head slightly. Don't you remember me? It doesn't look like you do. The man's bangs drooped, and his voice drooped. He looked a little aggrieved and obedient, like a large dog with its fur dampened by raindrops. Wei Ning was indifferent to the brooding young man, even finding him a little bored. The psychiatrist's first impression was indeed handsome and gentle, and Wei Ning initially thought so. But once the truth behind a sophisticated and magical magic trick is revealed, no one wants to see it again. Faced with Wei Ning's coldness, Cui Feng shrugged and said, You fainted at the funeral and were brought here by Zhao Qi. You woke up not long after lying down. Do you feel any discomfort? Wei Ning shook his head. No. Cui Feng raised a brow. You can't speak? Meeting Cui Feng's gaze, Wei Ning nodded and prepared to get up. Seeing this, Cui Feng scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I don't know. Is your condition congenital? Perhaps you could speak? This wasn't a question that could be answered with a simple nod or shake of the head. Wei Ning didn't understand sign language and didn't bother to gesture, so she turned and walked away. The moment she turned around, Wei Ning paused. Cui Feng looked at Wei Ning, confused. Huh? What's wrong? Wei Ning ignored Cui Feng. A shadow crept over her shoulders. Slowly but firmly, she turned and looked straight at a specific spot. Wei Ning caught sight of that thick shadow. It was a small, inconspicuous hole in the corner of the wall. Someone was peering at her through the hole. The person hiding in the shadows had been discovered, but they continued to stare fearlessly at Wei Ning and Cui Feng in the room. Wei Ning stepped out of the room and saw, to her surprise, a boy who looked no more than 10 years old. As if realizing the person in the hole had vanished, the little boy slowly turned and looked up at Wei Ning. Seeing the person peeping right in front of him, the little boy remained calm, holding up the basket in his hand and saying to Wei Ning, "Auntie Lily, it's time to deliver the food." Wei Ning's fingers twitched slightly. Deliver the food? To whom? Wei Ning didn't know the way. As if knowing Wei Ning didn't know the way, the little boy took the bamboo basket and walked ahead, leading the way. Wei Ning's eyes fell on the little boy, barely taller than her waist. He was thin and frail, his hair dry and gray, and he looked extremely malnourished. Perhaps this was the reason for the boy's slow and sluggish movements, forcing Wei Ning to constantly slow down to match his pace. During their silent walk, Wei Ning had her first chance to observe the village. In the short time she had been in the village, Wei Ning had been accompanied by someone. She had no time to explore freely, and there was no guarantee that her identity would not be exposed during her exploration. After all, Wei Ning didn't have Li Li's memories. After sounding the death alarm, Wei Ning launched her first offensive. The entire village, shrouded in fog and conspiracy, closed in on Wei Ning inch by inch. Wei Ning felt that she was being watched more than once during this short walk. To be more precise, it was being spied on, being monitored. The village's houses were mostly made of earth and stone, and almost all were one-story, with few buildings higher than 2 stories. The clinic Wei Ning had just left from Cui Feng barely counted as one, with several others located in corners of the village, and the tallest one in the very center. The corridors separated by the earth and stone houses were deserted, making Wei Ning and the other 2 conspicuous as they walked. Many villagers were staring at Wei Ning and the other 2, through cracks in doors, open windows, and vents in the walls. As Wei Ning moved, they followed her, their gazes from the shadows following her like shadows, glued to her. It was as if every hole in the village was their eye. Wei Ning paused at this thought, a thought flashing through his mind. At that moment, the little boy spoke, his second word since meeting Wei Ning, "Auntie Lily, we're here." Chapter 6. Wei Ning looked forward. Hole? Countless, densely packed holes. Hole growth grew on the door, on the wall, in every place it could grow, layer upon layer, like insect eggs taking root on the back of a leaf. The door closed behind Wei Ning, and the light filtering through the holes pierced Wei Ning's body, weaving a giant cocoon that surrounded her on all sides, leaving no gaps. Wei Ning approached the woman in the center of the cocoon and placed the bamboo basket beside her. Lin Yu opened her eyes and looked directly at Wei Ning. After a silent exchange of glances, she stood up and said, "Lili, why are you so late today?" Wei Ning didn't respond, but silently placed the food in the bamboo basket in front of Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Wei Ning, forcing her to look directly into her eyes. "I don't like the food I brought today. It wasn't yours. Why didn't you make it for me? Why? Why?" Even though the room was dim, the interlaced light allowed Wei Ning to clearly see the face approaching her. It was an elderly face, with pale skin, indicating that the woman hadn't left this room full of eyes, for a long time. She was locked in this room, chained to the bed, bound. But she was also free, naked, growing in the very center of the room, breathing in every hole. Following Lin Yu's burning gaze, the eyes on the wall and door seemed to come alive, staring intently at Wei Ning with her. Every hole, every eye, was focused on Wei Ning alone. Wei Ning's knuckles, hanging from the edge of her clothes, trembled uncontrollably, and her pupils dilated with excitement, like a child discovering a new toy. Lin Yu looked suspiciously at Wei Ning, whose expression was strange. "Hey, Lili, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so strange?" Lin Yu finally got a response. Wei Ning looked up at her, his cold eyes raised, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Lin Yu felt strangely startled and tentatively asked, What's wrong?" Wei Ning exhaled softly, her restless blood calming. She smiled and shook her head at Lin Yu, then held the bowl up to her eyes. Lin Yu moved her lips, took the bowl under Wei Ning's gaze, and began to eat silently. Wei Ning tilted her head to study Lin Yu, who was eating obediently, and nodded with satisfaction. Wei Ning felt relieved and happy, satisfied with the information she had gathered so far. Wei Ning mentally reviewed the dashboard. Player, Wei Ning. Current instance, Ascension in broad daylight. Instance identity, Scarlet Eye. Faction, unknown. Accumulated points, 300. Instance mission, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Instance exploration, 45%. Instance exploration, 45%. Wei Ning stared at the words, his lips curved even wider under Lin Yu's astonishment. Wei Ning's guess was correct. Wei Ning's identity was Scarlet Eye. Eye. Whole? Eye? What is the function of an eye? Wei Ning supposed two functions. One for surveillance, magnifying every detail and every movement through its tiny eyes. The other serves as a passageway, the channel through which flesh and blood separate from the body. Just after entering the dungeon, Wei Ning was chased by torches. The torches had eyes on them, which served as breathing holes for monsters. After arriving in the village, Wang Chong spat out a ball of meat in front of Wei Ning. Wang Chong also had eyes on his body, which were the throats that led to his pancreas. Walking through the village, the air holes on the houses, the bulging eyes of the villagers, the ubiquitous circular circle surrounded and devoured Wei Ning. Eyes also sprouted from Wei Ning's body, forming a vacuum zone formed by the intersection of the circles. Wei Ning was surrounded by two enormous eyes. They were naturally hostile factions, each testing Wei Ning, waiting for her to make a choice. Faction, unknown. Wei Ning thought of this line of information again. The faction she belonged to was unknown, not because Wei Ning's exploration was insufficient, but because Li Li herself belonged to no faction. Li Li had not yet chosen a faction. The villagers were clearly familiar with Li Li. Everyone knew she was mute. Wang Pe knew, Zhang Gun knew, Lin Yu knew, and so did the psychiatrist. That was the strange thing, Wei Ning thought. Since they knew Li Li was mute, why did the villagers treat her so differently? Some didn't expect her to respond, while others treated her like a normal person, constantly asking questions that a mute couldn't answer. And that doctor's acting was awful. No one feels guilt easily. It means they don't care whether the other person forgives them or not. They're driven solely by their own agenda. What agenda? Thinking of this, Wei Ning snapped his knuckles, lightly and joyfully. From the very beginning, clues lay before Wei Ning, numerous yet chaotic. Only by placing them in the right place could they unlock the key to the next chapter. Li Li isn't mute. At least, not the current Li Li, Wei Ning thought. After all, if the game were to set Wei Ning as mute, either Wei Ning himself would be unable to speak, or others wouldn't be able to hear him. They were all waiting for Li Li to speak. Whether Li Li spoke or not would signal the final choice of the faction, and hint at the Scarlet Eye's role within that faction. If Li Li sided with the village, her role would be surveillance, constantly monitoring the actions of the other faction. As for the other faction, if Wei Ning was right, it was the women and children who had been trafficked in the village. At the early morning funeral, there were no more than 5 women, and only 3 young women. This was unusual considering the large number of men, and unlikely in a traditional mountain village. Furthermore, the men's clothes were mostly neat, indicating someone in their families was responsible for washing their clothes. From what Wei Ning could see, it couldn't have been a man, only a woman. So, where had the remaining women gone? Clearly, they were locked up in the house, just like Lin Yu. Lin Yu's attitude toward Wei Ning was strange. She clearly disliked her, yet she felt incredibly awkward having to talk to her. Wei Ning was certain Lin Yu wasn't a masochist. She glanced down and saw Lin Yu throwing all the food she disliked onto Wei Ning's white clothes, her expression akin to, "If I'm not happy, you're not going to be happy either." Wei Ning, Wei Ning's forehead twitched. This annoying look was exactly like that doctor's, except that she was a bit more pretentious, while she was too lazy to pretend. Lin Yu was definitely on the same side as the doctor. Lin Yu finished chewing the rice in her mouth and tossed the bowl back into the bamboo basket. "Okay, I'm done. Get out of here now. Next time, I don't want to see any more broccoli. Remember?" At the same time, the little boy outside the door said, "Annie Lily, what took you so long? Hasn't she finished eating yet?" So Wei Ning had no choice but to pick up the bamboo basket and leave the house. Once outside the dimly lit room, Wei Ning's clothes, covered in vegetable stains, were exposed to the sunlight. The little boy looked up at the clothes, then at Wei Ning. Wei Ning, with a cold expression, let him stare at her, then extended the bamboo basket to the little boy. The little boy scratched his head. "Annie Lily, it's just your basket. What are you doing with it? Wei Ning, oh. Wei Ning put the bamboo basket away. Wei Ning and the little boy stood there, staring at each other for a long time. The little boy, Auntie Lily, aren't you going home? Wei Ning didn't react, still staring at the little boy. The little boy felt uneasy under Wei Ning's cold gaze. He scratched his head and turned away. After walking a distance and about to disappear around the corner, Wei Ning followed him. Wei Ning didn't know the way back, but that wasn't the important reason. She needed to learn more about the village. The division between the two camps in the village is more complex than it seems. Wei Ning needs to identify the hidden figure. More importantly, Wei Ning needs to find the catalyst that led Lily to speak. It's clear that Lily was previously unable to speak, and Wei Ning has a crucial intuition about what happened. Every action Wei Ning takes after that may be connected to this event. This may even be a key point in the plot. The little boy, unaware of Wei Ning's pursuit, never glanced back. After several turns, he finally stopped. Wei Ning stopped and hid in a corner, where he could clearly see the little boy. The little boy waited there for a while, and finally saw the person he was waiting for. He waved to them, Mingzi Xiaohua Yuanwang. I'm here. Mingzi and the two children behind him also waved to the little boy, and the three of them walked towards him together. The little boy was excited. Everyone's here, let's start the game. This time I'll be the spirit child. Hurry up, hurry up. Mingzi interrupted the excited boy and said with a pout, Liuzi, it was agreed that I'd be the spirit child this time. You were the last one before we went home, so it's my turn now. Liuzi thought for a moment and said, okay, but I'll be the spirit child next time. Yuan Wang, standing beside him, continued, then I'll be the spirit child after the next one. Xiaohua, then I'll be the spirit child last time. After the four of them agreed on an order, they happily began the game. Liuzi and Yuan Wang half knelt facing each other, stretched out their arms, one hand grasping their own elbow, the others, creating a space about the width of a person between their arms. Seeing this, Mingzi cheered excitedly, only to be reminded by Xiaohua, who was standing beside him, Mingzi, the spirit child can't speak. Mingzi was stunned. But I saw Zhang Jun could speak before. Xiaohua shook her head and retorted, the spirit child can't speak during the ceremony. Mingzi pouted, okay, I'll just stay quiet. Liuzi, impatient, urged, hurry up, hurry up. Mingzi, get in the sedan. Mingzi hurried forward, grasping Liuzi and Yuan Wang's shoulders. He lifted his foot and stepped between Liuzi's arm and chest. Xiaohua muttered, lift the sedan. Liuzi and Yuan Wang took a deep breath, exerted their strength, and Mingzi was lifted shakily and moved forward. Xiaohua sang along, her voice drifting far into Wei Ning's ears. In the sunlight, her children sang and danced, while Wei Ning watched them quietly from the shadows. Wei Ning blinked, remembering the heavy object on his shoulders, uncertain whether it was alive or dead, that had been on his shoulders since he entered the game. Now it seemed that it was the so-called spirit sedan chair. After carrying the spirit child down the mountain, Lily was no longer mute and had the opportunity to speak. The spirit child's fate as an immortal fell upon Lily. Is a spirit child without a fate as an immortal still a spirit child? Chapter 7. Wei Ning's eyes grew colder, lurking in the shadows. She could smell the nauseating stench of decay in the mud. Under the sun, everything was silent. The four children, happily playing, were oblivious to Wei Ning's peeking from the corner, and naturally, they also didn't notice the villagers suddenly appearing on the path, slowly approaching them. The villagers kept moving toward the four children, their slightly bulging eyeballs as silent as stagnant water, never leaving the children's bodies. Wei Ning recognized the man in the lead. It was the man with the crew cut. He looked very different from that night. Zhao Qi's complexion was now purplish, his eye sockets slightly sunken, and his bulging eyeballs looked as if they might fall out at any moment. The villagers behind Zhao Qi looked much the same. Wei Ning gazed at the group led by Zhao Qi from afar, retreating a step further into the shadows. The four children, happily playing, finally noticed Zhao Qi and the others behind them. Liuzi and the others all looked up. Due to the visual distortion of the low horizon, the villagers' figures gradually stretched and flattened in their eyes. Liuzi suddenly thought of the meat patties on the chopping board. The whole, individual pieces had been crushed and flattened, becoming longer, flatter, and shattered into indistinguishable pieces. Whose meat was he eating? Could it be pieced together after being pulled out of the intestines? Liuzi's imagination didn't last long before Zhao Qi's voice awoke his wandering consciousness. Zhao Qi stood in front of Liuzi, his pupils drooping as he looked down at him. He moved his lips and said, "Why are you here?" Xiaohua, feeling a little scared by being surrounded by adults, hid behind Liuzi. Liuzi stepped forward to block Xiaohua and replied, "We're playing a game." "Zhaoqi, what game?" Liuzi paused, then turned back to meet his friend's gaze. The game about the spirit child boarding the coffin was something they had created on their own. It was a secret that couldn't be shared with the adults. Anyone who betrayed or leaked it would be punished. The gods wouldn't like children who leak secrets. Thankfully, Zhaoqi didn't want to force a conclusion. He grabbed Liuzi's shoulder and pulled him toward him. "Alright, kids, it's time to go home. The gods won't be happy if you're late." Sixi and the other two were surrounded by the adults and led deeper into the village. Xiaohua tugged at Mingzi's shirt and mustered the courage to look up at the adult beside her. "Uncle Huang, it's not sunset yet. Isn't it still early to go home?" Uncle Huang stiffly turned to look at Xiaohua, his eyelids licking his eyeballs as he rasped, "Not early, not early. You all should go home early to prepare for tonight's spirit selection ceremony. Remember, don't run around. Disobedient children will be punished by the gods." Xiaohua was frightened by Uncle Huang's cloudy gaze. She nodded and said nothing more. The crowded crowd disappeared around the corner. Wei Ning blinked, as if she had made a new discovery. She wouldn't miss the spirit selection ceremony Uncle Huang had mentioned. She glanced up at the sky. She had to get ready before sunset. A split second before she could move, a sound rang in her ear, and then someone tapped her shoulder. Wei Ning, hiding in the shadows, had been discovered. The coldness in Wei Ning's eyes deepened in an instant. She suddenly grabbed the arm on her shoulder, stabilized her lower body, and instantly tensed her muscles. She swung the person hiding behind her to the ground. The man knocked to the ground cried out in pain, his eyes widening as he looked at Wei Ning. He was about to speak when a magnified fist suddenly appeared before his eyes. Cui Feng rolled on the ground, dodging Wei Ning's incoming leg kick. Using the momentum, he stood up and distanced himself from Wei Ning. Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng coldly, tilting his head. Cui Feng understood Wei Ning's meaning, dusted himself off, and said with a smile, "I came with Zhaoqi and the others. They didn't notice you hiding in the corner, nor did they notice I secretly left the group." Wei Ning's eyes remained cold. "Oh." Cui Feng continued, "I'm sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to. You were so focused on your thoughts that you didn't notice me. I could only tap your shoulder to get your attention." He's apologizing again, Wei Ning thought expressionlessly, twitching his knuckles and turning to walk away. Cui Feng caught up with Wei Ning. "Wait for me." Wei Ning's face was stern, and his steps grew heavier. Unfortunately, the man behind her was tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, and he instantly closed the distance between them. Unable to shake him off, Wei Ning simply tilted his head to examine Cui Feng, to see what he was up to. It seemed that only at this close distance could Cui Feng force a prolonged gaze into Wei Ning's eyes. In every previous meeting, Cui Feng had never seen Wei Ning's gaze linger on him for more than 3 seconds. She always had a cold face and icy eyes, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Even now, Cui Feng couldn't see through Wei Ning's clear eyes to her emotions. Cui Feng felt quite fresh. This was the first time he had met someone like Wei Ning. Cui Feng smiled silently, thinking, seeing such a cold face completely shattered must be quite interesting and thrilling. Cui Feng loved excitement. For that momentary rush of adrenaline, Cui Feng was willing to pay any price, even death. Wei Ning watched the eerie smile grow on Cui Feng's face, remembering the distorted face on the clinic panel the day before, and paused. Cui Feng came to his senses and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" Wei Ning extended his hand, gesturing vaguely, "What exactly are you following me for?" Cui Feng understood, lowered his head, and leaned over to look at Wei Ning. "I wanted to chat with you, but you're ignoring me." Wei Ning stared directly into Cui Feng's eyes, his eyes drooping, his tender gaze embodying a sense of grievance, dependence, and temptation to the extreme. No one could refuse his request. But that no one included Wei Ning. Wei Ning twitched his lips. "What can I talk to you about?" Cui Feng sighed, his frustration as if he suffered a crushing blow. "Don't be so heartless. After all, we're players who know each other in the game. Let's work together to clear the game, okay?" Wei Ning reminded him, "You think we're teammates, but we're more likely enemies." Cui Feng chuckled at Wei Ning's actions, then looked directly at him with narrowed eyes. "If we weren't players from the same faction, would you show mercy to me?" Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng calmly, his hands gesturing without hesitation. "I will definitely kill you." Cui Feng blinked, tears sparkling in his gentle, peach-shaped eyes. "Huh? Really?" The handsome face before her was clearly showing weakness to Wei Ning. But Wei Ning felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, a sure sign of danger. This man was far more dangerous than he appeared. It seemed as if Wei Ning answered yes, he would absolutely kill her the next second. Wei Ning let out a soft breath, her fingertips trembling faintly, as she felt a long-lost surge of excitement. She said, "I will kill you without hesitation, so you better pray you don't become my opponent." Chui Feng's expression seemed to freeze for a moment, like a program that had suddenly malfunctioned. Then he laughed. A loud laugh. Wei Ning looked at him coldly. Psychopath. Wei Ning mentally pronounced her final judgment on Chui Feng. Chui Feng finally stopped laughing, straightened up, and looked down at Wei Ning without a trace of smile in his eyes. "Then I'll wait and see. I hope you're a worthy opponent. After I finish the game before you, don't die in the dungeon." With that, Chui Feng turned and left. It was as if he had appeared only to lash out at Wei Ning. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes at this, raised her leg, and kicked Chui Feng, who was walking in front of her, to the ground. Wei Ning tilted her head at the shambling Chui Feng, raised her knee, rolled over his finger, and walked away. Chui Feng looked at the retreating Wei Ning, then looked down at his swollen finger and smiled. "See," he said, "it was fun." In the past, Wei Ning would have ignored him, let alone stepped on him. Time passed quickly during their conversation. The sun sank behind the mountains, and the spirit selection was about to begin. Wei Ning could hear the commotion in the village, blurring from faint to clear and then blurring again. The crowd had left Wei Ning's house far behind. Wei Ning opened her eyes in the darkness. Her actions began now. Wei Ning had grown accustomed to the surrounding darkness. Ever since her return, she had been locked up by Wangpa, without a drop of water. The door was locked. Wei Ning blinked, rapped her fists with the quilt, and with one punch after another, she forcibly broke the lock open. Wei Ning threw away the blood-stained quilt and pushed the door open. The noise went unnoticed. Wangpa was not there. Where had she gone? Not everyone in the village had gone to select a spirit. Judging by the tinkling lights, some houses were still guarded. Some abducted women were still being held captive, like Lin Yu. Wei Ning passed by the house where Lin Yu was being held. After walking for a while, Wei Ning arrived at the very center of the village. From afar, Wei Ning, lost in the darkness, gazed at the tall building before her. It possessed a grandeur that was out of place in this village. It was tower-like, estimated to be 10 meters tall, and stood in the center of the village. Standing atop it offered a commanding view of every corner, making it an ideal vantage point for surveillance and sniping. A group of people gathered in front of the building, motionless, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a man emerged from the crowd and stood at the head of the group. His back was to Wei Ning, and Wei Ning couldn't hear what he said. She could only see the villagers begin to stir, then all kneel in unison. Wei Ning observed that there were no women in the group, strictly speaking, no adult women, only men and children. Among them were Liuzi Xiaohua, and others whom Wei Ning had met during the day. There were 12 children in total, the oldest looking no older than 14. Whether any of them were trafficked children, Wei Ning didn't know. Her knowledge of the village was too limited. Wei Ning was limited. Before Wei Ning could find out which side Li Li had chosen, she was discovered by Wangpa, taken back to the house, and imprisoned. Until she knew Li Li's camp, Wei Ning would have to remain mute, unable to gather sufficient information from conversations with others. Suddenly, Wei Ning felt a gaze directed toward her. Wei Ning breathed steadily, her figure blending further into the darkness. Xiaohua turned her head, saw no one, scratched her head, and ignored it, continuing to listen to the village chief's speech at the front of the group. Chapter 8. The village chief glanced at the 12 children present one by one, his face heavy with worry. The previous spiritual child missed the mountain god's opportunity, and failed to live up to the care and support of our entire village. The mountain god is furious, and will punish him. Now, we must select a new spiritual child to appease the mountain god's wrath. Children, you are the hope of this entire village. After becoming spiritual children, you must be grateful for the immortality bestowed upon you by the mountain god, and for the care and support of the entire village. Now, the spiritual child selection ceremony officially begins. The 12 children were led by the villagers into the magnificent building before them. Xiaohua felt a surge of excitement. This was her first time at the Ancestral Hall, while Liuzi and his friends had been there several times. With each time Liuzi and his friends showed off in front of her, her curiosity and desire grew. On ordinary days, Xiaohua was forbidden from approaching the Ancestral Hall, not even to glance at it. The elders believed that excessive yin energy in girls would harm the Ancestral Hall's feng shui and hinder the village's development. Older women were even more yin-infected and confined to their homes, unable to venture out often. The scorching sun would corrode their bodies and shorten their lifespans. Xiaohua didn't understand what yin energy was, or why it could harm people. Liuzi and the others stayed with her every day, and nothing had happened to them. The injuries they sustained were all self-inflicted. The heavy slam of a door shut interrupted Xiaohua's thoughts. Xiaohua looked back and saw the vermilion gates were already closed, to be reopened only after a new spirit child was chosen. Xiaohua pulled Liuzi beside her and whispered, "Liuzi, don't gods grant opportunities to whomever they choose? How can we be sure the spirit child they choose is the one they want? If we choose the wrong one, won't we end up like Zhang Jun?" Liuzi didn't respond to Xiaohua. His features twisted together in fear, his pupils trembling, as if he had seen some monstrous creature that frightened him to the core. Xiaohua looked at Liuzi in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look like that?" Liuzi didn't dare turn his head. He was afraid. If the monster disappeared from his sight, who knew where it would appear next time? Behind him? In front of him? Eye to eye, nose to nose? Liuzi raised his hand tremblingly. Don't you see? There's a monster?" Xiaohua looked in the direction Liuzi pointed. It was the very center, the highest point of the ancestral hall. Xiaohua's eyes widened for a moment, and she instinctively took a step back, gasping in surprise. Their movement caught the village chief's attention. He quickly pushed through the crowd in front of Xiaohua and grabbed her shoulders tightly. "What did you see? Tell me! Quick!" Xiaohua stared at the village chief in a daze. His eyes bulged ever more, his pupils a strangely dark, like the glass marble Xiaohua was playing with. The patterns encased in transparent crystals were truly dazzling. To touch them, she could only drop and smash them again and again until fine cracks appeared on the spheres. Xiaohua reached close to the village chief's eyeballs, suddenly yearning to play with glass marbles. The eyes were moist, so they must be more resilient than the glass. Liuzi suddenly interrupted Xiaohua, hugging her tightly and crying, "Xiaohua, don't move. That monster is watching you." After hearing Liuzi's words, the village chief's face darkened, and he whispered, "How could this happen?" "It's impossible." Confused villagers asked, "Village chief, what's going on?" "What's impossible?" "Only one spirit child can appear in this village." The village chief frowned, pointing gravely at Xiaohua and Liuzi, "and they're both spirit children. Only one of them can be a spirit child." The villagers exclaimed, "One of them is fake?" The village chief said gravely, "It could be fake, or it could be real. But either way, only one spirit child can survive. Otherwise, the mountain god will be angry, and the whole village won't be able to handle it." Liuzi and Xiaohua looked at each other. Could only one of them survive? Someone spoke up, "Village chief, which one should we keep?" "Liuzi? He's a boy after all." The person next to him patted him. "Liuzi is different." The village chief closed his eyes. Wei Ning was unaware of what was happening in the ancestral hall, but her situation was the same as Xiaohua and Liuzi's, facing a crisis. 10 minutes ago, not everyone entered the ancestral hall together. Several men were stationed outside, and Brother Zhang was one of them. Seeing this, Wei Ning prepared to leave, but just as she turned around, an uninvited guest arrived. Brother Zhang raised an eyebrow and asked the newcomer, "Dr. Song, what are you doing here? This isn't the place for you." Cui Feng smiled. "I went for a walk tonight, and noticed that everyone in the village seemed to have disappeared. I was a little worried, but I didn't expect you all to be here." "So? What's it to you? Just do what you're supposed to do." Brother Zhang looked Cui Feng up and down, then sneered. "Why don't you just go and flatter a woman's stinky feet? You worthless bastard, licking a woman's belly." Cui Feng's expression remained unchanged, his smile continuing. "I'm supposed to go to Wang Po's house tonight for a consultation, but she's home." Brother Zhang's face changed. Where did those two women go? Before Cui Feng could reply, Jiao Qi suddenly appeared from the side. "Lily's gone too?" Cui Feng nodded with a smile. "That won't do. I have to go to Wang Po's house." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Qi vanished without a trace. Wei Ning, hiding in the corner, said, "Eh?" Wei Ning glanced at Cui Feng, who was still talking to Brother Zhang, and turned away. When they were still some distance from Wang Po's house, footsteps sounded behind Wei Ning, neither hurried nor slow, as if they were certain that Wei Ning would turn around and look at him. Wei Ning exhaled deeply, feeling impatient for the first time. Cui Feng finally stopped and smiled at Wei Ning, whose eyes were cold. "Hi, see you again." He did it on purpose. Wei Ning thought to himself that he had deliberately run to Jiao Qi to tell him she was missing. He knew what Wei Ning would do tonight, and where she would go. Cui Feng's appearance tonight was a rebellion against Wei Ning, or more accurately, a coercion. He was forcing Wei Ning to make a choice. It was as if Wei Ning had to join Cui Feng's faction, like some sort of mission that had to be accomplished. Mission? Wei Ning's mind flickered. Chui Feng's coercion and pressure weren't an alliance from the player's perspective, but rather a directive from someone behind him. Chui Feng knew his faction, his specific identity, and the role he played within it. In comparison, Wei Ning was like a blind man groping in the dark. What a dreadful information gap. Wang Chong's death was inextricably linked to them. They had exploited Wang Chong's death to orchestrate tonight's spirit selection, using the spirit child who had been thrust into the spotlight to play a larger role. Otherwise, tonight wouldn't just be a conversation with Wei Ning. It's a rare moment of relaxed security. It would be a shame not to do something about it. Chui Feng suddenly tilted his head and said, "This is the last time I'll bother you. Can I really just hear your voice? I think it will be the most unforgettable sound in my life." Wei Ning ignored him. Chui Feng took a step back, clutching his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. "Well, it seems you completely rejected me. I won't bother you anymore. Wei Ning, you better keep your word." Chui Feng stared at Wei Ning, tears welling in his eyes. "But, before we part forever, can we hug?" Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. What was he up to? Chui Feng spoke, ignoring Wei Ning's retreat and hugging her. Before Wei Ning could hit him, Chui Feng loosened his grip, gave Wei Ning a look of reluctance and resentment, and ran away, covering his face. From a distance, Wei Ning could hear his cries. "Wow, you heartless man. I never want to love you again." Wei Ning, Psycho, Wei Ning covered her twitching forehead. Absolutely psychotic. After calming herself down, Wei Ning turned around and, as expected, saw a stunned Xiao Qi. Wei Ning, she knew it. Xiao Qi couldn't believe what he was seeing. His face flushed with anger. He stepped forward in disbelief and demanded, "What's your relationship with that doctor? How long have you been doing this? Was he before me or after me?" Xiao Qi's pupils trembled violently. "Were you with 3 people at once?" Wei Ning, What a mess. Xiao Qi was devastated. "How could you have 3 affairs at once? How could you, a woman, do that? I'm going to kill you. You stinking bitch." Wei Ning watched Xiao Qi charging at him furiously, and was about to turn away when suddenly, a long red whip lashed Xiao Qi against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Wei Ning looked up and saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu appeared, cursing, "What's wrong with you? Why are you causing all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her?" Chui Feng, standing beside Lin Yu, responded, "How boring it would be to just die like that. I wanted to play with her for a while before she died. This is the first time I've seen so many expressions on her face. It's so fun." Wei Ning stared at Chui Feng, who had reappeared, his eyes thick with murderous intent. This guy really deserved a beating. Chui Feng looked at Wei Ning, his eyes wide with excitement. "Huh? You want to kill me?" "That's right." Lin Yu looked at Chui Feng with a twitch in her mouth. Is this guy crazy? How can he be so happy when someone wants to kill him? You should have more expression on your face. Otherwise, you always have a cold face and look empty, which is not good. Chui Feng gestured excitedly with his face. "Smile, you must look beautiful when you smile." Lin Yu was convinced. What kind of psychopath is this? He wants people to smile before killing them. Wei Ning clenched his fingers and squeezed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, he was already approaching Lin Yu and the others. Wei Ning was completely enraged. She wanted to kill Chui Feng. Chui Feng cheered, "Great. Let's fight. Let's see who dies first, you or me." Lin Yu, standing nearby, shouted furiously, "Song! Why don't you open the shield? Are you trying to provoke those people from the Ancestral Hall?" Under Wei Ning's shocked gaze, a transparent shield enveloped the 3 of them. Side quest unlocked. Quest description: You are being assassinated by one faction. Escape this attack successfully. Chapter 9. The transparent cover flashed a faint light in the darkness, before instantly disappearing into the air. Everything around it looked exactly as it had just a few seconds before. But only in appearance. All sound was blocked out, and the restless night fell into a dead silence. Chui Feng looked at Wei Ning's shocked expression, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "You look shocked? Why? Don't you have any skills? That's not fair." Lin Yu, standing beside him, looked at Chui Feng. "Skills? What are those?" Chui Feng didn't respond to Lin Yu, but instead stepped forward to confront Wei Ning. Wei Ning's movements were swift and fierce. The air he pierced with his fist transformed into a sharp blade that slammed into Chui Feng, sending him stumbling backward. Chui Feng raised his head, his gaze toward Wei Ning filled with undisguised fighting spirit and a fiery frenzy. In the small space, the two clashed fiercely. Soon, both were covered in wounds. "Ignored," Lin Yu said, She hadn't realized this doctor was actually a warmonger. Seeing Chui Feng about to lose, Lin Yu frowned and shouted, "Song! Get out of the way! Get out of my way!" A long red whip suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's wrist and swung fiercely at Wei Ning. It was a strange whip. Dark red in color, with a strong smell of blood, it burst through the flesh at Lin Yu's wrist, as if Lin Yu had extracted a blood vessel from her own body and used it as a weapon. Wei Ning's eyes changed, and she kicked Chui Feng away, rapidly retreating. Strangely, no matter how she dodged, the whip always struck her accurately. It was as if it were a magnet, one end attached to Wei Ning, the other to the whip. The two are forever connected, never to be separated. Wei Ning collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She tried to stand up, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her spine, causing her to collapse. The pain emanated from Wei Ning's abdomen, pulverizing her waist and abdomen with a relentless intensity. Wei Ning looked down and saw her abdomen had visibly grown larger. It was that lump of flesh, that lump hidden within Wei Ning's belly. It was incredibly excited, rapidly growing within her, constantly squeezing her internal organs until they shifted and deformed. The whip struck Wei Ning again, leaving her unable to rise. Completely unlike her injured state, the lump of flesh within her belly was excited and active, bulging violently inside her, as if clamoring for the whip's affection. Chui Feng approached the fallen Wei Ning, tilted his head, and asked, "Can't you hold on? So soon?" Wei Ning's forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, and her consciousness was beginning to blur. She suspected she would pass out from the pain before the whipping. She had no time to pay attention to Chui Feng. Instead, Lin Yu, who was whipping someone nearby, responded to Chui Feng. She rolled her eyes and angrily complained, "Can't you just finish the job quickly? Why do you have to make so much trouble? What kind of bad taste do you have?" Lin Yu's complaints didn't hurt Chui Feng at all, nor did they provoke any reaction from him. Chui Feng simply lowered his head in silence, looking at Wei Ning with an ambiguous look. Lin Yu clicked her tongue impatiently. She really wanted to whip Chui Feng and kill this psychopathic doctor. If Sister Yu hadn't said she must protect him, Lin Yu wouldn't have bothered to care about his life or death, and would have waited until Wei Ning was beaten to death before taking action. As if to satisfy Lin Yu's fantasy, Wei Ning on the ground suddenly moved, grabbed Chui Feng's ankles, and pulled him to the ground. Facing Chui Feng, he twisted his body fiercely. The whip had no eyes, only focused on getting close to the flesh ball, unable to distinguish between Chui Feng and Wei Ning. Before its owner could react, it lashed out directly at Chui Feng. Chui Feng's back was instantly torn apart. The blood seemed to fuel the whip's ferocity and hunger, like a vein. It pierced Chui Feng's body, twisting to reach Wei Ning. Lin Yu's face changed, and she quickly retracted the whip. His body was repeatedly penetrated, not only in his abdomen and back, but also from the corners of Chui Feng's mouth, dripping onto Wei Ning's body and face. The warm blood, Wei Ning's eyes filled with cold murderous intent, staring into Chui Feng's, formed a scene of intense vitality. The sight of Wei Ning before Chui Feng was visually stunning. His heart instinctively raced, the rumbling in his chest making him dizzy. Chui Feng's heavy breathing brushed against Wei Ning's face and neck, giving him a tingling sensation. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, one hand gripping Chui Feng's neck, staring directly into his eyes, gradually increasing the force. Wei Ning calmly watched Chui Feng's face turn purple, savoring the feeling of Chui Feng's life slipping away in her hands. Wei Ning felt as if she was also a bit neurotic. But it didn't matter. This wouldn't affect her every judgment and action, Wei Ning thought. Two people facing each other, seemingly so close, but in reality, one was clutching the other's neck, hoping for his immediate death. And the dying person, trembling all over, reached out his hand towards the person in front of him. Chui Feng's eyes flushed crimson from the suffocation. He touched Wei Ning's face with a trembling hand, his eyes narrowed as he said, "The way you killed me was so beautiful." Wei Ning's pupils twitched at the words, but the strength in her grip remained undiminished. In fact, her fingers were straining to the point of convulsion. The man before her intensified Wei Ning's sense of danger. She had a hunch that if she didn't kill Chui Feng now, he would become an obstacle to her actions in the future. And Wei Ning disliked any obstacles that hindered her actions. They made her feel the urge to have her plans thwarted. Wei Ning would eliminate all obstacles and kill all enemies. Chui Feng was now her enemy. Wei Ning stared blankly at Chui Feng in her arms, her eyes beginning to wander. Suddenly, her arm ached. The whip wrapped around her arm, tightening around it, and as if finding a host, the blood vessels eagerly burrowed into her flesh. Wei Ning had no choice but to let go. Chui Feng fell to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yu had no time to think about Chui Feng. She had intended to whip Wei Ning aside, but now the weapon was pointed at her. Wei Ning gripped the whip, which was happily sucking her flesh and blood, her muscles tensed, and she pulled Lin Yu to the ground. If it had been an ordinary whip, instead of this strange thing that resembled both a blood vessel and a long tongue, Lin Yu would have let go of the whip and immediately fled for her life. Unfortunately, this thing was attached to Lin Yu, inseparable from her. Lin Yu was dragged along the ground by Wei Ning. When the dragging finally stopped, Lin Yu was already in Wei Ning's stranglehold. She had fallen into the same predicament as Chui Feng. Lin Yu slapped Wei Ning's arms with all her might, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Please, Li, let me go! I'll do anything if you're willing to let me go. I'll give you whatever you want." Wei Ning's expression remained stern as he continued to increase his force. Lin Yu collapsed and cried out, "If you'll let me go, I'll give you anything. Please!" Congratulations to the player on achieving 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player on obtaining a talented skill. Talented skill, thank you. You can influence any NPC in the dungeon and receive gifts from them, including but not limited to dungeon items and character skills. However, players should note that using this skill requires a trigger keyword. After receiving a gift from an NPC, remember to say thank you to them. Please note that the trigger keyword for the thank you skill is, "I'm willing to give you everything I have." Congratulations to the player on obtaining an innate skill. Skill, Tracking Eye. You can use your weapon to precisely attack your opponent, with a 100% chance of success. However, please note that you must plant your unique mark on the target. A mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang out. Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged. She slightly loosened her grip on Lin Yu, and as Lin Yu's face lit up with ecstasy, she swiftly knocked her unconscious. Wei Ning, system, what's with the skills? Chui Feng's words before the battle had left a lasting impression on her, and the situation at the time didn't allow Wei Ning even the slightest distraction. Facing two opponents whose details she didn't know, every second of distraction became a direct cause of Wei Ning's death. But now, it wasn't her who was going to die, so Wei Ning had time to discuss it with the system. She felt the system was hiding some information from her. Why was it hiding it? Wei Ning couldn't understand, so she chose to ask directly. Wei Ning, system, why didn't you tell me about the skills from the beginning? Dear player, your overall performance score for the first side quest after starting the game doesn't meet the requirements. Therefore, you are temporarily unable to fully access the game information. So, unfortunately, we can't provide players with relevant information about your skills. Wei Ning's fingertips remain still. Overall performance score doesn't meet the requirements? What does that mean? Dear player, the time limit for the Torchlight side quest is 1 hour, and you completed it in 59:45. Your overall performance doesn't meet the requirements. Wei Ning, Wei Ning, you didn't mention a performance score. Dear player, this game is currently in the closed beta phase, and the closed beta players will receive a surprise gift from our company. Testers who successfully help us improve the game will receive early access. However, your previous performance won't provide any assistance to our company. You, the player, are actually planning to slack off. Wei Ning, 300 points is the minimum score for the Torch side quest. Wei Ning, Wei Ning, so, did you pass the side quest overall? Dear player, yes, your performance in this side quest was truly outstanding. We are hereby granting you skill access. Wei Ning blinked, suddenly thinking of the doctor she had knocked unconscious. Chui Feng knew about skills before her. It seemed he had also experienced side quests, and completed them well. Wei Ning wasn't curious about Chui Feng's experience, nor did she care about his so-called lead. After all, she would kill him later. Being ahead of her meant dying before her. Wei Ning asked again, what are innate skills and inherent skills? Chapter 10. Talent skills are unique personal skills granted to players by the game. Players can upgrade these skills using points. Inherent skills are character skills derived from the ID card players possess upon entering a dungeon. They are unlocked when the player reaches 70% or higher in character information exploration. Wei Ning moved her fingers. Check character information exploration. Your character exploration level is 65%. I'm still 5% away from unlocking my inherent skills. This is probably because I haven't yet determined Li's faction, Wei Ning thought. The situation is becoming increasingly urgent. Wei Ning can sense that the player's skills will be crucial in turning the tide in the upcoming operation. She needs to accelerate her actions, and not fall too far behind. The slackness during the Torch side quest slowed Wei Ning's progress, but she has no regrets. There's nothing to regret. A certain amount of relaxation is necessary. Overly tense nerves and a loss of emotional composure can affect a soldier's judgment and actions. Wei Ning, check the panel. Player, Wei Ning. Current instance, Ascension in broad daylight. Instance identity, Scarlet Eye. Faction, unknown. Accumulated points, 1300. Instance quest, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Instance exploration, 65%. Player skills, talent skill, thank you. Level 2. Influence NPCs in the instance to receive gifts. After receiving a gift, please say thank you. Innate skill, tracking eye. Level 2. You can use weapons to track and attack opponents. The transparent panel changes again. Player points reach skill upgrade standard. Innate skill, 10,000/level. Innate skill, 800/level. Wei Ning pondered for a moment. With only 1,300 points, upgrading her talent skills was far from enough. She could only upgrade her inherent skills. Wei Ning clicked to upgrade her inherent skill. Congratulations on upgrading the player's inherent skill, Tracking Eye to level 3. Skill, Tracking Eye. You can use your weapon to accurately attack your opponent, with a 100% chance of success. With swift movements, Wei Ning once again knocked Chui Feng and Lin Yu unconscious, who were just about to regain consciousness. While she was talking to the system, she had already repeated this action 3 times, expressionless. Each time, faster than the last, the rhythmic sound of heads pounding the ground. Wei Ning had received the information she needed from the system. Next, she would deal with the 2 men lying on the ground. Wei Ning looked down at Chui Feng, feeling a tinge of regret. Her inherent skill could only be used against dungeon NPCs. She envied the transparent shield Chui Feng had opened earlier. It was a perfect weapon for single combat or group fights. She wondered if it was Chui Feng's skill or an item. Wei Ning turned to look at Lin Yu, suddenly remembering the system's reminder. After receiving a gift from a dungeon NPC, remember to say thank you. Wei Ning, Wei Ning rubbed her forehead. She had a feeling this skill was full of mischief towards her. Wei Ning stared silently at the unconscious Lin Yu lying on the ground, tentatively opening her lips. Thank you. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyelids began to flutter. She was waking up. Wei Ning's breathing hitched, and she instinctively moved her fist. Lin Yu's head cracked, and she fainted again. Wei Ning, Anyway, anyone who didn't ask for a thank you must be awake. Besides, Wei Ning was a mute in Lin Yu's eyes, so she couldn't have any out-of-character behavior. Wei Ning let out a breath. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yu, lying on the ground, closed her eyes, and silently accepted Wei Ning's thanks. Wei Ning nodded, satisfied. Wei Ning leisurely snapped her knuckles. To truly show her gratitude to Lin Yu, she decided to kill her second. She approached Chui Feng, who was standing nearby, and suddenly felt a dilemma. Wei Ning didn't have a knife on her, so she couldn't kill him quickly. Wangpa couldn't find a knife at home. She must have kept it. Then, hanging him was the only option, Wei Ning thought. Actually, that was better. It was cleaner, though people would struggle violently before dying. Wei Ning put his hands on Chui Feng's neck and began to push. As expected, Chui Feng opened his eyes. Wei Ning met Chui Feng's gaze with a cold stare. Chui Feng blinked, his raised eyes undisguisedly challenging. Suddenly, the transparent shield surrounding Wei Ning and the other 2 vanished, taking Chui Feng and Lin Yu with it. Wei Ning glanced at her empty embrace. The man's scorching warmth seemed to linger, making the brown marks on her clothes even more conspicuous. He must have used a skill to escape, Wei Ning thought. The man had some skill. Not a fool with no hidden weapons, but endless threats. A man like that wouldn't last long in a fight. Wei Ning lamented once again that Chui Feng wasn't an NPC, and that his death wouldn't bring her much value. Annie Li, what are you doing here? The transparent shield vanished, leaving no trace of anything in the darkness, including the disheveled Wei Ning. Xiaohua took a step back, watching the blood-soaked Wei Ning. Annie Li, is that blood on you? In the dim alley, the shadows thickened into a substance, seemingly flowing. A closer look revealed pools of dark red blood. Wei Ning sat in the blood dripping from her hair and fingertips onto the ground, the dripping sound killing the dead silence. It was also killing Xiaohua, who was about to faint from fear. Wei Ning looked at the trembling little girl in front of her. Aren't you covered in blood too? We're the same. Why are you afraid of me? Wei Ning had no idea what happened during the spirit selection ceremony in the Ancestral Hall. Her investigation had been foiled by Chui Feng. But now it seemed she could learn something from the girl before her. Under Xiaohua's fearful gaze, Wei Ning raised her hand and pointed, signaling her to look down at her clothes. Xiaohua looked down, stunned, and suddenly her vision was filled with crimson. Her knees gave way, and she fell to the ground. The crimson before her eyes clung together, and as the blood flowed, Xiaohua couldn't help but recall the events of the Ancestral Hall. The silvery, cold blade pierced the tender flesh again and again. The moment it pulled out, Xiaohua remembered a balloon inflated to its limit and suddenly bursting. Plastic fragments flew through the air, fell to the ground, and then lodged themselves into Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua struggled for a long time to remove the tiny fragment from her eye, but Liuzi finally took a needle and extracted it. Liuzi said the fragment was hidden behind her eyeball. He said many things can hide behind the eyeball, like eyelashes, insects, and even hair. Once, his eye itched, and he tugged on a black thread at the corner of his eye, pulling out a finger-long strand of hair. Since then, Xiaohua has often seen Liuzi stuffing all sorts of objects into her eyes. Once, she curiously asked, "Can you stuff people into your eyes?" Liuzi looked at her for a long moment, then smiled. "Xiaohua, do you want to try? Maybe you can do it?" Now Xiaohua had done it. She stuffed Liuzi into her eyes, hiding them behind her eyeballs. Every time she blinked, she could feel Liuzi greeting her from behind her eyes. Wei Ning approached Xiaohua, lifted her chin, and made her look directly into his eyes. The coldness in Wei Ning's eyes startled Xiaohua, who was in a trance, but her excitement gradually subsided. Wei Ning gestured. "What happened? Tell me." Xiaohua stared at Wei Ning's bloodied face, her eyes moving from top to bottom, scanning Wei Ning's heroic brows, his high nose, and his thin lips. Wei Ning frowned slightly. Why was this kid staring at her face? Xiaohua's bulging eyes darted up and down several times before she finally spoke. "Auntie Lily, if you don't know how to gesture, then stop it. It's weird and ugly, and it's going to blind me." Wei Ning, Wei Ning's fingers, gripping Xiaohua's chin, began to tighten. Xiaohua could clearly feel her jaw nearly breaking. Xiaohua blinked. "Auntie Lily, do you want to know what happened in the Ancestral Hall?" Wei Ning released Xiaohua's chin and nodded. Xiaohua tilted her head and looked at Wei Ning. "Auntie Lily, if you want to know, you have to accompany me to a place first. I'll tell you when we get there." Wei Ning nodded. Xiaohua smiled happily at this. She skipped ahead of Wei Ning, leading the way. Wei Ning looked down at Xiaohua, covered in blood, his gaze darting down at her pigtails twitching in the air. Something was different about Xiaohua, both mentally and physically. The most obvious change is her spirit. Before, Xiaohua always looked timid and never dared to look people in the eye. Only when she was with Liuzi and the others did her gloom fade a bit, and the smile on her face became more genuine. What could have happened in just one night to cause such a dramatic change in a child? Wei Ning wondered. Could Xiaohua be the spirit child chosen tonight? Spirit children hold special significance in this village, and given the village's way of doing things, there was no way a new spirit child would appear alone in the village at night, let alone leave. Wei Ning looked back at the village behind them. They had already walked a distance, but no one was following them. Wei Ning would not miss any slightest sign of unusual activity. This was her confidence as a soldier. And so, they walked out of the village with impunity. A crisp voice interrupted Wei Ning's thoughts. "Auntie Lily, we're here. Look!" Xiaohua shouted excitedly, her short finger pointing high. Wei Ning followed her finger, her nose capturing the scent much faster than her eyes. A complex, heavy scent suddenly enveloped her, and she subconsciously stopped breathing. This scent brutally and domineeringly tore through the thin skin of a human body, peeled back the hardened skull, and permanently lodged itself in the brain, with no chance of dissipation. Even at the faintest hint of familiarity, it would stubbornly reassert its power. The moment Wei Ning smelled that familiar fishy odor, she was instantly transported back to that night, when the sedan chair was approaching the monster in the darkness. Now she knew what that giant beast, quietly lurking in the darkness, was, Wei Ning thought. Chapter 11. There were several corpses hanging from the trees, quietly suspended in the air. They gazed down at Wei Ning from above, swaying occasionally with the decaying air currents, their bulging eyes never taking their gaze away from Wei Ning. Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, "Auntie Lily, I found Brother Zhang Jun. Look! He's right there." Wei Ning looked over, and saw a little boy hanging from the highest point of the tree. He looked no more than 10 years old. A coil of red rope was tightly bound around his neck, the other end of the rope wrapped around a thick branch, securely suspending the boy from the tree, making it seem impossible for him to fall. The boy was wearing a red shirt, a bit worn, but still unfaded. It was clear that he had been hanging there for a short time, no more than 3 days. The wind blew, and the boy in red swayed gently, like a red lantern hanging from the tree. There was more than one such human lantern hanging from the tree. The human lanterns connected to the tree, forming a magnificent and surging scene. Wei Ning, however, remained unmoved. She pondered absent-mindedly, considering the dry, sunken skin of so many corpses, suggesting varying lengths of time since their deaths. Wei Ning could discern no pattern. This meant that each spirit child held the throne for a different length of time, and upon their death, a new one was immediately chosen. The spirit selection ceremony thus began. Due to Zhang Jun's death the day before, Xiaohua became the new spirit child. Zhang Jun died because of Li Li, but she wasn't the first to strike him. Brother Zhang Jun's clothes are so ugly. The bright red is so unsightly, and he clearly hated the color red, Xiaohua added. But luckily, I don't hate it. This was the second time Wei Ning had heard the name Zhang Jun. The first time was when she was watching Xiaohua and Liuzi play a spirit sedan game. Xiaohua, and the other said Zhang Jun, was the village's previous spirit boy. Wei Ning turned her head to look at the current spirit boy beside her. What did Xiaohua want to do by bringing her here? Xiaohua lay at the foot of the tree, staring at the body swaying silently on the branches. She patted the grass beside her, motioning Wei Ning to lie down beside her. Wei Ning blinked and followed suit. The closer they got to the body, the more overbearing the savage scent grew, tearing through every inch of space. Wei Ning poked Xiaohua, gesturing, "What's that smell?" Xiaohua stared at Wei Ning intently, then suddenly smiled, her eyes curved. "Auntie Lily, your movements are still so awkward. But you're much more interesting this way than before. Before, you always acted so cold, ignoring me when I spoke to you. Though you don't really want to pay attention to me now." Xiaohua continued, "This smell is like bamboo and soil that's been boiled for 3 days. Auntie Lily, do you know why you do this?" Wei Ning didn't respond, waiting for Xiaohua to continue. "The uncles and aunts believe that the spirit child is the village's lucky star, the lucky treasure. Our bodies, bones, and flesh are blessed, and we have the greatest potential for ascension. Once we have taken the spiritual bath and ascend to the sacred mountain, we will gain the mountain god's divine connection, ascend to become gods, and our souls will be immortal, while our bodies will remain in the mortal world. Every time this happens, the village chief and his men drain the spirit child's blood, cut open his body, dig out the flesh and tendons, and reshape it like Neza, replacing it with mountain soil and bamboo to ensure the spirit child's body's immortality. The village elders often say that the land is a good thing. It feeds us and raises us. But bamboo, growing from the earth, is an even better thing. Sharp when sharpened, and resilient when dried. It turns out the strange, fishy smell Wei Ning smelled was the earthy odor of soil, mixed with the sour, putrid smell of decaying bamboo, and the stench of corpses etched into human genes. Wei Ning poked Xiaohua again. "Why are you wearing red clothes and hanging from a tree?" Xiaohua turned to look at Wei Ning and asked, "Don't you think this process is similar to making a lantern? Weaving bamboo into a skeleton, covering it with skin, and painting it with red paint creates a vibrant red lantern. Red lanterns, round lanterns hanging in the sky. The remains of every ascended spirit child are made into blessing lanterns by the village chief and hung on this ancient tree, forever protecting the villagers. The village chief said that anyone who walks past the blessing lanterns will be blessed by the spirit child and will be fearless wherever they go." Wei Ning stared silently at the corpses hanging overhead. She couldn't understand the village chief's thinking. How could corpses protect anyone? The ropes had broken after being corroded by wind and frost, and it was possible that the corpses would fall and kill someone. Wei Ning poked Xiaohua again. "You haven't told me what happened in the Ancestral Hall yet." Xiaohua watched Wei Ning's movements and rolled her eyes. "What are you gesturing at?" "I don't understand." Wei Ning expressionlessly grabbed Xiaohua's ear and pulled it to the left. She clearly understood her movements. "So why were you pretending, you annoying little brat?" "Ah! It hurts so much." "Let go!" Xiaohua, whose ears were twisted, looked at Wei Ning with tears in her eyes full of anger and grievance. Wei Ning continued to move, gesturing with his other hand. "Tell me or not." Xiaohua yelled, "I'll tell you." "Let go!" Wei Ning, watching the irritated Xiaohua let go. Xiaohua, furious, kicked up her legs and swung her fist at Wei Ning, but unfortunately, she was too short and too slow, so Wei Ning dodged it effortlessly. Xiaohua, furious, shouted, "If you don't let me hit you again, I'll never tell you." Wei Ning frowned slightly at this. "You're cheating. You're not keeping your word." Xiaohua sneered. "What's wrong with a child like me being untrustworthy? And you, so much older than me, Just bully kids. Wei Ning, being blamed, said, eh. Xiao Hua, gloating at the breathless Wei Ning, spread her lips with her fingers and stuck out her tongue. Lulululu. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. After making a face at Wei Ning, Xiao Hua scurried off. Wei Ning stood there, her fingertips twitching. What a nasty brat. But it didn't matter. Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to escape for long, Wei Ning thought. If she was right, she and Xiao Hua would meet again soon. Just like the ballad goes. Bat the spirit, ascend to the spirit mountain. Ascend to the spirit mountain, and you'll find your destiny. After the spirit child is chosen, isn't the spirit bath the next step? Wei Ning was certain the spirit bath ceremony would take place soon, perhaps tomorrow. After all, someone in the village was secretly pushing for this. As Wei Ning had expected, the village was in turmoil. The villagers' bulging eyes stared at Wei Ning relentlessly, but whenever Wei Ning turned to look, they avoided her gaze. Wei Ning could only see their lips moving rapidly and frantically. Like a cunning mosquito, yet also like a sinister venomous snake, it made people feel oppressive and maddened. But Wei Ning hadn't expected to meet Lin Yu here. You know, based on Wei Ning's observations over just 2 days, the small village was clearly divided into classes with vast differences. From top to bottom, the village was divided into men, local and trafficked boys, local women and girls, and finally, trafficked women and girls. Only men were allowed to eat at the table, while local women and children had to stand in the kitchen, filled with fumes. Even the final cleaning task couldn't be assigned to the eloquent men at the table, because real men should stay away from the kitchen. No wonder Wei Ning had never seen this kind of social structure in the wasteland, a structure that only existed thousands of years ago. This kind of backward and pedantic society often had only one direction, toward destruction. Lin Yu noticed Wei Ning's gaze and turned, meeting his gaze. After a silent standoff, Lin Yu was the first to look away. Lin Yu was the only trafficked woman present at the ceremony. Why was Lin Yu here? Before Wei Ning could figure out the answer to her question, Cui Feng spoke up. Before the soul cleansing ceremony officially begins, the goddess of childbirth must cleanse the soul child's body of the impurities accumulated over years in the mortal world. Lin Yu is the goddess of childbirth. Cui Feng turned to look at Wei Ning. And you must be wondering now, why is Lin Yu the goddess of childbirth? Wei Ning gazed into Cui Feng's delicate eyes, silently lowering her head to look at his waist and abdomen. Cui Feng was wearing a white shirt today. The hem of his shirt was neatly tucked into his trousers, jutting into his skin with a sharp outline. It was clear that Cui Feng's waist was still strong and muscular, showing no sign of the wound that had pierced his abdomen the previous night. Seeing Wei Ning's head bowed in silence, Cui Feng asked, What are you looking at? As he spoke, he followed Wei Ning's gaze, and realized that her eyes were fixed on his waist. Realizing this, Cui Feng's eyes narrowed, a hint of cunning appearing. You're the first person to notice my ingenuity today. Wei Ning tilted her head in confusion. Ingenuity? Cui Feng shifted his body. I found this outfit today with great difficulty in Song's shabby closet. It's the best combination. Wei Ning, Wei Ning studied the man before him. His eyes were calm and gentle, not unlike someone who had tried to kill him the previous night, and was just one step away from complete demise at Wei Ning's hands. Wei Ning couldn't understand or fathom Cui Feng. According to her analysis, both sides had suffered heavy losses in last night's battle, and today's meeting would definitely not be so harmonious. She had thought that standing quietly together would be the limit. Wei Ning looked away, not bothering to guess what Cui Feng was thinking. Seeing this, Cui Feng also looked away, focusing intently on Lin Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd. She was on a circular platform, flanked by the village chief, Brother Zhang, Zhao Qi, and others. All of them had serious expressions, their brows furrowed, as if they were shouldering a heavy mission. The village chief glanced at the people around him and shouted, During last night's spirit selection ceremony, the mountain god chose a new spirit child for us. She is Zhang Xiaohua. With the village chief's shout, everyone's eyes focused on Xiaohua on the platform. Xiaohua met Wei Ning's gaze, pursed her lips, and turned her head away angrily, clearly still fuming about the previous night's events. Cui Feng noticed Xiaohua's behavior, raised an eyebrow, and said, Did you know? Xiaohua is Lin Yu's child. Wei Ning was slightly surprised. She carefully examined Xiaohua on the stage, and realized that her features did bear some resemblance to Lin Yu's. Chapter 12. Village Chief, Please, Goddess of Fertility. Lin Yu, surrounded by Zhao Qi and the others, came before Xiaohua. She lowered her head to meet her eyes, her lips curling at her curious gaze. Xiaohua was slightly startled, and before she could react, Lin Yu had already turned to face the group at the circular platform. Village chief, put out the incense. With a loud shout from the village chief, a long, vermilion table was lifted onto the circular platform. Several people, carrying wooden bowls, incense sticks, and other items, placed them on the table. Xiaohua, whose height was limited, was blocked from view and could only stand on tiptoe to peer in. But she didn't stand there for long before Zhao Qi pulled her to the front of the table and forced her neck to her knees. Xiaohua tried to twist her neck, but found the pressure from the hand on her neck was getting stronger, so she obediently lowered her head and remained motionless. The village chief said, "Light the incense. Worship the mountain god." With a crackling sound, the incense and candles ignited, sending up a hazy cloud of smoke. Scattered within the smoke was a cloud of yellow paper, so much so that it covered everyone present. Before the yellow paper could naturally fall from their bodies, the villagers excitedly gathered it all in their arms. Some, unable to wait, jumped up, eyes wide open, reaching for the floating sheets of yellow paper. The scene was in chaos. Wei Ning picked up a piece of yellow paper that had fallen on her shoulder and sniffed it. It had a familiar fishy, sour smell, very similar to the scent on the human corpse lantern, but without the stench of corpses. The village chief said, "Spirit child, kneel down." A hand pressed against her neck, and Xiaohua knelt down. In her shifting perspective, she clearly saw the villagers frantically scrambling for the yellow paper suddenly stop, their bodies stiffening as they twisted their necks, their bulging eyes fixed on her. For a brief moment, no one blinked. Their eyelids were no longer the flesh-colored color Xiaohua had remembered, but a purplish-gray hue, like a python about to shed its skin, or the cadaveric smudges on a dead body. Xiaohua felt a little ridiculous about her own thoughts. She was surrounded by living people. How could they have cadaveric smudges? But suddenly, everything fell silent. Xiaohua could hear no one breathing. Xiaohua's hair stood on end, and she instinctively stopped kneeling. The moment she paused, the restless voices returned. The village chief frowned and angrily shouted, "Spirit boy, we must show our respect to the mountain god. How can you kowtow so softly? Knock harder. Do you hear me?" Xiaohua stared at the village chief, his features distorted, and nodded blankly. The previous silence seemed like an illusion. One kowtow to the spirit village. At a loud shout, Xiaohua hurriedly bowed her head. 2 kowtows to the spirit mountain. Xiaohua was just opening her arms, preparing to bow. Zhao Qi, standing nearby, felt her previous bowing was too quiet, so he reached out and grabbed Xiaohua's neck, pushing down hard. With a dull thud, Xiaohua's forehead slammed against the ground. For a moment, a roaring sound erupted in her ears. Feeling a little dizzy, Xiaohua reached up to touch her head, her hand wet with the sight of dark red blood. The village chief, observing all this, gave Zhao Qi an approving look. Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood even straighter. His bloodshot eyes once again fixed on Xiaohua, as if tearing at the nerves connecting her eye sockets, fiercely threatening to bite her. 3 kowtows to the mountain god. After another solemn kowtow, Xiaohua's vision began to blur, tinged with a hazy red. This was the blood flowing into her eyes. The gash on her forehead grew deeper and deeper. Zhao Qi, in his turmoil, possessed surprisingly great strength. Xiaohua's thin body tilted, and she fell to the side. In her remaining consciousness, she felt her hand, which had fallen to the ground, touch someone. Xiaohua strained to open her eyes. It was Lin Yu, staring down at her expressionlessly. Before Xiaohua could completely close her eyes, Lin Yu gently shook off her hand from her foot. Satisfied with the resounding kowtow, the village chief raised his arm vigorously. "Now, please, goddess of childbirth, give me some spiritual water." Lin Yu was pushed to the long table. 3 bowls, each as thick as an arm, were neatly arranged on the vermilion table. Brother Zhang approached Lin Yu, pulled out a knife from his bosom, and slashed her wrist with force. Blood, cloaked in flesh, gushed out. Soon, the bottom of the bowl was filled with blood. Wei Ning, beneath the round table, frowned slightly. Wei Ning stared intently at Lin Yu on the stage, her expression devoid of resistance. After filling one bowl with blood, she proactively moved her wrist to the next. Even though her lips were visibly turning pale, and her knees were weakening, her arms didn't tremble even a bit, as if she wouldn't let a single drop of blood spill outside the bowl. Given Lin Yu's hostility and disgust towards the villagers, there was no way she would quietly allow them to slash her wrist and drain her blood. Unless, it was a spontaneous and self-determined act. This was an unquestionable act of devotion. Lin Yu had little affection for Xiaohua, so naturally, there was no such thing as a mother's selfless devotion to her child. Wei Ning lowered her eyes, pondering. So why was Lin Yu doing this? Or for whom? Wei Ning tilted her head to glance at Cui Feng beside her. Cui Feng noticed her gaze, gave her a faint smile, then turned back to watch Lin Yu on the stage bleeding. Wei Ning also looked away. She saw no unexpected emotion in Cui Feng, nor the expected leisure and joy. He saw Lin Yu bleeding, saw it, and that was all. Even if Lin Yu was going through something else, as long as she wasn't dead. No, even if she died, it didn't matter, as long as she didn't affect his actions or cause him trouble. Cui Feng wouldn't be emotionally affected by her. Cui Feng was a naturally cold-blooded person. Wei Ning suddenly felt familiar. She and Cui Feng seemed to be essentially the same type. Now, she thought, she seemed to understand why she had failed the psychiatric evaluation. The 3 bowls of blood were finally drained, and Brother Zhang released Lin Yu's wrist. Lin Yu suddenly lost her support and stumbled a few steps before steadying herself. The village chief stepped forward, gathered the ashes from the burning incense and candles, added them to 3 bowls of blood, stirred them, and then pulled Xiaohua up from the ground. Come, drink this. Xiaohua, barely taller than the head of the table, looked down at the wooden bowl in front of her nose. The bowl's rim seemed infinitely larger in her eyes, making her feel as if it could fit her entire head. From now on, she would be a little girl with a round bowl on her neck. Xiaohua thought absent-mindedly, thinking this wasn't so bad. Why not take Liuzi and the others' heads off, and put them in the bowl as well? The village chief frowned and patted Xiaohua's head. Drink it quickly. If it's left for too long, it'll become contaminated, and the mountain god won't be pleased. As the word mountain god appeared, Xiaohua's body trembled, and she hurriedly picked up the bowl, which was as big as her face. Mountain god. Mountain god. Wei Ning silently chanted these 2 words, and suddenly a thought struck her. She seemed to know the person for whom Lin Yu was willing to shed her blood in loyalty. No, it wasn't so much loyalty as faith. This was an interesting phenomenon. The 2 opposing camps in the village, several distinct classes, yet they shared a common faith, the mountain god. He loomed over the entire village, his shadow firmly etched in the hearts of every villager, even convincing someone as stubborn as Lin Yu. The skill Wei Ning had acquired from Lin Yu, the tracking eye, was bestowed upon Lin Yu by this very mountain god. Wei Ning began to wonder about this so-called mountain god. He was a tangible being, and she would tear off the many masks that covered him. Wei Ning wasn't the only one pondering this. Lin Yu stared silently at the 3 empty wooden bowls, then suddenly sneered. The village chief and the others' expressions paled. How could anyone be allowed to laugh during such a solemn ceremony, let alone laugh with such irony? The village chief pointed a finger at Lin Yu and angrily shouted, Lin Yu, how dare you? You're the one who's so bold. Isn't I the goddess of childbirth? Why are you calling me by my first name? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Dare to disrespect me? Beware the mountain god's punishment. They'll rob you of your immortality and forever prevent you from ascending. The village chief's face flushed crimson from the choking. He moved his mouth frantically, but no word escaped him. It was as if a rope was tightening around his neck. Zhao Qi stepped forward, blocking the village chief's path. Lin Yu, I urge you to calm down. You can't afford the consequences of making such a fuss here. Lin Yu sneered again. You're trying to persuade me? Who do you think you are? You're not very capable, but you're not small-minded. Watching the village chief and Zhao Qi, whose faces had all turned purple, Lin Yu felt particularly refreshed, so much so that she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Lin Yu stopped laughing. Her eyes swept across everyone around her with a sinister, venomous look, and she shouted in a hoarse, shrill voice, I curse all of you to a horrible death. Every one of you. Filthy blood is flowing from every pore of yours. Worms will emerge from your pores, gnawing at your flesh and bones. You will all die of ulcers. Amidst the curses, each one louder than the last, Lin Yu's expression became increasingly contorted, her features twisted in anger like a dried, crumpled orange peel. The last sentence seemed to have drained all of Lin Yu's energy. Her eyes were red, her breathing was rapid, and saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth. In a single breath, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground. The villagers suddenly came to their senses, their faces filled with terror, and they began to stir in confusion. It wasn't until the village chief shouted several times that they finally calmed down. Lin Yu went mad because she couldn't bear the mountain god's blessing. You must believe. Wei Ning didn't hear a word the village chief said on the circular platform. To be more precise, she couldn't hear a single sound. The blood in her body frantically pooled in her eyes, causing them to ache, but even so, she didn't blink. Wei Ning's body was frozen, unable even to wiggle a finger, and she was forced to stare forward motionlessly. On the circular platform, A strange and terrifying scene lay stark before Wei Ning's eyes. Chapter 13. Lin Yu's body began to twitch, her skin turning a rotten pink, blending with the original flesh color, giving the impression of her body melting and rotting. Gradually melting, the flesh was kneaded into a ball, forming a round red ball. Wei Ning blinked. The ball began to wriggle slightly, struggling to grow breathing holes as it twisted and turned. Then, it completely transformed into the monster Wei Ning had seen that first night. The same head, the same breathing holes, the same flesh buds, only slightly more immature, twitching tentatively in the air like a baby sucking its fingers. Wet, sticky, and making a constant gurgling sound. Wei Ning's ears twitched, and the gurgling sound came from her own body. She lifted her fingertips, and saw scattered pink spots on her arm. Wei Ning poked it, and it felt as soft and supple as she had imagined, though a little painful. These sudden marks were deeper than the surrounding skin, noticeably sunken. From a distance, they looked like holes in the flesh. My fingertips moved downward, touching my abdomen. Gurgle, a bloody taste rose in Wei Ning's throat. She hadn't forgotten that she, too, had a lump of flesh inside her. It was growing. Wei Ning's vision suddenly went dark, and her body fell forward uncontrollably. It wasn't until someone supported her arm that she managed to steady herself. "What's wrong with you?" A sudden voice rang out, bringing Wei Ning back to her senses. Wei Ning let out a soft breath, recovering some strength. She raised her head, took a closer look, and her body subconsciously froze, her heart racing. A large red ball pressed against her nose, its snorkel opening and closing. "Why are you staring at me?" Wei Ning took a step back, turned her head, and looked around, her heart sinking. The villagers had all transformed into monsters with red balls of flesh on their necks. It seemed as if Wei Ning was the only normal human surrounded by countless monsters. "No, that's not right." Wei Ning raised her hand and touched her face. It felt warm and a little sticky. She moved her fingertips left and right, and as expected, she came across a dense network of sunken holes. The dormant flesh buds within them poked their heads out to greet her. Unconsciously, Wei Ning seemed to have become one of the monsters. Is there any chance Wei Ning could escape the dungeon? Wei Ning watched the fleshy figure that had supported her arm approach her again, and suddenly remembered the moldy, insect-infested red meatball. She probably wouldn't want to eat any meatballs for a while after leaving the dungeon, and maybe she didn't like round things either. The fleshy figure grabbed Wei Ning's wrist. Wei Ning's body froze, not out of fear, but because she was bound, tightly bound by a transparent substance. This transparent substance evoked a sense of familiarity, and she decided to see what the fleshy figure was going to do. Anyway, this situation was already the worst it could get. How much worse could it get? Wei Ning thought casually, her eyelids half lifted as she stared at the fleshy figure. Suddenly, Wei Ning felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Her wrist had been removed. The intense pain felt like a python coiling tightly around Wei Ning's spine, compressing her nerves. Wei Ning closed her eyes in agony. When she opened them again, she met Cui Feng's eyes. They were the full, human eyes that a human should have, not just red, fleshy holes. Cui Feng tilted his head and looked at Wei Ning. "Are you awake?" Wei Ning pressed her dislocated wrist back into place. Looking over Cui Feng's shoulder, she saw that Lin Yu and Xiao Hua were gone from the circular platform, and there were only a few villagers left. Where did everyone go? Cui Feng noticed Wei Ning's confusion, curled his lips, and said, the village chief had Lin Yu taken back, and then everyone dispersed. Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng. "Then why are you staying here?" "Cui Feng, I saw there wasn't much fun to watch, so I was planning to leave. But when I saw you standing there, lost in thought, wondering what you were thinking, I got curious and stayed." Wei Ning gestured. "How long have I been standing there?" "About over 10 minutes, quite a while anyway." Cui Feng crossed his arms. "I got impatient waiting, so I removed your wrist. Otherwise, you might have had to stand there all day." He raised an eyebrow at Wei Ning, a look of pride. "You didn't say thank you? After all, I can see you're not in good shape. You might die soon." Wei Ning glanced at him, and turned to leave. She didn't believe Cui Feng had any so-called kindness. If he did, he wouldn't have been so excited to fight her that night. It's a pity he didn't die. Cui Feng watched Wei Ning's retreating figure, and chuckled softly. "How interesting. Such an interesting person. I hope she survives tonight." After all, Wei Ning was shrouded in a thick black aura, and at the slightest opportunity, it could completely devour her. Cui Feng blinked, a tiny glint flickering in his pupils. The black mist surrounding Wei Ning vanished, leaving Cui Feng with only a well-proportioned, slender figure. If Wei Ning looked back, she detected a familiar scent, the smell of gunpowder from the activation of a skill. Wei Ning returned to Wang Po's house, feeling a little hungry, and prepared to go to the kitchen for something to eat. These days, Wei Ning had been satisfying her hunger by cooking. Since Wang Chan's funeral, Wei Ning hadn't seen Wang Po again, not during last night's soul selection or today's soul cleansing. Perhaps Wang Po had appeared during the latter part of the soul cleansing, but by then Wei Ning had already lost her mind. To her, everyone was just a fleshy person with a red ball on their head. Wang Po's strange movements didn't attract much attention from the villagers. It was getting late, and the kitchen was dimly lit. Wei Ning paused as she entered the kitchen. There seemed to be someone there. The person was huddled on the ground, whispering something. Wei Ning strained to hear, only to catch a few words. Bless me, I still want to live. Son, I'm so sorry, I have no other choice. It was Wang Po. Wang Po, who had disappeared for so long, reappeared. She huddled in a corner with her back to Wei Ning. In the dim light, although Wei Ning couldn't see Wang Po's expression, she could tell she was clutching something tightly in her arms. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched, and he suddenly realized he had been overlooking a crucial point throughout the entire instance. Ascension in broad daylight. Mountain god. If there are gods, how could there not be statues of them? In a traditional village like this, where every household believed in immortals, every household should have a statue of one. To ensure their deities fulfill their wishes, believers offer sacrifices and light incense in front of their statues. Today's cleansing ceremony was conducted facing the ancestral hall. Forgive Wei Ning for being an atheist, it was difficult for her to consider the statues. The statue's construction often has a certain connection to the deities themselves, and Wei Ning might be able to find a way to gain some insight into this mountain deity. Wei Ning moved closer to Wang Po in the corner, her footsteps deliberately loud enough to attract her attention. Wang Po turned her head warily. Who is it? Wei Ning was slightly startled and stopped moving. Wang Po hadn't noticed Wei Ning. Her sharp shout was merely a warning, like an animal arching its back in response to an attack, baring its teeth and claws to force the human in front of it back. Because Wang Po's eye sockets were dark and empty, her eyeballs were gone. Even though the sound had faded, Wang Po remained alert. She clutched the object in her arms even tighter, wishing she could stuff it into her stomach. Wei Ning's gaze fell on Wang Po's belly. Wei Ning tilted his head. Wang Po's belly had deflated, and the lump of flesh inside her was gone. Where had it gone? In her arms? But Wang Po's clothes showed no sign of being wet. After all, Wang Po's eyes were gone. Light and darkness made no difference to her. Wei Ning turned on the light, and after a few seconds, her vision returned. Now, Wei Ning knew what was in Wang Po's arms. It wasn't the lump of flesh, but the statue that Wei Ning had previously overlooked. However, the statue's face was hidden by Wang Po's arms, so only its shape could be vaguely discerned. Myths and legends often portray men and women differently. Male deities tend to be portrayed as majestic and powerful, while female deities tend to be portrayed as soft and graceful. This was particularly evident in the small village in this valley. Wei Ning averted her gaze from the statue in Wang Po's arms, and closed her eyes, feeling a bit irritated. She rarely felt such a complex mix of helplessness, speechlessness, and disgust. Wang Po seemed to think the earlier noise was a coincidence. Her guard lowered considerably, and she began to move. In the crowded, closed kitchen, a petite woman walked slowly, one hand groping forward, the other tightly clasping the statue in her arms. Wei Ning looked at Wang Po, who moved like a snail, and silently extended a foot. Wang Po's hollow eyes offered no clue to her slow pace, and unfortunately, she didn't notice Wei Ning's deliberately slowed breathing. A minute later. Bang! A dull noise suddenly erupted in the quiet night. Wang Po raised her head in anger and cursed. Who is so shameless as to bully an elderly person? Shameless, utterly childless. You'll never have children. Wang Po's vicious curses had no effect on Wei Ning. She silently brushed past Wang Po, who lay on the ground, spitting furiously at the air, and bent down to pick up the statue, which had rolled to the side. Wang Po's face faltered as she reached into her arms, her features contorted in an instant, and she cried out in panic, Where did it go? Where did it go? Wei Ning, holding the statue securely in her palm, finally caught a glimpse of the mountain god's face. She felt a mixture of surprise and expectation. Through this face, Wei Ning could see reflections of many people. 1 part Xiaohua, 3 parts Lin Yu. And one more. Wei Ning touched her face, her fingertips moving slightly. The crucial piece of the puzzle had finally been found. Once it was in place, everything else would fall into place naturally and perfectly. But before that, Wei Ning casually thought, she wanted to see Lin Yu one last time. Chapter 14. While Wei Ning was lost in thought, Wang Po's hands fumbled aimlessly within reach of her. Where is it? Where exactly is it? Wei Ning heaved the statue over and over for a moment. Unknown where she touched, the statue made a sharp, resonant sound. The sound was abrupt and noticeable in the quiet little room. Accounting for the sound, Wang Po grew increasingly impatient, her breathing heavy and damp. Wei Ning bent down and gently placed the statue beside Wang Po's hands. She stepped back, lowering her head and gazing at her quietly, hoping Wang Po wouldn't let her down. With a click, Wang Po finally touched the treasure she had longed for. She gripped it tightly in her hands, carefully feeling it from head to toe. As if confirming something, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Po retreated back into her corner. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. 10 minutes, an hour, time slipped slowly through her fingers. However, this meant nothing to Wei Ning. She didn't even blink. The long silence gave Wang Po a sense of security, and her muscles relaxed. Wang Po tremblingly placed the statue in front of her, reaching out to touch it, making sure she was kneeling directly in front of it. After a long moment, Wang Po knelt deeply in worship. Dear immortal, I have offered you a sacrifice. Please grant this loyal believer the chance to ascend to heaven. Sacrificial offering? Wei Ning tilted her head. What had Wang Po offered to the mountain god? Her eyes, the lump in her belly, or her son? Or perhaps everything? Wang Po was never a simple person. She was complex yet real, cold-blooded yet sincere, weak yet powerful. Every cry she cried for Wang Chang came from the heart, but her desires and ambitions were also real. She longed for immortality, for ascension, but everything in this village leaned towards the children and men. Wang Po had no choice. She simply couldn't ignore the voices within her heart every night, nor could she control the fiery glances she gave Wang Chang. The jealousy in her eyes was seething. Wang Po's eyes brimmed with red, the whites of her eyes split open with countless tiny, dense veins of blood, the product of her accumulating longing. That night, her plan succeeded. Her precious son had found an opportunity through that worthless woman. Livestock should be slaughtered when they reach a certain age. Wang Po nervously placed it on a clean plate, garnished with 2 fresh, round eyeballs, as an offering to the mountain god. Thankfully, the mountain god didn't dislike the turbidity of her eyeballs, and generously granted her immortality. A strange red light suddenly appeared in the small space. Wei Ning blinked, feeling as if her eyelashes were coated in a thick layer of blood. But it was clearly an illusion. After the red light faded, the entire small space fell into a dead silence again. Wei Ning blinked, feeling something was wrong. The next second, a sharp scream suddenly erupted. Ah! No! I don't want it! My eyes! Wang Po covered her eyes in pain, her voice hoarse and eerie. Wei Ning turned to leave, but unfortunately, Wang Po released her hands a second before she left the kitchen. Li, why are you here? How did you get here? Wang Po glared at Wei Ning, who was about to step out of the door frame, with her eyes bloodshot. Wei Ning, Wang Po's face instantly darkened. You were hiding here the whole time? Did you see everything? Wei Ning simply turned back and calmly looked into Wang Po's eyes, twitching her knuckles. Why had Wang Po's eyeballs returned to her? Nerves rapidly grew in a matter of seconds, and the itching and pain were unbearable. Wang Po kept scratching her eyelids, even when the skin was broken and bleeding. She felt wronged and embarrassed. The mountain god had rejected her sacrifice, and Wang Po thought, sadly and bewilderedly, that from now on, immortality and ascension had nothing to do with her. Why did the mountain god reject her? Why? 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 But soon, Wang Po's confusion and sadness turned to anger, anger directed at Wei Ning. She glared at Wei Ning fiercely and shouted, It's all because of you. You worthless bitch. You eat other people's food for free every day, you're lazy and do nothing. No wonder your mother died after giving birth to you. You're unlucky for your mother and father. You're unlucky for your husband. You're a living disaster. It's all you who's ruined my chance to become an immortal. I'll beat you to death, you little bitch. The curses failed to appease Wang Po. Instead, they intensified her rage. Infuriated, she grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it at Wei Ning. Wei Ning, just a step away from the threshold, stepped back and closed the door. Bang! The knife struck the door. Little bitch. How dare you hide? Wang Po's voice was distorted to the extreme, reaching Wei Ning's ears through the thick door, sounding even more sinister and eerie. Wei Ning scratched her ears, ignoring the trembling door, and walked away. Hearing Wei Ning's gradually fading footsteps, Wang Po went completely mad. She gripped the kitchen knife tightly, and chopped at the door again and again. Even as the flying sawdust entered her bloodshot eyes, she didn't slow her arm movements. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ning thought casually to the rhythmic sound of the animation. It looked like she would be starving again tonight. She should go to bed early. She wouldn't be so hungry when she was asleep. Just as Wei Ning turned to enter the room, a figure caught her attention. Zhao Qi, peeking through the Wang family's front door, saw Wei Ning, standing alone. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved at her. Lili. Lili. Wei Ning walked towards Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi looked down at her and smiled. I'm so glad to see you tonight. Wei Ning nodded expressionlessly. Zhao Qi's smile widened. I haven't been able to talk to you all day. I missed you so much. How about you? Do you miss me? Wei Ning looked up at Zhao Qi, whose face was filled with anticipation. Zhao Qi's already bulging eyes widened with excitement. Wei Ning, like a goldfish. After a long pause, Wei Ning slowly nodded, then quickly turned away and took a step back. However, Zhao Qi saw this series of actions as shyness. He opened his mouth unconsciously in delight, and a rich, complex aroma naturally gushed out of Zhao Qi's mouth. Wei Ning silently held her breath. She knew it. Even before she even approached Zhao Qi, she had already smelled a fishy odor. A familiar fishy smell. This odor had been present on the long-dead Wang Chang, and it was also present on Wangpa, who was now relentlessly guarding the door with a kitchen knife. Wangpa, holding the kitchen knife in the kitchen, thought, damn it, why is this door so sturdy? Why hadn't she noticed it before? Wei Ning lowered her eyes, wondering why Zhao Qi was also emitting this smell. She looked down at Zhao Qi's waist and abdomen, but saw no noticeable change. Perhaps it hadn't happened in a short time. It seemed that Wang Po's suddenly deflated belly held the answer. The ball of flesh had already reached Zhao Qi's belly. It was a relay race, not a competition. Was there any need to rush? A competition to see who would die first. Sensing Wei Ning's gaze, Zhao Qi froze for a moment. Then, an expression came across his face that Wei Ning couldn't understand, but he wanted to turn and leave immediately. Zhao Qi lowered his head with a strange expression, twisted his body, and said, Lili, if you want to do it now, it's not impossible. Okay, Wei Ning decisively turned and left. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Wei Ning's reaction, Zhao Qi immediately rushed over to her, arms outstretched, and stopped her, saying, Why are you reacting like that? Don't you just like this kind? Otherwise, why were you so intimate with that doctor both the other night and today? Unwilling to accept this, Zhao Qi, imitating Cui Feng's behavior that night, covered his face, and complained bitterly to Wei Ning, Wow! You ungrateful person! I don't want to like you anymore. Wei Ning closed her eyes, her restless fingertips twitching again, and she wanted to slap one more person. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Qi's immersive performance was interrupted. Curiously, he turned his head to look at the source of the noise. Is Wangpa chopping pork ribs? Why is it so noisy? Wei Ning nodded calmly. She was supposed to tell Zhao Qi that Wangpa was holding a kitchen knife and preparing to kill her? That was impossible, because she was mute and couldn't speak. Zhao Qi scratched his head, finally remembering his purpose for coming to the Wang family's house. He said, after the soul-washing ceremony, the coffin will be carried to the sacred mountain. This time, after a toss of a cup, it was decided that Wangpa and 3 other women would carry the coffin. As Zhao Qi spoke, he walked towards the kitchen, ready to speak to Wangpa in person. Seeing this, Wei Ning quickly grabbed the corner of Zhao Qi's clothes. Meeting his puzzled gaze, she shook her head firmly and slowly. The refusal was obvious. Zhao Qi, perplexed, scratched his head and asked, Why don't you let me speak? Are you supposed to speak? But aren't you mute? What should I say? Lili, stop messing around and listen. Without even glancing at Wei Ning, Zhao Qi turned and left. He had to follow through on every detail of the village chief's instructions before he felt comfortable. Wei Ning's eyelashes twitched slightly, a hint of impatience visible. Going up Lingshan, she might even see the so-called mountain god. Wei Ning couldn't miss it. Her dungeon exploration had been stagnant since reaching 65%. Wei Ning had to be one of the people carrying the funeral sedan up Lingshan this time. She couldn't wait until the next time. Wei Ning looked down at her slightly bulging waist and abdomen. She didn't have time. If she missed this opportunity, she would definitely die in the dungeon, or perhaps be completely assimilated into a monster. No matter which outcome, Wei Ning wouldn't accept it. She had her reasons for leaving the dungeon. Zhao Qi walked briskly, unaware of Wei Ning approaching silently from behind. His footsteps overlapped with Wei Ning's, and amidst the violent trembling of the door, they reached Wang Po's ears. Wangpa exhaled hot, foul air from her nostrils in excitement. Zhao Qi faced Wangpa, knife-wielding, in a frenzy, indiscriminately distinguishing friend from foe, in front of him. Behind him, Wei Ning, waiting for an opportunity with murderous intent, was a pincer attack. Poor Zhao Qi. He shouldn't have set foot here tonight. He had become the prey of these two beasts in their secret struggle. Wei Ning's eyelids lifted slightly. The perfect moment for the kill had arrived. The death knell had officially rung. Chapter 15. The closer Zhao Qi got to the kitchen, the more the banging noises tore at his eardrums. Zhao Qi then sensed something was amiss. Was this intense rhythm truly the chopping of ribs? Furthermore, was it just chopping ribs? Was the noise necessary to make the door shake? As Zhao Qi stared in confusion, a sharp, silver-white kitchen knife suddenly emerged from the door panel. Zhao Qi, horrified, suddenly met Wangpa's eyes through the leaky door panel. I'm going to kill you! Wangpa, her eyes red, clenched the kitchen knife fiercely, and glared at Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi screamed and dodged in panic, barely avoiding the blow. Wangpa! It's me! Zhao Qi! Open your eyes, and look carefully. You hit the wrong person. Wangpa, without a word, stepped forward and struck again, not recognizing Zhao Qi. Wangpa had completely lost consciousness. She chopped anyone who stood in her way. After all, newly grown eyes weren't very useful. Faced with the relentless advance of the kitchen knife, Zhao Qi paused as he turned to look at Wei Ning. But Wang. Is she crazy? Li, what did you do to piss her off? Wei Ning watched Zhao Qi turn back, naturally and quickly retracting his arm from midair. He blinked, and then didn't react. Zhao Qi stared silently at Wei Ning, whose face read, I don't know, it's none of my business. Zhao Qi, Zhao Qi looked from Wei Ning, who looked innocent, to the frantic Pa Wang. He swallowed silently, and quickly retreated toward the Wang family's gate, away from these two terrifying women. Pa Wang isn't doing well. I'll come back tomorrow to check on her. If she's not doing well, I'll tell the village chief to find someone else. Li, see you tomorrow. Bye. Wei Ning tilted her head, as she watched Zhao Qi flee. It looked like tonight's workload had been reduced again. Wei Ning had originally thought that Zhao Qi, upon discovering the frantic Wangpa, would sense something and cause her unnecessary trouble. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qi was merely frightened by Wangpa's knife swings, unharmed, and immediately fled. See you tomorrow. If it were the real Li, would she still be able to survive until tomorrow? Was Zhao Qi hoping to meet a corpse? Wei Ning thought expressionlessly. This is truly a peculiar fetish. But in the few seconds it took her to think, Wangpa had already closed in on Wei Ning. Seeing the sharp tip of her knife about to strike the woman she had hated for over a decade, her arms began to tremble with excitement. Glancing at the trembling tip of the knife, Wei Ning's impatience, which had been building up all night, finally reached its peak. She was truly hungry, and didn't want to waste any more time with Wangpa. Wei Ning dodged lightly, her long legs sweeping across the air. Ah! With a clang, the kitchen knife swung from Wangpa's hand, arcing through the air before clattering to the ground. Wangpa grabbed her wrist, dislocated by Wei Ning's kick, and roared as she lunged at him again. But alas, before she could even turn half a circle, Wei Ning pinned her to the ground. Tonight's farce of worship should have come to an end. Wei Ning pressed down on the struggling and twisting Wangpa, her hands already reaching for her neck, but in that instant, her consciousness faded. Her mind was filled with a frantic voice. So hungry. She was so hungry. Wei Ning wanted to eat. The frantic hunger consumed her whole being. Wei Ning deftly removed Wangpa's jaw, muting the irritating screams and shrieks. Wei Ning nodded with satisfaction and dragged Wangpa back to the kitchen. After knocking her unconscious and placing her in a corner, Wei Ning began to search the kitchen. Nothing. Nothing. Why is there nothing to eat anywhere? She was so hungry, anything at all, would be fine. Wei Ning needed something to fill her stomach right now. Wei Ning's vision went black, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to move. A pair of thin, shrunken feet suddenly appeared in her shaky, upside-down vision. Wei Ning struggled to lift her head, and what she saw was the only living thing closest to her. Hunger roared through her body, urging her to charge, just charge. She could completely escape the maddening desires in her head, and regain control of her body. Wei Ning stumbled to her feet, fell, and climbed back up again, finally grasping the steaming, fresh food. Delicious food doesn't require any sophisticated cooking techniques. Simply eating it fresh offers the ultimate in deliciousness. It was so delicious that the hunger demon within Wei Ning softened, finally leaving her mind reluctantly and thoughtfully leaving behind its gift. A truly surprising gift. Wei Ning released the unconscious Wangpa. Her drooping eyelashes cast a shadow on her face, making her, kneeling on the ground with her head bowed, appear calm and gentle. Heh. A cold laugh abruptly broke the silence, and Wei Ning's face darkened. What a surprise gift. So surprising that she wanted to applaud herself and congratulate herself. Wei Ning thought of Cui Feng, the murderous intent in her eyes almost solidifying. She had said that the doctor wasn't so kind. Wei Ning raised her hand to touch her surprise gift, but she wondered, how long does it take for someone to die after their stomach is cut open? It seems that data indicates that, without external intervention, vital signs can be maintained for over 6 hours after a cesarean section. Without external intervention. Wei Ning's fingertips moved. If she was right, the show was just beginning. She would have a fierce battle ahead. Wei Ning was not just a hot-blooded reckless man. She would gather everything she could to her advantage. He fixed his gaze on Wangpa, her body soaked in blood. In the dead silence, a subtle shift occurred, one Wei Ning had expected. Have you ever heard the sound of flesh growing? Wei Ning had heard it before. In a wasteland world where technology has reached a certain level of development, people's mental state is generally average, some even below average. Therefore, the Federation society is incredibly tolerant. Whether it's bizarre clothing or streaking naked, no one will raise an eyebrow on the street. This is just your personal quirk. As long as it doesn't affect others, the Federation will turn a blind eye. Wei Ning's captain has a peculiar quirk. Wei Ning has repeatedly hoped that the Federation would open its eyes and take action against her captain. Her captain enjoys listening to various sounds while eating, often inviting her teammates to share. She particularly enjoys the sound of flesh growing. Wei Ning has no idea where she finds this source of inspiration. It sounds like meat frying in hot oil, or like the distorted, old strings that grate on your teeth. But now, the once annoying sound had become beautiful. Wei Ning picked up the silver-white kitchen knife that had threatened her earlier and quietly sharpened it. When she finally reached a satisfactory level, she stood up and walked towards Wangpa. After filling her stomach, Wei Ning casually thought, Wangpa could still be of use one last time. Amid the sound of footsteps, Wangpa dazedly opened her eyes. The tingling pain in her body first overwhelmed her consciousness. Wangpa instinctively lowered her head, then her eyes widened in disbelief, and she let out a cry of terror. Why were there so many bloody wounds on her body? And all of them were not shallow. Wangpa's limited consciousness began to process. These didn't look like cuts caused by sharp objects, but rather like the bites and sucking of an unknown beast. But wasn't she at home? How could there be a beast? Wangpa raised her head nervously, her newly formed pupils constricting for a moment. She had seen a real beast. Her clear, amber eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, like a wolf lurking behind its prey, waiting for a fatal blow. Wei Ning looked at Wangpa, who was frozen in fear. She tilted her head and touched her cheek with her fingers. Looking down, her hands were covered in warm, wet blood. Oh, she understood. No wonder Wangpa looked so frightened. It was because her face was stained with blood, Wei Ning thought. Wei Ning casually wiped the blood from her mouth, as if she were wiping away the remaining rice crumbs. Oh, it really was rice crumbs to Wei Ning. Wangpa looked at the kitchen knife approaching her eyes, and shouted in fear, Lily, are you crazy? How dare you point a knife at me? What do you want to do? How strange. Wasn't it Wangpa who just stabbed her with a knife? Although she harbored doubts, Wei Ning still kindly answered Wangpa's question. Aren't you hoping to obtain the immortal fate bestowed by the mountain god? Let me verify its authenticity. Wangpa stared at Wei Ning with wide eyes. Wangpa. She didn't understand what Wei Ning was gesturing. Wei Ning understood the confusion in Wangpa's eyes and thought, this difficult conversation is really too much for me. Wei Ning gave up. Wei Ning approached Wangpa, locked her movements with his arms, and began to apply force. There was a sizzling sound, the sound of the knife slicing through flesh. Don't kill me! Don't! Wangpa cried out in despair. Lily, don't kill me! I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that to you. Wangpa struggled desperately in Wei Ning's grasp, feeling like a chicken being pressed against a chopping board, its neck hacked and bled out. Before her final breath, Wangpa refused to give up her fight for life. She cried out, I shouldn't have bought you from the Li family, nor should I have murdered your sister without telling you along with your parents. Wangpa's confession of her past crimes had no effect on Wei Ning. Her wrists remained perfectly still. Wangpa's life ended at the hands of the impassive Wei Ning. Now, not only her cheeks, but her hands and body were stained with blood. Wei Ning slowly set the kitchen knife aside and exhaled softly. The overpowering smell of blood made her feel a little uncomfortable. She disliked overly strong, heavy smells. Wei Ning frowned. Next, she would help Wangpa verify the authenticity of her immortal connection. While Wangpa believed the regrown eyes signified the mountain god's rejection, Wei Ning considered the mere fact of them growing back to be remarkable. Also, the grinding sound was a powerful confirmation. Wei Ning carefully washed her hands, leaned over, and pried open Wangpa's eyelids. Puff. Wei Ning stared at the two round eyeballs in her hand, raised her hand, and her mouth opened and closed. Crunch. Like gummy bears, Wei Ning thought. In the quiet and beautiful night, the sound Wei Ning had been waiting for finally arrived. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the inherent skill, Flesh Restructuring. You often been troubled by slow wound healing, perhaps? This skill, as the name suggests, accelerates your flesh growth, freeing you from the dangers of slow wound healing. A smile played on Wei Ning's lips. As expected, her guess was correct. So next, let her do the same as Wangpa. With a smile on her face, Wei Ning picked up the kitchen knife again, raised it steadily into the air, and aimed it at her stomach. Puff! Chapter 16. The sharp blade sliced through flesh, and Wei Ning's brow twitched. Cold sweat formed on her forehead. She pursed her lips, and continued to lower her wrist. Crunch! The knife seemed to cut something, and Wei Ning felt a slight blockage in her movements. Wei Ning's pupils flickered slightly. She had finally found the surprise gift hidden in her belly. Congratulations to the player who obtained the item, Statue Fragment. Statue fragments are obtained from small meat eggs that never fully hatched. You can collect enough fragments to piece together a complete statue. Statue fragments? She already had them. Wei Ning picked up the statue that Wangpa had dropped and shook it. Another crisp sound rang out. Where on the statue was the sound coming from? Wei Ning searched for a long time, but still couldn't find it. She simply raised her wrist high and loosened her knuckles. Bang! The statue shattered to the ground, its body peeling into pieces, revealing the secrets hidden within. Wei Ning brushed aside the scattered debris and picked up the object that had made the noise. It was a glass bead. It was crystal clear, with a vibrant red pattern in the center, resembling a blooming rose, very beautiful. Wei Ning clutched the bead in her hand, and suddenly, a hazy white light flashed before her eyes. Wei Ning closed her eyes uncomfortably. When she opened them again, she found that everything around her had changed. Everything seemed particularly large to her. The four legs of the table were stretched out, like a strange alien. The table alien spoke with its long, flat mouth. What are you doing standing here like an idiot? Why don't you go to the kitchen and serve the food? Wei Ning blinked at the words and looked up. A huge human face was pressed against the edge of the table, staring blankly at her. Wei Ning nodded, turned around, and glanced around, locating the kitchen by the smell. The giant human face finally satisfied itself as Wei Ning scurried away. Its gray purple eyelids licked its bulging pupils before retreating behind the table. Wei Ning entered the kitchen, stood on tiptoe, and saw only a bowl of soup. She didn't rush to serve the soup to the giant-faced monster. Wei Ning began to leisurely explore the kitchen. This was clearly not Wangpa's kitchen. Not only were the utensils cleaner and newer, but even the layout was completely different. Wangpa's kitchen was filled with knives. The sunlight streamed in, revealing the narrow, cramped space covered in sharp, silvery lines. A slight poke could cut through skin, revealing surging dark red blood. Here, from top to bottom, it was densely packed with cans, madly pressing into the eyeballs, threatening to crush the tiny pupils. Wei Ning lowered her eyes. It was still jars. Big, small, thin, plump. There was a dazzling array of them, like dolls neatly arranged in a shop window. Wei Ning stepped forward and knocked on the jar closest to her. The sound was crisp and dull, not as loud as the statue's earlier peal. It was filled with liquid, an effect only achieved when absorbed by sound. What could it be? Wei Ning leaned forward, her short arms attempting to lift the lid. Unfortunately, her young body was still too weak, and the enormous lid was a significant challenge for Wei Ning. Wei Ning inhaled, pushed, and pushed. Wei Ning. Wei Ning gave up. Wei Ning turned away from the offending jar and approached another one. The jar was only waist high, allowing her to peer inside and easily peer inside. Wei Ning opened the jar, bent down, and gently placed the lid on the ground. A barely perceptible sound crept into Wei Ning's ears. She twitched her fingertips, straightened up, and met the eyes within. A pair of large, round eyes swirled with Wei Ning's movements. After meeting her gaze, thick lashes fluttered, as if to say, "Are you okay? Have you seen enough? If so, put the lid back on." Wei Ning tilted her head, watching the little girl in the jar gesture. "What are you doing hiding in this jar? The little girl's large eyes stared at Wei Ning motionless. Didn't you stuff me into this jar? Wei Ning was slightly startled. The little girl had been stuffed into the jar by Lily. The jar wasn't large, barely large enough to fit a 3-year-old, but she looked much older. From outside the jar, only her large, round head was visible, as if a round, blinking balloon had sprouted from the top. What was the relationship between this little girl and Lily? Something flashed through Wei Ning's mind, and she suddenly recalled what Wangpa had said before she killed her. I shouldn't have bought you from the Li family, nor should I have conspired with your parents to kill your sister without telling you. Sister? Wei Ning looked at the girl with disproportionately large eyes. She was Lily's sister? This was Lily's home. So, what Wei Ning was experiencing now was something that happened to Lily as a child. Why had Lily stuffed her sister into a jar? And such a small one at that. Wei Ning could even hear the constant thud of the little girl's chest against the clay pot, like a spider web on her face that couldn't be swept clean, sticky and itchy. A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted Wei Ning's thoughts. Lily, why haven't you brought the dishes yet? Are you going to die? It was that giant-faced monster. Li Dongshui saw Wei Ning turn around to serve the dishes and shouted, "Put the lid back on." Wei Ning ignored her. Li Dongshui's eyes flushed with anxiety, and she cried out, "Sister, please." Wei Ning paused and turned to look at Li Dongshui. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she would burst into tears if Wei Ning didn't agree. Wei Ning tilted her head and picked up the lid, shielding Li Dongshui's red, bulging eyes. Lily, why aren't you healed yet? You're just as lazy as your sister? You're mute and can't do anything. I don't know what you were born for. If I'd known you were born, I would have strangled you to death. Don't eat later. Wei Ning glanced at the jar of Li Dongshui and carried the soup out of the kitchen. Go back inside. Don't be an eyesore. The giant-faced figure saw Wei Ning, snatched the bowl from her hand, and hurried back to the table. Wei Ning shook his hands, reddened by the scalding soup, and decided to go back and check on Li Dongshui. Before walking away, Wei Ning glanced back, his body subconsciously stopping. At the dining table, 3 giant human faces sat facing each other. Food scraps spurted from their mouths, arcing through the air before landing on the other dishes, where they were picked up again and put back into his mouth. Wei Ning stared, his eyes fixed. Among the huge, bloated faces, one struck Wei Ning as familiar. Even though the facial features had changed slightly, Wei Ning was certain it was Wang Po's. Wang Po and the Li family's parents were dining together, their lips moving constantly. Wei Ning couldn't hear what they were saying, but she had a rough idea. They were planning to kill Li Dongshui. Triggered side quest, death recollection. Quest description, your younger sister will die within 2 hours. You don't want her to die, and you're willing to do anything to save her life. Quest objective, keep Li Dongshui alive within 2 hours. Quest countdown 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. During these brief 2 hours, danger could strike at any moment. Li Dongshui could die in an instant, and Wei Ning's side quest would fail. Wei Ning's eyebrows fluttered, and he took a step, trotting back to Li Dongshui's side. The darkness before his eyes vanished again, and Li Dongshui looked suspiciously at Wei Ning, who had reappeared. What do you want to do now? Wei Ning gestured. I'll come back and pull you out of the jar. Li Dongshui's round eyes widened. Do you think I'm a carrot? Why are you pulling me out? I'm not leaving. Why do you look so strange today? Like a different person. Wei Ning, How could this kid be so perceptive? Wei Ning had set the lid aside, and Li Dongshui couldn't reach it. He simply closed his eyes, lowered his head, and quietly became the carrot. Wei Ning, Why are all the kids in this dungeon so annoying? Wei Ning stepped forward and tried to pick up the jar. His short arms couldn't even wrap around the thick round jar, let alone lift it. This was a dead end. Any loud noise would inevitably attract the attention of Wangpa and the Li family's parents, and death would ensue. But to avoid making any noise, Li Dongshui's cooperation was necessary. Li Dongshui noticed Wei Ning still watching her, and her eyelids tightened even more, as if to say, I won't cooperate with you, so let's see what you can do to me. The clatter of dishes and chopsticks outside the kitchen gradually faded. Mission countdown 1 hour 50 minutes and 34 seconds. Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Time was of the essence. After all, the mission simply required Li Dongshui to survive within 2 hours. As for what happened 2 hours later, Wei Ning thought, what business did it have of hers? Wei Ning picked up a kitchen knife and, under Li Dongshui's horrified gaze, slashed fiercely. Bang! What's wrong? What's wrong? Lily, what are you doing? Wang Po's voice echoed, brotherly, let's go check it out together. Children are clumsy, and need an adult to watch them. There was a creaking sound, the sound of a chair being pushed and pulled away. Wei Ning grabbed Li Dongshui, who was stunned among the broken clay pots, and pulled her up and ran. Li Dongshui stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She uttered anxiously, "Sister, what are you doing? The knife almost cut me." Wei Ning said nothing, pulling her away and running. Their escape had been discovered by Wang Pu and the others, and now they had to fight to avoid being caught. If they were caught, they would be dead. How could two skinny girls easily escape from three strong adults? Seeing her sister continue to ignore her, Li Dongshui felt aggrieved and tears welled up in her eyes. She twisted her body, trying to break free from Wei Ning's grip. Wei Ning felt the force in her hand, and she turned back, glaring coldly at Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui felt even more aggrieved, shouting angrily, "Sister, why are you glaring at me?" Perhaps it was the adrenaline rush of the escape, but Wei Ning's forehead began to throb violently. Li Dongshui's shrill cries reached Wei Ning's ears, like the flames of a bomb igniting. Wei Ning's brain instantly roared. Her consciousness was shattered. Wei Ning instinctively let go of Li Dongshui's hand. Looking at Li Dongshui's bewildered gaze, Wei Ning finally remembered what she had truly overlooked in this dungeon. Chapter 17. Look! Those two little girls are trying to run. Chase them. Wang Pu spotted Wei Ning and Li Dongshui from afar, her face darkening. She shrieked, urging the Li family's parents to catch up with them. Li Dongshui's shoulders trembled at Wang Pu's shrill, hoarse voice. She tugged at Wei Ning's clothes and was about to ask, but was grabbed by the wrist again and rushed forward. Wei Ning's cold expression silenced Li Dongshui completely. She focused her gaze and followed Wei Ning's steps. Suddenly, she had a hunch that it was better not to know the answer to her question. Two short, frail little girls, followed by three relentless adults, looked from afar as if they were in the hunting grounds of a lion hunting an antelope. As prey, Wei Ning remained calm. Her mind raced, processing the information she had just received, the information she had long overlooked. Her ID badge, the Scarlet Eye. At first, Wei Ning thought that Lily had become a normal person after receiving the mountain god's divine connection, and that her response would signal the choice of side. Immortal fate is the cause, and faction is the effect. But this causal relationship is false. The truth should be, faction is the cause, and immortal fate is the effect. Lily first chose her faction before she could receive the immortal fate bestowed by the mountain god, and thus have the opportunity to speak. In fact, without first making a choice and choosing a side, who will give you resources and power? It was the earlier questioning by Lin Yu, Cui Feng, and others that misled Wei Ning's thinking, pulling her completely down a dead end and going the wrong way. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She wouldn't make the same mistake again. Any preconceived notion is the most ruthless knife to stab oneself in the struggle for survival. Wei Ning didn't dwell on past mistakes. Her priority was the side quest, which only had an hour and a half left. "Sister! Save me!" Wei Ning turned to see Li Dongshui's hair in the hand of Li's father, who had caught up with her. Li's father grabbed the frizzy hair and pulled it upwards. "Why are you running? You're not listening. Go home." Li Dongshui was dragged along by her hair, rolling on the ground. She desperately pried against Li's hand, trying to alleviate the throbbing pain in her scalp, even the slightest bit. Alas, the vast differences in physiology could not be ignored. Watching Li Dongshui being dragged away, Wei Ning clutched the kitchen knife, ran after him, and struck Li's father's wrist with a fierce blow. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Li Dongshui twisted her body, freeing herself from her father's grasp, whose eyes were bloodshot from the pain, and returned to Wei Ning's side. "Sister! Run! Mom and Dad are crazy! They're going to kill us!" The two children didn't care about the knife that was slashing at their parents. They turned around quickly, believing it would only delay their escape and bring them closer to death. Father Li ruthlessly yanked the knife from his wrist, tore off a piece of his clothing, and wrapped it around it. With a sullen face, he said to Mother Li, "Don't let these two girls escape from the village, or we'll have trouble finding them later." Mother Li looked at Father Li's wrist with heartache. "These two money-losing girls are deliberately trying to prevent me from having a son. Girls are cheap. Giving birth to them will bring bad luck to the family. Go to the clinic and make sure you don't develop any underlying illness." Wang Pu, who was standing nearby, followed and said, "I consulted a diviner, and it says your family can't have a son because Li Dongshui is unlucky. As long as she lives, your family will never have a son. The roots of our ancestors must not be severed." At these words, the Li family's parents panicked. Father Li slapped Mother Li's face fiercely. "Then why don't you hurry and capture Li Dongshui. Mother Li, clutching her swollen face, hurried after them. Grandmother Wang assured Mr. Li, "Don't worry, with Grandmother Li here, they won't get far. I'll go get the village chief and the others." The small village was soon bustling with activity. Villagers, torches in hand, would occasionally peek out from the narrow alleys. In the haystack, listening to the clamor, Li Dongshui slid closer to Wei Ning and whispered, "Sister, how long are we going to hide here?" Wei Ning glanced at the dashboard. Side quest countdown. 44:47. Wei Ning gestured. 45 minutes. Li Dongshui blinked, confused as to how Wei Ning had come up with a number with both zeros and whole numbers. Perhaps it was just a random gesture. "Sister, you look so strange today. Not like you before." Wei Ning, better to just knock her out. The moment Wei Ning raised her finger, Li Dongshui spoke, "But I still like you better now. You were so annoying before." Li Dongshui counted on his fingers, and began to recount Li Li's criminal record. "You stole my clothes 5 times, put bugs in my food 15 times, scolded me behind mom and dad's back 50 times, hit me 32 times, and conspired with others to make me lose in games 89 times. The chattering lingered in Wei Ning's ears for a long time. Wei Ning, Wei Ning held her forehead. "I bullied you so many times, yet you went into the jar so obediently." Suddenly, Wei Ning raised her hand and covered Li Dongshui's mouth. The mosquito-like sound was forcibly silenced. Li Dongshui blinked her round eyes and remained quiet. However, the calluses on Li Li's palms rubbed her lips, and she gently pushed them, indicating that she should relax. Wei Ning glanced at her and released her hand. Li Dongshui pursed her numb lips, wondering if her sister had taken the wrong medicine today. Normally, she would just pinch her mouth and twist it hard, not letting go for a long time. But it seemed that she had taken the wrong medicine. She actually missed her sister, who always bullied her. Li Dongshui buried her head in her knees. For some reason, her nose felt sore and tears inexplicably flowed from her eyes. She had indeed taken the wrong medicine. Wei Ning's ears twitched as she heard a familiar voice. "Brother Zhao, it's all the fault of those 2 idiots of ours. They dared to steal from our house. When we catch them, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal. So be kind." The voice was very close to them, less than 2 meters away. The probability of Wei Ning and the others being discovered was almost 100%. The 2 children had been running and hiding non-stop, exhausting their energy. This was the last hiding place they could find. But now, they had nowhere to escape. "Hey, Brother Zhao, doesn't that haystack over there look a bit strange?" "It does. Let's go and take a look." Li Dongshui looked at Wei Ning, bewildered. What should they do? There were so many people outside the haystack, and maybe one of them was holding a knife. They would die here. The heavy footsteps quickened. They realized Li Dongshui and the others were hiding inside. "You bastards, get out of here. You dare to steal from this house? I'll beat you to death." With Li's mother's sharp cry, the straw bale was kicked open, revealing Li Dongshui and the other man hiding inside. "We didn't steal. You're just looking for an excuse to kill us," Li Dongshui shouted, then immediately hid behind Wei Ning, trembling and clutching at her clothes. Wei Ning, standing in front, said, "You got me." Li's mother paled at this. "You two are heartless. How could a mother treat my own children like this? I'm so angry. You two won't listen. Do you need me to beat you up?" Perhaps desperate, Li Dongshui poked his head out from behind Wei Ning, his eyes red as he shouted, "You beat us all the time." Li's mother, her face livid, dodged the torches wielded by those around her, and rushed in front of Li Dongshui and the other man, swinging her fists at them. Li Dongshui was quickly pushed aside by Wei Ning, losing her balance and falling to the ground. She looked up in despair, surrounded by circles of adults. Their cold, disgusted faces, distorted by the flames, resembled the monsters and myths that devoured human flesh and bones. And the 2 girls were about to be devoured. Li Dongshui couldn't understand. She hadn't done anything wrong today, so why were her parents doing this to her? No, rather, she hadn't done anything wrong since she was born, so why were they doing this to her? Money loser. Wasteful waste. No, not even a boy. If you give birth to a daughter, you should strangle her at birth. Why? 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 Li Dongshui couldn't understand. Nature naturally divided humans and animals into 2 sexes, not to make one superior to the other. What's the difference between women and men? The difference between having a penis and not having one, but whether they have a penis or not, aren't they all human? Li Dongshui knelt on the ground, lost in thought. If any of the villagers surrounding her could lower their heads and see her eyes, they would see a raging, scorching flame burning within them. It was the absolutely powerful flame of self-reflection and self-awakening. Amid the villagers' incredulous gazes, Li Dongshui propped herself up from the ground. Illuminated by the circles of flames, her face glowed bright red, like a vibrant ruby. Li Dongshui stepped forward, hiding Wei Ning behind him, and shouted with all his might, "Every one of you standing here will die a horrible, horrible death. Unless a god descends. Otherwise, every one of you will die. Your children, and the entire village will die. A god descends." This seemed the most incredible thing an ordinary child could imagine. Do gods really exist in this world? Li Dongshui thought not. If there were, why wouldn't these gods be watching from heaven and save her? What had they been doing? Wei Ning looked down at Li Dongshui standing before her, and suddenly remembered Lin Yu at the soul-washing ceremony. The way they both shouted was so full of energy. It seemed as if nothing could defeat them. The villagers surrounding them finally recovered from Li Dongshui's aura, their faces pale with anger. The village chief beside Li's mother snorted coldly, "What's with all the talk of gods and ghosts? I think you're just pissed off after being caught stealing. Li family, you can't control your children. As the village chief, I'll take care of them for you. I guarantee they'll be obedient." The village chief grabbed a wrist-thick wooden stick and charged at Li Dongshui and the others. Li Dongshui closed his eyes and charged forward. "Dear players, please note, side quest countdown is 1500 hours. Wei Ning only has 15 minutes left." Wei Ning's eyes changed as she watched Li Dongshui charging forward. She couldn't let Li Dongshui die in those 15 minutes. Chapter 18. Li Dongshui felt a sharp pain in her arm. Wei Ning quickly shoved her behind her, nearly dislocating her wrist. She clutched her aching wrist and stared blankly at Wei Ning in front of her. Her heartbeat, resonating with fear and excitement, instantly reached a fever pitch. "Sister!" Wei Ning ignored the anxious cry. With a sideways kick, she sent the village chief's wooden stick flying. Unfamiliar with her body's strength and incompetence, Wei Ning was also sent flying. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Dongshui slowly closed her gaping mouth, retracting the words that were about to slip out. "Sister, you're too awesome." Wei Ning gritted her teeth and pushed herself to her feet. Before her waist and abdomen could even leave the ground, she was slammed back down hard. Mother Li's face twisted as she repeatedly struck Wei Ning's back with the stick in her hand. "I told you to be disobedient. I told you to talk back. I told you to run around with your sister. I thought you were obedient, but in the end, you're still a rebellious person." Wei Ning dodged several times, but the number of sticks gradually increased, like a net covering the sky, trapping a bird yearning for freedom. The bird's wings were clipped, unable to fly freely. "Let me go! Let me go! Sister!" Li Dongshui was grabbed by the collar and dragged back into the depths of the village. At the sound, Wei Ning rolled to the feet of Li's mother. Like a python, she wrapped herself around Li's mother's calf, bared her fangs, and bit down fiercely. A fishy, rusty taste instantly filled her mouth. Li's mother trembled painfully, trying to shake Wei Ning off her legs. "You little beast, let go." The villagers around, baton wielding, were at a loss whether to raise their hands or let go. It was the village chief who first recovered, grabbing Wei Ning and trying to pull her down. Wei Ning seized the opportunity to spit out the reddened flesh in her mouth, then turned and chased after Li Dongshui. A child's smaller body is more agile than an adult's, and this was Wei Ning's only advantage at the moment. She had found countless openings to escape during the encirclement, even as blood flowed from her throat and lips, a constant source of stress, without pausing for a second. The hot, heavy breathing stopped, and Wei Ning felt a sense of relief. She had finally caught up. Side quest countdown 0:01:00. Only 1 minute remained. Li Dongshui was bound and pinned to the ground. Looking down at her was her father, his wounds bandaged, and the ancestral tablets towering above him. Through her blood-stained eyelashes, Li Dongshui saw Li, with whom she had fought for 8 years. She curled her lips slightly. "Sister." The faint voice barely stirred the air, and the call didn't reach Wei Ning's ears. Wei Ning, with her perspective rapidly decreasing, met Li Dongshui's eyes and blinked. "What did you just say?" Li Dongshui imitated Wei Ning's blinking. "I won't tell you. It's your fault for always bullying me." Wei Ning still didn't hear clearly. She pulled Li Dongshui into her arms, pressing her hand against his bloodied face. The moment the two warm sources touched, a bristly stick swung heavily at Li and Li Dongshui. The sharp end instantly stained a dazzling red, like a lit torch. The torch, meant to shatter the darkness and usher in new life, brought death to this village time and again. The side quest countdown ended. As soon as the electronic chime faded, the moist, warm breath on Wei Ning's face vanished. Just a moment's delay. Wei Ning paused, then lowered her head to meet Li Dongshui's eerily round eyes, filled with a gentle smile. Wei Ning finally heard what Li Dongshui was saying. "Thank you, sister, although I still don't like you very much." Blood dripped from Wei Ning's forehead and melted into Li Dongshui's pupils, resembling the aqua-patterned glass ball in Wei Ning's memory. Wei Ning closed her eyes, her lips moving. "Thank you too. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the side quest and earning 1,000 points. Now exiting the side quest. Players, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. A flash of white light flashed. Wei Ning's arms felt empty and cold, the only source of warmth coming from the glass bead she had been clutching. "What are you looking at?" A familiar voice sounded behind Wei Ning. Wei Ning put away the glass beads and turned around. It was Cui Feng. What was he doing here? Wei Ning moved her fingertips. Every time she moved, Cui Feng would appear. She couldn't tell whether to call it coincidence or not. She looked at Cui Feng coldly. Beside her was the stiff-as-hell Wangpa. Cui Feng glanced down at the cold body and suddenly changed the subject. "Did you know just now Lin Yu died?" Wei Ning, "Oh, she didn't know." Wei Ning gestured. "How did she die?" She still needed to meet Lin Yu in person. Lin Yu must know something about the mountain god statue. Why did Wei Ning see the shadows of multiple people in this phase? Why was that glass bead hidden inside the statue? And what does all this have to do with Li Dongshui? For now, it seems only Lin Yu can answer these questions, but now that she's dead, it's a huge problem for Wei Ning. Cui Feng leaned against the door, arms folded, and raised an eyebrow at Wei Ning. "Would you like to take a guess?" Wei Ning turned around, bent down, and dragged Wang Po's body. She still had to clean up the scene, whether she wanted to or not. A soft laugh echoed, followed by a frivolous, "You're so impatient. Since you're not interested, I won't force you. I came to see you for something serious." Wei Ning took the time to turn around. "What's that?" Cui Feng leaned down, meeting Wei Ning's cold eyes. "Just now, I was meeting with the villagers to select new sedan chair bearers, and I recommended you." Wei Ning's eyes shifted at this, and she leaned closer to Cui Feng, their breaths mingling. The shortened physical distance was both a warning and a symbol of cooperation. "Actually, you weren't at an advantage at first, until Zhao Qi suddenly returned and bent over to say something to the village chief, and the situation completely reversed. The connection between Guan Qiao and the other two was self-evident. I volunteered to tell you this good news." Wei Ning gestured. "When will we go to Lingshan?" Cui Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, remained silent for a long moment, and then obediently told Wei Ning, 3 days from now, the moon will be full. After the sun has completely set, you and the others will carry the funeral sedan up Lingshan. The sun has completely set? Why choose this time? Wei Ning's intuition told her that this was not something to be ignored. Cui Feng stood up and pointed at the body on the ground. "Do you need any help?" Wei Ning shook his head. Cui Feng shrugged and left. "Okay, I'm leaving." The moment he stepped over the threshold, Cui Feng paused and turned back to face Wei Ning, who was grunting as he carried the body. Wei Ning looked up at him. "What else?" Looking directly into Wei Ning's cold eyes, Cui Feng said, "Actually, you can speak, right?" Wei Ning, Wei Ning's grip loosened, and the body fell to the ground. Wampa fell to the ground with a thud. You're just bullying me because I'm dead, aren't you?" The secret was revealed, but Wei Ning's eyes looked at Cui Feng without much hostility. But that didn't mean she trusted him. This slight kindness was simply because they were on the same side, and they shared a common goal: to achieve victory for the player's side. But that was all. The system doesn't require a certain number of players to survive at the end of a faction, and no one can guarantee that all players on a given faction share the same interests. Swear to protect my companions to the death? Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng. This rare and noble quality could never be associated with the flamboyant man before her, not even in the slightest. The death of Lin Yu, with whom she had once fought side by side, had no effect on Cui Feng. He looked at Wei Ning with amusement. "It seems I was right." Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng expressionlessly. Cui Feng raised a brow. "Did you just realize you can actually speak?" Wei Ning, You're progressing so slowly." Wei Ning, You're quite free in the village. In just a few days, Wei Ning had already completed 3 side quests. Beyond that, the other quests kept coming one after another, leaving her no time to rest. Wei Ning turned and dragged the body, ignoring Cui Feng. Chui Feng caught up and crouched beside Wei Ning. Did you just find out about the side quest? No wonder it's such a mess here. Wei Ning glanced at Chui Feng. It seemed he had also completed side quests. Speaking of which, was Chui Feng and Lin Yu's assassination attempt on Wei Ning the night one of Chui Feng's side quests? If so, judging by the outcome, Chui Feng's side quest had clearly failed. Wei Ning was curious about the consequences of failing a side quest. She knew very little about the game or the dungeons. Chui Feng rested a hand on his knee and tilted his head. It seems you got very little information. So let's make a deal. I'll give you the information, and you give me what I want. Wei Ning looked at Chui Feng, his eyes slightly tilted upward, a carefree expression in them, like someone playing with a pet kitten. Wei Ning, what do you want? Chui Feng's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time he heard Wei Ning's voice. Its clearness was tinged with a hint of distance, which matched his first impression. I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I think it through. Wei Ning, No. Chui Feng tilted his head in confusion. Why? Wei Ning, I don't have time to wait for you to figure it out. I'll find the information myself. It's almost dawn. You should leave. Chui Feng muttered, how cold-blooded. Wei Ning wasn't interested in Chui Feng's mosquito-like voice. She snatched the knife from Chui Feng's hand and pressed it against his eyeballs. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay me. Looking at the knife so close to his eyeball, Chui Feng took a step back and blinked. Is all you do to kill and dump the body? The knife responded to Chui Feng's attack by stabbing Wang Pa fiercely. Puff! Puff! Chui Feng silently stood up, looked at Wang Pa, whose ground had been pierced with holes in a matter of seconds, then at Wei Ning, who was looking at him coldly, and silently took another step. The wound from that night was indeed painful. Before disappearing from Wei Ning's sight, Chui Feng turned around. Even if the deal doesn't work out, I'll still give you a piece of information for free. I have no choice. I'm a kind person. Wei Ning twitched his lips. Kind person you? Chui Feng's sarcasm went unnoticed. He frowned slightly, his expression stern. In this dungeon, there are other players besides you and me. And you already fought one of them. Wei Ning paused at this. She had already fought one before, so who could this player be? There was no system notification when she killed Wang Pa, so Wang Pa was clearly not a player. So Brother Zhang? Zhao Qi? The village chief? Or maybe Xiaohua, who had spent a lot of time with her. Chapter 19. In the dim, cramped space, only Wei Ning rested against the wall, and a floor of bent knives. It couldn't be helped. These knives were probably older than Wei Ning himself. After so much chopping and slashing, not breaking was already the limit. This could barely be considered a reward for their owner. Wang Pa would be pleased. Wei Ning glanced down at the wounds on her waist and abdomen. Now only a pale pink hue could be seen. Wei Ning was satisfied with her newfound skills. They were indeed very practical. Her hard work last night had been worthwhile. After hiding the blades, Wei Ning left the Wang residence, preparing to find Zhang Xiaohua. For the next 3 days, you must cleanse Zhang Xiaohua's marrow every day. This was Chui Feng's words before he left. Marrow cleansing? They say this is a necessary preparation before ascending to the sacred mountain. Only then will the mountain god be satisfied. Chui Feng shrugged. These steps, washing and rubbing, are so complex that those who don't know would mistake them for food preparation. The selected soul children are mostly young, their skin much more delicate than that of adults. They are fragrant and soft, aren't they? The soul children are fragrant. The soul children are soft. The soul children are smiling. The gods love them the most. Pushing open the familiar, porous wooden door, Wei Ning saw Zhang Xiaohua staring at her with wide eyes. She sat cross-legged on the bed, curiously observing Wei Ning's restless movements. Auntie Lili, why are you here? Uncle Zhao told me it was Wang Pa who came to cleanse my marrow. Wei Ning wasn't the only one here. There were also 3 women she had never seen before, of varying ages, with only one appearing to be of Wei Ning's age. It was a short-haired woman with one blind eye. The 3 of them, hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, all looked at Wei Ning. Wei Ning had just set down the wooden barrel and looked up to meet 4 pairs of round, bulging eyes. Wei Ning, Wei Ning shook her head. Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head. What do you mean? Gone? Sick? I don't know. Wei Ning shook her head. Zhang Xiaohua, So perfunctory. You were even demonstrating some moves before. Zhang Xiaohua's laughter and muttering seemed unheard by the other 4 present, and no one responded. Wei Ning's ears twitched, and she bent down to pour boiling water into the large, round wooden barrel in the center of the room. A cloud of steam filled the air. Something emerged from the densely packed pores, like squirming white maggots. This was Lin Yu's old house, and now, Zhang Xiaohua was the one living there. In 3 days, will this eerie, depressing house welcome a new resident? And how long can they live here? The water in the wooden barrel continued to accumulate. Just before it overflowed, the women finally stopped pouring it, came to the bedside, and stared down at Zhang Xiaohua. The short-haired woman waved gently, and the other two immediately stepped forward to grab Zhang Xiaohua's wrists. Wei Ning blinked, stepped forward, and grasped Zhang Xiaohua's ankles. Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight itch, and couldn't help but kick her feet. The slender calf rubbed against Wei Ning's arm, the touch rough, and the scabby, protruding flesh on her leg rubbed Wei Ning slightly, causing a slight pain. These wounds had not existed on Zhang Xiaohua's body before today. In just one night, Zhang Xiaohua's hands, legs, and any exposed surface were devoid of intact skin. Only her face remained, barely recognizable. It seemed Wei Ning wasn't the only one who fought fiercely the previous night. Under Zhang Xiaohua's fingernails were still tiny fragments of dark red flesh, clearly taken from the other party's body. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched slightly, and a sudden thought occurred to her. In this dungeon, there were other players besides you and me. Could Zhang Xiaohua also be a player? Was the person she was fighting also a player? Were they enemies or allies? Suddenly, Wei Ning's palm was gently touched, and her eyelashes flickered as she met Zhang Xiaohua's. Auntie Lily, your grip hurts, Zhang Xiaohua pouted, looking aggrieved. The restraints in Wei Ning's hands loosened slightly, and the little girl before her smiled, as if she had received the candy she longed for. Her crescent eyes were filled with childlike innocence and liveliness. But inexplicably, a chill crept through Wei Ning's heart. She saw no trace of the timid girl she had once been in Zhang Xiaohua. It was as if she had been eaten, digested in her stomach, and finally reduced to nothingness. Thinking back on the brief time Wei Ning had spent with her, it was surprising that she had been the one to control the flow from beginning to end. How could such a frail girl have managed to do this? She was definitely not the old Zhang Xiaohua. At least, the Zhang Xiaohua Wei Ning had met on her first day was definitely not the one she was in front of her. Suddenly, a silver light flashed, and Wei Ning looked up to see the short-haired woman pull out a long silver needle and test it on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in fear, and her body began to struggle subconsciously. "Let me go! Let me go!" The two women holding her wrists calmly increased their pressure, allowing the finger-long silver needles to pierce Zhang Xiaohua's body steadily. One after another. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even have a chance to breathe. The extreme pain seemed to consume her completely. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were red, as she desperately dodged the long needles that repeatedly pierced her flesh. But it was no use. A butcher wouldn't suddenly stop because the animal on the chopping board cried out of sympathy. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt like a dog that had eaten countless nails, and in the end, it would only end up in a miserable state. Gradually, she even lost the strength to struggle. The woman holding her wrist snorted coldly, "Girls are just not as good as boys. They scream and cry at the slightest pain, making a terrible noise. That's right, that's right. This little pain is nothing compared to the pain of childbirth. Young people are too pretentious." The woman next to her echoed. Seeing someone agree with her, the woman became even more excited, shaking her head and saying, "Women, only after giving birth can you truly grow up and become fully sensible." Zhang Xiaohua, breathing rapidly and shallowly, simply closed her eyes upon hearing this. She didn't bother to pay attention to the two women. "Please invite the spirit boy into the water for marrow cleansing," the short-haired woman said calmly. The two women, chatting happily, quickly fell silent. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and stumbled towards the wooden tub. Even if she fell, she would stand up in a split second. Under the gaze of Wei Ning and the others, she allowed herself to sink into the scalding water, remaining silent for a long time. Wei Ning looked at the crimson ripples on the water, her eyelashes drooping, as if she were lost in thought. The short-haired woman glanced past the naked Zhang Xiaohua, her eyes landing on the calm Wei Ning. She suddenly spoke, "Lily, come to think of it, you were also a spirit boy back then, and you went to Lingshan Mountain." Was Lily also a spirit child? Wei Ning glanced up at the woman. But the short-haired woman seemed to be only casually mentioning it, unwilling to discuss it further. After she finished speaking, she retreated to a corner to rest with her eyes closed. The other two women seemed somewhat wary of the short-haired woman. Seeing her alone, they huddled together to chat, leaving Wei Ning alone. Wei Ning listened for a moment and realized they weren't discussing Lily's past as a spirit child. Were they uninterested, or were they unable to discuss it? The answer was clear. Last night, in just 2 hours, Li Li's true story had been largely replayed, proving that Li Dongshue's death was a foregone conclusion. Witnessing her sister's death had a profound impact on Li Li. She began to loathe her parents and the villagers who surrounded them, harboring a deep hatred. After becoming a spirit child, how could she have obediently endured these bizarre rituals, and ascended to the sacred mountain to seek immortality for the villagers? Praying to the mountain god for their deaths was more like praying for their deaths. Furthermore, Wei Ning noticed that Wang Pe, Li Dongxue, and the others never mentioned the term mountain god. They only mentioned ordinary immortals, which seemed distant and casual. Li Dongshue's reaction was even more compelling. Unless an immortal descended. An immortal, not a mountain god. This suggests that at the time, they had no concept of a mountain god. So when did the mountain god appear in this small village? And what specifically happened to convince everyone of his faith? You know, without tangible benefits and threats, these people would never elevate you to such a high position. And what role did Li Li play on the stage that allowed her to remain content as Wang Chang's wife, forcing her to refrain from killing her enemy for years? Judging from her behavior, Wei Ning didn't think she was someone who would repay kindness with vengeance. There was only one possibility. She had orchestrated this image of a mountain deity. It was part of her revenge plan. Wei Ning was even more curious about how Li Li became a spirit child. Spirit child. What an interesting word. Wei Ning knew someone who could tell her the truth. After all, wasn't he the one who knew this village best? The village chief stared at the woman before him, his eyes wide. Li Li, what are you doing here? Aren't you and Lu Chunhua and the other two washing the spirit child's marrow right now? Lu Chunhua, the short-haired woman. Wei Ning tilted his head, staring at the village chief's moving lips with a strange look. The village chief swallowed unconsciously under her gaze, and silently took a step back. You, what are you staring at me? Lu Xiyuanhua. Wei Ning's voice was vague and eerie, as if he had just learned to speak, his lips and tongue moving unnaturally. The village chief's expression changed. You can speak now? Wei Ning nodded. You can after we get down the mountain. The village chief glanced at her suspiciously. Then why are you speaking now? It's been so long. Wei Ning remained calm. I just realized it. Indeed, I just realized it. She was right. In fact, only 2 days had passed since Li Li carried the coffin down the mountain, yet it felt strangely long. The village chief seemed to realize something was amiss. Zhang Jun's destiny has fallen upon you. How could it be? This has never happened before. Destiny always only falls upon spiritual children. The village chief's features were contorted, his face purplish-blue, as if he had suddenly fallen ill. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, burying the fleeting glint in her pupils. But I am the spiritual child. Chapter 20. Yes. Yes, you're also a spirit child, a spirit child. The village chief loosened his collar to ease the suffocating sensation around his neck. What do you want from me? He had been feeling breathless all day, as if an invisible person was constantly strangling him. Wei Ning looked at the village chief, who had raised his head again. Village chief, Wang Pe is missing. The village chief frowned slightly. Wang Pe is missing. What happened? Ever since Xiao Qi came over last night, Wang Pe ran away with her belongings and hasn't returned yet. Wang Pe. Has something happened to her? Wei Ning's voice trailed off, her expression genuinely concerned for Wang Pe. It was as if she hadn't been the one who had dismembered Wang Pe last night without blinking an eye. The village chief's tone darkened at this. What did she leave with? It was too dark at night, so I couldn't see clearly. I could only make out a statue about arm-high. Village chief, what is this? Is it important? Why did Wang Pe take it? Wei Ning casually asked a series of questions, but the village chief's expression grew increasingly serious, his brow furrowed so tightly that it could have snuffed out a fly. Village chief, it seems you know what it is. Can you tell me? The village chief's reaction was as Wei Ning expected, but there was something a little off about it. He was so panicked that his fingers trembled unconsciously, and he was gripped by a tremendous fear, as if he were about to die. Wei Ning frowned slightly. He hadn't answered her question yet. Wei Ning patted the village chief on the shoulder. The frightened village chief suddenly screamed and jumped up, only to come back to his senses. The village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just, the rice wine I just brewed. Maybe that old woman Wang Pe was so greedy that she secretly drank it. A blatant lie. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. Oh, really? I remembered it wrongly. It seems to be at home. Village chief, go get it. I won't go with you. I have to go back to Zhang Xiaohua later. Sister Chunhua should be rushing me. Perhaps Wei Ning's eyes were too terrifying. Or perhaps it was his chaotic emotions that stopped the village chief from thinking. He nodded blankly and obediently walked out. As soon as the village chief disappeared, Wei Ning quickly began to rummage through the drawers. This was the real purpose of her trip. Amidst the clanging, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly mingled. Could it be the village chief's return? The footsteps kept approaching Wei Ning, but she didn't even raise her eyelids as she continued to search. "It seems you noticed me a long time ago," Cui Feng said from behind Wei Ning. "Didn't you watch from outside the door during the marrow cleansing? You've been following me all the way. The village chief's strange behavior just now was probably your fault, right? Is this one of Cui Feng's skills?" Wei Ning once again regretted that he wasn't a dungeon NPC. Wei Ning's thoughts clearly didn't reach Cui Feng. In another corner of the room, he also began rummaging through drawers, casually tossing a moldy hat aside. "You're quite perceptive. It's not enough to see through the eye hole." Cui Feng had been following Wei Ning nonchalantly all the way. Forget disguise. Without even the most basic cover, it was hard for Wei Ning to miss him. Wei Ning glanced at Cui Feng without saying anything. Cui Feng understood her gaze. "Are you scolding me? Voyeurism isn't something to be praised." "I wasn't glued to the door." Cui Feng raised an eyebrow. "Besides, weren't you peeking at me that day too?" "Which day?" Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng suspiciously. Cui Feng blinked, pulled up the corners of his mouth, and made a face at her. It was perfectly realistic, just as terrifying as that day. "Wei Ning, she remembered. "Wei Ning, didn't you scold me too?" "Cui Feng, I don't know you, and you're still staring at me." Wei Ning held her forehead. "I'm here to see the doctor. You're sitting in the office. Who else should I look at?" Cui Feng tapped his knuckles. After a moment, he gave Wei Ning a gentle, apologetic smile. "I am indeed a doctor. The department dashboard just got updated, and I'm not used to it yet. I thought you were looking for trouble. Our hospital provides dedicated and selfless service to the citizens of the Federation, and its high income often makes us jealous." Wei Ning felt that this hospital would eventually fail. Wei Ning didn't want to pay attention to Cui Feng and turned around to continue searching. In the village chief's bedside table, Wei Ning found a stack of old, yellowed papers. She brushed off the thick dust and saw densely written words on the paper. A closer look revealed names. While it wasn't what Wei Ning was looking for, it was still a useful clue. She took it in her hands and began to read. Cui Feng, who had gained nothing, came forward. "At least I played a part in sending the village chief away. Let's take a look together." The papers were scattered, and Wei Ning handed him a few. Cui Feng took them, and quietly lowered his head to read. For a moment, the only sound in the silent room was the flipping of pages. Li Juntian, born in 1890, mother Lin Yu, died in 1994. Wu Guanhua, born in 1990, mother Lin Yu. Jin Shuishui, born in 1991, mother Lin Yu, died in 1998. Zhang Xiaohua, born in 1992, mother Lin Yu. Wang Liuzi, born in 1993, mother Lin Yu, died in 1999. A quick glance revealed that Lin Yu's name appeared about a dozen times on this page. Wei Ning paused, turning a few more pages before spotting a new name. There were quite a few names, but most of them were already marked with a single word next to them. Death. Lin Yu's name also had this mark next to it. The ink was fresh, looking as if it had been written not long ago. This brave woman died yesterday, filled with resentment and resentment. She had not yet witnessed the complete destruction of this filthy, cannibalistic village. Even in the final moments before her death, she was denied true freedom, her life ending hastily in the dilapidated house that had trapped her for 8 years. Wei Ning gently set the yellowed, blackened paper aside, stirring up a tiny speck of dust that shimmered in the scorching sun, appearing light and free. It seemed that only by becoming infinitely small, so small that no one could grasp it, could one truly breathe in the sunlight. These were the women trafficked into the village and their children. Wei Ning roughly estimated that the 12 children who appeared at the spirit selection ceremony were all the children in the village. Not only that, there were very few women left. Only 2 of the trafficked women survived. As for the local women, most were Wang Po's age. Few were as young as Li Li. This is very unusual. It's as if a strange force is pushing this village towards extinction. The paper in Wei Ning's hand didn't indicate when Lin Yu and the others arrived in the village. At this moment, Cui Feng had just finished reading the information in his hand, and Wei Ning and he exchanged papers in tacit understanding. Lin Yu, in 1885, was taken in by the Jin family. Lin Yu, in 1886, was taken in by the Jin family, and in 1990, by the Zhang family. Wei Ning paused. Lin Yu and Lin Yu? Are they related by blood? Or do they just happen to share the same surname? Chui Feng spoke up at the right moment. Lin Yu should be a relative of Lin Yu's. I hear her whispering this name when she and I are on missions. So, 1885 and 1886 are the dates when Lin Yu and the others arrived in the village. Wei Ning noticed that this was 3 years after Li Dongshui's death. Starting that year, this small mountain village began abducting women from outside and forcibly pairing them with local men to produce offspring, thus ensuring the continuation of the village's bloodline. The village chief and his men were cautious, abducting only a limited number of women each year until a certain number was reached. Since 1996, the number of women from outside the mountain has been 0. Wei Ning paused, tapping her fingertips lightly on the yellowed paper. Chui Feng looked over. What did you find? The village chief and his men will bring the new women back to the village soon. Few of the children survived, and they were too young. In this situation, the village chief and his men couldn't help but be anxious. It's no wonder that the intervals between trips to Lingshan were so short. Less than a week after Wei Ning left the mountain, they were already on their way back with a bang. This was definitely not their normal frequency of sacrifices. It would be too costly for the children of the village, and they would not agree. After all, the ancestral legacy must not be cut short. Chui Feng understood Wei Ning's meaning, her eyelashes flickering. The day the spirit child is sent to the sacred mountain is the perfect time for them to act. The specific choice of after sunset was to conceal their purpose. If exposed to the sun, it would only reveal its stench and filth. No wonder the sedan chairs carried up the mountain were all women, some even elderly and infertile. If they could make it out of the mountain alive, it would be best. If not, there would be new ones to fill in. Wei Ning casually rubbed the paper on the ground, added some fresh dust, and returned it to its original place. As she bent over, Wei Ning paused, her eyes falling on the village chief's bed. She had sensed something was amiss when she had just sat there examining the clues. Wei Ning moved the things aside, revealing the old, moldy bed board. Chui Feng, seeing this, also came over and groped around with Wei Ning. Finally, Wei Ning's fingertips touched a hollow, a gap between the two closed wooden boards. Wei Ning and Chui Feng each pried open one side, and a strong, pungent smell instantly burst out. Chui Feng instinctively pressed his finger to his nose. There's a dead person hiding under this bed. When Wei Ning didn't respond, he looked back in confusion, his eyes meeting her face slightly flushed. Wei Ning, holding his breath, said, "Eh?" Wei Ning slowly exhaled, stepped forward, and looked down. A girl, so thin she looked like a shriveled creature, huddled in the extremely small space, her head buried in her dusty arms, like an abandoned animal. The girl's body was covered in dense maggots, wriggling on every exposed part of her skin, each one round and large. From a distance, it looked as if her pores were filled with white sesame seeds. Chui Feng glanced at Wei Ning and, with a tap of his knuckles, a transparent shield of light enveloped the girl, prying her from the maggot's maw. The girl's limbs stretched out, and she lay flat on the ground. Wei Ning's eyes flickered. She recognized this girl. It was Li Dongshui. Chapter 21. The girl lying quietly on the ground looked exactly the same as she had in the side quest, her size and shape forever frozen at 8 years old. But after years of decay, her face and body bore no trace of decay, only pale bloodstains left by maggots. Even her nails and hair hadn't grown a bit. Wei Ning frowned slightly, leaned closer to Li Dongshui, and caressed her cheek with his fingertips. The touch was icy cold. The warmth was the unique warmth of the dead. Wei Ning's fingertips brushed past the tip of Li Dongshui's upturned nose, resting on her closed eyes. Then, slowly and firmly, he peeled back Li Dongshui's eyelids. It was like tearing apart a thin membrane clinging to them. A sliver of black obsidian was revealed. Wei Ning's fingertips paused. Li Dongshui's eye sockets were empty. Her eyeballs were gone. Where had Li Dongshui's eyes gone? Tangled, twisted flesh-pink nerves coiled quietly around the smooth mass of flesh, and suddenly, it felt as if these fleshy snakes were moving. Staring into Li Dongshui's hollow eye sockets, Wei Ning's throat felt strangely dry, and she unconsciously licked her lips. Beside her, Chui Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He snapped his knuckles, and a crisp snap of his fingers shattered the still air. At the sound, Wei Ning tilted her head and looked at Chui Feng, her eyes dark and uncertain. Chui Feng tilted his head. Although the girl before him fixed her eyes on him, her pupils were devoid of any light, completely dimmed, mechanical and cold. Compared to her delicate and heroic features, she looked like a lifeless doll. Wei Ning unconsciously licked her dry lips again. Water stains were charming on her light pink lips. So thirsty. Chui Feng's fingertips twitched slightly, his gaze averted, the words on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. For a moment, the two men standing facing each other remained silent, an unknown atmosphere spreading through the silent air. Tap, tap. Chui Feng's ears twitched, and his drooping eyelids lifted, meeting a pair of enormous eyes. Wei Ning pressed against Chui Feng, her pale pupil shrunken to a point, like a small black insect burrowing into the whites of her eyes. So thirsty. Wei Ning pushed Chui Feng to the ground. Before he could react, she opened her mouth, revealing her hidden sharp fangs, and bit Chui Feng's neck. A muffled groan escaped Chui Feng's lips. Something was wrong, very wrong. Not only was Wei Ning's condition wrong, but he was also wrong. It was only 2 shallow cuts on his neck. Furthermore, Wei Ning hadn't bitten into the aorta, and the force wasn't strong enough to kill him. But for some reason, his consciousness gradually began to fade, his vision blurring. If this continued, he would surely die in Wei Ning's mouth. Dying like this would be so boring, not fun at all. Chui Feng rolled over and pinned Wei Ning beneath him, slightly raising his upper body. He looked at Wei Ning, who stared at him blankly with her mouth open, his beautiful eyes curved, and murderous intent instantly erupted. Bang! Blood splattered in the air, landing in Wei Ning's constricted pupils. The speck of black was swallowed by the vivid red, and the frail egg hatched into a true monster, standing before Chui Feng's eyes. Don't hurt my sister. Li Dongshui, who had been lying on the ground, had stood up at some point, clutching something the length of an arm, stained with Chui Feng's blood. The girl was covered in dust, her long skirt dragging on the ground. Her face and lips were covered in a strange, garish, pink and green oil paint, making her childish face look comical. What was eerie and terrifying was that, despite their dark, empty eye sockets, they were able to precisely zero in on Chui Feng. Li Dongshui took a slow step, her ill-fitting skirt dragging a mess across the floor. No. You can't bully me. As if to echo her obedient sister, Wei Ning actually stood up, her strangely bright red eyes fixed on Chui Feng alongside Li Dongshui's. You can't bully me. The two girls, one tall and one short, stood side by side, their cold faces blazing with murderous intent. Anyone who stood in their way would meet a splendid death. This was the two girls' final gift to this rotten world. The bright red pupils twitched slightly, locking onto their prey. Danger was imminent. The sharp air cut a gash on Chui Feng's face. Chui Feng raised his fingertips to brush the long wound, his eyelashes fluttering, a light rising in his eyes. The excitement was palpable. His chest heaved uncontrollably, scalding blood pumping into his beating heart, exploding in the tiny blood vessels on his body's surface. Chui Fengyan's eyes flushed crimson, his face burning with a ferocious heat, the result of the searing flames. The village chief's house had suddenly burst into flames, encircling the 3 grappling figures. The agitated red snake hissed in encouragement. Ah! Who destroyed my house? The village chief fell to his knees in shock, his eyes filled with agonizing pain. What dared to set his house on fire? A gust of wind blew, picking up a cloud of ashes and stuffing them into his mouth. The village chief's tears suddenly deepened, his angry voice echoing through every corner of the village. Zhang Xihua's lips twitched at the village chief's angry, distressed cry. Her wide, round eyes swept over the 3 people around her. Did you do this? In the small space, every corner was occupied by a group of people, like 4 bloodthirsty cheetahs, naturally powerful lone rangers, who would not allow anyone to even tread their territory. Li Dongshui's eyelids fluttered, her hollow eyes flickering. This was her complete reaction to Zhang Xiahua, nothing superfluous. Zhang Xiahua pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, and glanced at Chui Feng in the other corner. The man leaned against the wall, his arm resting lightly on his bent knees. Noticing Zhang Xiaohua's gaze, he smiled at her, and closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Xiahua rolled her eyes, and turned to look at Wei Ning. Of the 3, Wei Ning was the cleanest. Not a trace of ash remained on his body, only a smear of dark red blood clung to his face. He looked sharp and fierce, like a recently extinguished live weapon. You weren't the one who started the fire? Zhang Xiahua asked, looking Wei Ning up and down. Wei Ning lowered her head, fiddling with something in her hands. Zhang Xiahua couldn't get a response from her, couldn't see her expression, and had no idea what she was thinking. Zhang Xiahua, why didn't that fire just now burn all 3 of you to death? Zhang Xiahua swung her feet impatiently, leaped off the bed, and clattered over to Wei Ning. Hey! What are you playing with? Let me see it too. Hearing the voice in her ear, Wei Ning finally responded. Her fingertips paused, and she slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of crimson pupils. Zhang Xiaohua instinctively took a step back. Your eyes. Why did they suddenly turn red? Wei Ning blinked, raised her arm, and touched the corner of her eye. Beneath her fingertips, a fluttering heat throbbed, responding to her touch. As obedient as a baby curled up in its eye socket. At the village chief's house, she suddenly lost her mind, her brain seized by an unknown force, her fighting spirit surging to its limit. When she regained consciousness, she found herself engulfed in blazing flames. Below her was Cui Feng, barely breathing, and beside her was Li Dongshui, an eyeless figure. Noticing Wei Ning looking over, she stepped on Cui Feng's fingers and gently lifted her chin, as if begging for praise. A sudden pain throbbed in Wei Ning's forehead. She straightened, unbending her knee from the unconscious Cui Feng. Your torch item count is 0. The electronic panel flashed, and Wei Ning closed her eyes. She had used up all her torches in the battle, determined to finish Cui Feng off. For the first time, Wei Ning clearly realized the depth of her deep-seated hatred for Cui Feng. She had originally planned to save these fires for a response at Lingshan Mountain. But in the end, one thought slipped out of control, and it was all gone. Sister, sister, sister. Seeing this, Li Dongshui scrambled closer to Wei Ning, calling her repeatedly like a clingy kitten. Her eyes fell on the little girl in tattered clothes before her, and Wei Ning paused. She hadn't expected Li Dongshui to appear in the space beneath the village chief's bed. She had simply come to find the object Li Dongshui was clutching. Wei Ning lifted Li Dongshui's wrist, and gently took the object from her hand. Li Dongshui blinked her hollow eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, she handed the object to Wei Ning. The corners of her mouth even curled up slightly, her gray face brightening as if she were happy to share it with her sister. Wei Ning took it. It was the statue she had been searching for. If Wampa had the statue, how could the village chief not have one? This was an object that could communicate with the supreme mountain god. It was impossible for the village chief not to have it. Bang! With a crisp sound, the statue shattered to the ground. Wei Ning expertly lowered her head to search, and with satisfaction, she pulled out a water-red, transparent glass bead. Seeing Wei Ning's expression ease and her eyelashes flutter, her joy spread to Li Dongshui. She pressed herself against Wei Ning, lifted Wei Ning's hand, which had fallen to her side, and gently rubbed it. The warmth of her body passed over, and Li Dongshui seemed to feel less cold. It was so strange. Why did she feel so cold? Li Dongshui didn't understand. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Li Dongshui, who had come over and pushed her aside, with a look of discontent. Why did you bump into me? No, don't bully me. Zhang Xiaohua, furious, put her hands on her hips. How could I have bullied her? She was the one who bullied me. She brought all these people to me for no apparent reason. Li Dongshui blinked, her raven-feathered eyelashes fluttering as she seemed to ponder the truth of Zhang Xiu's words. After a moment, she finally came to a conclusion and nodded vigorously. I do bully people. That's not good. I apologize. As Li Dongshui spoke, she looked up at Wei Ning, her empty eyes filled with seriousness. Wei Ning looked down at Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui continued to look at Wei Ning seriously. Wei Ning, In the corner, Cui Feng gave a sly little laugh. Zhang Xiaohua twitched her lips speechlessly. Which good sister of yours is this? Chapter 22. Wei Ning held her forehead with her hand. Her name is Li Dongshui. She's my sister? The voice was cold and indifferent, barely perceptible, as if it were merely a mechanical announcement. But the three people present all fixed their eyes on Wei Ning, their expressions, whether excited or amused, eerily terrifying. Li Dongshui happily puffed out her chest and raised her chin to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Yes, I'm her sister, her biological sister. Zhang Xiaohua squinted at Li Dongshui. Li is your sister? That's right. Zhang Xiaohua crossed her arms, leveraging her height advantage over Li Dongshui, and vented her anger through her nose. I didn't realize you look anything like her. You're both hideously ugly head to toe. Your face is covered in all sorts of grime, and your clothes are tattered. You're so ugly. The small room fell silent for a moment. Cui Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, tapping his fingers carelessly, completely enjoying the show. Li Dongshui's mouth gaped in shock, her eyelids stretched and widened. Her hollow eye sockets could have been shoved with her own fist in an instant, and there would be no bleeding. This isn't my skirt. Her pale lips moved for a long moment, before only a halting sentence uttered. Zhang Xiaohua scoffed disdainfully. If it's not yours, then whose could it be? Could it be mine? It was aggressive. Thick malice extended countless tentacles, clawing and snaking, and coiled around Li Dongshui's body, searching for every suffocating opening. It was truly disgusting. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did you say? I said, you're disgusting. Li Dongshui's hollow eye sockets fixed on Zhang Xiaohua. A brilliant blackness within that inexplicably made her heart palpitate. Your body is covered in a maddening mass of holes, and the blood scabs formed on them look like the tongues of insects hiding in her flesh. Disgusting. I don't like you. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief, and she instinctively took a step back. Realizing her retreat, her face flushed. Do you think many people like me? I don't care if you dislike me at all. Cui Feng paused, tapping his trembling fingertips. What a rebuttal. Li Dongshui tilted his head. Oh, you're pathetic and disgusting. You? I. Zhang Xiaohua looked from Li Dongshui to the expressionless Wei Ning, then back at Cui Feng, whose face was filled with a look of complete boredom. Her fragile heart was instantly devastated. All of you are bullying me. Ugh. Go away. Go away. With red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua pushed Li Dongshui, only to find that not only did she fail, but she also lost her balance and fell to the ground. She completely collapsed. Woo-woo. Why are you bullying me when I'm fine? I took you in out of kindness. I hate you. Woo-woo. Wei Ning sighed softly, bent down, and picked up Zhang Xiaohua, whose face was covered in snot and tears. She gently placed her on the bed, and tucked a pillow into her arms. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pause and sob, she turned and squatted in front of Li Dongshui. She raised her hand, and ripped the lower half of her skirt open, just enough to reach the girl's ankles. Li Dongshui lifted her leg, and shook it gently, as if carefully examining her newly grown foot. Wei Ning soaked the excess fabric in the basin in the room, placed it in Li Dongshui's hands, and let her wipe her face clean. Then, she turned and looked at Cui Feng. Cui Feng, who was sitting in the corner, looked up in confusion. Wei Ning walked over to him, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him to Zhang Xiaohua's bed. You're a psychiatrist, come here. Cui Feng lowered his head to meet Zhang Xiaohua's tearful eyes. Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua's face darkened, and she cried even louder. Cui Feng, The two men facing each other were left behind by Wei Ning. Without glancing back at the trouble, she leaned against the wall, contemplating the two glass balls in her hands. The aqua red pattern, illuminated by the sunlight, revealed an eerie beauty. The scarlet spot was deeply embedded in the center of the transparent crystal. From a distance, it looked like a pair of watery eyes being toyed with by Wei Ning. Li Dongshui, having wiped her face clean, leaned forward. Sister, what is this? It's so beautiful. Wei Ning paused her fingertips, lowering her head to look at Li Dongshui. Beautiful? Li Dongshui was stunned by Wei Ning's cold eyes, a sense of unease rising within her. She subconsciously clutched the rough edge of her clothes. Isn't it beautiful? In their silent gaze, Wei Ning blinked, then gently rubbed Li Dongshui's head. It's indeed beautiful. Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you. The gentle touch on her head relaxed Li Dongshui, and she smiled happily. Really? I love it. Thank you, sister. After receiving the round, aqua red bead, Li Dongshui fondly toyed with it, imitating Wei Ning's movements, twisting it between her fingers. However, her fingers were still a little stiff, making her look a little clumsy. A crisp sound caught Zhang Xiaohua's attention, and she rolled her eyes at Li Dongshui. You're playing so ugly. Li Dongshui heard it, turned his back, and continued playing with his head lowered. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth in anger. Do you think she gave you the beads out of kindness? She just wanted to stuff them into your eye sockets. You've been taken advantage of, and you're so foolish as to thank her. Idiot! Stupid pig! You're the dumbest person in the world. Cui Feng, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes and opened them. His delicate peach blossom eyes lifted slightly as he met Wei Ning's gaze. He winked playfully, his lips moving silently. What should I do, sister? With his striking features, he looked incredibly aggressive and defiant. Wei Ning's eyelids fluttered, her knuckles silently clenched, and her fists itched intensely. Cui Feng's icy gaze intensified, and the corners of his mouth curled up in excitement, completely forgetting that he was the one Wei Ning had stomped on his chest just 15 minutes ago. He remembers the food, not the beating. Even if he's covered in wounds and on the verge of death, the pain still excites him and thrills him, even to the point of revealing his fangs, revealing his untamed savagery and fighting spirit. Wei Ning felt a strange, familiar dryness rising within her. She licked her lips, the hunger returning with a surge. Her body seemed to slip out of her control again. Just like in the village chief's house, she unconsciously took a step forward. It wasn't until someone touched her lowered arm that Wei Ning regained consciousness. She pulled her legs back and stared at Chui Feng, her pupils dilating uncontrollably, a subconscious response to a threat. Is Chui Feng's innate skill related to consciousness? Li Dongshui gently tugged at Wei Ning's arm again, stopping only when she finally lowered her gaze. Sister, do you really want to stuff these 2 beads into my sockets? Before Wei Ning could respond, she pinched the aqua-red, transparent beads between her fingers and slowly moved them upwards. Since you want it, I'll do it. I always listen to you. To Li Dongshui, the hollow, deep eye socket seemed like a sacrificial vessel, and she herself, the most loyal and respectful offering, dedicated to the greatest being in her heart. No one present tried to stop Li Dongshui. Zhang Xiaohua was completely caught off the bed, and stumbled towards Li Dongshui. No! You really stuffed it in there? I was kidding. The clattering footsteps lost their rhythm, adding a subtle sense of strangeness that weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her feeling a heavy sense of unease. Ouch! Li Dongshui covered her eyes, and muttered softly. Zhang Xiaohua pushed Li Dongshui's hands away, grabbed her face, and stared intently. Li Dongshui blinked in confusion, her eyes still hollow beneath her brows. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Is your eye okay? You knocked the bead to the ground. Li Dongshui tilted her head. Are you concerned about me? Zhang Xiaohua blushed, and let go of Li Dongshui. How could I care about you? I'm just worried you die here again. I don't want a dead person where I sleep. It's too unlucky. The round bead rolled to Wei Ning's feet. She bent down to pick it up, and rinsed it repeatedly in clean water. As she did so, she said to Li Dongshui, Dongshui, go tie up that man. Chui Feng, watching the 2 little girls quarrel, was caught off guard by Wei Ning's mention. He turned to look at Wei Ning. The light shield in the room can't be removed yet. Wei Ning's hands moved without stopping, not even glancing at Chui Feng. That's why I didn't let you die. Until death, Chui Feng must keep the transparent light shield open, otherwise the densely packed eyes in this space would completely expose them. Chui Feng withdrew his gaze, and met Li Dongshui's hollow eyes. I won't move. Li Dongshui remained unmoved. I'll listen to my sister. Off to the side, Zhang Xiaohua, whose expression had finally returned to calm, looked at Wei Ning, who had finally stopped washing. What do you want to do? Wei Ning seemed in a good mood and responded to Zhang Xiaohua's question. I want to gouge out my eyes, and replace them with new ones. At these words, all 3 people present looked at Wei Ning. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I just finally got what's rightfully mine, and solved the true mystery. The metaphor of the Carlo cards is often finally understood, after the event has already occurred. Wei Ning was fortunate to have deduced the course of her fate herself, rather than having a sudden realization at the moment of death. Wei Ning would personally become the true Scarlet Eye. The delicate, sensitive nerve chains were torn apart, detached piece by piece from the eyeball, causing excruciating pain. Cold sweat covered Wei Ning's forehead. Puff! A bloody eyeball was plucked out by Wei Ning, bobbing wildly in the basin. Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly turned her head away, and covered Li Dongshui's eyes. Don't look. What's so good about it? Although Li Dongshui was puzzled, she didn't remove Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She didn't think it was anything to be ashamed of. She had been through it before. What was so scary about it? She had always believed that everyone would eventually lose their eyeballs. Wasn't that a natural outcome, just like her sister now, and just like her before her? Wei Ning let out a soft breath, the subtle pain spreading throughout her body with each breath. She gritted her teeth and reached out her hand firmly. Puff! Chapter 23. Even though Zhang Xiaohua was shaking with fear, she couldn't help but secretly turn her head to look at Wei Ning. Are you okay? Wei Ning placed the hot, sticky eyeball in her hand aside, and replied hoarsely, I'm fine. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Chui Feng, sitting beside her, raised an eyebrow. I'm fine? Wei Ning's fortitude was beyond imagination. Even though her body instinctively hunched over in pain, and her fingers twitched, her breathing remained steady. There was no sign of any organ being torn apart. She was as carefree as if she were strolling in a garden. An indescribable itching and tingling spread from the bloody wound, causing Wei Ning's lips to curl upwards. This fascination and pleasure was so intense that even Wei Ning herself was unaware of it. But Chui Feng didn't miss a single detail. His breathing was slightly rapid and heavy, and his eyes never left Wei Ning's face. Her once clear and indifferent features suddenly took on a seductive allure, like a Pandora's box placed before Eve, possessing an undeniable allure. With gentle fingertips, she caressed the empty, dark eye sockets, feeling the scalding blood beneath the flesh. Wei Ning gently inserted the aqua-red glass bead into the eye sockets. A sticky, gurgling sound followed. Wei Ning's body was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't help but scratch at her eyes, the skin around them bleeding from the nails, nearly tearing a piece of flesh off. Suddenly, a hand gently grasped Wei Ning's wrist. Wei Ning's vision was pitch black, unable to identify the person. With a flick of her arm, her fist pierced the air. The fierce force was gently neutralized. Cui Feng wrapped one hand around Wei Ning's blood-stained fist and, with the other, placed another glass bead in Wei Ning's palm. Feeling the newcomer's harmless intent, Wei Ning, momentarily disregarding all else, stuffed the remaining beads into her eye sockets. The two glass beads nestled fully into Wei Ning's hollow eye sockets, like a child finally returning to their mother's arms. The tearing sensation of flesh and blood regrowing instantly enveloped Wei Ning. Her mind went blank for a moment. Wei Ning's consciousness completely lost control. The monster buried within her finally seized control of its host. Cui Feng groaned in pain. His chest was a horrible sight. Wei Ning's bite tore through the pale pink flesh, like a gift box tied with a bow. The spurting blood stained Cui Feng's white shirt red. He sighed softly. It was the only shirt in his wardrobe that could even be considered attractive. Wei Ning slightly released Cui Feng and swallowed the tender, scalding meat in her mouth. The scorching metal was suddenly thrown into the pool, instantly stirring up a blanket of white steam with a mighty roar. Wei Ning's neck was scorching blood. The thick darkness faded, and Wei Ning paused. Sensing something strange, she instinctively touched the tip of her ear, her knuckles curling from the heat. A rare flicker of bewilderment crossed Wei Ning's eyes. What happened to her? Awake? At the sound, Wei Ning looked down and met Cui Feng's beautiful peach blossom eyes. A thought stirred within her, and her body followed her thoughts. Cui Feng's body trembled, and another piece of flesh was torn off, the wet mass rolling away into the corner. Enduring the pain, Cui Feng panted slightly, his eyes dark and unclear. How could you repay kindness with enmity? It's so sad. Wei Ning frowned. Isn't it you who caused me to become like this? As his breathing rose and fell, his muscles bulged beneath his blood-stained white robe, poised for action. Cui Feng's cheetah-like, slender figure gave Wei Ning an undeniable sense of aggression. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he calmly stood up, putting some distance between him and Cui Feng. It was like a giant beast finally released from its cage. Cui Feng raised his upper body, one hand supporting himself on the ground. The space seemed cramped under his movement. It wasn't me. My abilities aren't that strong yet. Wei Ning's eyes still held a lingering doubt. Cui Feng scratched his cheek. Well, I did try to control you, but unfortunately, it didn't work. An idiot like the village chief succeeded in one try. Silence slowly enveloped Wei Ning and Cui Feng, who stared at each other in silence. Something unusual seemed to be happening. Wei Ning lowered his gaze, his demeanor darkening. Try again. Cui Feng's lips curled up, revealing a sharp fang. If the control succeeds, I can't guarantee what will happen. Wei Ning's eyes swept over Cui Feng's fangs. I know, don't talk nonsense. What a bold gambler. The curve of Cui Feng's mouth grew more pronounced. It seemed he wasn't the only one who didn't care about his life. A subtle light flickered in Cui Feng's pupils, casting an inhuman, strange light on his features. Under Wei Ning's cold scrutiny, Cui Feng's expression darkened. A few minutes later, Cui Feng looked up at Wei Ning, his voice tinged with barely perceptible grit. You still can't control yourself. There's a stronger consciousness hidden deep within you, and your loss of control is likely due to it. Wei Ning, oh. Wei Ning turned and ignored him. Cui Feng saw the blatant mockery in the glance she gave him before turning back. A flush crept across his face, and his peach-colored eyes, etched with anger, became even more vivid. But the pain of the wounds being pulled had told Cui Feng that he was no match for the woman before him. They were the scars of a fierce fight at the village chief's house. Recounting the several encounters between Cui Feng and Wei Ning, he hadn't managed to gain even a single advantage from Wei Ning. Each one ended in a crushing defeat for him. Cui Feng's frustration grew worse as he thought about it. Seeing Wei Ning with her back to him, a nonchalant expression on her face, his eyes rolled, his pale lips moving. You were sucking me so hard just now, it hurt like hell. Why don't you give me some compensation? Zhang Xiaohua and Li Dongshui, who had been secretly observing Wei Ning and his partner from the corner, suddenly perked up. They eagerly awaited Wei Ning's response. Wei Ning, eh? The corners of Wei Ning's mouth twitched slightly. You know what? You're like a puppy trying to get its owner's attention. The kind with its tail wagging like it's about to fly off the ground. Cui Feng's ears flushed red, and he leaped from the ground in anger. His eerie aura vanished instantly, and he pointed angrily at Wei Ning. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow, imitating Cui Feng's usual manner. Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaohua, who had been watching the show with amusement, now excitedly responded, That's right. That's right. That's right. Meeting Cui Feng's gaze, Zhang Xiaohua silently swallowed, her voice growing fainter and fainter until it became a slurred, woo. Let go. Cui Feng tugged at the soft flesh in his hand again and again. Talk? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Wei Ning's lips curled slightly, but after a moment, they disappeared again. Li Dongshui looked up at Wei Ning and tilted his head. Sister? The little girl before him appeared well-behaved, seemingly devoid of any aggression towards her beloved sister. But that was only an appearance. Seeing Wei Ning silently lower her head and gaze at her, Li Dongshui's long eyelashes flickered. Her fingers caressed Wei Ning's cheek, moving upwards until they rested at the corners of her eyes. Sister, your new eyes are so beautiful. The watery red pupils were like sparkling rubies, a beauty that any businessman would want to hide on their display stand. Li Dongshui wanted to pluck those eyes off, just as he had done to Wei Ning just now. However, an inexplicable feeling lingered in her mind, preventing her fingertips from going any further. The watery crimson eyes evoked a familiarity in Li Dongshui, a resistance to rejection. Sister, is it bad to be like me? A child's clear voice echoed in Wei Ning's ears, and her vision began to blur, her consciousness ripped apart. Wei Ning bit her tongue hard, a fishy, rusty taste spreading in her mouth. She could now pinpoint the root cause of her physical discomfort. Unable to wait for Wei Ning's response, the girl's voice grew increasingly shrill. Sister, is it bad to be like me? Sister, is it bad to be like me? Is it bad? The girl's dark eye sockets magnified infinitely before Wei Ning's nose, as if to suck her whole, crush her, melt her, and become part of her flesh. Just a second before Wei Ning's consciousness began to blur again, she raised her hand and gently touched Li Dongshui's head. Dongshui, you must listen to me, understand? Li Dongshui paused, and like a robot grasping a key word, he replied blankly, I understand. You must listen to me. Dongshui will listen to me. Zhang Xiaohua, who had finally escaped Cui Feng's clutches, frowned at the sight of Li Dongshui's stunned expression, but said nothing. Instead, when she saw that Wei Ning and Cui Feng were not paying attention to her, her eyes shifted, and she began to move stealthily. Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat was so rapid that it almost jumped out of her throat. She didn't dare stop what she was doing, fearing that any hesitation would attract Wei Ning's attention. She was so nervous and frightened that she felt like she was fainting. Only after she grasped the sticky, damp eyeball did she dare blink, relieving the dry, itchy iris. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Xiaohua swallowed, the rumbling within her body exploding alongside her heartbeat. Her breathing became completely disordered, heavy and muffled. It was particularly noticeable. Zhang Xiaohua was startled by the sound of her own breathing, her hand trembling, and the eyeball in her hand nearly fell to the ground. It was Wei Ning's eyeball, freshly dug out, and still faintly throbbing. The eyeball in her hand seemed to begin to wriggle, turning over and aiming its shrunken, tiny pupil at Zhang Xiaohua, whose teeth were chattering with fear. Zhang Xiaohua instinctively let out a cold cry. Zhang Xiaohua, what are you doing? Wei Ning's characteristically cold voice echoed from behind, and Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders trembled, a cry escaping through her teeth. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and stuffed Wei Ning's 2 eyeballs into her mouth. Chapter 24. Zhang Xiaohua felt a pain in her shoulder. She instinctively struggled to dodge, but the undeniable force on her shoulder twisted her body back and forth. Raising her eyes, she met a pair of blood-red pupils, like the fangs of some ferocious beast. The weak and helpless prey could only freeze helplessly, allowing the massive monster before it to tear it apart and devour it bite by bite. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's fearful eyes, Wei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, subtracting a bit of her aura. She squatted down, looking Zhang Xiaohua in the eye. She tilted her head, looking as if she wouldn't do anything terrifying. Tell me, sister, why did you eat my eyes? Eat my eyes? Hearing this, Cui Feng and Li Dongshui rushed forward and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua, curiously examining this audacious girl. The air in the enclosed space grew thinner and thinner, and Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt it difficult to breathe. Her throat tightened, and for a moment, she was unable to speak. After a long moment of self-pumping, Zhang Xiaohua finally closed her eyes and shouted, I'll eat it. What's it to you? A cowardly paper tiger. Wei Ning straightened up, letting the trembling Zhang Xiaohua go. She turned and glanced at the 2 people lurking behind her elongated figure. No, two venomous snakes coiled around their masters. The venom in their fangs was ready, waiting for the moment their master wasn't paying attention, to stain their warm, vibrant flesh with a bluish, deadly aura. Then, they happily devoured the sweet treat. For the umpteenth time, Wei Ning expertly dislodged Li Dongshui, who had crept onto her, patted her furry head, and declared, emotionlessly, that Dongshui's attempt to gouge out her sister's eyeballs had failed once again. Li Dongshui silently retracted his restless claws, and crouched in the corner, like a small mushroom emitting a gloomy aura, waiting for the opportunity to unfold his robe again. Seeing that Li Dongshui had finally settled down today, Wei Ning turned around, and covered Zhang Xihua's mouth with his hands. He lifted her by her arms, and flipped her over. Instantly, the surging smell of blood rushed back into Zhang Xihua's stomach. Wei Ning's fingertips gently lifted Zhang Xihua's chin, and a tug at her pale lips. Since you've eaten it, there's no chance of regret. Don't even think about spitting it out. His fingertips brushed against the corner of Zhang Xihua's eye, sending a chill through her. Her knees buckled, her eyes flickered, and she avoided Wei Ning's gaze, staring directly into her crimson pupils. Hand in hand, he coiled the two still tender snakes back onto the tree stump. Wei Ning reclined, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Xiahua, curled up in a ball, had her bed taken over, but she dared not speak. She could only stalk over to Li Dongshui, her voice sullen. Don't you think there's something wrong with your sister? Li Dongshui heard the voice, and turned his head, his hollow, dark eyes fixed on Zhang Xiahua. Eyes? Not just her eyes. To be more precise, there's something wrong with her whole being. Li Dongshui, have you ever considered that that woman isn't your sister? The last half of the sentence was lowered to the floor, so low that a heavier heartbeat could easily drown it out. Li Dongshui tilted his head, and just as his delicate lips parted, creaky, the door was roughly pushed open. Spirit boy, the sun has set. It's time to board the sedan chair, and ascend to the sacred mountain. Zhang Xiahua stood, and nodded to the people waiting outside. Looking back, Li Dongshui was gone, as if she had vanished into thin air. Wei Ning stood respectfully beside her, her eyes, looking down, had turned a deep dark black. Zhang Xiahua shuddered, not wondering why Wei Ning's eyes had suddenly turned their normal black, nor why the little mushroom named Li Dongshui had vanished into thin air in this suffocatingly crowded space. She followed the instructions of the short-haired woman outside the door, closed her eyes, and after a swaying movement, her bottom finally touched flat ground. Zhang Xiahua tried to open her eyes, but no matter how hard she pulled, her eyelids wouldn't budge. She could only determine her current situation by the sound. Anyone who suddenly loses their sight would panic, but Zhang Xiahua felt relaxed, even relaxed as she lay in the swaying sedan chair. The smile on her lips made it seem as if she was about to return to her longed-for home. Her earlier timidity and panic in front of Wei Ning seemed merely an act. Wei Ning, carrying the sedan on his shoulders, lacked the ability to see through Zhang Xiahua's eyes, and couldn't see her expression from within. He walked forward silently. The short-haired woman, who had carried the sedan up the mountain with her, was deeply concerned about Wei Ning. She stared at her intently. Hey, you know? A few days ago, a fire broke out in the village chief's house for no apparent reason, and a lot of things were burned. Wei Ning raised her eyelids, and looked at Lu Chunhua. She knew more than anything that she had set the fire. Lu Chunhua continued, I heard that something very important to the village chief was burned. He almost turned the village upside down. Do you know what it was? Something very important. It was undoubtedly Li Dongshui, whom Wei Ning had taken away. Zhao Qi, who was standing beside the sedan with his hands behind his back, heard the voice, raised his eyebrows, and walked over with his chest puffed out. Keep quiet. With that, Zhao Qi returned to the front of the sedan. Cui Feng walked over to Wei Ning and whispered, Do you think he looks like a rooster, head held high and chest puffed out? Wei Ning cast his gaze upon the unconscious Zhao Qi. Cui Feng's description was, it had to be said, quite vivid. He resembled a chick about to be skinned and gutted, foolish yet energetic. The chick hopped and skipped, leading the group behind him through the giant plants, teetering on the sacred mountain where the gods resided. It was as beautiful as a fairy tale. What a pity, it was a horror fairy tale, Wei Ning thought casually. The group grew increasingly silent, even the sound of their footsteps swallowed by the black night. A dead silence. Zhao Qi felt an inexplicable panic. He pinched his palms, forcing himself to suppress his emotions. This was the opportunity he had fought so hard for in front of the village chief. He had to seize it. No mistakes were allowed. He had to see the mountain god. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. His heartbeat faltered for a moment, Zhao Qi barely audible his own breathing. He paused, looking up in terror. His pupils shrank to a trembling point, his blood surging with his fluctuating emotions. His lips quivered, his body and his fragile form collapsing together. Wei Ning lifted her foot, avoiding the strange trail of water spreading from beneath Zhao Qi. What happened? Zhang Xihua's voice, carried through the heavy sedan chair, sounded strange and eerie in the dark forest. Cui Feng lifted the dazed Zhao Qi and slapped him to bring him back to consciousness. It's nothing, just a minor problem. Don't look up, keep walking. Lu Chunhua and the others exchanged glances. Though frightened, they obediently continued forward. Zhao Qi covered his face, glaring at Cui Feng's back, gritted his teeth, and followed. He didn't dare contradict Cui Feng. Although he didn't understand, he was the one the village chief had strongly instructed to bring these women and the spirit child up the mountain. He wondered what this doctor's ability was that made everyone trust him. Even Wei Ning, who was carrying the funeral sedan, treated him with a special regard. Why? Just because of his face? Wei Ning, caught in Zhao Qi's internal murmurs, had just turned away from looking back when they saw Zhang Jun, abandoned behind them, hanging from the tree. A thin piece of clothing hung from the tree, its pale skin cracked with tiny cracks, and wriggling maggots emerged from within. They were not off-white, but a rotten, bright red. Like countless peeled fingers struggling to escape from this body. The thing that fell on Zhao Qi's neck was this worm. In the blink of an eye, only a trail of glistening mucus and a glaring red spot remained on Zhao Qi's neck. Evidently a bug had burrowed into his flesh. However, he hadn't noticed yet. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. She couldn't be the only one being transformed into a monster, could she? For the next few moments, nothing happened. Zhao Qi, at the head of the group, kept scratching relentlessly. The scratching sound of his nails scraping against skin pierced everyone's ears, a pure torture. We're here. Zhao Qi, scratching himself relentlessly, directed Wei Ning and the others to lower the sedan chair. Lu Chunhua and the others slowly lowered the sedan chair, pounding their aching shoulders and looking around. Zhao Qi, there's nothing here? Where are the immortals? Is this all there is at the top of Lingshan Mountain? Zhao Qi casually wiped the blood from his fingertips on his sleeve, then moved to another area and continued scratching, his eyes wide open. Are you blind? How come there's nothing there? Open your eyes and look carefully. Isn't there a spiritual spring right here? A steaming spring on the empty mountaintop captured the attention of everyone present. Cui Feng looked at Zhao Qi. What should we do next? Zhao Qi's flesh had been torn to pieces by his scratching. The scraps of flesh around the edges of the wounds were barely detachable, held together only by a thin layer of skin. Anyone with eyes could see that something was wrong with him. But everyone here seemed blind. Wei Ning and Cui Feng's eyes held a simultaneous coldness. For two people who didn't even care about their own lives, asking them to care about the lives of others was a bit of a stretch. Wei Ning glanced sideways at Lu Chunhua. Her expression was calm, and she showed no unusual reaction. Zhao Qi, eyes reddened, tore off the scrap of skin still attached to the flesh and shouted, "Please, spirit boy, step down from the sedan." The sedan swung, and Zhang Xiaohua climbed out, her eyes still closed. Thus, she couldn't see the dense red spots on her body, similar to Zhao Qi's. The only difference was that Zhang Xihua's skin was intact, with no visible scratch marks. How had those insects managed to crawl into the sedan without anyone noticing? There were so many of them, they could practically fill the entire sedan. It was like a pie bursting with juice, overflowing with strawberry bits. Wei Ning paused in her imagination, and watched Zhang Xiaohua shed her clothes and step into the steaming spring. In Wei Ning's vision, the red spots on Zhang Xihua's body began to swirl, slowly transforming into stripes, stretching into tender, pink tentacles, soaked in shimmering water. In the moonlight, it was impossible to tell whether they were the transparent mucus secreted by the insects. Countless thin tentacles emerged from the holes in Zhang Xihua's skin, their tips splitting into 4 petals as they swam in the steamy pool, like blooming flowers. Pink flowers blossomed in the spring, resplendent and beautiful. If it weren't for the dense clusters of tentacles growing on Zhang Xihua's body, everyone present was completely captivated by the beauty. Except Zhao Qi. He continued scratching his flesh, his fingers warped from the constant use. Zhao Qi couldn't stand the frantic itch. Itchy. 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 Cui Feng tossed over a randomly picked wooden stick. Zhao Qi, as if he had found a long-desired treasure, grabbed it and began scratching his bloody body with the tip. Seeing this, Lu Chunhua forced a faint smile and said to Cui Feng, "Dr. Song, is this the stick you picked up on the road?" It was a boring question, just to break the dead silence and dispel the feeling of helplessness. Chui Feng was quite interested in responding to Lu Chunhua. Long, straight, beautiful lines, right? Lu Chunhua was stunned by the words, moving her lips for a long time before finally uttering yes. Yes. You have a good taste. Chui Feng nodded and stopped talking, completely unconcerned with the sudden lull in the conversation. Wei Ning, standing nearby, held her forehead and turned away, her back to the two of them. She had thought Chui Feng had done something unusual during his absence. In just a few minutes, Zhang Xiaohua vanished, her slender, bony figure no longer visible above the water. The spring water, stained crimson by her blood, made one feel as if Zhang Xiaohua had melted into the water, swaying slowly in the gentle evening breeze. Before her fingertips touched the rippling water, Wei Ning was forced back by the scorching vapor. This was definitely not a temperature suitable for human body. Seeing this, Chui Feng also stepped forward and extended his hand, but he too was forced back by the heat. He and Wei Ning exchanged a glance, both curious about how Zhang Xiaohua had remained silent in such a high temperature. She passed through the spring to Wei Ning and Chui Feng's destination. Zhao Qi, struggling to recover from the itching, saw the audacity of Wei Ning and Chui Feng approaching this sacred spring, and something supporting him instantly collapsed. He screamed and lunged at Wei Ning and Chui Feng. Ah! You're not allowed to touch the spiritual spring. Let go! Two slender figures carved clean lines through the air, their exhaust fumes fanning Zhao Qi, who landed face first on the ground. Wei Ning raised her thick lashes, her eyes unobstructed, a gleam of light that suddenly shone frighteningly, like a silver sword gleaming in the moonlight. Chui Feng curled his lips and swung another long straight stick. Wei Ning caught it, flipped his wrist, and sank down with determination. Puff! Zhao Qi's body stiffened, his cloudy eyeballs popped out of their sockets, and he stopped breathing. Wei Ning raised a hand to wipe the blood splattered on his cheek, turned to look at the terrified Lu Chunhua and others, and blinked slowly. The slaughter begins now. Lu Chunhua met Wei Ning's cold gaze, her stiff body suddenly awakening. She turned and ran, crying, "No, no, no! Don't kill me!" Wei Ning's expressionless face moved forward, and a gust of wind brushed past her. Chui Feng instantly pushed her behind him, leaving her with a look of flamboyant excitement. That was the signal for a childish competition. Chapter 25. Wei Ning sighed softly, casually swirling the stick in her hand. The air it sliced through cut a bloody mark on Chui Feng's cheek. The wound was clearly only the surface of his skin, but it felt as if something had penetrated deeper, piercing his throbbing heart. Chui Feng's eyes widened slightly, fixed on Wei Ning, who had crushed Lu Chunhua with one foot. The temperature began to grow scorching, and his throat tightened, unconsciously freezing in place. Wei Ning's slender figure was like a drawn bow, intimately traced by the moonlight. Not only were there the curves of a woman, but even more so, a back as powerful as that of a beast. A powerful emotion suddenly surged, pressing hard against Chui Feng's throat, causing it to tighten terribly. Chui Feng vaguely recognized that emotion as jealousy. He envied the moonlight, which was unguarded by Wei Ning. That intimate distance, Chui Feng madly desired it in that moment. How could he? Chui Feng's breath hitched, this frenzied emotion so unfamiliar that it frightened him. He was so frightened that he wanted to kill Wei Ning, but in the moment before Wei Ning's death, he couldn't guarantee that reluctance and regret wouldn't take over. Wei Ning pulled the wooden stick from Lu Chunhua's heart and turned to face Chui Feng, whose eyes were blurry. His eyelashes flickered, and without a word, he took a step forward, brushing past Chui Feng. The moment their shoulders brushed against each other, a sudden electric current shot through Chui Feng's dangling arm, bringing a tingling sensation and a subtle, addictive pain. Pain sobered him. The restlessness, madness, and chaotic, unfamiliar thoughts receded like a tide. Chui Feng lowered his head. A wooden stick pierced his shoulder, blood burning a hole in his shirt. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll kill you." Chui Feng said nothing good, but he calmly grasped the exposed end, where the warmth of Wei Ning's palm still clung. The warmth was fleeting. His fingertips caressed the stick until the warmth faded, then Chui Feng drew the sharp weapon from his shoulder, and turned to see that Wei Ning had already slaughtered the remaining men. Noticing his gaze, Wei Ning paused, kneeling on the ground, and looked up at Chui Feng. To those unaware, Wei Ning might at first mistake her for a female knight protecting the prince and slaying dragons. But the look in the female knight's eyes, as she looked at the prince, was just a hair's breadth away from succumbing to impatience and indifference. "How long are you going to stand there?" Chui Feng tossed aside the stick that had scraped off a piece of his flesh and scratched his cheek, even though it wasn't stained. He approached Wei Ning. "So what's the next step?" Wei Ning nodded. Yes. Stepping over the corpses scattered across the ground, Wei Ning and Cui Feng approached the spring together. Before ascending Lishan, they had reached a brief and precarious alliance. Killing anyone except themselves was the first step in their plan. No one else was allowed to share the ripe fruit. Not even ordinary NPCs. This was Cui Feng's suggestion, and Wei Ning had no objection. The spring water was crystal clear, and there was no visible entrance to another dimension. However, at this point in the dungeon, it was clear that the physical world had nothing to do with reality. Wei Ning was the first to descend into the pool, a hazy white mist instantly enveloping her. The rippling water caressed her sharp brows. Cui Feng waved his hand, and another wave of water rose high and crashed down on Wei Ning's head. Wet hair covered half of Wei Ning's face, making her feel uncomfortable. She never liked the sticky feeling. So, Wei Ning grabbed Cui Feng by the neck and shoved him hard into the water. Gulyalu. Cui Feng couldn't spit out a mouthful of water before being pushed up and down several more times. When Wei Ning finally stopped, the corners of his eyes and lips were already a deep red. Her moist breath brushed against Cui Feng's nose. He brushed his bangs back, and drops of water rolled down, dripping onto his already rosy lips. You're really quick and decisive. Wei Ning averted her gaze from Cui Feng's lips, lowered her head, and stirred the water with her fingertips. Your movements are always unnecessary. No one could ever guess what was going on in Cui Feng's mind. It seemed that nothing he did would contradict his character. Cruel, nonsensical, ambiguous, nothing was surprising. Don't you think it's wonderful playing in the pool with two people? Wei Ning glanced at him. You can say it again, looking at the bloody hole on your shoulder. She wouldn't mind a little more beauty. The water temperature continued to rise, and the human body began to take on the unique pink of cooked flesh. Wei Ning frowned slightly, and pinched her arm. It felt soft and smooth, without the firmness of the original muscle. She pulled hard, and the flesh stretched into a long lump. Like plasticine. The body was melting and softening. After several long, scalding minutes, Wei Ning's body visibly doubled in size, like flesh slurry rotting in the broth. She opened her eyes, a flicker of impatience passing through her. This couldn't go on. Before she could find any trace of Zhang Xihua's disappearance or a way to enter another dimension, she would completely melt and dissipate, merging with the spring. Finally, it slowly settled, transforming into the flesh-colored dust beneath the spring. Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng, wondering if he had any clues about the surface. Turning around, she saw Cui Feng lying on his back in the water, his eyelids closed, his chest rising and falling slowly. Asleep. Wei Ning, anything this guy does is normal. If she couldn't count on Cui Feng, she'd have to ask her. She brushed her fingertips against the corner of her eye, letting out a soft breath. She pressed her eyeball down again, her movements expertly and without hesitation, as if it were an organ growing outside her body. The eyeball, now wet with water, became slippery in her palm. With a slight tremor of her knuckles, it dropped into the spring. Wei Ning's hollow eyes blinked, and when they opened again, her red pupils popped out. A small, round head popped out of the water. Li Dongshui straightened her knees, the tip of her nose above the water, and looked at Wei Ning through her dark eyes. Sister? Wei Ning gently held the little girl with one hand, allowing Li Dongshui's head to be completely exposed. With the other hand, she rubbed her head. Dongshui, are you familiar with this place? Li Dongshui nodded. I've been here before. It leads to a place. A very magical place. Wei Ning's pupils flickered beneath her eyelashes. Then, Dongshui, can you take me there? Li Dongshui, who was sitting in the room, looked up at this, her head tilted slightly, and her voice, with the lively and clear voice of a child, said no. She was flatly rejected. Wei Ning blinked. Why? Dongshui, can you tell me the reason? Li Dongshui lowered her head, buried her empty eyes in her arms, and fell silent. Wei Ning didn't urge her, quietly holding the girl in her arms. The girl was thin, her bones protruding. She sank into Wei Ning's swollen body, like a needle, easily overlooked, its presence only reminded by the pain. Wei Ning's features began to sag and deform. Soon, she would be transformed into a completely unrecognizable monstrosity. Her eyeballs began to slide in their deformed sockets. Li Dongshui finally spoke, you have to turn yourself into pieces. Not a puddle, but pieces, like neatly arranged steamed buns. Li Dongshui turned his head to look at the fused mass of flesh behind him. He gently pushed her away from Wei Ning. She stared directly at the monster before her. But it seems a little too late now, isn't it? The two red eyeballs plastered on the flesh ball turned and aimed at Li Dongshui. A muffled, dull voice emanated from somewhere. Thank you. Sister. Li Dongshui paused, the water droplets in the creases of her eyelids glittering in the moonlight. You lied to me. You're not my sister? Xiaohua told me everything. I hate people lying to me. With that, the tiny figure in the spring vanished, just like Zhang Xiaohua had before. Only 2 lumps of flesh remained, floating on the surface. One was darker in color. It belonged to Cui Feng, who had kept his eyes closed. Motionless, like a flesh-colored stone. The little flesh ball, Cui Feng, swam slowly with the swaying water, lazily turning over in the warm spring water. One end of the ball gently touched the other. The 2 balls, their mouths already melted, communicated their consciousness through the corners of their contact. It's so comfortable. It's so nice to be a ball without limbs. This was a heartfelt sigh from Cui Feng's little flesh ball. Yes. Yes. Another, lighter-colored little ball swayed gently in agreement. I want to. Always be a mindless ball. The wind blew, the water rippled, and Wei Ning's little ball was blown back toward Cui Feng's little ball. Puff. Sensing something was amiss, Cui Feng's little ball shook its round body in confusion, then slammed back toward Wei Ning's little ball. Puff. Wei Ning's little ball felt a little angry, deflated in anger. The light pink ball turned even redder. It was going to bounce back. Bounce back? At the moment of inflating and launching, her hazy consciousness briefly cleared with a simple but agitated emotion. Wei Ning immediately sensed something was wrong with her body. As her memory informed her of what she had just done, the emotion of shame sprouted within her for the first time, growing into a mighty tree in the blink of an eye. The pink little ball awoke, its entire body turning blood red. Cui Feng's little tuk-tuk was enjoying the matchup game, swaying his plump body as he happily pounced on Wei Ning. A cold smile curved Wei Ning's lips, even though she no longer had a mouth. Skill, tracking eye, 100% attack rate. Both tuk-tuks charged at each other with anticipation. With a resounding bang, Cui Feng's little tuk-tuk was shattered into pieces. Red, rotten flesh splattered across the water, sinking, disappearing. Having regained some consciousness, Wei Ning wanted to hold her head in her hands. Her previous act of revenge had been childish, and she didn't want to admit it. But it had been a mistake, and she had gotten Cui Feng away. Next, it was Wei Ning's turn. Mist, surging with the scorching spring water, enveloped Wei Ning, and her consciousness gradually began to dim. Before she could completely degenerate into a mindless monster, she activated her skill again, flinging herself over the edge. The tracking eye, which allows weapons to attack opponents with 100% certainty, does not restrict players from using themselves as weapons, and Wei Ning is well aware of this. Rebuilding a new body from a shattered element is the final step before the spirit child meets the mountain god. In ancient mythology, immortals seem to shed their mortal bodies before ascending to heaven, and isn't that exactly what Wei Ning is experiencing now? After an unknown amount of time, after her consciousness faded, Wei Ning finally felt the traces of her body breathing, confirming her existence. After mentally preparing herself, Wei Ning opened her eyes, but the thrilling scene she had imagined did not unfold. Instead, she met Cui Feng's upturned gaze. Wei Ning squinted silently, her eyes landing on the prominent swelling on Cui Feng's forehead. She spoke with rare concern. What's wrong with your forehead? Chapter 26. Cui Feng gently touched the lump on his forehead, feeling a little painful. I don't know. I was there when I woke up. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at Wei Ning. This can't be related to you, right? Wei Ning replied quickly, no. Cui Feng tilted his head slightly, and followed Wei Ning, as she began to walk. Really? The last syllable of his voice trailed off, like the tail of a swimming snake, or like a feather brushing across skin, soft yet heavy. The voice reached Cui Feng coldly. No, that's it. Cui Feng's lips curled, not insisting on an answer. He and Wei Ning remained silent. The two walked forward in silence. As they walked up the stairs, Wei Ning looked behind him, only seeing a dark spot, with no end in sight. He looked up and saw the same thing. Cui Feng stepped onto a staircase. Where are we? The sensation beneath his feet was indescribable, not at all solid. Once he lowered his head, his consciousness faded, and when he regained consciousness, all he could remember was a glaring red, a deeply unsettling sight. It's not a good place, Wei Ning said. Even a blind man would know it's not a good place. Cui Feng felt the response was perfunctory, and he took a few steps, walking alongside Wei Ning. We're not the only two of us on this path, are we? As if in response to Cui Feng, the shadows on the silent staircase grew thicker, seemingly taking on a physical form. Wei Ning's back suddenly felt damp, carrying a strange, sticky warmth, as if someone was pressing against her, breathing heavily. Unsteadily, Wei Ning's pupils fluttered, and her peripheral vision caught sight of Cui Feng beside her. It was clear that Cui Feng was experiencing the same situation. But Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered. The shadow behind her seemed much shorter, unlike the one clinging to Cui Feng's back. Judging from the pink tinge on Cui Feng's neck, it seemed the height of an adult. The height of a grown woman. Danger quietly surrounded the two of them. Cui Feng tilted his head and blinked at Wei Ning. Even her thick lashes couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, a hint of childish, playful mischief. Wei Ning sighed softly, retracted her gaze, and looked forward. Her footsteps paused slightly in midair for a few seconds. The shadow in front of her had fully solidified. Two unknown beings sandwiched Wei Ning, leaving her barely a nose's length away. If she breathed any heavier, Wei Ning would be discovered. Her heart clenched in her chest, its beating abruptly suppressed by Wei Ning. She closed her eyes. A dull thud echoed on the ground. It was Wei Ning's footsteps, overlapping with Cui Feng's. The empty space amplified the sound of footsteps, as if countless people were walking together. This wasn't an illusion. Wei Ning could clearly feel the air thicken. Countless figures suddenly appeared on the long staircase, silently stepping forward alongside Wei Ning and Cui Feng, climbing continuously. The higher they climbed, the more closed the space became. The ceiling above them seemed to drop continuously, forcing their heads down until their chins pierced their collarbones and pierced their flesh. The overlapping figures formed two rows, their necks drooping like some kind of planarian that shed slime. Duh. 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 The rhythmic sound of footsteps hammered at the very core of Wei Ning and Cui Feng's hearts, nearly bursting out of their throats, rolling down like balls, landing at the feet of those behind them. Her foot suddenly felt heavy, and Wei Ning's eyebrows jumped. Something unknown wrapped around her ankle, tightening bit by bit. Wei Ning's skin was cut, blood gushing out. Every odor in the dim space was instantly amplified countless times. The intense, sweet, fishy smell of rust seemed to transform into a poisonous insect, creeping deep into Cui Feng's lungs along with his heavy, uncontrolled breathing, seeping through every tiny pore into every corner of his body. Cui Feng was completely enveloped and consumed by the scent of Wei Ning. Weakness, panic, excitement, a swirling and extreme mixture of emotions, so intense that Cui Feng nearly fainted. With the last vestiges of his sanity shattered, Cui Feng struggled to raise his head and look at Wei Ning beside him. The moment that slender, flowing figure came into view, Cui Feng's heart felt as if it were being crushed to pieces by a pair of hands. Sanity and rationality completely collapsed, and desire took over. Cui Feng uncontrollably broke free from the orderly formation, following the surging appetite deep within her body, and lunged towards Wei Ning. A hoarse scream echoed behind Wei Ning, and she turned her head, her pupils constricting subconsciously. The overlapping figures behind her had completely lost their original order, as if someone had dropped a bomb of madness into the ranks, shattering everyone into monsters, each one surging towards her. A sudden itch hit her ankle. Wei Ning looked down, and saw a furry mass clinging to her foot. Sensing Wei Ning's gaze, the furry creature raised its head, and met her eyes. Cui Feng's eyes flushed red, and she rubbed her cheek against Wei Ning's ankle again and again. Hearing the shock in Wei Ning's eyes, he curled his lips in triumph and pride, sticking out his tongue. The tip of the tongue split into two sharp, thin strands, resembling the tongue of a venomous snake. The moment the misshapen tip touched warm skin, Wei Ning's breath stopped, and her other leg thrust forward, slamming Cui Feng's head into the ground with a thud. The soft staircase shook violently, and the frantic monsters fell, and collided with each other. Wei Ning exhaled and kicked Cui Feng, who was clinging to her legs, away. The man's body traced a clean arc through the air, and with a thud, he landed among the monsters. Food from the sky. The monsters screamed in unison, and in an instant, Cui Feng was covered by overlapping shadows, leaving no trace of his clothing. The unique presence of Cui Feng in the air vanished. Only countless monsters, stepping on the shoulders of those before them, desperately pounced on Wei Ning. The last vestiges of his human form were easily torn apart. Seriously, how could I have initially felt like there was a person standing behind Wei Ning, in front of her, and in every crevice around her? The strange, sticky sensation on her ankle had faded, but the goosebumps on Wei Ning's skin remained stubbornly persistent. She didn't know if it was the sheer number of monsters, but she suddenly seemed to hear a sigh of contentment. Her ever-hungry stomach had finally settled into a meal. Even more incredible was the strange familiarity of the voice. The name rolled past her lips, echoing softly in the vibrating air. 3 familiar syllables. Wei Ning couldn't care less now. Her thoughts were cut short, and she sprinted up flight after flight of stairs. In the blink of an eye, she had distanced herself from the monsters. The sweet smell was coming from far away from them. No! 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 The monsters, claws and fangs bared, chased Wei Ning, crowding and colliding like a black tide, its crests high enough to crush all prey in an instant. They could only cling to a ridiculous glimmer of hope. Wei Ning's body suddenly tilted, and he fell onto the right angle between two steps. The angle was clearly wide enough to penetrate his temple, but there was a loud snap, snap. It was bizarrely funny, like the mockery of a clown. A curse word, one that would have been blocked out, instantly popped into Wei Ning's mind. Quickly gathering his emotions in a fraction of a second, Wei Ning propped himself up, but the overly soft surface his palm touched suddenly cracked, a barely perceptible line. The line grew larger in the blink of an eye, forming a hollow, like a suddenly opened eye. As expected, Wei Ning's arm sank straight into it. Having caught its prey, the hole instantly closed, its upper and lower eyelids tightly together. A small black insect was trapped in its folds, struggling and twisting, until finally its juices burst forth, forming an adhesive that glued the two thick eyelid folds together. A dryness ran through Wei Ning's throat, and she gasped softly. The saliva she swallowed felt like a razor blade, severing all the blood vessels below her neck as her Adam's apple throbbed. A chill twisted across her collarbone, and for a moment, Wei Ning thought her head, not her arm, had been severed by the sudden hole. Not even glancing at her severed right forearm, Wei Ning gritted her teeth and continued running. Having learned her lesson, Wei Ning focused her attention on the stairs below. She ducked, dodging the monster behind her. As Wei Ning dodged, a gap suddenly appeared beneath her feet, leaving her with barely enough time to react. It was as if it had been calculated. Wei Ning wiped the thick sweat from her forehead and, with her missing arm and leg, leaped to the next level. One knee bent, and she reached another level. Another and another. Like a clockwork puppet. Hee. As if amused by Wei Ning's ridiculous, mechanical movements, a sharp laugh echoed through the murky air. Wei Ning gritted her teeth, but couldn't suppress the emotion within. She took a deep breath and coldly uttered the name that had been lingering in her mind, Zhang Xiaohua. Oh! The voice, eerie and ethereal in the air, feigned surprise. We've been discovered. A long, dead silence passed, and Zhang Xiaohua received no response from Wei Ning. She shouted angrily, Hey! Why aren't you answering me? You're so rude. The mountain god won't like you. The sharp, inflected voice pierced Wei Ning's ears like needles, and she didn't even use her remaining hand to protect her vulnerable eardrum, even though blood was already flowing from her ear canal. Oh, I forgot. You're in danger right now, so you don't have time to respond to me. Really? Why did Li Dongshui take so long to act? I'm almost tired of playing with you. The last sentence was muffled and deep, as if Zhang Xiaohua had just said it casually. But Wei Ning clearly caught the crucial word. Li Dongshui. Amidst the suffocating pain, the corners of Wei Ning's mouth curved upwards. She knew that Li Dongshui must have been responsible for her severed limbs. This was her obsession, after all. The suffocating feeling in the room deepened, and Wei Ning's eyelashes could easily brush against the tip of her nose. Who could have imagined that the end of the stairs would be such a place? It was indeed as miraculous as Li Dongshui described. No, it was a cruel yet magnificent miracle. Chapter 27. The suffocation deepened, Wei Ning's internal organs warping from the pressure. Blood rushed to her throat, coating her face with trembling breaths. With each leap onto a new step, the space grew smaller and smaller, as if an invisible ceiling were crashing down, refusing to stop until it crushed the tiny insects. Wei Ning was that tiny insect. The joints of her limbs creaked from the pressure, and her bent legs and knees curled up, like a cricket toyed by a child. Finally, a fist-sized space formed at the end of the long staircase. Wei Ning's bones had been shattered, and the air she could sniff at the tip of her nose was turbid and hot. Suddenly, a chill rose to Wei Ning's scalp, as if someone had leaned over and stabbed her with a needle. Although it was painful, the oppressive heat was captivating. Wei Ning rolled her eyes upwards, catching a glimmer of light just as her pupils were about to sink into their sockets. This strange staircase seemed conical. Wei Ning ascended from the bottom, gradually, and finally reached the top, only a head's length away from touching the finger-thick point. Light shone from that point. That was the only way Wei Ning could escape her current precarious situation. She looked back. The steps she had previously ascended were shrouded in darkness. The monsters were nowhere to be seen, including, of course, Cui Feng. That was good. Wei Ning couldn't tell if these monsters could squeeze into this narrow space and devour her completely. Okay, Now she had to proceed to the next level alone. Goodbye, annoying Dr. Cui. Wei Ning took a deep breath, squirmed her limp body, curled up like a boneless mollusk, and struggled to squeeze into the tiny hole. It hurts. First, my head, its round shape squeezed until it became pointed and blunt, then my torso, twisted into a long strip, my skin rubbed to a raw, red color. The pain was so intense that my breathing became sharp, slicing through Wei Ning's throat, shattering her consciousness. Even the darkness was a blackness shrouded in pain. Suddenly, a feather brushed gently against Wei Ning's face, and the tip of her nose itched. She wanted to sneeze. Wei Ning thought vaguely. She suddenly realized where the feather came from. Her eyelids fluttered, finally opening before she exhaled. A soft, gentle voice echoed in Wei Ning's ears, "Good child, it's Mommy." Mom? Yes, it was Mommy. She was born by Mommy. Yes, wasn't everything Wei Ning had just experienced the journey of a baby from the womb to the outside world? But what about those monsters? And those sudden holes? What could explain them? Wei Ning wasn't eager to find answers to these questions right now. She was more curious about who her mother was, and what she looked like. Wei Ning's eyelashes felt a gentle touch, like a feather. She opened her eyes, a flash of white light passing by. After careful examination, she realized it was her mother's fingers. Her mother's fingers were soft and warm, as beautiful as the feathers on an angel's wings. Her eyes lingered on her knuckles, then shifted to the person holding her. Her pupils fixed on them, and Wei Ning's heart tightened. The magnified facial features before her were incredibly familiar, and the movement of her eyebrows and eyes was unforgettable to Wei Ning. Give birth. How could her people be? Lin Yu? Warm fingers gently tapped the tip of Wei Ning's nose. The sound echoed in her ears, ethereal and dreamy, like wind chimes in another world. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered slightly as she gazed into those watery pupils, a smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth. It was a happy smile. It appeared on Wei Ning's cold and heroic face, looking strange and awkward. Oh my god! That's the most perverted smile in the world. So disgusting, isn't it, Dong Shui? Zhang Xiaohua, receiving no response, looked at Li Dongshui in dissatisfaction. Meeting those hollow eyes made her feel strangely uneasy. No. If it's not, then it's not. Li Dongshui blinked, ignoring Zhang Xiaohua. She simply lowered her head and stared blankly at Wei Ning, curled up in the soft embrace of her woman. I won't tolerate anyone pretending to be my sister. I will never forgive them. The arm around Wei Ning began to sway slowly, as if she were drifting in a small boat under the stars, safe, secure, and completely detached. Wei Ning twisted her head, burying it in the softness, murmuring, "Mom. Mom. Good girl, sleep, sleep. You'll have everything you want in your dreams." Wei Ning slowly closed her eyes. Okay, Mom. Bullshit. A sharp cry exploded. With the force of an atomic bomb, it shattered the uncontainable space, forcefully turning everyone's attention to her. Wei Ning's body shook, and she regained full consciousness. With a roll, she broke free from the large, warm embrace. Child, my child. Escaped, Wei Ning fell from the sky. She looked up at the mother, who had just embraced her, her emotions surpassing her actions as she blurted out, "Oh my god." How could one describe Wei Ning's current mood? The dusty box had finally been discovered by its owner. Prying open the rusty, yellowed lock, she was instantly blinded by the brilliance of the treasure hidden within. The long-buried emotions erupted in a single breath, unleashing a tremendous energy that brought Wei Ning an unprecedented experience. How novel, how beautiful. This was a treasure Wei Ning would never let go of once she had her hands on it. The brilliance in Wei Ning's pupil shone into a solid form, and she curled her knuckles tightly into her palms to suppress the trembling breath in her veins. The resonance of the voice deep within her heart was enough to shatter her eardrums. Mom, you are my mom. I want you to be my mom. She fell heavily to the ground, covered in an unknown slime. She paid no mind, her eyes fixed on the massive figure before her. The towering giantess buried herself deep beneath the ground, her eyes closed, unable to see where her child was. Her long arms slowly swept through the air, stirring up waves of air. Wei Ning nearly fell, kneeling on the ground, breathing steadily. Although her bones had grown back after she brought out of the hole, the pain of reshaping her fascia, flesh, and bones hadn't gone away, severely hampering her movements. Before she could exhale a foul breath, Wei Ning was suddenly kicked back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and turned her eyes to look at the attacker. It's you. With a thud, Wei Ning's head was stomped down hard. Lin Yu bent down and met Wei Ning's gaze. Stay away from her, you outsider. You don't belong here. Lin Yu, the body Cui Feng had claimed was already dead, appeared intact before Wei Ning. Furthermore, her aura was even more formidable than it had been in the village. Originally, she was a pale, dying beast, struggling futilely. Now, with her baby teeth shed, she revealed the savage nature of a cheetah. She would never allow anyone to approach her territory, including everything within it. Lin Yu untied her legs, squatted, and lifted Wei Ning's chin. What do you call my sister? Mom? Stop being ridiculous. What kind of relationship do you have with her? Are you people worthy of being associated with her? The giantess, her lower body rooted in the earth, was Lin Yu's sister, Lin Qinyu. Their facial features were nearly identical, but their temperaments were completely different, one gentle and easygoing, the other as tough as bamboo. If they hadn't appeared together, it would be hard to connect their relationship to blood. Wei Ning stood up, leaning back, spitting out blood foam mixed with mud. She stared at the wary Lin Yu, and suddenly, a soft smile broke out. Lin Yu looked puzzled. What are you laughing at? Don't you want to live? Wei Ning stretched his shoulders and tilted his head. Let's go all together. Don't wait for me to finish them off one by one. I'll kill more and more. Wei Ning was met with complete silence and Lin Yu, whose face red. You're crazy. Duh. A crisp sound. Li Dongshui appeared out of thin air between Wei Ning and Lin Yu. Oh, and Zhang Xiaohua, hiding behind her. Oh, it can't be considered completely appearing out of thin air. It can at least be described as empty. How can falling from a high altitude not be considered appearing out of thin air? You're not my sister? You lied to me. I'm going to kill you, Li Dongshui said, tilting his head in a manner remarkably similar to Wei Ning's. Wei Ning kindly explained, I never admitted I was your sister. He was refuted. Li Dongshui looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaohua behind him. She seems to be right. She never admitted she was my sister. Hidden behind Li Dongshui, Zhang Xiaohua was forced to reveal herself. Meeting Wei Ning's icy gaze, her shoulders reflexively trembled as she shouted, You're lying. You clearly said the word sister. I saw it all. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but not entirely by Zhang Xiaohua's words, but more by her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's large, round eyes held two pupils. They flickered with her breathing and trembling, truly eye-catching. No wonder she always hid behind Li Dongshui. Wei Ning hadn't forgotten that Zhang Xiaohua had swallowed her eyeballs. Now, it seemed like they were still growing on her body. It was because of the pupils within Wei Ning's body that she saw. Sister, that word? Li Dongshui nodded and looked at Wei Ning. Xiaohua said she saw it. You believe everything people say. How gullible. Wei Ning had no interest in tangling with the two children. She glanced at Lin Yu, standing nearby. You're against outsiders? Did you know Zhang Xiaohua is also an outsider? She was the one who told you the word outsider, wasn't she? Lin Yu's eyes swept over Zhang Xiaohua. I know, but so what? You're all going to die in the end. Facing Zhang Xiaohua's terrified gaze, Lin Yu continued ruthlessly, Kill you, then kill them. There's no need to rush. Zhang Xiaohua felt her pride fading. Tears welled up in her eyes, as she tried to evoke Lin Yu's sympathy. Mom? Mom? Lin Yu passed Zhang Xiaohua coldly, uttering, I'm not your mother, before rushing towards Wei Ning. As if inspired, Li Dongshui tiptoed forward, pulling Zhang Xiaohua along with him. Wei Ning curled her fingertips slightly, instantly mobilizing all her muscles to their full potential. Chapter 28. Ah! Let go! Li Dongshui, let me go! Zhang Xiaohua desperately shook her grasped wrist. She didn't want to fight with these people. Li Dongshui didn't even look up. Didn't you say you were my friend? That's what friends should do. Zhang Xiaohua choked, her lips trembling as she shot herself in the foot. Just as she finally came up with an excuse, Wei Ning kicked her, sending her flying to the side of the giantess. Blood from her forehead blurred Zhang Xiaohua's eyelashes. Suddenly, she could vaguely see the three people tangled together. Her eyes rolled back, and she lay motionless beside the giantess's broad waist. The giantess swept her arm, tucking Zhang Xiaohua into her embrace. Her forearms tightened slightly, and a gentle voice echoed in Zhang Xiaohua's ears, Child, child, my child. Elsewhere, Wei Ning was pinned to the ground by Lin Yu. The skin on her face had turned purple, and her vision was beginning to blacken. Lin Yu snorted coldly, Wasn't you quite capable just now? Wei Ning was about to faint, but her mind was still racing. Why, after arriving in this dungeon, was she always either pinching others or being pinched? What? Was her neck a checkpoint? Wei Ning gritted her teeth, raised her elbow, and grabbed the ankle of Li Dongshui, who was standing beside her. 100% attack rate. Activate. With a dull thud, Li Dongshui was used as a weapon and hurled towards Lin Yu. Wei Ning, panting, rose to her feet. As Lin Yu and Wei Ning clashed heads, lost in a trance, she kicked Li Dongshui away. There were too many uncontrollable factors affecting her, so it was best to stay away. She didn't want to be controlled mid-fight. Li Dongshui, inexplicably kicked away, said, "Eh." She shook her head silently, shaking the dust from her hair. Some of it fell into her eyes, making her feel uncomfortable. Before Li Dongshui could raise her hand to tidy it up, a hand suddenly appeared and stirred in her eyes, casually but effectively. She blinked and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua grabbed her hand, excitedly saying, "Dongshui, do you want to join us?" "What do you want to join us?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand, pointing to the giantess, who had just embraced her. She had finally managed to free herself from the suffocating embrace. "Do you want to eat her together?" Li Dongshui shook her head, calmly rejecting Zhang Xiaohua's offer. "No, eat her yourself." "Okay, then don't blame me for not taking you with me." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged, turned her back to Li Dongshui, and climbed back onto the giantess's tall body like a brave ant. Wei Ning rolled over, the tailwind from the long red whip slicing off a section of her hair. With a breath, Wei Ning struck back in a fraction of a second. She grasped the whip in her palm, her knuckles cracked by the unceasing force from Lin Yu. Her elbow instantly retracted, and Wei Ning pulled Lin Yu forward into her arms. Like a baby feeding, the whip wrapped around Lin Yu's slender neck, sinking deeply into her flesh. She was a hair's breadth from death. Wei Ning's steady arm suddenly trembled, giving Lin Yu the opportunity to break free. She looked up at Li Dongshui, her mind once again under his control. Though it lasted only a few seconds. Lin Yu and Li Dongshui stood side by side, their identical, icy demeanor silently confronting Wei Ning. One a ranged attacker, the other a close-quarters fighter, a perfect match. Wei Ning seemed to be stuck in a stalemate. A flicker of her eyelashes, and suddenly, an idea struck her. Wei Ning lowered her knees, shifting her weight forward. Lin Yu's expression darkened, and she moved in tacit sync with Wei Ning. Equally aggressive, the two charged at each other like two relentless bullets, their high-speed strides stirring up dust. Li Dongshui waited quietly for the dust in the air to settle. The dust, like a curtain, suddenly ripped apart by Wei Ning. She brushed past a stunned Lin Yu amidst the falling ash, appearing forcefully before Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui raised his head and locked eyes with Wei Ning, who was soaring through the air. The corners of her pale lips curved, momentarily softening Wei Ning's cold, sharp demeanor. Li Dongshui paused, a blur of emotion flickering through her dark eyes. Lin Yu, turning back, watched coldly as Wei Ning attacked Li Dongshui. Unexpectedly, Wei Ning placed a foot on Li Dongshui's shoulder and neck, then leaped back, spinning 180 degrees and flinging herself outward. In a flash, Wei Ning, using herself as a weapon, slammed Lin Yu into the ground. Wei Ning pushed herself to her feet, gazing at the vacant, grotesquely conscious Lin Yu beneath her. She smiled softly, a smile that couldn't conceal its cunning, nor the small, sharp fangs at the corners of her mouth. A naughty child showing off her successful trick. Like twisting a struggling beetle on a skewer, Wei Ning broke Lin Yu's neck. Wei Ning pulled herself out of the sticky, blood-stained ground, casually twiddling her toes a few times before burying Lin Yu's head and face. This wasn't a display of respect for the deceased. It was simply a rare display of extreme excitement, a display of bragging and defiance typical of an enemy. Wei Ning turned around, her eyes fixed on Li Dongshui, whose shoulder had been shattered. The immense momentum had buried Li Dongshui in the ground, like a radish with only its leaves exposed. A dazzling glint shone in Wei Ning's eyes, a gaze that would have made anyone retreat. Li Dongshui lowered her head. She had a sickening familiarity with such a look. Wei Ning disengaged Li Dongshui's arms, and wrapped the whip around her neck. She stared into her hollow eyes, and blinked slowly. The strength in her hand intensified unmistakably. "You can't kill me!" A hoarse voice uttered awkwardly through her trachea, squeezed to the limit. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes, as she tightened the whip even more. "Oh, really? Then I'll give it a try." The slender neck in her grip was deformed to a strange and terrifying degree. Suddenly, a crisp sound shattered the dead silence. "Help! Help!" Li Dongshui, whose neck had been twisted to the thickness of a finger, heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice. She looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua, flailing limbs in terror, appear in her sight. Wei Ning's hands continued to move, but she also looked up. The sight made her heart stop instantly, her heart aching so much that it was difficult to breathe. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Zhang Xiaohua! The giantess's head was largely broken, the white skull exposed to the filthy air, its whiteness covered in Zhang Xihua's teeth marks. While Wei Ning and the other two were engaged in a fierce struggle, Zhang Xiahua was content to be alone, happily biting the giantess's head with her mouth wide open, biting again and again. It was like she was nibbling on her favorite strawberry shortcake. While she was immersed in it, the giantess had unknowingly opened her tightly closed eyes, grasped her back, and pulled her off her head. Zhang Xihua's face was covered in panicked tears. Suddenly, she met the eyes of the two men on the ground and shouted, "Dong Shui, help me!" Li Dongshui silently rose, but was instantly slapped back to the ground by Wei Ning, revealing only a pair of hollow eyes. Wei Ning stepped on the struggling Li Dongshui, her gaze fixed on Zhang Xiahua fiercely, and her body froze in place. She was observing the giantess, curious about her next move. After all, up until this point, the giantess seemed to have no will of her own, repeating the same series of actions surrounding the child. As mechanical as if her body were programmed with a program. What would she do after opening her eyes? The giantess lifted Zhang Xiahua up to her face. A tiny, curled-up dot was reflected in her brown pupils. Curiously, she tilted her head, revealing the yellowish-white brain matter that spilled out onto the floor. Wei Ning was caught off guard and rolled to the ground, her entire body buried in the cerebrospinal fluid. Her mouth and nose were completely blocked, and her vision was plunged into darkness. Before she could struggle to her feet, a sudden, loud noise erupted, approaching from afar. Wei Ning wiped the brain matter from her face and looked, her brow furrowing. They were all familiar faces. Wei Ning's brow furrowed, her sharp demeanor subsiding. "Village chief, why are you here?" The village chief instinctively took a step back at the sight of Wei Ning, covered in filth. Zhang, standing beside him, stepped forward, shielding the village chief behind him. "Come to pay respect to the mountain god." Wei Ning brushed off the stubborn filth and tilted her head. Strange. Didn't the village chief say that only spirit children could pay respect to the mountain god? If anyone could pay respect to the mountain god, then why all the fuss about selecting a spirit child? Isn't that right, village chief? That's utterly disrespectful to the mountain god who protects us. The village chief's face flushed crimson when he was called upon. "What do you know, woman? How could we be disrespectful to the mountain god? We're just here. Look at the mountain god." Wei Ning stepped forward, crushing Li Dongshui, who was trying to poke his head out. His voice was cold. "Why didn't you come before but now? You think you're safe now? You won't die? What makes you think so? Has the thing you've been waiting for all these years finally appeared?" Wei Ning tossed out one after another, forming an impenetrable net that snatched away the village chief's breath. He instantly lost his footing and fell to the ground. "You? Shut up." In his panic, the village chief noticed everyone's eyes on him, including Brother Zhang. His breath hitched, and he quickly stood up. Brother Zhang was completely different from that idiot Zhao Qi. He wouldn't let himself be pushed to his death, and then thank him with a foolish look. He had to calm Brother Zhang down first. The village chief let out a long sigh. Forget about this crazy woman. Paying homage to the mountain god is the most important thing. Brother Zhang nodded slightly, and followed the village chief forward under Wei Ning's cold gaze. Stepping over the towering pile of brains, the figure of the giantess appeared before their eyes. The group stopped in shock. "Oh my god! Is this the mountain god? The mountain god is actually a woman." Amidst the exclamations, the village chief's face paled, his mouth tightly shut. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched slightly. The village chief must know something about the mountain god, the giantess, and Lin Qinyu. Must. Chapter 29. Lin Qinyu sized up Zhang Xiahua, who was flailing around. "Bad boy, I don't like you." The towering giantess casually tossed Zhang Xiahua to the ground, her fingertips crushing the bone. The crack of a bone fractured like the sound of a flower blooming, a sharp, piercing sound. Wei Ning looked down at the mangled corpse at her feet, blinked, and averted her gaze. Li Dongshui, still persevering in her attempts to poke her head out of the ground, froze in place, her hollow eye sockets filled with the splattered remains of Zhang Xihua's flesh. Her short arms repeatedly scratched at her face, unable to clean it up. Zhang Xiahua couldn't reach out to help her. Li Dongshui clenched her fist, looking a little unhappy. Suddenly, as if with a firm resolve, she swung a punch at Wei Ning's calf. Wei Ning raised a brow, and looked down at Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui, with pieces of Zhang Xihua's body hanging from his eye sockets, said solemnly, "I hate you." Wei Ning moved to distance herself from her. "I hate you too?" The little girl, with only her upper body exposed, paused, staring at the impassive Wei Ning without a word. Without Wei Ning's shielding, Li Dongshui suddenly appeared in the sight of the village chief and the others. Brother Zhang frowned. What's with that child that looks like a radish buried in the ground? It's just a radish, isn't it? Wei Ning grabbed Li Dongshui's arm, which was suspended in midair, and lifted it upwards with a forceful poof. With a loud poof, the radish was pulled out. Li Dongshui shook off the dust and appeared in front of the village chief in the blink of an eye, her toes resting on his face. Where did your sister go? Tell me. Brother Zhang thought the child looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. How can you, kid, not respect your elders? Get off the village chief. When he couldn't budge, Brother Zhang's eyebrows raised. He strained against Li Dongshui's shoulder, snapping his arm and dislocating it. He stared at his arm in disbelief. The woman had apparently lifted the child without much effort, so why was he struggling so hard? The village chief's eyes rolled, and he grasped Li Dongshui's slender ankle. Sister? Your sister is right there. That's your sister, Li. A dark glint flashed in his hollow eye sockets. Li Dongshui crouched down, stepping on the village chief's face. Ignoring his struggles, he dug his fingertips into his eye sockets and gouged out his cloudy, aged pupils. Your eyes are disgusting. I hate you. Anyone who hates you deserves death. As if by an invisible thread in the air, the giantess executed the same movement as Li Dongshui, forcing the ground to flip over. Brother Zhang and the others screamed and fled. Ah! My eyes! Li Dongshui twisted her ankle, sending the village chief carelessly flying with a kick. Her neck spun 360 degrees in the air, twisting into a thin sliver. By the time the village chief landed on the ground, he had become a grotesquely twisted corpse. Brother Zhang tripped while running and nearly fell. Looking down at the village chief's bloodied face, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Wei Ning, watching, shifted her gaze, suddenly overcome by a surge of unease. She turned and looked. Wow! The giantess's legs, buried beneath the ground, slowly emerged, casting a massive shadow over Wei Ning. Not only was her head mutilated, but her legs were also covered in wounds, dark red scabs layered over pale white flesh. Wei Ning reached out and placed a hand against it, feeling the surging breath beneath her skin, like the giantess's thunderous heartbeat. For a moment, Wei Ning's heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the giantess's. The giantess lifted her knee, causing the ground to shake. Wei Ning rolled over, avoiding becoming a pulp like Zhang Xiaohua. The others were not so lucky. Some of the group led by the village chief were caught unawares, their bodies split in two by the giantess's kick. Some cried out in despair, Lord Mountain God, we are your loyal followers. How can you take our lives? The giantess remained unmoved. Under Li Dongshui's control, she easily crushed several villagers beneath her feet, reducing them to dust. The flesh and bones of countless people mingled, making it impossible to tell which belonged to which person. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. Despair seeped into every pore present, strangling their hormone-pounding hearts. Seeing no hope of survival, the remaining people abandoned their pleading, sorrowful expressions, and vented insults and anger. For a moment, the chaos reached a new level, the noise nearly rupturing Wei Ning's eardrums. Amid the turmoil, only three remained motionless. Wei Ning, leisurely watching the show with his arms folded, Li Dongshui, stalking like an ant, and Brother Zhang, frozen in place. He stared blankly at the giantess, who was constantly taking lives. When he noticed Li Dongshui controlling her approach, he snapped back to his senses and shouted, Lin Qinyu, don't you want to see your sister? If you do, stop now. Sister? The giantess paused, her eyes fixed on Brother Zhang. She vaguely recognized the ugly face, and her limited brain began to race. Li Dongshui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the room, Where is Lin Yu? Brother Zhang's face lit up with ecstasy as he quietly nudged Wei Ning, who was near Li Dongshui. She killed your sister? Wei Ning paused as her fingertips touched Li Dongshui's, then looked up at Lin Qinyu. Before her neck snapped, she silently lowered her head and withdrew her hand. Li Dongshui's ability to influence others was very useful, and Wei Ning coveted it. She had only intended to secretly kill Li Dongshui. Why had he suddenly singled her out? Wei Ning glanced at Brother Zhang unkindly, only to discover that he had already been gently crushed to death by Lin Qinyu after pointing out the culprit behind Lin Yu's murder. Once he had the answer, he was useless. Of course, he couldn't be a nuisance. Wei Ning inexplicably understood Lin Qinyu's thoughts. As if by telepathy, Wei Ning raised her head and looked upward. At that moment, Lin Qinyu was striding toward her, the distance closing to its limit in a breath. The gusts of wind whipped up by the giant's movement covered Wei Ning's face. She didn't have time to kill Li Dongshui, which was a pity. While running, she had to find time to dodge the giantess's attacks. Wei Ning finally felt like she was in a real game, like some parkour game played by boys in overalls, minus the magic box that lit up when she jumped. As if dissatisfied with her prey's clone, the giantess's pursuit increased, her accuracy noticeably improving. Wei Ning was deeply impressed. She gritted her teeth and rolled on the ground, avoiding Lin Qinyu's attack, but her knees slammed into the rocks on the hillside, and the slightly broken bones slowed her running. In her shaky vision, she saw the familiar mountain village. The ground shook with Lin Qinyu's footsteps, and the villagers ran out of their houses, staring blankly at the female giant, who seemed to be reaching for the sky. The sky split in two behind the giant, one half filled with a dark red setting sun, which transformed into a shawl, forcefully shattering the other half of the thick night. She seemed to hear the sound of a shattering mirror, echoing from the distant horizon. The shattered spatial lenses scattered over Lin Qinyu's body, and the dawn surrounding her suddenly stung the eyes of those who looked directly at her. The pain directly triggered the purest emotions in the human heart. Her lips moved unconsciously, and her breath flowed in and out with her tongue. This is simply a god. Then, is this the mountain god? Is she here to save us? Yuan Wang watched the startled birds take flight outside the window, and with trembling hands, he tucked a small jar into his arms, gathering his strength and running to the village entrance. The jar was heavy, holding Liuzi's ashes. Zhang Xiaohua had instructed him to do this. Fill the jar with Liuzi's ashes, and bring it back when he saw a giantess. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say to whom, but he was willing to believe her. After all, it was Zhang Xiaohua who had told him the truth. About the truth of everything, no matter how unbelievable it was. Liuzi, along with the adults, gathered in front of the village. He spotted a small black speck rolling towards them at high speed, limping but not slowing down. Looking closely, it was Li. No, not her. Wei Ning's breath was so heavy it hurt his head, his lungs felt dry and tight. As he passed Yuan Wang, who stood at the front of the village, an electronic sound echoed after a long time. Side quest triggered. Quest description: you are being slaughtered by the mountain god. Survive this massacre to escape the dungeon. Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat. This meant Lin Qinyu would kill everyone here. Wei Ning only needed the others to die before her to escape the dungeon. So who would be the first to die? Suddenly, Wei Ning felt a gaze fixed on her. Time shrank to 1,000th of a second in Yuan Wang's eyes. He saw the most unforgettable scene of his life, a pair of eyes as cold as winter water. His breath froze. The next moment his consciousness returned. With a pop, he died at the feet of the mountain god. This was his final moment. The jar fell from Yuan Wang's hands and rolled to Wei Ning's feet. She unconsciously kicked it away, and it returned to Yuan Wang's barely intact embrace. Perhaps it was the jar's superior quality. Even though Yuan Wang's body had turned into a puddle of mud, it remained intact. Even the hard material gave the giantess a slight feeling. She stopped dead in her tracks, frozen in place, her pupils flickering obscurely. The progress bar on the massacre game strangely froze. Wei Ning took this moment to catch her breath, leaning against an eaves, just as she had that day, hiding in the shadows, and observing Zhang Xiaohua, Liuzi, Yuan Wang, and the others. In the pause of less than a minute, Lin Qinyu seemed to unearth something buried deep within her fragmented memories. Where she came from? No matter where, it certainly wasn't this small mountain village, gradually decaying in isolation. That, to her, was an insult. Lin Qinyu slowly crushed the ants that were fleeing at her feet, breaking Wei Ning's leg before she could react. She rolled over, slamming into a hidden corner before coming to a stop. There's still one person in the dungeon. Players, please continue to strive to escape. A mechanical electronic chime faded, and Wei Ning's face darkened. How could this be? She was clearly the only one still alive. How could there be another person? Who was it? Wei Ning's eyes fell on Lin Qinyu's shadow. The thick, dark shadow surged around her feet, his every movement mirroring Lin Qinyu's, like twins. A sudden impulse flashed through Wei Ning's heart. Yes! There's definitely another person in the dungeon, isn't there? Wei Ning's fingertips stroked her neck, her heartbeat transmitting through her skin to her palm. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, the curve she set for greeting. It was palpable, but lacked warmth, a strangely vivid quality. Hello. Hello, Lili, I'm Wei Ning. Nice to meet you. She was always Lili in the dungeon. As long as Wei Ning didn't forget this, Lili would always exist. That would explain why, Despite Chui Feng and the others having clearly seen through her identity, Wei Ning wasn't marked as OOC by the system. The fragile eaves could no longer withstand the violent tremors, and bricks, tiles, and would rain down on Wei Ning. She was completely exposed to Lin Qinyu's gaze. And there was no place to hide. The curve of Wei Ning's lips didn't fade. She smiled as she grasped a sharp brick and pointed it at her heart. At the end of the dungeon, she would kill herself. The shape of her lips shifted silently, and one could vaguely make out. Goodbye, Lili. Goodbye, Lin Qinyu. Goodbye, this damned, broken dungeon. 100% attack activated. The moment before Wei Ning lost her breath, she saw the towering female giant quietly raise her hand amidst the shattered mountain village. A speck of light landed in her palm, slowly expanding, engulfing Lin Qinyu entirely. Daylight had broken. The sky was instantly stained a brilliant golden red by the ground. As if sensing something, Lin Qinyu slowly squatted down and crushed Wei Ning's lifeless body. The tiles on her chest pricked Lin Qinyu's fingertips, leaving a bright red spot. The lone female giant tilted her head, picked up the small jar in Yuan Wang's hand, and walked towards the setting sun, facing the golden sunlight. Buried within the half-open jar was a small, bloody tile. In the long shadow behind her lay the silent mountain village, as tranquil as the natural forest. Chapter 30. After a painful ache that felt like his body was being torn apart, Wei Ning finally opened his eyes. What he saw before him was not the familiar streets of the Commonwealth, but an extraordinary expanse of darkness. It was a gleaming black, like a mirror in water. He could clearly see his own reflection, from all sides, as if countless versions of himself were pressed closely beside him. Intimate yet terrifying. Wei Ning pressed his throbbing forehead and tried to call out, "System?" The cold electronic voice was amplified by the darkness. "Dear player, hello, I am the official game system of Tower of One. Congratulations to the player on successfully completing the Ascension by Daylight dungeon. Now we are calculating your points. In the dungeon, the player has successfully completed 3 side quests, with an exploration level of 89%. After comprehensive evaluation, the player's accumulated points are 12,500, including the points reward for completing the dungeon." Wei Ning listened to the system's report as he reached out to the darkness below him. As if it were a physical object, Wei Ning's fingertip touched it, sending ripples through the air, blurring Wei Ning's blurred features. Before the ripples faded, the two Wei Nings exchanged glances. "Dear player, unfortunately, your accumulated points in this dungeon have not reached your ideal score. You must accept a system penalty." Wei Ning raised her eyes. "Is there such a thing as an ideal score?" The system ignored Wei Ning's question. Penalty countdown 3, 2, 1. Wei Ning's consciousness sank into darkness again. Time blurred. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Ning regained consciousness. A cacophony of noise filled her ears, making her feel a little annoyed. Wei Ning impatiently opened her eyes, and found herself surrounded by a crowd of people, all pointing and talking at her. "Hey, why is this little girl lying outside the mental hospital? Could it be one of the mentally ill people inside that escaped? But she's so pretty, she doesn't look like one. Sleeping on the street for no reason is insane, isn't it? Who would be so idle lying on the ground these days? Yeah, it really is, a pretty mentally ill person." Wei Ning, who had been lying on the ground listening silently for a while, said, "Eh?" She stood up silently and glanced at the last person who had spoken. The crowd, suddenly noticing that the protagonist of the discussion had regained consciousness, fell silent and silently dispersed under Wei Ning's cold gaze. Wei Ning looked back at the mental hospital behind her. What had happened since she left the clinic? Why did her head hurt so much? Who had beaten her while she was unconscious? The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt, and her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, giving up on the thought. After the regularization interview, she had a day off, and she decided to return to the army tomorrow. This month's attendance allowance was gone. Opening the door with a slightly heavy heart, Wei Ning was drawn to a fragrant aroma, which comforted her slightly. Hearing a commotion, a woman emerged from the room, pushing a wheelchair. "You're back? Let's eat first." "Okay, Mom." A chair was pulled out, and Wei Ning sat down, quietly picking at her food. The food on the table wasn't great, even a bit sloppy. There was only a pile of stir-fried vegetables and meat, dark in color, without any oil or water. But Wei Ning loved it. This was one of the few feasts she had. In the wasteland world, most of the human nutrition comes from Federation-issued nutritional supplements. Only a few have access to naturally grown fruits, vegetables, and livestock. The fastest way for lower-class citizens to obtain this food is to join the Federation military. The military provides a small amount of natural food subsidies to active military personnel, and it won't be monopolized by upper-class citizens. Wei Ning desperately needs natural food. Wei Ning picked up a piece of meat and placed it in the woman's bowl in front of her. "Mom, eat some meat." Wei Kanwu grumbled, and ate it. She glanced at Wei Ning. "Are you going back to the army tomorrow?" Wei Ning paused, her gaze averted unnaturally. "Tomorrow." He lightly touched Chui Yin with his chopsticks, and sighed. "Since it's tonight, I'll rest early and get some rest. I'm full and going back to my room. Don't worry about me." Yes, the so-called day off refers to the daytime from morning to evening. The regularization examination happened to be scheduled for 7 in the morning, and the day began there. Wei Ning had to arrive at the army on time at 9 tonight. The black-hearted federal military, damn it, Wei Ning had already prepared to skip a day. When Wei Tsongwu's figure completely vanished from view, Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes and said, "Mom, how are you feeling?" "Eat some more food." Wei Kanwu sat in a wheelchair, her back to her. She couldn't see his expression, only a calm, cold voice, just like Wei Ning. "As always, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Ning, don't worry about Mom." Watching the woman close the door, Wei Ning turned to look at the stir-fried vegetables and meat on the table. Next time, she would win more firsts in the army, earning more and better food, so that Mom would recover faster. Wei Kanwu suffers from a very common disease. A genetic disease. Anyone born in the early wasteland era has an extremely high chance of developing this condition. After reaching a certain age, patients with genetic diseases experience multiple uncontrollable changes in their bodies. The more obvious ones, like Wei Tsongwu's legs, may become necrotic, while the more subtle ones are difficult to detect by technology. The only way to mitigate and control genetic diseases is to eat naturally grown foods, preferably containing genetic seeds from before the wasteland era, rather than artificial ones. In Federation society, all things natural are revered to a terrifying degree. Only natural food and natural people are extremely noble. They are protected by God. After putting the remaining stir-fried vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, Wei Ning went into her room and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. She was thinking about the time gap that occurred after the regularization exam. It was strange. Why couldn't she remember anything at all? Although the time on her wrist terminal wasn't moving, Wei Ning's intuition told her something must have happened. Perhaps the doctor knew. Chui Feng's face appeared in Wei Ning's mind, and as if a secret switch had been flicked, a feeling of smug relief and triumph emerged. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered. Why was she feeling this way? Had she secretly taken revenge on that nasty doctor? Or had he finally gotten enough of what he owed her? Suddenly, a sharp ring interrupted Wei Ning's thoughts. "If you don't answer, I'll whip your little asshole." "Why?" "Because I'm a little painter." "La la la." Yeah. "I want." "Little Wei Ning. Why are you answering the phone so late? My new ringtone sounds nice, doesn't it?" Wei Ning, startled, said, "Hey! Why aren't you talking?" Wei Ning glanced toward Wei Tsongwu's room, figuring she hadn't disturbed her. She whispered to Fei Qingzhe, "Captain, what's going on?" "If nothing, why can't I call you?" Fei Qingzhe, sensing Wei Ning was about to hang up, quickly spoke up. "If there's something, go to the troops first. You'll know when you get there." Wei Ning, "Got it, Captain." After hanging up, Wei Ning cleaned the house, made sure there was enough food and didn't need any extra, then headed out and boarded the suspended tram to the Federation headquarters. The giant towers towered over the surging waves of trams. The vibrant neon lights shone on Wei Ning, painting her a dazzling array of colors, just like this bizarre city, beautiful yet cold. With a soft beep, Wei Ning arrived at her stop. This was the very center of the Federation. Like a heart, every moment, blood gushed out to every corner of the Federation's body. In the near future, Wei Ning, too, will become a platelet, kicked out by the heart to work. Pushing open the familiar office door, a pair of legs, perched high on the edge of the table, pierced Wei Ning's sight. Fei Qingzhe saw Wei Ning, chewed and swallowed the chicken leg in his mouth, waved casually at Wei Ning, wiped his mouth, and said, "Why are you here so soon?" Glancing at Fei Qingzhe's greasy mouth and fingers, Wei Ning closed her eyes. "Didn't you ask me to come? Then you won't come at 9 tonight? You're coming halfway through your vacation?" Wei Ning was speechless. Fei Qingzhe scratched his cheek and handed Wei Ning a chicken leg as an apology. "Hey, little Wei Ning, you're too naive. You're easy to bully. What will you do without me?" Wei Ning pulled out a tissue, then took the chicken leg, offering one to Fei Qingzhe as well. Then, she lowered her head and began to eat. It would be a shame not to eat. Fei Qingzhe looked down at the tissue in her hand, blinked, then looked at Wei Ning, who was obliviously gnawing on the chicken leg. Something was different about this kid. He didn't look so dead anymore. Something strange. Was he in love? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fei Qingzhe was startled by her own thoughts, and quickly shook her head, shooing the shocking thought away. She said dryly, Wei Ning, you know, you passed the regularization test. Wei Ning was startled, looking at Fei Qingzhe. Passed? Fei Qingzhe wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Yes, that's why I asked you to come to the military headquarters. Instead of the excited reaction Fei Qingzhe had imagined, Wei Ning frowned. But the examiner informed me that my promotion to regular employee status failed. Why did the situation change? Fei Qingzhe shrugged. Then I don't know why. Why, aren't you happy about being a regular employee? Haven't you always wanted to be? Or? She leaned closer to Wei Ning and said in a deep voice, you don't want to be my colleague, you want to be my superior forever? Do you like that? Are you AM? I can't tell. Aloof M. That's quite exciting, TSK TSK TSK. Wei Ning looked expressionlessly at the sleazy Fei Qingzhe and said coldly, what should I do now? Report to the archives department or settle my allowance with the preparatory department? Fei Qingzhe slumped back in his chair and waved a hand at Wei Ning. Go to the psychology department for a checkup first, and bring the results back to me. Wei Ning turned away without hesitation. Welcome to the psychology department. Please wait a moment. A familiar electronic notification tone, a familiar summons process, a familiar sense of foreboding. Pushing the door open and entering, Wei Ning narrowed his eyes. A familiar figure. It felt like some eerie, endless loop. Wei Ning suddenly wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 31. Wei Ning looked at the man inside. He slouched in his chair, his eyes drooping, as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Long time no see. Brushing past the electronic panel, Wei Ning entered the strangely thin room, staring directly at Cui Feng as he sat down, reminding him, we just met yesterday. Cui Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, we just met this morning. This morning? Cui Feng stretched out the words, deliberately and distinctly. Wei Ning frowned slightly, confused. A flicker of suspicion and scrutiny passed over Cui Feng, a fleeting moment of scrutiny. Even if it was only a fraction of a second, he still keenly caught it. Cui Feng lowered his eyelashes, shielding Wei Ning's figure and his own dark gaze. Wei Ning couldn't observe anything from this, so she gave up regretfully. She didn't know why she felt such regret, perhaps because she had missed the moment when the beast showed weakness and retreated. All animal trainers would feel this regret. Wei Ning raised his eyes, resting his wrist on his stomach, and said sternly, let's begin. Unbelievably, Cui Feng smiled softly at Wei Ning, his laughter like a tiny ant, slowly nibbling at the tip of Wei Ning's ear, tickling it slightly. Meeting Wei Ning's suspicious gaze, Cui Feng softened his lips, and similarly rested his wrist on his stomach, a playful seriousness between his brows. Hello, patient. I'm Dr. Song. What's your name? Why does something feel strange? The Federation isn't short of money, so why would they hire such a scoundrel? Wei Ning. Cui Feng's eyes curved, his cunning expression completely exposed. Nice to meet you, Wei Ning. Something still felt odd. Wei Ning remained silent, suppressing his suspicions and awaiting Cui Feng's next move, hoping this damn psychological interrogation would end quickly. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and saved Wei Ning. Why haven't you healed yet? The archives department is pushing again. Seriously, is someone chasing them and plucking their leg hair? So anxious? Fei Qingzhe, ignoring the frantic electronic voice, pushed open the clinic door and shouted, facing Cui Feng, who sat in the chair, raising an eyebrow. Who are you? How did you get in? Where's Dr. Song? In an instant, two cold arrows pointed directly at Cui Feng's throat. If he answered carelessly, he would die miserably. As Wei Ning and the others stared at him, the corners of Cui Feng's eyes gradually tinged with a vibrant color. Wei Ning had a hunch that these weren't tears of fear, but rather a twisted excitement and thrill. It was as if he had been born from this kind of danger. Innately fascinated by it, uncontrollable. Wei Ning was stunned by her intuition. Why did she seem to know him so well? The familiarity of fighting and taming was stirred deep in her veins. A sudden dryness ran through her throat, and Wei Ning licked her lips. Little boy, if you're thirsty, you can drink some water. I have some water here. Here, take it. A bottle of water was gently handed to Wei Ning. She looked up at the woman who had suddenly appeared before her. Her eyebrows drooped, her pupils were crystal clear and watery, and a gentle power washed over her. She was dressed in a white coat. It was clearly Dr. Song. Old Song, who is he? He's been deceiving my little Wei Ning for so long. He can't be one of your patients, can he? You're so unprofessional. Fei Qingzhe folded his arms as he examined Chui Feng, who had risen from his chair. He leaned against the wall, his striking height hard to ignore. TSK, how come he's so tall? Is it a genetic condition? Song Yusue wiped the still warm chair with a damp paper. He rested his knees on his knees, twirling a pen in his hand. He smiled at Wei Ning. Hello, I'm Song Yusue, a specially appointed doctor at the Federal Psychology Department. Please sit down. Just treat it as a chat. Don't be nervous. Before Wei Ning sat down, Fei Qingzhe raised an eyebrow, rested his arms on the table, and stared down at Song Yusue. Mr. Song, you haven't yet? Answer my question. Gently widening the distance between them, Song Yusue raised his glasses. He's 195 centimeters tall. It's natural, not a genetic condition. Chui Feng is my patient, that's for sure. As for why he appeared at the military headquarters, that's not for you to ask. Fei Qingzhe, your authority isn't high enough. Even with their transparent and thin lenses, they couldn't convey Fei Qingzhe's burning gaze. She let out a blunt TSK. Are you pretending to be a fool? Stuffing dog shit in an elephant's trunk won't make you die. The door that Song Yusue had closed was then kicked open by Fei Qingzhe, leaving Wei Ning and the others with a sauntering back. Alright, Chui Feng, get out too. Don't disturb the Federation soldiers. A tall shadow fell over Wei Ning, seemingly enveloping her. Her peripheral vision flicked to Chui Feng as he passed by, and Wei Ning thought nonchalantly, she's treading in the shadow of a 195 centimeters tall man. Have you met Chui Feng before? Wei Ning turned to Song Yusue, who was smiling at her, and walked over to sit at the table. I saw him at the Infinite Mental Hospital. At that time, I saw him seeing a patient, and I thought he was a doctor. Song Yusue's face remained motionless, the flash of light on her glasses seeming to catch her eye. I'm the director of Infinite Psychiatric Hospital and Chui Feng's attending physician. I'm sorry Chui Feng's behavior has caused you trouble. The scene you saw earlier was probably a play between him and another patient. Chui Feng loves role-playing. She felt a sense of refutation. Is this allowed in the hospital? Song Yusue's lips curved upward. Our hospital's mission is to allow all humans who enter Infinite to feel the comfort and freedom of nakedness. This is the best way to cure mental illness. After saying this, Song Yusue gave a playful wink. By the way, I'm a member of the Naked Tribe. Wei Ning said expressionlessly, Dr. Song, let's begin. No wonder they were so familiar with Fei Qingzhe. They weren't serious people. Fei Qingzhe lowered his head, tapping away at his keyboard. He spared a glance at Wei Ning. Have you got the report? Dr. Song said it's just a formality, and the report will be ready in less than 5 minutes. Wei Ning placed the psychological test report next to Fei Qingzhe. Click. With a click, he typed the last word. Fei Qingzhe glanced at the terminal and took a long step. Follow me right away. The two of them darted through the corridors, the electronic voice lingering in Wei Ning's ears. Fei Qingzhe, captain of the 5th Squad of the Changshan Detachment, please arrive at Helipad 7 in 5 minutes to rendezvous with Commander Gu Xiangying. The voice came from Fei Qingzhe's terminal. As she walked quickly forward, she spoke to Wei Ning. Song Yusue is right. It's just a formality. It won't affect or change your results. These rules should have been changed long ago, or I wouldn't be rushing around like this right now. I'm a real burden to the entire Federation. With this much time, I don't know how many fried chicken legs I could eat. Damn! I definitely won't be eating fried mushrooms from Canteen Number 8 after today's operation. Amid Fei Qingzhe's complaints, Wei Ning followed her into the elevator. Captain Fei Qingzhe has boarded the elevator. We're taking you directly to the 220th floor. It was the voice of the elevator's artificial intelligence. After arriving at the 220th floor, following the flashing green indicator light, Wei Ning and Fei Qingzhe finally reunited with the main force. The 220th floor was the topmost floor of the Federal Military Operations Building. The howling wind hurt Wei Ning's eardrums. She shouted to Fei Qingzhe, Captain Fei, what are you talking about? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you. I said. Fei Qingzhe shouted at the top of his lungs, you're about to start your first mission. How's it feeling? Are you nervous? Wei Ning cleared her throat, and was about to reply, when a sudden weight suddenly choked her head, instantly muffling the clamor of the wind. For a moment, the silence was eerie. She could barely hear her own heartbeat. A pair of hands tapped Wei Ning's helmet a few times, filtering out the audio track. Fei Qingzhe's clamoring voice was remarkably clear. Thanks, Shadow. It has to be you. I wouldn't be able to do anything without you. Shadow. Wei Ning looked up at the person Fei Qingzhe had called Shadow, and was slightly startled. This person had been her interviewer for the probationary period this morning. I'll be happy to work with you. 10 hours later, these words came true. It seemed as if the person who uttered them had anticipated the current situation. Gu Xiangying smiled at Wei Ning, then rolled his eyes at Fei Qingzhe. It's not your first day as captain, so why didn't you give the new team members a track helmet? You're just standing here yelling at me like idiots? You think you're singing a folk song to woo me? Get in the cabin right now. Don't force me to kick you in. Got it, Commander Gu. I'll remember that next time. Fei Qingzhe stuck out his tongue, flipped over, and jumped into the helicopter. At Gu Xiangying's wave, Wei Ning hurriedly followed him into the cabin. A glance inside the cabin revealed 7 people, including Wei Ning. Besides her, 4 others were chatting while quickly donning their equipment. Wei Ning and the remaining 2, silent, exchanged glances, instantly realizing they were all newcomers. Outside the cabin, the same orderly and swiftly advancing team was pouring into other helicopters. Their numbers were considerable. How could such a large-scale collective operation involve newly commissioned personnel? And more than one. Wei Ning's question seemed to have been heard, as Gu Xiangying's voice echoed through the audio helmet. Greetings, members of the Chanshan detachment. I am Gu Xiangying, the commander of this operation. All actions are subject to my orders. Since there are many new personnel participating in this operation, some of whom have not even undergone regular training, I want to emphasize this. Fei Qingzhe winked at Wei Ning through his helmet. Little Wei Ning, you're very lucky. You're the only new personnel who haven't undergone regular training. Wei Ning, feeling everyone's attention in the cabin suddenly focused on her, said, Eh? The eyes of her 2 fellow newcomers were even more terrified, as if a monster were sitting next to them. Although Wei Ning's performance in the subsequent operation exceeded everyone's expectations, successfully earning the unanimous title of monster, the first thing that came to mind when thinking of Wei Ning was the curious scene of that monster newcomer. Let's put that aside for now. Now, Wei Ning thought calmly, oh, so she's still the newcomer among the newcomers. Now, it's up to the team leaders to arrange their movements. The words rang out like the sound of a race gun in Fei Qingzhe's ears. She stepped on the pedal and shouted, march towards the thorny and dangerous land. Unlike the others' high spirits, Gu Xiangying's face was brimming with veins as he gripped an unknown ankle and said gravely, Fei Qingzhe. Chapter 32. No wonder she felt the pedal beneath her feet was soft and supple. It turned out to be Mr. Gu's thigh. Fei Qingzhe scratched his head and said with a look that said, I'm not sorry. Gu Xiangying turned her head away, swallowing her breath. The operation was urgent. She would be in trouble on the return trip. Fei Qingzhe clenched his fist and placed it against his lips, clearing his throat solemnly. Ahem, the Chanshan detachment is going out en masse this time, with only one destination, the Thornfield, which the Federation has been hiding from the citizens. Speaking of this Thornfield, it's a place like this. Gu Xiangying could no longer bear it. Fei Qingzhe. Let's get down to business. Oh, okay. Fei Qingzhe finally settled into his seat. The Thornfield is a disaster that suddenly appeared in the early days of the wasteland. Research shows that it was an area covered by an alien magnetic field. The environment is unpredictable, monsters abound, and the dangers are unpredictable. Our military uniformly calls this damn place the Thorny Territory. Okay, enough of my charitable introduction to the newcomers. Fei Qingzhe shoved an M-type submachine gun into his arms. Wei Ning, and I will lead the charge. Sniper Qi Mingchun will remain in the cabin, and Lu Zhonglei will cover the rear. As for the rest of you, it's the same as always. The last few people Fei Qingzhe pointed at nodded in agreement. Lu Zhonglei, one of the newcomers named, saw Wei Ning's gaze fall upon him, and smiled brightly. I'm Lu Zhonglei. I'm happy to be your teammate. Please look after me. Wei Ning paused. I'm Wei Ning. I'm also happy to be your teammate. Alright, kids, no time for playing house. Fei Qingzhe's voice echoed through the audio track helmet. Now! Follow me, jump! The cabin door swung open, and a fierce wind swept in instantly. The sharp blades were shielded by the military uniforms, and only the temperature drop due to the strong wind could be felt. Wei Ning took several steps at a time and leaped behind Fei Qingzhe and the others. The dizziness from the rapid fall from the sky unconsciously distracted her attention to her peripheral vision. At that moment, countless yellow-green mushrooms bloomed beside Wei Ning. From Qi Mingchun's perspective, The scene was both shocking and beautiful. Gu Xiangying, standing beside her, suddenly chuckled. Isn't it interesting? Qi Mingchun looked over, and saw a pair of smiling eyes suddenly catch her eye. Her watery pupil shone brightly, and her face flushed slightly. Yes, it does. It looks interesting. I want to go down and fight with everyone. Everyone's role in the team is crucial. I started as a sniper and worked my way up. Qi Mingchun, right? You must protect your counterpart assaulter. The Chanshan squad members typically had one sniper assigned to each member, providing protection and oversight. A typical suicide squad setup. Meeting that gentle gaze, Qi Mingchun nodded firmly. After unhooking his parachute, Wei Ning quickly moved alongside Fei Qingzhe and silently walked forward with the rest of the team. Their group was positioned to the upper right of the Chanshan squad formation, offering a clear view of the massive monster not far away. Wei Ning's pupil shrank, and a sudden feeling of palpitations came over him. He felt a natural awe at the huge shadow in front of him. A shadow, a full 5 kilometers in diameter, enveloped the area, completely obscuring and engulfing the original buildings. In the haze, bright red lanterns could be seen swaying slowly. Those seemed to be tentacles extending from the shadow's main body. The monster's tentacles instinctively expanded their territory, searching for any prey to catch. At a moment when its prey wasn't paying attention, they would suddenly wrap around its waist, their sticky suction cups imprinting on its body, mercilessly depriving its chest of the last trace of oxygen. Finally, they devoured it, becoming nutrients for growth and reproduction. Hold your weapons steady. Enter the thorny land immediately. With a command, a group of marching ants devoured the giant elephant before them. From beneath the shadow, the first thing that struck was a puff of mist, which stained the helmet, blurring the vision for a fraction of a second before being automatically erased by the equipment. It seemed as if something had taken advantage of this momentary moment. A sense of crisis crept over Wei Ning, and he pulled the trigger almost reflexively. A dull thud resonated in everyone's heart. The two gazes overlapped, and in unison, they retracted their weapons. After the smoke cleared, Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, revealing a stern-faced woman. Through the helmet, which only revealed the corners of her eyes, the power in her gaze was magnified to its fullest, a strength of determination and gentleness unique to women. She was an absolute tough character. Wei Ning averted his gaze, rubbing his numb palms. This model of submachine gun had incredible firepower, and the immense recoil was a minor drawback. The woman turned to Fei Qingzhe. Newcomer? Fei Qingzhe nodded, rarely obediently, without a word. You're sharp, but you don't follow the rules. Be careful, don't die here. No action without the captain's order. This was the first rule Fei Qingzhe gave out in his operational instructions. More precisely, it was the code of conduct. Wei Ning disobeyed the captain's order on her first move. She lowered her eyelashes and retreated back to Squad 5. The woman seemed to be speaking casually, not needing anyone's response. She lowered her head and continued forward, leading the entire team. The monster that Wei Ning and the other two had killed was stepped over by her. It lay alone on the ground, creaking and creaking in the wind. It looked like a lantern. It would have looked even more like one if it hadn't had legs. There was still yellow mud under the toenails, so dirty. I didn't like it. I should have hit it harder. Wei Ning retracted her gaze from the lantern and heard Fei Qingzhe beside her say, That's Captain Fu Jiufu. He's been with the Chanshan squad for over 20 years, and is incredibly powerful. The soundtrack from the helmet was a bit mechanical, but even so, it was clear to hear the passion in Fei Qingzhe's voice. I want to surpass her and take her position within 5 years. Fei Qingzhe patted Wei Ning's shoulder. Wei Ning, what about you? After officially joining the Chanshan squad, what do you want to do? Wei Ning walked forward, blasting away several lanterns that tried to approach them. She pondered and finally replied, I want to hold the highest position in the military. At these words, the squad members instantly perked up. Lu Zhonglei's voice echoed over the 5th squad's audio track. Me too. Fei Qingzhe's lips twitched. Do you know what the highest position in the military is? I want it. Young people are prone to hot-bloodedness. Commander? Like Commander Gu? Lu Zhonglei said. As the others discussed, the corpses of the human-legged lanterns piled up along the path. After Wei Ning blasted another one to death, something strange happened. First, the ground. Countless human-legged lanterns began to melt, seeping into the ground, like a shrunken sponge finally absorbing moisture and becoming soft. Wei Ning and the others bent their knees slightly, lowering their center of gravity to steady themselves and prevent themselves from falling. Wow, it's like a trampoline, bouncing back and forth, Fei Qingzhe said excitedly. As if receiving Fei Qingzhe's praise, it began to grow excited, the ground heaving violently as if it had become a toy. The human leg lanterns disappeared at a faster rate, becoming nutrients for the monsters hatching beneath the ground. Like chicks breaking out of their shells, the ground tore apart with ease, and the liquid buried within gushed out, drenching everyone. Everyone was marked by the strong, rusty smell of the liquid. Even though the helmet automatically cleaned the adhered liquid, it still left a trace of pale yellow. The stickiness could be faintly felt through the goggles. Wei Ning's face was a little gloomy, but Fei Qingzhe remained excited. It's finally here. We've been killing small monsters all the time. It's so boring. Fighting the big boss is more exciting. She waved her hand, signaling Wei Ning and the others to follow, sticking close behind the first team, led by Fujio, near the gap in the ground. In her fragmented vision, Wei Ning saw a hint of yellow, deeply embedded in the ground. Fujio, test it first. Gu Xiangying's voice echoed through Fujio's audio helmet. She replied, yes, Commander. The bullet fired from the still-hot muzzle, accurately striking the exposed monster. It was clearly in pain, and after the ground shook violently, it stood up angrily. Retreat quickly. Get away from it. Even if the Chanshan team retreated as quickly as possible, they couldn't keep up with the massive shadow enveloping them. Everyone raised their heads simultaneously, looking upward. Then, they paused simultaneously, no one breaking the tacit silence. Fei Qingzhe's neck ached, but she refused to lower her head, even her pupils unwilling to lower their peak. Oh my god! This is simply a miracle. It's incredibly ugly. My god! Didn't the creator himself vomit after creating it? Lu Zhonglei swallowed the sour breath and nodded silently. He didn't want to vomit in his helmet. The smell could be filtered out, but the filth would still remain on him. The monster's true form was fully revealed, shocking everyone present, especially the snipers in the sky. Who knows what it's like to have the best audience? Qi Mingchun swallowed her saliva and tentatively asked, Commander Gu, should we shoot? Commander Gu, a veteran of countless battles, was clearly accustomed to such scenes. No, the ground team will handle the attack. Commander Gu was truly remarkable. He remained unfazed by the sight of such an unbearably ugly monster. Qi Mingchun admired and envied him. She hoped to be like him in the future. While quietly waiting for her chance to shoot, Qi Mingchun failed to notice that Gu Xiangying, behind her, had kept his eyes closed for a little too long. On the ground, Wei Ning opened her eyes and turned to look at Fei Qingzhe, awaiting her instructions. Her pupils were incredibly bright. If Captain Fei had turned back at that moment, she would have been startled. Chapter 33. Bloated yet slender, short yet enormous. All these contradictory words don't surprise anyone when applied to it. It violently pokes at the quirks of certain people. Fei Qingzhe, having just received Gu Xiangying's order, glanced back and saw the light in Wei Ning's eyes pause. Could Wei Ning be one of those people? Wei Ning tilted her head, her doubt conveyed with ease. You cover me as I move forward. Lu Zhonglei clears the minds. She stepped forward instinctively, staying close behind Fei Qingzhe. She could hear the shouts of the other teams. With a thought, she tried to speak. Sure enough, her audio helmet was malfunctioning. Hearing Wei Ning's muffled voice, Fei Qingzhe explained kindly, the magnetic field has been disrupted by this monster. Don't worry, just keep moving. As soon as she finished speaking, a dull sound boomed. The scorching air twisted in an instant. Looking up, Wei Ning saw the monster's head seemed to be regrowing. After the blast dissipated, she blinked, confirming it wasn't an illusion. High in the sky, Gu Xiangying frowned slightly. At this rate, killing the monster before running out of ammunition was simply a pipe dream. She changed her gestures, and slowly spoke under Qi Chuanming's terrified gaze, release the bird. Qi Chuanming's lips trembled, not daring to meet Gu Xiangying's gaze. Commander Gu, the people on the ground. Gu Xiangying's gaze gently shifted from her, and the pressure on Qi Chuanming's shoulders instantly lifted. His voice, cold and indifferent, reached her ears. Don't question your commander's orders. You have no right to do so. Yes, sir. The bird's roar echoed throughout the space. As if sensing something, the monster raised its head, locked onto the fly dancing in the air, and its tentacles darted towards the cabin where Gu Xiangying was. The massive tumor magnified infinitely in Qi Chuanming's eyes. She held her breath as she pulled the trigger, firing the bullet precisely into the throbbing mass. Like a balloon filled with water being popped, the mucus within instantly rained down upon Wei Ning and the others. Next came the raptor, finally landing. The specially developed Federal air projectiles powerfully shaved off half of the monster's body. The Chanshan team members, already hidden, could hardly conceal their excitement. Wei Ning's pupils trembled slightly. Fei Qingzhe smiled and fist-bumped Fujio beside him. You and Little Shadow just have a chemistry. Fujio, without taking his eyes off the monster, retracted his fist. You're not bad, but you're still the same, unruly. One day you'll cry. Fei Qingzhe smacked his lips. Then I'll wait. I can't wait, you know. Fujio didn't reply. Her breathing suddenly quickened, and her body moved ahead of her, aiming the gun closer at the twitching monster. Her brown pupils reflected the monster's bloated outer skin. Like peeling a banana, something emerged from within. Before it could fully reveal itself, an unexpected figure caught Fujio's eye. She cried out in disbelief, "Come back!" In her uncontrollable rage, Fujio grabbed Fei Qingzhe by the collar, her trembling fingertips slicing through the exposed skin. So these are your team members? What bullshit! Get back to the reserves right now. No, leave the military headquarters. An angry voice pierced the other's ears. Now, all Chanshan team members, attack! The monster, slowly peeling off its cumbersome shell, grew impatient. With a heart-pounding shriek, it rewarded everyone present with a rotten piece of flesh. The running team members were forced to fall to the ground to catch the reward. Ha! 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 Dodging a piece of shredded flesh, Fei Qingzhe narrowed her eyes and looked at the trapped monster. Did she think she had just heard a monster's voice? Monsters in the past hadn't behaved like humans, as Wang Suijin had said. So when would the owner the entire Federation, waited for appear, Fei Qingzhe felt a surge of anxiety and excitement. Just like the monster that laughed. Throughout her contemplation, Fei Qingzhe was startled back to her senses by the exclamation. She looked up and opened her mouth involuntarily. Wow, sure. I want one too. She leaped with all her might, stepping on the flying pieces of flesh to catch up to Fujio. She also raised her gun, and 3 bullet trajectories converged, hitting the monster's lower body, which was encased in a flesh sack. It stopped peeling. Fujio shifted her shoulder, dodging Fei Qingzhe's pat. With a cold gaze, she continued firing at the monster. Wei Ning in front of her did the same. The rattle of bullets never stopped for even a fraction of a second. The two seemed to be engaged in a competition. Unlike a typical shooting competition, the competitors were steadily approaching the target. Fujio was only a shoulder's length from Wei Ning. She said in a deep voice, Wei Ning, get back to your team. She was met with a slender figure, showing no sign of reluctance. Left behind, Fujio's emotions barely regulated when a muffled but powerful noise echoed in her ears. Don't chase her. The magnetic field returned, and Gu Xiangying's voice echoed through Fujio's audio headset. The team member you're targeting is Wei Ning, right? Be prepared to shoot at any moment. She's contaminated. Gu Xiangying addressed this to Qi Chunming. Following her instructions, she instantly aimed her rifle at the rapidly moving Wei Ning. Time slowed, allowing Qi Chunming to find a split second to aim at Wei Ning's heart. The snipers in the Chanshan detachment didn't always keep their rifles facing away from their troopers. Many snipers' first successful kills were often their own troopers. This was a perfectly normal phenomenon, a first lesson every sniper must learn. The monster shell had been completely peeled away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the same monstrous, uglier-looking creature it once was, but a normal one. Its appearance was the same as theirs, with not a single unhuman feature. If one ignored Wei Ning, half of her body now burrowed into its mouth. Hey, how could you ignore it? Lu Zhonglei trembled his fingers and said to Fei Qingzhe beside him, Captain Song, what kind of monster is this? Fei Qingzhe rubbed his chin. It's indeed a monster. It managed to squeeze itself into a mouth that looks like it's never brushed. Little Wei Ning, don't you have mysophobia? Fujio beside her added irritably, isn't she a freak newbie? Just like you back then, missing a nerve in your head. Judging from Wei Ning's current performance, she's missing one more nerve than I am. She's missing 2 nerves. Suddenly, I'm craving some of Qinglong Group's new snacks. 2 nerves, Xiaojiu, do you want some? I'll order you a case. No, I don't have the money. Oh, I'm not treating you. Go to hell. Lu Zhonglei, standing by, looked at the other team members, who were constantly shooting at the monster and Wei Ning, then at the two chatting happily. The corner of his mouth twitched. Captain Fu, where did your professionalism and aura go? Unlike Lu Zhonglei, who relaxed a bit, Qi Chunming, also a newcomer, was so tense she felt as if she were the bullet about to be fired. That Wei Ning was contaminated was an indisputable fact. Blood trickled down Wei Ning's neck, dripping onto her skirt as her head and body moved, directly above her heart. Bullets had pierced Wei Ning's body countless times, hitting her waist, abdomen, and thighs, but not her heart, a deliberate attempt to avoid them. But this didn't sober Wei Ning up. She even began to force her arms and lower body into the humanoid monster's mouth, intent on becoming one with it. No, it was a replacement, a devouring. The shell was a newly born monster, and she was emerging from the cocoon anew. Wei Ning's body was about to disappear completely from sight. Qi Chuanming's first instinct, as a sniper, told him that now was the time to pull the trigger. The numbness in her palm suddenly became itchy with a rhythmic heartbeat, like Qi Chuanming's emotions, rising with the trajectory of the bullet. It's hard to say whether, at the moment the bullet reached the end of its trajectory, she was more eager to succeed. After all, her shooting scores had always been tied with Wei Ning's for first place. Was it time to decide who was better? The anticipation of victory was in Qi Chuanming's blood as a soldier. Bang! The sound of flesh shattering. Wei Ning blinked, and the world seemed to fall into complete silence for a moment, so quiet that it seemed as if she couldn't even hear her heartbeat. When hearing is blocked, the sense of touch is amplified countless times. Of the remaining sensations, the first to overwhelm her was an unbearable burning sensation, burning her throat tight. Wei Ning opened and closed her mouth unconsciously, and some liquid rolled down her throat. A part of her restless mind finally cleared, and she finally began to consider her whereabouts. A dark cloud covered her vision. Wei Ning waved her arms, and in an inexplicable moment, she suddenly realized she hadn't opened her eyes. That's right, she hadn't opened her eyes. Why? Couldn't she open her eyes? Fei Qingzhe crouched down, her fingertips brushing against the corner of Wei Ning's mouth, drawing away the dark red blood. She lowered her head, looking at her stained fingers silent. Gu Xiangying patted Qi Chuanming's shoulder. You done well. You're a qualified Changshan sniper. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Qi Chuanming's gaze drifted lightly, passing over Wei Ning's body, no one noticing where it finally landed. Fu Jiao and Lu Zhonglei were busy carrying Wei Ning back into the cabin. Everything left behind in the thorny and dangerous area had to be brought back, even the shell casings, let alone the bodies. Of course, cleanup wasn't the job of the Changshan detachment of the Federal Army. The return trip was just like the outbound trip, filled with the noise of Fei Qingzhe and the others. Qi Chuanming, as always, quietly watched them. After the helicopter landed, Fei Qingzhe walked ahead of Qi Chuanming and Lu Zhonglei. Follow me. After the mission, everyone will undergo a physical and psychological examination. You all done the psychological examination, so you know where it is. The physical examination is done in a different place than in the reserve. I'll take you there the first time. Don't look for me later. Got it? Qi Chuanming and Lu Zhonglei nodded in unison. Got it. Before a large metal door, Fei Qingzhe stopped, leaned against it, and raised his chin. Who's going first, you two? I'll go first, Qi Chuanming said, raising his hand. Lu Zhonglei didn't object and stepped aside to wait for Qi Chuanming to emerge. Less than 20 minutes later, Qi Chuanming finally emerged. Fei Qingzhe remained silent, resting her eyes. Go to the psychology department. Qi Chuanming smiled and nodded, then glanced back at Lu Zhonglei, who had turned and walked in. She then walked alone to the front of the department. Before entering, she glanced at the electronic panel. The doctor on duty. Song Yusue. The gentlewoman before her handed her a glass of warm water and said with a smile, Little girl, tell me what happened during this mission. Qi Chuanming sipped the water slowly. Dr. Song, do you? No, Wei Ning. Song Yusue raised her glasses slightly, a flash of light passing across them. Of course. What happened to her? Qi Chuanming placed the glass of water on the table. She pinched her fingers, appearing a little restless. Do you know? Know what? I think I killed Wei Ning. Chapter 34. There was no surprise, astonishment, or fear as Qi Chuanming had imagined. Song Yusue's eyes showed no wavering emotion, and the smile on her lips didn't even soften. Qi Chuanming's face flushed slightly, as if she sensed slighting someone, and her voice rose involuntarily. Do you think I can't kill her? Faced with the question, Song Yusue whispered, Would you like some more water? Your voice is a little hoarse. Realizing her own loss of composure, Qi Chuanming lowered her head. The warm water flowed down her throat, and her restless emotion subsided with miraculous speed. Why are you out so soon? Hearing the voice, Qi Chuanming raised her head again and looked at Lu Zhonglei, who stood before her. Well, Dr. Song said I'm in good condition. I just need to rest more and not overthink things. That's true. It's my first mission, after all. Besides, seeing Qi Chuanming's lips turn pale, Lu Zhonglei swallowed the rest of his sentence and changed it to, There's a summary meeting in 3 hours. You can get some sleep during that time. See you in 3 hours, bye. Qi Chunming also waved to Lu Zhonglei and turned to walk alone down the corridor, unaware of Fei Qingzhe's gaze from the corner. She was in a very bad state. Anyone with eyes could tell, Fei Qingzhe thought. As for Song Yusue's thoughts, she seemed to know them. A chuckle suddenly echoed in the quiet corridor, but the owner's face was now icy. He was clearly no longer a member of the Federation, yet he still cared so much. He was just like a complete lunatic back then. The clinic is in use. Please wait. Song Yusue, noticing the noise, turned her head and looked over. Beyond the transparent electronic panel lay an empty hallway. She blinked and continued her conversation with Lu Zhonglei. 3 hours passed quickly. Qi Chunming opened her eyes and sat up on the bed to calm herself. Her head was dizzy and heavy, as if she had had a long dream. She couldn't recall what it was. Are you going out for something? Asked her roommate, noticing her movements. Qi Chunming nodded. A meeting? A summary meeting for our first mission. Her roommate folded her arms and looked at her. Being a regular soldier is different. You're much busier. By the way, why haven't you moved into the active duty quarters yet? It's less crowded there. I don't know. I haven't been notified. Enough chatting. I'm leaving. Okay, bye. Qi Chunming, now much more awake, felt strangely better. Perhaps it was from chatting with her roommate. With this in mind, she entered the meeting room. Lu Zhonglei arrived behind her, just a second before he was late. Gu Xiangying didn't even look up. Locked the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room door was locked by the artificial intelligence with a bang, blocking Fei Qingzhe outside. She rubbed her nose in dissatisfaction. After unlocking the door with her iris, she sat down and glared at a certain commander. The rage in her eyes seemed to slightly raise the room temperature. Sitting next to Gu Xiangying, Lu Zhonglei silently half-hidden himself from Fei Qingzhe's sight. Commander Gu remained calm under the intense gaze. With a tap of his fingertips on the table, the meeting began. Fei Qingzhe rolled his eyes. What's the point of showing off with black gloves? Of the new recruits participating in this operation, Qi Chunming has performed the most outstandingly. How's he adjusting to the role of sniper? Suddenly called, Qi Chunming instinctively stood up. Commander Gu, I'm adjusting well and can continue the mission. Gu Xiangying nodded slightly. Just answer from your seat. There aren't many rules. After returning to his seat, Qi Chunming hesitated for a moment before speaking. Commander Gu, how's Wei Ning? The other team members looked at each other. Wei Ning? The new recruit who stuffed herself into the monster's mouth? Sounds like she's dead. You survived contamination. Someone gave a cryptic smile. That's not necessarily true. Turning into a monster doesn't mean you're still alive, does it? At least you're still alive. But what's the difference between that and being dead? You want to become a monster too? You want to become a new monster? What do you mean? Gu Xiangying knocked on the table, a crisp sound interrupting the discussion. Alright, the meeting is almost over. Let's go back to the discussion. Wei Ning is alive and well untainted. Fu Jiu, who had been silent until then, looked up at this. Then why did she stuff herself into the monster's body? Does that mean? Wei Ning was awake at the time, right? Answer me, Fei Qingzhe. Fei Qingzhe, being carried before the crowd, scowled. Captain Fu, you know this is confidential. You also know that with my authority, I can know. Fei Qingzhe sneered. With your authority as team leader? Amidst the stalemate, the conference room fell silent. Gu Xiangying sighed softly. The meeting is over. Everyone, go back and rest. In less than a minute, the room was empty, as if something was chasing them. As Fu Jiu left, she glanced at Fei Qingzhe. She lowered her head, the shadow cast by her eyelashes completely obscuring the emotion in her eyes. Fei Qingzhe, how long are you going to dwell on that? Do you want Wei Ning to become like that person? How dare I dwell on it, Miss Fu? You? Fu Jiu was pushed out of the room by Gu Xiangying. All she could hear was her say to Fei Qingzhe, go check on your teammate. She's lying alone and bored. Fei Qingzhe waved her hand away from the two of them, indicating she heard. So you came to see me? Yes, what? Not welcome? Fei Qingzhe said, as she tossed the last grape from the fruit basket into her mouth. Wei Ning withdrew her gaze from the grapes. It was the last, and only, one. She wanted to eat some grapes. After munching on the grapes, Fei Qingzhe poked Wei Ning's casted arm. Why don't you get a robotic arm? Are you a naturalist? The army doesn't welcome such a faction. The doctor's advice is against getting a robotic arm. I should be able to move it freely in 3 days. Fei Qingzhe leaned back in his chair. So soon? Didn't you stuff yourself into the monster's mouth? You almost broke it. Oh, it already broke. What were you thinking? Wei Ning, I know you were conscious at the time. Tell your captain what you were thinking about doing. Answer me honestly. Federation soldiers must always be loyal. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered at this, and as her gaze shifted, it didn't once rest on Fei Qingzhe. Instead, it swept over the people gathered in the ward. So eager, you won't even give her a night. Noticing Wei Ning's gaze, a woman in a brown trench coat and a low bun raised her glasses and smiled softly at her. It was Song Yusui. Dr. Song? It's me, Wei Ning. How are you feeling? Song Yusui smiled, her voice gentle, like the sunlight pouring into the room, warm and beautiful. Wei Ning couldn't nod. Her neck was also in a cast, so she could only blink to indicate that she was feeling well. Song Yusui narrowed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and looked Wei Ning in the eye. That's good. I was worried about you. His final gaze fell on a man wearing sunglasses. He was a sturdy man, his knuckles thick with calluses. His demeanor betrayed no trace of the fatigue of daily duty clocking in. He was not a military officer. After retracting his gaze, Wei Ning confirmed his breathing and heart rate were steady and said, I was definitely conscious at the time. Were all your actions against the monster voluntary? The man in sunglasses asked Wei Ning. Yes. I saw something inside the monster. Seeing the man didn't raise any further questions, Wei Ning continued, I observed the people around me, and they didn't seem to notice it. So, I decided to remove it myself. Do you know that this violates the code of conduct? Fujio, sitting in the corner, asked. Wei Ning looked at Fujio, whose expression was serious. I'm sorry, Captain Fu. I know I was wrong. Fujio stared directly at the serious Wei Ning. Her round, pink body dominated his view. The plaster had been soaked in a special potion, transforming it into a giant pink meatball. Fujio's eyes twitched slightly, and after a moment, he looked away. I approached the monster, and something lodged deep in its throat. I crawled in, first the head, then the shoulders and neck, and finally the arms. Did you get the thing? The man asked. Did you bring it back? Wei Ning blinked and replied, I did, but I fell into a coma at the end, and I don't know where it ended up. What did it look like? Under the gaze of the crowd, Wei Ning lowered her head, as if recollecting something. They couldn't help but slow their breathing and wait quietly. It's a mask. The man paused, his sunglasses sliding slightly from his nose, revealing his silver eyebrows. He raised his chin. How are you sure it's a mask? Intuition, it feels like one too. What kind of mask? Song Yusui asked curiously. Wei Ning looked at Song Yusui, her voice slightly hoarse. She hadn't had any water in over 5 hours. The inside of the monster's mouth is very dark, and I can't see clearly. The spacious room was silent. The people sitting around the bed were lost in thought, trying to figure out the true connection between the monster and the mask. Crack! Wei Ning was stunned. Crack, crack. Everyone looked at Wei Ning. Crack! Crack! Fei Qingzhe, huddled beside Wei Ning, finally realized he had interrupted their thoughts. He took the last bite of his apple, blinked, and finally, under Fujio's cold gaze, raised an eyebrow and swallowed. She casually wiped her hand on the plaster cast on Wei Ning's arm. Speaking of masks, something suddenly occurred to me. Then, Fei Qingzhe leaned on the edge of the bed and approached Wei Ning. Little Wei Ning, do you want to know? What is it? Wei Ning's gaze remained fixed on the cast. I'm wearing a mask right now. Chapter 35. Like a child, her eyes were filled with innocent playfulness, stubbornly clinging to the expected reaction. The breath that brushed Wei Ning's face grew heavier. She could feel Fei Qingzhe inching closer, his eyes widening in her gaze. No one stopped her. Everyone was waiting for something to happen. As for what it was, Wei Ning knew it well. She knew their focus wasn't on Fei Qingzhe's utterances, but more likely a prearranged test. After all, Fei Qingzhe's loyalty was known to everyone. Furthermore, entrusting this matter to her was a matter of accord, even to herself. The slanting light from the window fell on Wei Ning's eyelashes, her already fierce features radiating a sharp edge. But suddenly, with a gentle blink, the suffocating coldness was instantly hidden. Wei Ning tilted his head to look at the people behind Fei Qingzhe. Captain Fei, you have a pimple on your face. This mask is really low quality. An unexpected answer. The people who had been watching Wei Ning with bated breath froze at the words, staring blankly at Fei Qingzhe in the front. Fei Qingzhe, sensing the gaze behind him, said, Ha ha ha. Fei Qingzhe held his forehead, distanced himself from Wei Ning, sat back in the chair beside the bed, and scratched his face. This is the latest model of simulated human skin. It won't break. Really? Then I must have seen it wrong. It might be dust. Wei Ning's lips curled slightly, a fleeting smile. Fei Qingzhe said nothing and went into the bathroom to look in the mirror. His eyes fell back on the people gathered around the bed, especially the man with glasses, whom Wei Ning lingered on for a particularly long time. Commanders, do you have any further questions? I'll answer them truthfully, she asked. Before Fu Jiu could frown and speak, Song Yusui, who was sitting beside her, stood up. Sorry, it's time to leave. I have matters to attend to at the hospital. Commanders, see you tomorrow. Following her unreserved figure was a man who stretched lazily. As tomorrow. The patient's health is most important. After the two of them left, Fu Jiu stood by the bed and gave Wei Ning a long glance before leading the others to disperse. The ward returned to the silence of hours before. Wei Ning turned her head away from the door. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was the setting sun. The sky was cloudless, and the vast sphere lay bare before her, gleaming blindingly. Wei Ning closed her eyes until they were dry. A fraction of a second later, she opened them again and continued to gaze at the sun. It was a forced memory. This was the scene Fei Qingzhe encountered when he left the bathroom. The girl, her body and hair gilded with gold, silently confronted the sun approaching the window, her eyes glowing red, unconcerned. Like smelted metal. Cold yet scorching, hard yet pliable. Seeing Wei Ning oblivious to the noise, Fei Qingzhe simply leaned against the door, his eyes fixed on her, blinking only slowly when the wind ruffled the girl's hair, until the entire city swallowed the round sun, and black fog engulfed everything. Wei Ning finally looked at Fei Qingzhe, only to see him raise an eyebrow. Are you testing your own obedience? Your pupils are shrinking. What's so beautiful about the sun? Is it worth staring at for hours? Wei Ning leaned against the bed, asking instead, why are you still here? Fei Qingzhe didn't answer either. He lowered his head and tapped on the terminal, then sat down beside Wei Ning, leaning in close. Look! What are you looking at? A slightly hoarse voice echoed, a youthful, reckless air somewhere between youth and adulthood, its dark emotions unconcealed. It was the master's deliberate act. Wei Ning looked up at Cui Feng. He stood in front of the door, lunchbox in hand, his 195 centimeters height seemingly thrusting through it. Perhaps because of his height, he completely blocked out the light from the corridor. His lashes, barely covered by his bangs, cast a shadow, and his upturned peach blossom eyes made him look like the legendary enchantress, seeking revenge. Cui Feng stepped closer to the bed, his gaze sweeping from Fei Qingzhe to Wei Ning. What are you looking at? Fei Qingzhe looked at Cui Feng and suddenly smiled, drawing both Wei Ning and Cui Feng's gazes. She tapped the terminal, and an image was projected into the air. It was a picture of a young woman, her eyebrows and lips curved in unison, like a crescent moon filled with fireflies, a smile that brought happiness to anyone who saw it. Wei Ning and Cui Feng paused, as if struck by a smile that didn't exist in this wasteland era. Cui Feng set his lunchbox aside, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is this you? Fei Qingzhe put his hands on his hips proudly. Isn't it very different from me now? Little Wei Ning, I'm not lying to you. Wei Ning lowered her head, picking up her food, then looked up at the words. Very different. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head again. She was hungry and wanted to eat, and she didn't want to pay attention to Captain Fei. Strange. She hadn't been this intolerant of hunger before. Ignored by the two men, Fei Qingzhe didn't catch her breath. She took back the photo, glanced at Cui Feng, and continued to nag at Wei Ning. How dare you eat anything anyone gives you? Aren't you afraid of being drugged? Sooner or later, you'll be kidnapped. Despite her constant nagging, Fei Qingzhe didn't really care about Wei Ning's response. With a casual wave of her hand, she left him with only her back and a single sentence, I'm hungry too. I'll see you tomorrow. The two people left behind, one buried in his food, the other sitting on a chair watching the others eat. Not sitting on the chair where Fei Qingzhe's warmth remained, Cui Feng rested one hand on the table and said, Don't you think Fei Qingzhe looked familiar? There was no response. She seemed to have truly forgotten everything. She had forgotten everything that happened in that small village, everything she experienced, and the people she met. But forgetting was fine, there were some people she should have forgotten. Cui Feng's eyelashes flickered, her thoughts completely buried. After chewing the last bite of shrimp, Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, drank the coconut water, and gave Cui Feng a satisfied look. These foods are extremely rare, so they need to be eaten soon. Cui Feng raised his lip and handed her a tissue. Do you like them? I'll bring them back tomorrow. After wiping her lips, Wei Ning tilted her head and looked at Cui Feng. They looked familiar. I like them. Thank you. Looking directly into those peach blossom eyes, she continued, are we familiar? Why do you seem so intimate with me? I always feel like I have a special feeling for you. What special feeling? Wei Ning avoided Chui Feng's gaze. I won't tell you. What do you mean by telling or not telling? Tell me. The door, which hadn't been closed, suddenly opened with two more people barging in. Lu Zhonglei scratched his head, his eyes darting expectantly between Wei Ning and Chui Feng. The muscular man exuded a strangely cute aura. Qi Chunming looked away with a chill, then smiled at Wei Ning. Wei Ning, Lu Zhonglei, and I knew you were awake, so we came to check on you. How are you? What did the doctor say? As Wei Ning watched, the fruit basket fell from Qi Chunming's hands onto the table. She looked up at Qi Chunming, who was standing by the bed. She's fine. The doctor recommends resuming training and missions in 5 days. A soft laugh escaped her lips, and Chui Feng met Qi Chunming's gaze. Didn't you get her injured? There's fruit baskets all over the street. Who are you trying to fool? Before Qi Chunming could blush and speak, Wei Ning said, she's an excellent sniper. You should take what you just said back. You're amazing. We can have a competition sometime. Meeting Wei Ning's indifferent gaze, Qi Chunming's ears flushed. Okay. The forgotten Lu Zhonglei scratched his head. Could someone answer what he just said? He was genuinely curious. Don't forget about him. Qi Chunming, his expression calming down, glanced at Chui Feng, who was peeling an apple. Wei Ning, is he your friend? Wei Ning took the apple from Chui Feng and said, no. Suddenly, her hand felt empty. Wei Ning looked over, and saw the apple had been taken back. She blinked and said, he's a friend. The apple was crisp, juicy, and delicious. Qi Chunming looked at Wei Ning, whose eyes narrowed slightly, then at Chui Feng, who was lowering his head to peel a pear. He then sat down silently, and began peeling some fruit as well. Confused, Lu Zhonglei tried to peel some fruit as well, but couldn't find a knife, so he gave up. I know you. You're Dr. Song's patient, Qi Chunming said, looking at Chui Feng. Chui Feng, who had already peeled the pear, raised an eyebrow and handed it to Wei Ning, waiting for Qi Chunming's next words. Are you Dr. Song's boyfriend? Lu Zhonglei's eyes lit up, fixed on Chui Feng. Younger? Sure. Chui Feng made a faint TSK and said gravely no. The voice in her ears suddenly became muffled, but after straining to listen, it seemed clear again, and she could make out words like case and personality. Wei Ning stared at the pristine white ceiling. The light seemed to double. What was wrong with her? Did Chui Feng really drug her? No, that's not right. A familiar yet unfamiliar electronic voice suddenly rang out. Dear player, hello. Nice to meet you again. I am the official system for Tower of One. Your Chinese-style thriller Infinite game is about to open its second dungeon. Zodiac 1. Please prepare yourself. The dungeon will open in 5 seconds. 5. Wei Ning's expressionless face suddenly met Chui Feng's. His gloomy expression was reflected in her pupils. In less than a second, silent words formed through her lips. Wei Ning blinked. It was, see you later. Chui Feng knew the electronic voice, and it was familiar. Wei Ning determined within a thousandth of a second that his words were full of expectation, but why was there a hint of malice in his eyes? Yes, malice, or perhaps hostility. Wei Ning's thousands of combat experiences taught her that this was the hostility born of confrontation and struggle, the innate repulsion of the duel arena. 3. Sensing something was amiss, Qi Chunming frowned. What's wrong with you two? 2. Lu Zhonglei, standing beside him, also looked serious. Is something going to happen? 1. Dear players, welcome to Zodiac number 1 Middle School. Happy gaming. The electronic voice echoed in Wei Ning's mind. If you encounter any difficulties in this dungeon, feel free to call me. I will provide you with the most attentive service. Now, please select your ID card. Chapter 36. In the darkness, a cyan card hovered in midair, gleaming brightly. Wei Ning scanned the deck. There were 12 cards in total. 12 cards, 12 zodiac signs. Which one would she be? A flicker of light flashed across Wei Ning's eyelashes, then was swallowed by her pupils as they closed, and then opened again. For an imperceptible amount of time, Wei Ning didn't reach out. To be more precise, she didn't move at all. Like a puppet without breath. Dear player, your main mission is to ensure the story follows the zodiac fable. Now, please select your ID card. The cold electronic voice echoed again. Wei Ning finally spoke. A second dungeon? How did you find me? The electronic voice echoed again. Dear player, you have agreed to become our beta tester. Once the contract is established, there is no room for violation. No direct answer. There was definitely something fishy going on. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, shielding the cards before her eyes. Now that I cleared the first dungeon, what do I get? A game like that has its own reward system. Also, why did I lose my memory of the first dungeon? Because your accumulated points in the previous dungeon didn't meet your expectations. The authorities have decided to take your memories. If you achieve your expectations in this dungeon, your memories will be restored. Oh, take your memories? Wei Ning suddenly remembered a face whose eyes always turned upwards. She could take it away, it wasn't a big deal. Of all her things, her memories were the most insignificant. But this ability to rob others of their memories at will. Wei Ning suppressed the turmoil in her heart and asked, "Where's the reward?" "You have successfully become an active-duty soldier of the Federation." So this inexplicable system was the culprit that caused her to rush into her first operation? As far as Wei Ning knew, regular training came with an additional salary subsidy, however meager. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. "Will you provide me with the most attentive service?" "Yes, dear player. If you encounter difficulties, you can contact the system." "A pay raise." "Dear player, that's only within dungeons." "Oh, I just can't do that." Why did Wei Ning feel a familiar sense of crisis, bred by countless experiences of being cheated, so familiar that it reminded her of her always unruly captain? During her time in the reserve army, Wei Ning had deeply understood Fei Qingzhe's mischievousness. Strange, why do I keep thinking of a group of people like this? Wei Ning brushed away the faces in her mind and randomly tapped on one of the 12 cards. A flash of cyan light flashed, and the side engraved with cloud-patterned beast claws flipped over. Her identity was a red-haired monster. Wei Ning's eyes froze. A red-haired monster? Isn't that one of the 12 zodiac animals? Is it? Before she could even finish her breath, Wei Ning suddenly lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in that space shrouded in black fog. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, Wei Ning's lips twitched, and a cold sneer escaped her. What a thoughtful service! Coming to her senses, Wei Ning lowered her gaze to her hand. A stack of booklets lay precariously against her wrist. Wei Ning picked up the top one, her eyes immediately drawn to a few scribbled words. Mao Xingyin. This was the role she was playing in this dungeon. The moment the name caught Wei Ning's eye, the rules of a game called One Man's Tower suddenly popped up in her mind. It was incredibly blunt, clearly showing the other party's unwillingness to elaborate. No unnecessary memories, not a single one. Wei Ning pressed her forehead and continued to flip through the pages. Following the name was Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, Grade 3, Class 5. She was a student. As if to further confirm this identity, a powerful voice rang through the door. Xingyin. Get up and have breakfast. You're going to be late. Looking down again, she saw her school uniform already on. Wei Ning picked up her backpack hanging by the side of the chair and walked out, meeting a pair of eyes with wrinkled corners. Wei Ning paused, then slowly walked to the table. The man glared at her with disapproval. You don't even know how to call me dad? Am I not your dad? Hurry and finish eating. I'll take you to school, and then I have to rush to the office. Wei Ning didn't respond, quietly eating her breakfast. It was a very traditional Chinese breakfast. Soy milk with fried dough sticks, and a few braised eggs in the bowl. It was a rare addition even in the federal military. Wei Ning was very satisfied, finishing her meal quickly and neatly. She looked up at the man and stood up after him. The last step they took out of the fragrant room was followed by the woman's shout, "Get along well with your new classmates." The ride to school was quiet, only the sound of a car shutting off in front of the school gate barely breaking the stagnant air. Wei Ning silently held her breath as the man's hoarse voice, laced with cigarette smoke, carried over, "Get out. I'll pick you up after school this afternoon." Okay. The car behind them whipped up a gust of wind, lifting the ends of Wei Ning's hair. She tucked it behind her ear, staring blankly at the bustling school gate. The uniform blue uniforms made the golden carved characters even more clear and dazzling in the sunlight. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Wei Ning tilted her head. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School? Zodiac No. 1 Middle School? Go straight for 800 meters. The first teaching building, the 5th floor. It was the system. Wei Ning followed the system's instructions, step by step, to her classroom. No, Mao Xingyin's classroom. After choosing a seat and sitting down, Wei Ning glanced around. The class wasn't crowded. A girl suddenly caught Wei Ning's eye. A smile played on her lips. "Hello, classmate. Can I sit next to you?" Wei Ning nodded and looked away. The morning sunlight was soft, like a light cloud, lazily resting on Wei Ning's eyelashes. For a moment, her sharp, cold features seemed to grow weary. Gazing at Wei Ning like this, the girl's breath hitched, until the suffocating sensation made her dizzy, and she suddenly realized she had been staring at someone's face. The girl let out a long breath, met Wei Ning's gaze, and with trembling fingers, she handed him a lollipop. "My name is Lan Chunyu. Nice to meet you. We'll be desk mates from now on. What's your name?" "Mao Xingyin." Wei Ning took the lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. "Delicious. Nice to meet you too." She tilted her head to look at Lan Chunyu. "What does this taste like?" Lan Chunyu's eyes narrowed. "It tastes like peach. I love peaches. Do you like them?" Wei Ning nodded. It was delicious. She liked it. This dungeon was great. Did she get through the last one the same way? As the two chatted, the class gathered. The teacher stood at the podium and began to invite the students to introduce themselves. "Next, Lan Chun." Wei Ning looked over. Her desk mate seemed nervous, her ears and neck tinged with a faint crimson. The rustling sound of pushing and pulling was loud, like the booming sound of electric guitar strings being strummed in unison. It unceremoniously gripped everyone's heart. "Student, you're late." The teacher frowned at the boy standing outside the door. He moved, his face, hidden in the shadows, completely exposed, the visual impact maximized in that moment. In the sunlight, the boy's eyes shone frighteningly bright. "Sorry, teacher, I suddenly felt unwell before leaving. Can I come into the classroom now?" The teacher nodded. "We're just introducing ourselves. Please come to the podium and introduce yourself to everyone." The boy took a step forward and stood in front of the podium, his superior height completely overshadowing the teacher. His lips curled, revealing sharp fangs. "I'm Shui Feng." Wei Ning turned away expressionlessly. With a crack, the lollipop between her teeth instantly crushed. "Pick a seat and sit down." Footsteps stopped behind Wei Ning, followed by a gaze that couldn't be ignored, restrained yet still blazing. Seeing everyone seated, the teacher tapped the blackboard. "Class begins." A rustling sound faded, and Wei Ning's fingers paused, twirling her pen. Her gaze fell on Lan Chunyu, who was standing beside her. The girl lowered her head, and her voice came back softly. "Teacher, I haven't introduced myself yet. Why are you ignoring me?" "Why?" "Don't. You can't. You can't do this to me." Noticing her gaze, Lan Chunyu slowly looked up, only to see Wei Ning's profile. It was as if that fleeting pause had been an illusion. The ringing of the bell dispelled the chaotic thoughts in the girl's mind. It was clearly break time, but no one left the classroom. It was as if time had completely stopped after the teacher left. Wei Ning watched the girl walk up to the podium, wrapping the bare stick of her lollipop in a tissue and leaning against the desk. Who knew how boring this class would be? The Commonwealth's curriculum was far more advanced than here, and Wei Ning had no interest in revisiting it. The girl on the podium tucked her waist-length hair behind her ears. Her eyes swept across the room, finally landing on Wei Ning. She looked directly at her and smiled sweetly. "Dear students, the game begins now." "A game?" Wei Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Her ears were quiet, no one making a restless sound. It seemed as if this was a game that only Wei Ning was unaware of, and she was being forced to participate. The girl at the podium clasped her fingertips together, forming a small hole between her palms. At this moment, the hole was aimed directly at Wei Ning. She winked playfully. "Mao Xingyin, congratulations." Wei Ning asked, as expected, "What's your name?" It wasn't the question she expected. The girl was startled, the smile at her lips softening. "Is it important to you?" Wei Ning tilted her head. "It's okay if you don't want to tell me." The girl chuckled. "My name is Shen Fanwen, the Fong of Release the Kiss." "Mao, do you remember my name?" Wei Ning nodded expressionlessly. Shen Fanwen smiled and asked, "Xingyin, do you have any other questions?" "I'll answer them all." Wei Ning shook her head expressionlessly. Shen Fanwen continued to smile sweetly, her gaze gradually overlapping with the others. Wei Ning suddenly felt an itch on her face. Those dark pupils seemed to melt into a pair of hands, gripping her face tightly, exerting constant pressure. Her skin began to loosen. Easily, as if removing a mask. Wei Ning blinked expressionlessly, the touch of her eyelashes telling her that her skin was still attached to her facial bones. "Student Shen, what are you congratulating me on?" The air compressed around Wei Ning's body relaxed, a chill running down her spine, and her pupils shrank. Wei Ning felt herself become more sensitive. The sudden release after a long period of tension was both strange and familiar to Wei Ning. She could feel the blood coursing rapidly deep within her body. Undoubtedly, she had experienced this danger before. This near-death danger. This suffocating pleasure. When had it happened? And who had brought her this joy? Wei Ning began to recall uncontrollably. Her heart sank back into her chest. Her breath pierced a patch of pale skin at the tip of her nose. Wei Ning's voice was remarkably clear. Of course. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of Zodiac No. 1 Middle School. The girl's lively laughter made her sweet face look even more childlike. Hee hee. Chapter 37. Wei Ning's eyes trembled, and her breath caught in her throat as her heart tightened. Faintly, her shoulders sank, as if someone was choking her from behind. Looking directly at the girl with a sweet smile before her, Wei Ning saw herself. The dark shadow clinging to her neck bore a face identical to hers. Wei Ning blinked. Shen Fang's kiss fragmented her face into several pieces, his pursed lips shattered into 4 petals. Mao Xingyin, please reach out and take your ID card. A piece of beige card fell into Wei Ning's palm. She touched it with her fingertips, and the texture was different from the ID card given by the system. Lan Chunyu, it's your turn. Take it. She glanced to the side, glancing at the girl's pristine, neatly decorated desk. Wei Ning's eyes paused, as if she knew the source of the beige card. It was the draft paper distributed by the school. And Wei Ning didn't have it. She thought she would have it, because, like Lan Chunyu, she hadn't introduced herself. The girl caught the card with trembling hands. Noticing Wei Ning's gaze, her lips twitched, her face as pale as her smile. She clutched the card tightly in her palm, but the edges remained flat. The brisk footsteps finally stopped behind Wei Ning, so close that she could smell the rich fragrance of Shen Fang's kiss on the end of her hair. For a moment, that was all Wei Ning could smell. Student Chui Feng, this is your card. With that, all the ID cards had been distributed, and class was over. The stagnant air began to circulate again, and the teacher entered the classroom at the last second of the bell. The rustling of flipping pages drowned out the sound of the card colliding with the tabletop. Click. 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 3 sounds combined, and Wei Ning could clearly identify their owners, her, Lan Chunyu, and... Suddenly, there was a soft thud on the table, and a crumpled paper was tossed to Wei Ning's hand. She unwrapped it, and saw 5 bold, ostentatious characters. I am Green Snake. Snake? The smooth, cold scales, the subconscious tremor as they brushed against skin, and the entangled, squeezing, restraining feeling intertwined, fierce and relentless. This was a dangerous animal. Similar to Chui Feng. Even though he looked sunny and handsome now, his features bore the weariness of someone untouched by the clocking in on duty, just as they had been when they first met. Wei Ning was curious. Would Chui Feng become a snake in this dungeon? She looked down at the flipped card in her hand. It read red-haired monster, which matched the system's information. Will she turn into a red-haired monster? Wei Ning casually tapped her knuckles, the vibrations lifting another card. Her eyes darted to the surface, fixed on it. Lan Chunyou's identity is a thunderbolt spirit. Of the 3, only Chui Feng is one of the 12 zodiac animals. Wei Ning and Lan Chunyu are both monsters. Wei Ning noticed that the identity cards weren't dealt out blindly. Shen Fangwen merely served as the opening act. The game officially began. Their identities had been determined the moment they stepped into this classroom. No, not entirely. Lan Chunyu must be one of the 12 zodiac animals, at least before Chui Feng entered the classroom. She was interrupted by Chui Feng, and from then on, she was neglected and forgotten, transformed from a zodiac animal into a monster. And the Thunderbolt Spirit was the first of the monsters to die. If Wei Ning was right, Shen Fangwen was the clever rat. In an ancient story passed down through the Wasteland era, the 12 zodiac animals fought a life-and-death battle against 12 demons to protect their homeland and save humanity, ultimately liberating humanity from disaster. However, for every demon slain, another zodiac animal perished. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched, her gaze fixed on the right, where Shen Fangwen sat. She was just across the aisle from Lan Chunyu, and turning around would reveal her now pale face. As if Wei Ning's thoughts had been heard, Shen Fangwen turned around at that very moment. Meeting Wei Ning's cold, scrutinizing gaze, his eyes curved, and he smiled sweetly before turning back. His smile was more genuine and natural than anyone else's. Wei Ning had always passed the cultural heritage exam with full marks. It was the only course she was interested in, though she also received full marks in other less interesting subjects. Wei Ning lowered her head again to glance at Lan Chunyu, who had whimpered and shrunk into her desk, startled by Shen Fangwen. She remembered clearly that the clever rat had been crushed to death by the Thunderbolt Spirit. Get out of class dismissed. The sound of flipping pages and copying disappeared instantly, returning the classroom to a dead silence. But Wei Ning keenly sensed something different in the air. If eye movement makes a sound, then it must be the final, hollow humming sound before death. A chill ran down Lan Chuanyo's spine. She swallowed the saliva that had been flowing uncontrollably, and glanced evasively at Wei Ning beside her. Mao Xingyin, what are you doing? Wei Ning paused, spinning her pen. She blinked, ignoring the eyes that turned to look at her, and replied expressionlessly, spinning my pen. Is it fun? The girl's voice trembled. There was obvious fear and a hint of excitement. Facing the girl's expectant gaze, Wei Ning slowly turned her head. Even though the corners of her mouth curled up, there was no smile in her eyes. Lan Chunyu. Classmate, your target isn't me. We're on the same side, aren't we? Lan Chuanyo's neck shrank at this, tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, we are on the same side. There were still 5 minutes until the bell rang. Damn it, why can't we have consecutive classes? Lan Chunyu took a deep breath and stood stiffly. Her heels scraped against the ground, a scratchy, itchy sound like nails scratching a blackboard. She forced herself to step closer to Shen Fangwen, who was smiling at her. Less than 30 centimeters away. Just enough distance to hear each other's breathing. Shen Fangwen's eyebrows arched, his expression smug, like a mouse just out of a rice jar. Lan Chunyu paused, a crimson tinge at the corners of her eyes, and her fingers touched Shen Fangwen's neck. The skin beneath her fingertips felt warm, and her heartbeat echoed, like a countdown. 1 minute left before the bell rang. Classmates, leave your seats. Lan Chunyu looked gratefully at the person who had suddenly spoken. The person had abruptly stood in their seat, not looking at Lan Chunyu. This is physical education class. Be in the gym within a minute. Don't be late, or the teacher will be upset. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Chunyu was the first to rush out of the classroom. Shen Fangwen pouted and followed suit, with Wei Ning following at the end. Footsteps echoed beside them, but Wei Ning didn't look up. The person was also silent. 2 tall figures cast long, sharp shadows on the tails of the crowd. The snake is the 6th of the 12 zodiac animals, and its corresponding monster is the 9-headed monster. 9-headed demon. Sounds better than the red-haired monster. Walking through the silent corridor, his peripheral vision swept across the classroom. The windows seemed shrouded in a thick layer of white fog, making only overlapping figures visible, their movements and faces completely blurred. Wei Ning walked without stopping. After turning a corner, the person in front of her vanished into thin air. There were only 30 seconds left. Footsteps behind her passed Wei Ning. She raised her eyes to meet Cui Feng's, her peach blossom eyes curved. Follow me, I know the way. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes and silently muttered, System. Dear player, go straight for 200 meters and turn left. 20. Looking directly into Wei Ning's eyes, Cui Feng suddenly smiled, his laughter audible in the silent corridor. He didn't wait for Wei Ning. He turned around, and with a single stride of his long legs, the 2 overlapping shadows instantly split. Wei Ning walked behind him, neither too far nor too close. Cui Feng's direction of movement perfectly matched the system's instructions, his turn perfectly timed to the last note of the electronic sound. 10. The shadow of the gymnasium came into view, no more than 50 meters away. She unconsciously quickened her pace, and the moment Wei Ning's shoulder passed Cui Feng's figure, she felt a sudden chill in her calf. Ouch! Cui Feng tilted his head and looked at Wei Ning, his eyes drooping in grievance. Mao Xingyin, I was in such a hurry to get here, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you take me to the infirmary? 9. Her classmates were clearly visible in front of the gymnasium entrance, and Wei Ning could sense the anticipation in their gazes. Especially her lovely deskmate, who, kissed by Shen Fang, rested a hand on her shoulder. Her eyes were red, and the glistening tears reflected all over Wei Ning, whose lips were now straight. 8. A soft sigh drifted into Wei Ning's ears. Look at them. Do you really want to believe them and enter the gym? A chill had already begun to spread upwards from her calves. Wei Ning didn't look down, her gaze fixed squarely on the gymnasium, a clear gesture. Why do you seem even more excited? Cui Feng raised an eyebrow. Why? Cui Feng didn't wait for Wei Ning's response. He lowered his gaze to the face before him, his thick lashes obscuring his pupils. Ever since I appeared, your eyes haven't lingered on me. I'm very unhappy. Why? Even before, you were so affectionate with me. Even my neck and chest were stained with your scent. A chill had already spread over her waist. Wei Ning could even feel the soft flesh exposed as her scales opened and closed excitedly, licking tightly. She simply counted down in her mind. 5. I will make you remember me completely. Please, please don't forget me again. The voice that reached her ears was deep, just like its depressed owner, as if the entire world was collapsing. 3. Wei Ning's breathing softened, her fingertips moved slightly, and her palm felt heavy. Dear player, congratulations on obtaining the item. The fire-resistant orb. 2. The breathing in her ears suddenly disappeared, replaced by the rapid, tongue-thrusting sound of a cold-blooded beast. A damp feeling completely enveloped Wei Ning's body, impenetrable. Only her head remained free. Her eyes fluttered slightly, meeting a pair of vertical golden pupils. There was no trace of human reason within, only the savagery, lust, brutality, and dependence of animal nature. The enormous snake's head slowly approached Wei Ning, its tongue hidden in its beak suddenly darting out, the tip sweeping across her face with a chilling chill. Wei Ning's pupils trembled, her chest beginning to deform under the suffocating constraints. She silently chanted in her heart. 1. Time's up. Chapter 38. Things were spiraling out of control for Cui Feng. His golden, vertical pupils trembled slightly. Transforming into a beast meant his primal bestiality completely took over. All desires had been transformed into appetite, seeping into his very bones. As his lower eyelid licked over his pupil, Cui Feng felt a dull ache in his head. 3 forces deep within his body fought against each other, biting with all their might. The enormous snake's head lashed out, its agitation visible to the naked eye. Its beak opened against Wei Ning's, and she could even smell the venom trapped in its teeth. The numbness and dizziness in her body told her this was a venomous snake not to be underestimated. Her fingertips were stiff, and Wei Ning could only barely hold the bead in her palm, stuffing it into her mouth as the giant snake swallowed it whole. The tip of her tongue passively stirred, and her mouth instantly became warm and moist. Her breath seemed to rise in temperature, and the giant snake jerked as if scalded. The tip of her tail curled up unconsciously, the shattered fragments being squeezed into the tender pink flesh, the pain making the blood flow from the wound even more vibrant. In those few brief seconds, Wei Ning had slipped through the narrow pharynx and into the dim stomach. The heat from the fermenting acid caused sweat to form on her forehead, dripping into her eyes, a painful sensation. Wei Ning blinked, the fire-repellent bead in her mouth moving with the tip of her tongue. The bead protected her from the flames, but the fact that it could also protect her from the acid was something Wei Ning hadn't anticipated. With a thought, Wei Ning's mind moved, and the flames ignited around her. The flames that belonged to her were immortal, inextinguishable. Even she herself would have been burned to death, had it not been for the fire-repellent bead. The intense burning sensation drove the beast mad. Its golden pupils bulged, its massive body twisting and twitching, slamming into the surrounding space with relentless booming sounds. Wei Ning's lips curled up, as she caught a glimpse of white light through the half-open snake's beak. In a trance, it felt oddly familiar. She lowered her waist, the muscles in one arm tensing. Crack! A crisp sound was the sound of the snake's beak being pried open by vein and knuckles. Bending her knees, Wei Ning slid out of the snake's beak, 100 times her size. The scent of the beast still lingered on her. It was strong yet gentle, pressing gently against Wei Ning's neck. If she hadn't lowered her head, it would have been difficult to detect. She raised her chin, turned, and stared directly into the round, enormous golden pupil before her. Her transparent eyelids fluttered with each painful breath. The frequency was extremely rapid. Wei Ning reached out to touch it, the scales feeling hard and smooth beneath her fingertips. Does it hurt? The scales exploded where she touched, and the snake's tongue lashed out around her wrist with such force that she heard the crack of a wrist bone. The skin on her wrist split, and blood dripped from her wrist into the giant snake's eyes, merging with the tears and blood in its corners. The flames ripped apart its internal organs, and its beak and eye sockets were stained with blood. Don't worry, you won't be in pain for much longer. It wasn't going to live long. Wei Ning released her hand, and ripped the tongue from its wrist. She wanted to see where Cui Feng had taken her. She hadn't received the quest notification, and she had to reach the gym in time, which meant a side quest awaited her. And now, the countdown had already ended. Dragging their chosen prey to their den, and feasting slowly, was a common hunting method for snakes. It was the snake itself that was about to die. Really? This was truly exhilarating. Wei Ning didn't notice the giant snake behind her suddenly narrow its eyes. Its golden pupils bulged, and the transparent eyelids covering them struggled to cling to her back, frantically taking on human emotions. Before its death, several forces finally determined a winner. The giant snake's head fell to the ground. Wei Ning turned around and paused, completely unprepared for what she saw. The python's upper body had transformed into a human male. The face was familiar to Wei Ning, Cui Feng. Strange, shouldn't it be dead? Even this burning won't kill it. Wei Ning blinked and met Chui Feng's eyes. What is this place? His tail was tucked into his arms. Chui Feng leaned against the wall, looking weak. I don't know either. Didn't you drag me in here? How could you not know? Wei Ning frowned slightly. Chui Feng closed his eyes. You should have burned whoever forced you in here. Wei Ning heard this. She burned, but she didn't die. Wei Ning's mind shifted, and Chui Feng suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. He looked at her with crimson eyes, his lips tightly pursed, and only his faint breaths, as soft as feathers, could be heard. She tilted her head in confusion. Why can't you die? Chui Feng panted slightly. I want to know too. This person seemed to have even more secrets. Giving one last look at the prostrate Chui Feng, Wei Ning turned and walked away. The matter before her was far more important than Chui Feng. After all, it seemed that neither Chui Feng himself nor the mist surrounding him posed a threat to Wei Ning. After emerging from the giant snake's body, Wei Ning found herself in a space surrounded by mirrors. From every glimpse, Wei Ning could glimpse herself in the mirrors. They all stared at her silently, mechanically, and rapidly mimicking her movements, except for the Wei Ning behind her. Wei Ning couldn't see it. It was her shadow. There was no exit. Wei Ning walked around, her mind coming to a conclusion. Tentatively, she pressed down on the mirror. Her eyelashes flickered, and a gap appeared between the lenses, leading to the outside world. How could she get out? Wei Ning mentally tested system. Dear player, I'm here. What problem are you having? I'll do my best to help you. Do you know how to get out? She knew. Wei Ning's fingertips brushed the smooth mirror. Is this mirror inert? Yes. Okay, she got it. Wei Ning's breath subsided, her muscles tensed, and with a loud bang, the mirror shattered instantly. Passing through the mirrors, like fireworks, Wei Ning suddenly saw countless versions of herself. The chaotic airflow disrupted their movements, making it difficult to find any that were in sync with Wei Ning. A chill ran down Wei Ning's spine, a warning of danger. She lowered her eyelashes, scanning from Chui Feng, lying unconscious in the corner, to the shattered mirrors at her feet. Her gaze paused, her lips moved, and a sigh echoed in the silence. Then, the mirrors on the ground shattered under her foot, and the eyes reflected from the downward perspective instantly split into several pieces. She faintly shed tears of resentment. Wei Ning stopped looking down and took a step, leaving everything behind. The corridor, outside the mirrored space, was just an ordinary one. Wei Ning walked along, finding no forks in the road. He naturally encountered a staircase, leading only down. He continued down, and nothing happened. He rounded the corner, and saw basketball and badminton courts. Spacious and bright, he looked up, but couldn't even see the ceiling. But the gym was completely empty. Oh, there was another Wei Ning. Wei Ning found a random seat and sat down. System, is the countdown wrong? Dear players, our company's Tower of One game is absolutely flawless and bug-free. There's no chance of bugs. Wei Ning leaned back in his chair. That was right. As for absolutely flawless, it seems that this is guaranteed in terms of missions and points. Wei Ning slowly exhaled. After all, these points were useful to the system, or even the game itself, weren't they? A system and company that forced people into the game, dangling so-called points and rewards ahead of the players. But in reality, the donkey snorting and chasing carrots were themselves. Every time a player cleared a dungeon, the donkey would get a taste of carrot, and its run would become faster and more stable. In her hazy memory, Wei Ning realized that the specifications and completeness of this dungeon were much higher than the previous one. Even the so-called system itself was more like a game system. At least now it was. Next, Wei Ning had to play the role of the player obediently. The sound of her fingertips drumming against the vast and desolate gymnasium sounded like a booming sound, its echoes overlapping with the sound of Wei Ning's heartbeat. The moment her heart settled back into her chest, Wei Ning knew the answer. Why had she arrived at the gymnasium, yet no one was there? Recalling her deskmate's tearful eyes, Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, and a fire-avoiding bead appeared in her palm. At the end of the story, the red-haired monster, having lost its limbs, had its last chance for survival. Its companion magic weapon, the fire-avoiding bead, was destroyed by the flower-tailed dog, and it, in turn, was burned to death in the volcano. The smooth, crimson bead twirled between her knuckles, and Wei Ning flipped her wrist. With a crisp sound, the bead shattered to the ground. It was as if she had pressed a hidden button. Wei Ning's brain suddenly felt dizzy, and an intense feeling crept from her tailbone to the back of her neck. Her knees gave way, and she rested her elbows on the ground, barely holding her limp body. Pupils dilated to their fullest, Wei Ning gritted her teeth, refusing to close her eyes. The sweat dripping from her ears felt like a heavy blow. Wei Ning could no longer hold on, her body lurching and falling to the ground. A flash of white light appeared before her eyes, blinding them redly. The cacophony was as irritating and uncomfortable as the white light. Teacher! 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 Someone's fainted. Is it Mao Xingyin who's fainted? Never mind, let's just leave her alone. I don't want to get into trouble. Please be kind enough to help her get to the infirmary. Where's the class monitor? Where did she go? A sharp pain in a certain vein instantly woke Wei Ning. She held her forehead and sat up, looking up to meet a pair of eyes staring at her from afar. Mao Xingyin, are you okay? Why did you suddenly faint? Shen Fanwen tilted his head to look at Wei Ning. Wei Ning looked up at that, her fingertips pausing. From the angle of her gaze, she noticed that the corners of Shen Fanwen's eyes were tilted upwards, a unique sharpness that made it difficult for him to smile sweetly and without aggression. Looking directly at Shen Fanwen, this was completely invisible. A hypocritical girl? Wei Ning curled her lips. I'm fine. Thank you, Shen, for your concern. Watching Wei Ning stand up steadily, Shen Fanwen smiled sweetly. That's good. Physical education has already started. Let's do some warm-up exercises. At this moment, a boy next to her stood up from the crowd. Wei Ning recognized him as the boy who had told the students that they would have physical education this period. The boy raised his glasses and said, the teacher hasn't chosen the physical education committee yet, so I'll lead everyone in the warm-up exercises first. Wei Ning was doing the exercises in a line, looking at Shen Fanwen, who was standing to her right. Who is he? That's our class monitor, He Jingyu. Shen Fanwen smiled. Hey Xingyin, have you seen Chui Feng? I don't think I've seen him. Wei Ning turned her wrist, her face expressionless. I don't know. Oh, I see. I hope he's okay. Shen Fanwen, pay attention. The teacher is coming back soon, He Jingyu reminded softly from the front of the line. Shen Fanwen smiled playfully. I already done the warm-up exercises. The teacher knows. Now I'm just chatting with Xingyin. Wei Ning, who was being mentioned, didn't respond, instead asking, where's Lan Chunyu? Warm-up exercises, referring to Lan Chunyu, the clever rat, the first of the 12 zodiac signs, had already begun its movement. Wei Ning stared at Shen Fanwen silently, the dark emotions in her eyes completely hidden by her eyelashes. Shen Fanwen lowered his lips. Mao Xingyin, do you care about her? Chapter 39. Wei Ning's gaze remained unchanged. Yes, where is she? Shen Fanwen tilted his head, tucking his hair behind his ear. She's not feeling well. I took her to the infirmary. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of them. Wei Ning glanced sideways. It was a middle-aged man with a muscular build. He brushed his hair, and his smooth, clean scalp instantly shone. The man said sternly, classmates, I'm your physical education teacher. Xiong Mingheng. The school sports meet will begin soon, so this class will be a physical fitness test. I'll sign you up for events based on your best personal performance. Shen Fanwen, you and the student next to you go get the equipment. The man's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Wei Ning. He continued, the first test will be in 5 minutes. 50 meters. Wei Ning followed Shen Fanwen forward. She looked back. In the bright room, the teacher and students were equally quiet. Follow me upstairs. Wei Ning responded, and she and Shen Fanwen arrived at the familiar stairwell where she had descended just 5 minutes ago. Her heart rate remained steady, and the distance between her steps was perfectly even. Shen Fanwen suddenly stopped and took Wei Ning's hand affectionately. The warmth he conveyed was icy. She tilted her chin in one direction. Xingyin, look at that room. Wei Ning glanced over, her pupils twitching. It was the familiar mirror room. The room had no door, only a prominent gap that seemed to serve as an entrance or exit. There was no sign of damage, and it was completely empty. Chui Feng wasn't inside. Wei Ning, releasing her suppressed emotions with her breath, spoke to Shen Fanwen's expectant gaze. What's wrong with this room? As their eyes met, Shen Fanwen took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Wei Ning could feel the fingertips gripping her arm exerting increasing pressure. The girl's voice was deliberately lowered. I heard. Someone died here. Wei Ning thought for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Oh. It's boring. Shen Fanwen's eyes were unconcealed, and even then, she didn't let go of Wei Ning's arm. She said, it was originally a dance studio, but the school built a dance building a while ago, so it's now abandoned. It seemed like a casual explanation, not a test. As Shen Fanwen spoke, she led Wei Ning to the equipment room. She stood on tiptoe to retrieve the equipment from the rack. With the height advantage, Wei Ning only needed to lower her head slightly to clearly see the clear whites of Shen Fangwen's eyes beneath her lashes, without a trace of impurity, as delicate and beautiful as a doll's. She raised her hand slightly, took the equipment down, and tucked it into her arms. We're both freshmen, but Shen Fangwen seems more familiar with this school? Wei Ning's lips curled up, almost imperceptibly. Can you tell me more? She paused as she retrieved the equipment. For the first time, Shen Fangwen avoided Wei Ning's gaze, and turned her head away. Of course. She slowed her speech back to a normal pace, her breath catching. Wei Ning listened quietly, treading Shen Fangwen's shadow. For example, the recent sports meet is a very important event for all the teachers and students in this school. You must be serious and not lazy. Why? You'll know when the time comes. Also, you must not be late for class. The bell is very important, so be vigilant at all times, the girl continued. Students are not allowed to remain in the teaching building after lights out at night. All of the above are serious violations of school rules. Thank you. Are there any other rules? Before Shen Fangwen could answer, Xiong Mingsheng, who was waiting, snatched the equipment from Wei Ning's hands, pressed the stopwatch, and glanced at the two of them with his other hand. You'll be the first group. Go stand on the track. Her knees dropped, and Wei Ning recalled Shen Fangwen's words. The sports meet is a very important event for Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Is this a key point in the strange zodiac game? Wei Ning wondered expressionlessly, wondering if her physical fitness would change in the dungeon. Bang! The signaled gunshot rang out. The ends of her hair cut through the air next to her ears, and only Wei Ning's eyelashes trembled in the process. Her muscles, energized, would finally reset after crossing the finish line. Oh my god! Is she even human? So fast? How could she run faster than Shen Fangwen? Shen Fangwen is. He Jingyu's face darkened. The people around him didn't dare to speak for a moment. They all knew what this meant, but that person couldn't help but ask squad leader, what is Mao Xingyin's identity? If you want to know, go ask yourself. The people He Jingyu had left behind gritted their teeth at this. We were all part of the Chinese zodiac, so why was he so arrogant? The boy's back was elegant in the sunlight. His arms, exposed from his sleeves, were lean and thin, with veins slender beneath his skin. The glasses on his nose made him look conspicuously refined. Wei Ning watched the conversation unfolding in the corner. A shift in her eyes, the answer in her mind became clearer. Physical education class ended quietly. Lan Chunyu hadn't appeared from beginning to end. No one, including the new teacher, questioned the missing student, not even Cui Feng. This seemed perfectly normal. Mao Xingyin read this paragraph. Wei Ning stood up and recited expressionlessly, her attention elsewhere. She felt watched. No scrutiny. Her gaze mingled with the gazes of the teacher and classmates, her senses becoming intensely vivid, and Wei Ning's nerves began to tense. She couldn't turn her head. Her warrior's instinct told her it was the right thing to do. This scrutiny was like some sticky tentacle, its suckers rotten and smelly, a scent of unease permeating the entire space. After the last word was finally finished, Wei Ning sat down and immediately glanced out the window. Unfortunately, she could only catch a glimpse of a piece of clothing. It was white, a typical cut, one Wei Ning often saw on someone. Song Yusue. Cui Feng's psychologist. During lunch break, Wei Ning left her seat and walked alone to the school infirmary. What do you think of Mao Xingyin? Shen Fangwen asked, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at Wei Ning's back. Beside her, He Jingyu raised his glasses. You told her too much. You know, we're not on the same side. I just feel like it's not that simple. He Jingyu looked down at her. What? This school, this game, the zodiac signs and the demons and... Mao Xingyin. Don't worry about it. After all, this is all good for us. Heh. Shen Fangwen sneered. It's good for you, isn't it? I'm the first one to die in the Chinese zodiac, and you, with your identity, live to the end. Hypocrisy? The boy whose name was pinned on her didn't care. You too. Wei Ning, clinging to the classroom door, took silent steps. This was the basic course of reserve army training. She was satisfied with the half-hour wait. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? Wei Ning looked at the young woman in a white lab coat before her lips twitching. This was the height of her emotion, nearly paralyzing her body. The woman continued to ask patiently, Classmate, are you feeling unwell? My eyes hurt. Wei Ning closed her eyes, resting her facial muscles. Tell me, why are you wearing women's clothes? The white coat paired with the pink floral polka dot skirt was a gentle look, framing a face of undeniable toughness. Lu Zhonglei scratched his head, ruffling his long hair and letting it fall around his ears. Classmate, that's very rude. I'm a woman. Is it strange for me to wear women's clothing? Wei Ning's face was cold. Sorry, I'm sorry. She unexpectedly ran into someone she knew in the game, a teammate, but he seemed to have lost his memory, or perhaps even consciousness. From the brief glimpse Wei Ning had of Lu Zhonglei, it was clear he had absolutely no fetish for cross-dressing. In his own mind, he was a woman. So classmate, are you ill? Wei Ning's cold back answered him. Lu Zhonglei didn't mind. He patted the corner of his white shirt and whispered, I got some dust in the hallway. I need to clean it up quickly. Maintaining cleanliness is a crucial rule for doctors in the school clinic, and Shanghai No. 1 Middle School places particular emphasis on it. For the first time, Wei Ning felt a sense of urgency as she walked down the street. Lu Zhonglei's appearance made her acutely aware of the precarious path she was on. Unlike Cui Feng before, Lu Zhonglei's connection to her life was even more profound, and the chill and abnormal excitement etched down Wei Ning's spine were even more profound. Her emotions spiraled out of control. Wei Ning's breath burned, her brain aching with confusion. It felt as if someone was hammering a nail into her head. The hammer fell again, breaking the cortex of her skull and allowing something to ooze out. Wei Ning gritted her teeth and touched her head. Her palms were dry and slightly cool, devoid of blood. It was her imagination. The pain was too intense, and Wei Ning lost consciousness completely, falling to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, her eyelashes fluttered, and Wei Ning opened her eyes. The electric shock-like pain still lingered. She gasped and rolled over. Wei Ning felt a pang of hunger as she stroked her fingers across her abdomen. The dim sky told her she missed both lunch and dinner. She was starving. After forcing herself to suppress the pain and hunger, she finally managed to focus on her surroundings. The lights went out, and Wei Ning lay on the floor of the teaching building. She blinked, remembering Shen's heartfelt reminder. Students weren't allowed to linger in the building after lights out. She touched the tip of her nose. Oh, she had already lingered. It looked like she lingered for quite a while. She sighed. She was someone who would do her best. Any task given to her was accomplished with flying colors. But now, she was being repeatedly forced to lower her completion rate. Wei Ning felt unhappy. A tingling sensation on her fingertips caused her to stand up. Since that was the case, she showed her the real Zodiac No. 1 Middle School. Duh. A crisp sound echoed in the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 40. Wei Ning turned and looked behind her. In the dim, silent hallway, only her long stretched shadow loomed, coiling like a serpent. It seemed like a hallucination. Or perhaps it was the panic of being discovered. Wei Ning's fingertips brushed across her brow. Only then could the muscles around her eyes, twitching with hunger, passively settle. She increasingly hated this feeling of being out of control. The first step in exploring the teaching building, Wei Ning made a split-second decision. She would. Wei Ning walked into her classroom, her gaze darting across the seats of each of her classmates. Finally, she stopped. Her smooth figure curved, intercepting half the moonlight. The shadow on the ground was misshapen and enormous, but its head was missing. From the desk, Wei Ning pulled out what she wanted. That was her first step. Borrowing a snack from a friendly classmate's desk. She was truly hungry. It was an unopened bag of potato chips, crunchy and delicious. Wei Ning leaned against Shui Yin. Her pockets were stuffed with cash from Mao Xingyin's parents. She wondered how many bags of snacks she could buy. Her stomach lurched, churning. Unsatisfied with this small alms, Wei Ning felt even hungrier. She pressed her abdomen, unable to tell whether it was pain or hunger. Duh. Wei Ning set down the empty plastic bag. The thing she'd been waiting for finally arrived. The moonlight was completely blocked. The last ray of air in this space was obstructed, and a thick shadow enveloped Wei Ning. Her eyelashes flickered as she sensed panting coming from all directions, very close to her. Only a hand's length away. Then, a whisper stung her eardrums. Wei Ning's wrist was grasped by an unknown object, and she could clearly feel the abundant hair on its surface. What kind of animal was it? Wei Ning wondered, maintaining her original position. While she was thinking, it was no longer satisfied and grabbed Wei Ning's ankle, tightly restraining it. The next second, Wei Ning was lifted into the air. Her left calf suddenly bent back. It was so dark that even after her eyes had adjusted, a layer of fog seemed to remain. Wei Ning could only sense it as part of its body, hot, restless, and with every hair standing on end. Like a frame, the bent calf was folded behind Wei Ning's head. A sharp 180-degree fold. The limbs became toys in its hands. Wei Ning suddenly remembered a key feature of the red-haired monster. Its limbs could be broken off and disassembled individually. Does this mean she can do it too? Wei Ning wondered. If only this ability could survive in the wasteland. After all, mechanical prosthetics aren't cheap. Even with the military discount, routine maintenance and repairs are more cost-effective, not to mention that part of that ridiculous discount is deducted from her year-end bonus. Wei Ning's limbs were folded together, and her arm pressed against her eyeballs, causing her some pain. The pressure was swift and sudden, and she didn't have time to close her eyes. Naturally, tears flowed from the corners of her deformed eyes, brushing against her body and dripping without a sound, as if they were being caught and swallowed. Wei Ning, now a ball, floated in the air. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with this state. Wei Ning's ball was being purposefully transported somewhere. The journey was volatile, the air turbulent and bumpy. A slow breath of stagnant air escaped from her nose, her muscles beginning to tingle. Wei Ning had finally reached her destination. She was laid to the ground, and the fur gently detached from her body, unlike the initial impatience. But finally, there was a gentle tap on the joints of her limbs. Then, like scattered feathers, Wei Ning's limbs detached from her torso. She blinked, her first thought being, were her eyes open or closed? This was a strange experience, a first. Then, her second thought was, how could a severed limb not hurt? Suddenly, she felt more relaxed, like a mask she had worn for so long finally being removed. The pores on her face suddenly opened, a sense of freedom, as she breathed in a deep breath. With a push of her core, Wei Ning rolled sideways, standing on the ground. She fixed her gaze on one point, took a deep breath, and her waist, pulling her upper body up from the ground, bounced closer and closer to her chosen prey. Ugh! Who is it? Suppressing the pain in her face and her anger, Yuan Shiqing opened her eyes, her arms tucked back to her side, ready for battle. She couldn't see the enemy clearly. Where was she? It's you? Wei Ning tilted her head, her eyes falling on Yuan Shiqing by instinct. Do you know me? We're in the same class. Yuan Shiqing swallowed silently, unable to believe what she was seeing, and inched back. You, what's wrong with you? Can you see me? Shouldn't I? Wei Ning said expressionlessly. It shouldn't be. Yuan Shiqing's back was pressed against her, leaving her no way to retreat. I think it should be. Is that little orange? The figure behind the girl moved, turned, and grabbed Yuan Shiqing's wrist, asking anxiously, who are you talking to? Wei Ning's brows furrowed. She wasn't alone here. What did it want? Mao Xingyin, she's here too. Why are you here too? Yuan Shiqing was a little overwhelmed. Why are we all here? What the hell is this place? Yuan Shiqing's voice grew louder. She fumbled around, unable to find an exit. Desperately, she crouched down, covering her face. It's over, completely over. I don't want to die. Wei Ning lowered her head. Her right arm, kicked to her side by Yuan Shiqing's kick, felt cold against her broken waist and abdomen. Xingyin, is that your leg? Wei Ning looked up. Her legs and arms were held in the girl's arms, presented to her like a bouquet. The girl leaned forward, her cold fingers catching Wei Ning's lips. She parted her lips slightly, avoiding the strange fingers. The girl in front of him brightened her eyes and leaned forward. Yuan Shiqing, watching from the corner, twitched her lips as she watched. Chu Zissou, what are you doing? Ah, sorry. Chu Zissou came to her senses. Xingyin, you're so beautiful. I can't help but stare at you. As she spoke, she held Wei Ning's arms and legs tightly. Wei Ning, with only her torso exposed, wondered, why was she the only one who couldn't see anything? The tip of her tongue brushed against her teeth, which had just been harshly dented by the slender fingers. Wei Ning thought absent-mindedly that she seemed to lose her sense of her eyeballs. So familiar, this feeling. In the pause between the three girls' conversation, it seemed to return. The sound of fur rubbing against each other was heard, and then, as Wei Ning and the others watched, a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. Wei Ning blinked. Finally, she could see something. Her eyeballs were still there. Tap. It was moving forward, approaching them. Instantly, 6 eyeballs lit up, blood red. It's a spider. Chu Zissou said, his voice barely concealing his surprise. It's a spider. Yuan Shiqing rolled her eyes. Run! The girl's running figure whipped up a gust of wind, lifting Wei Ning's hair, making the behemoth before her even more visible. Wei Ning met its gaze speechlessly, her eyelashes drooping. She didn't have legs now. Bang! Wei Ning's body hit the ground with a heavy thud. She raised her eyelashes, the cold expression on her face, pressed against her skin, unchanged. Only her bruised and swollen collarbone came alive under the spider's crimson pupils. Sorry, I didn't hold on tight. Yuan Shiqing lifted Wei Ning, only his torso, onto his shoulders and followed Chu Zissou ahead. Have you found the exit? This isn't going to work. Chu Zissou, clutching Wei Ning's broken limbs, was about to burst into tears. Didn't you look for it before? It seems, there's no exit. Damn it! Yuan Shiqing's forehead bulged with veins. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you along tonight. Chu Zissou frantically fled to avoid the pursuing spiders. Do you think you're that useful? Attack its lower abdomen, Wei Ning, who had been silently listening to the argument, suddenly said. It has an egg-laying sac tied to its lower abdomen. What are you attacking with? Yuan Shiqing demanded. Wei Ning didn't even blink. My arms, my legs, they're all fine. As if waiting for an eternity, Yuan Shiqing suddenly shouted, Chu Zissou, throw. All right. Chu Zissou spun, the momentum from her rapid run carrying her along. She lifted one of Wei Ning's arms from her embrace and hurled it at the spider. Snap! A resounding sound. A powerful throw. Yuan Shiqing could no longer bear it. You threw it in my face. Oh, Chu Zissou touched the tip of her nose. Again. This time, she hit the target. The white egg sac was slammed down by Wei Ning's arm, her fingertips snagging the spider silk. The female spider's roar instantly rang in the ears of Wei Ning and the others, so sharp it threatened to rip their eardrums. Great. Chu Zissou waved happily. Her aim was still pretty good. She was a professional darts player. Unlike Chu Zissou, who was ecstatic, Yuan Shiqing slowly opened her mouth, her eyes glazed over. It's over. It's completely over now. Chu Zissou was confused. What's over? She followed Yuan Shiqing's gaze, her body instantly stiffening. Wei Ning's arms and legs fell to the ground. From the rip in the egg sac emerged tiny, light brown spiders. There were so many they could have covered the entire back of the female spider in an instant, enough for Wei Ning, Yuan Shiqing, and Chu Zissou to roll around several times. The newly hatched spiderlings were starving. Wei Ning and the others were ready-made food, the stored rations the mother spider had painstakingly dragged back to the nest, the perfect supplement for the spiderlings. Mao Xingyin, tell me, did you expect this to happen? Yuan Shiqing asked, her pupils dilated. Chu Zissou looked at Wei Ning, her eyes hopeful, as if she were a god who could redeem her. In a confined space with nowhere to escape, a giant, enraged spider and an endless stream of hungry, tiny spiders faced them. Yuan Shiqing, Chu Zissou, and a broken-armed Wei Ning. Wei Ning lowered his head and met Yuan Shiqing's gaze, his pupils gleaming beneath his eyelashes. Chapter 41. Throw me up. Where to? Yuan Shiqing's eyes were filled with confusion. Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged, as if the swarm of spiders chasing them didn't exist. Throw it hard towards the ceiling. The higher the better. Yuan Shiqing kicked a small spider, its mouth wide open. The sticky silk clung to the ground, making it difficult to lift her leg for a moment. Since Wei Ning seemed so confident, she reluctantly trusted her. After all, there was no other way. Yuan Shiqing gritted her teeth, shouted, and mobilized all her strength. Under Chu Zissou's gaze, Wei Ning became a slingshot, disappearing with a blurry afterimage as it soared into the sky. In the dim, enclosed space, desperate to escape but unable to find an exit, Wei Ning vanished. The last ray of hope closed, and Yuan Shiqing stared at Chu Zissou in shock. I smashed her to pieces? Chu Zissou remained calm, punching a small, juicy spider. Not like it. I don't smell blood. Come back to your senses. Hearing a familiar voice, Yuan Shiqing looked up. A pale face suddenly emerged from the dense shadows on the ceiling, its features cold, and its eyes sharp. Wei Ning looked at Chu Zissou. Throw my arm up. Got it. Yuan Shiqing grabbed Chu Zissou. Aren't you afraid she'll run away with her arm and leg? The voice was loud, and Wei Ning heard it clearly. Chu Zissou didn't look up at her, instead concentrating on dealing with the spider before them. If she does that, I'll kill her on the second day of school. The words reached Wei Ning's ears, and her aggressive brows curved, however slightly. I'm biting my arm, you guys climb up. Hurry, the big one's coming. A sharp roar echoed instantly. Seeing her children mostly dead, the female spider furiously attacked Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zissou. The odor of decay and burnt flesh lingered in Yuan Shiqing's nostrils. This was a venomous spider. Her face darkened, and she and Chu Zissou quickly retreated to opposite sides. You first. The venom clung to the spider silk, spat out by the massive creature. In the darkness, Chu Zissou could only dodge by feel. She bent her knees, her toes brushing the ground as she quietly rolled onto the spider's back. Yuan Shiqing was delighted at first, but then, seeing Chu Zissou reach into her arms, she anxiously called out, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." First, distracted. "Don't let it get too far away from Mao Xingyin," Yuan Shiqing shouted, quickening her pace, always maintaining a body-length distance from the female spider. Silently watching everything below, Wei Ning opened her mouth and bit the arm Chu Zissou had thrown at her. The sharp fangs ripped through the surface of her skin, and the smell of blood filled her mouth, overpowering the previous taste of potato chips. Barely stabilizing herself amidst the turbulence, Chu Zissou glanced at Yuan Shiqing, who was gasping for breath, and with a mighty leap, she grasped the arm that had been freed from its owner's body. Wei Ning's upper body plummeted downwards, and the sweat from her forehead dripped onto Chu Zissou's face, burning intensely. Bloody blood from the wound stained her arm, and with less resistance, Chu Zissou struggled to climb. Frantically, Yuan Shiqing shouted, "Hurry up! I can't run anymore." Her calves were already trembling, and her ragged breathing threatened to pierce her throat. She couldn't care less, and with a sudden chokehold on the air that was pressing against her throat, Yuan Shiqing rolled over and grabbed one of the spider's legs. The spider reacted, its hairy legs trembling violently. It tilted halfway, and Yuan Shiqing felt a flicker of relief. At this height, it was easier for her to grasp Chu Zissou's outstretched hand. "Hold on tight." Chu Zissou gritted her teeth and grasped Yuan Shiqing's hand. Her wrist was on the verge of dislocation, and it was hard to believe her good classmate's teeth hadn't broken. Wei Ning, who was being missed, silently swallowed the blood and saliva in her mouth. This was the first time she had tasted herself. It was a little strange, but without the overpowering smell of an animal. Suddenly, Wei Ning's mouth was pried open. She blinked, the itchy sensation of her eyelashes fluttering back and forth causing the man to withdraw his fingers. Chu Zissou tilted his head slightly to meet Wei Ning's gaze. "Your teeth aren't broken?" Wei Ning was about to answer when Yuan Shiqing, having recovered, suddenly spoke up. "Mao Xingyin, how did you know there was an exit? Let's go first. It's not safe here yet." Below the narrow cave entrance, the female spider, having lost her children and food, grew increasingly furious. She smelled the warmth of human bodies, and her hairy legs tried to reach through the cave to grab Wei Ning and the others. Yuan Shiqing hugged Wei Ning's limbs and stood up, looking at Wei Ning in Chu Zissou's arms. "Talk as we walk." Wei Ning closed her eyes, a little exhausted. The story of the 12 zodiac animals begins with the dragon trapped at the entrance of a demon's cave. The other zodiac animals and the warrior work together to rescue it. The warrior learns of the demon's plan to destroy and occupy the human world, and then he and the 12 zodiac animals journey deep into the demon's cave. "You mean we were just inside the demon's cave?" Yuan Shiqing asked. Wei Ning whispered, still keeping her eyes closed. Yuan Shiqing frowned, clutching the severed arm and leg tighter. "So where are we now?" "It's still pitch black once we exit the cave, so we can only rely on feel." Wei Ning's lips curled up, a flicker of emotion. "You can see much more clearly than I do. We'll be fine." As Wei Ning had said, despite the still darkness, Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zissou's steps were more steady than before, less tentative and cautious. The two took silent, coordinated steps forward, and were surprised to find themselves in the classroom. The three of them stood on all fours in the center of the room. Yuan Shiqing's frown deepened. She and Chu Zissou were clearly walking on a flat surface. According to the simplest calculations, there was no way they could have walked from the door to the center of the classroom. Unless her body was deceiving her, her sensations were reversed. Wei Ning opened her eyes, looked around, and said, "Put me down first." Chu Zissou carried Wei Ning to the nearest table. She glanced at her, and grabbed one of Yuan Shiqing's legs. "Can your arms and legs be reattached? You can't keep them like this forever." Wei Ning shook her head and replied, "I don't know. Let me try for you." Chu Zissou held Wei Ning's shoulders, tilting her torso slightly to expose the joints, and enthusiastically pinned her legs back on. Unfortunately, the moment Chu Zissou let go, the muscular, long leg in her grasp tumbled to the ground. "It seems it can't be reattached." Chu Zissou touched her chin and looked at Wei Ning. "It's okay. You look good like this. You can survive with broken limbs. Are you a red-haired monster?" Yuan Shiqing tilted her head to look at Wei Ning, her pupils clear and full beneath her lashes. Wei Ning blinked and tilted her head, the same angle as Yuan Shiqing's. "Yes, but I can't push my limbs back. That's really strange." Yuan Shiqing scratched her head and turned to look at Chu Zissou. "It shouldn't be like that." Chu Zissou didn't continue. He placed Wei Ning's limbs at her side and waved to Yuan Shiqing, signaling her to follow. Yuan Shiqing raised her chin to acknowledge her, and gave Wei Ning a casual wave. Then, the two of them disappeared through the classroom door. The clouds were thick now, obscuring the moon, leaving no shadows on the ground. Wei Ning suddenly spoke, "There's something under this classroom." The moment the words fell, Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zisu's heads turned back, one on top of the other, like fruits waiting to be picked. A smile played on Yuan Shiqing's lips. "See, that's what I'm saying." She walked over to Wei Ning, smiling and patting her head, though Wei Ning quickly dodged. "Mao Xingyin, we're on the same side. There's no need to be so defensive and cautious. Just be bold." Chu Zisu casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "What's going on?" "Equivalent exchange." Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. "Tell me first, where are you going? What about Xingyin? What are you doing in the teaching building at night?" "Shen Fanwen should have told you not to stay in the teaching building after lights out." Chu Zisu added, "You two seemed very close during the day. Did you know each other before?" Yuan Shiqing also pulled up a chair and sat down. The three of them formed a triangle. The most stable shape, each occupying a point, both farthest and closest. She said, "Let's consolidate the information first. We'll be acting together later, anyway. Mao Xingyin, you have no objection, right?" Wei Ning shook her head. "No." "Then let me make the most important point first." Yuan Shiqing pointed at herself. "You and I are on the same side. As for my identity, I'll keep it secret for now. You'll find out later." "You?" Wei Ning looked at Chu Zisu and paused, suddenly remembering that she didn't know their names yet. Chu Zisu chuckled at Wei Ning's expression. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chu Zisu, and hers is Yuan Shiqing." In the darkness, two pairs of equally sharp eyes met. Chu Zisu narrowed his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he found a striking resemblance to Wei Ning. "I'm neither a zodiac animal nor a demon. I'm just an ordinary person, a student as ordinary as can be." Before Wei Ning could respond to Chu Zisu's words, Yuan Shiqing rolled her eyes. "Come on, you can only take half of what you say. 3 people, 3 identities." Wei Ning pondered silently. The faction in this instance had 2 sides, demons and zodiac animals, 2 completely hostile factions. The zodiac animals and warriors worked together to protect humanity and eliminate demons. Clearly, Chu Zisu was human. Whether she was a warrior in the story or not was not a question of whether she was. Wei Ning's thoughts reached a crucial point. 3 identities. 2 identities seemingly standing side by side. Could they actually represent 2 opposing camps? Yuan Shiqing snapped his fingers. "Okay, enough thinking. Let me answer Mao Xingyin's previous question. Chu Zisu and I came here tonight to infiltrate our homeroom teacher's office. What about you? What's your purpose?" Chapter 42. In the thick, dark shadows, Wei Ning could see the curiosity and anticipation in Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zisu's eyes. She suddenly wanted to touch her nose. Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zisu leaned forward in unison. 2 pairs of eyes, wide open, stared at Wei Ning, so close she could count their eyelashes one by one. She continued, "I did it because..." It was because... An eyelash fell into her eye socket, irritating her nerves. Yuan Shiqing couldn't help but tear up. It was because... Wei Ning watched Yuan Shiqing blink. The blinking was slow, like a cat's tail, gentle, but the moment it brushed against her body, the unique power of this gentleness was immediately apparent. The retracting nerves caught the tip of the tail. For a moment, Yuan Shiqing's eyes itched even more, and an uncontrollable blush rose at the corners of her eyes. "It's about..." Wei Ning said, trying out the school cafeteria. Quite fittingly, a gurgling sound followed, and Chu Zisu and Yuan Shiqing stared at Wei Ning's stomach, their eyes glazed over. Coming back to her senses, Yuan Shiqing gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and raised her head. Her angry words caught in her throat the moment they met Wei Ning's eyes. "You?" Like a spring meeting spring, Wei Ning's eyebrows curved ever more distinctly. A smile spread from the corners of her eyes to the corners of her mouth. She tilted her head to look at Chu Zisu beside her. "Going to the office?" Chu Zisu nodded, throwing his folded limbs into Yuan Shiqing's arms. "Let's go! If we don't leave now, it'll be dawn." The conversation, aimed at gathering information and exchanging information, was interrupted by the backs of the 3 people behind them. Wei Ning, leaning against Chu Zisu's arms, had a glint in her eyes, a sly glint hidden by her thick lashes. From this game of chess, Wei Ning obtained the information she sought. Some of the questions about her were skillfully avoided or deflected. She had become somewhat different from before, more cunning, Wei Ning thought. This feeling was a little unfamiliar but quite pleasant. As they walked, no one questioned the direction. Their steps and glances were in perfect sync. They all knew the route to their destination. Aren't they all first-year students? The question was answered knowingly. Gazing at the dark door before them, the three of them exchanged glances. Yuan Shiqing stepped forward, one hand grasping Wei Ning's limbs, the other groping for the lock. In less than a tenth of a second, with a click, the door swung open. Wei Ning's eyes fell on Yuan Shiqing, and she blinked. The door isn't locked. In a trance, she caught a whiff of revenge. Wei Ning said, "Come in. This seat belongs to our homeroom teacher, the one who taught our first class, Qin Beiling," Chu Zisu said, as he placed Wei Ning on the desk. "You look at the materials on the desk, while Xiao Qingzi and I look at the bookshelf." Wei Ning nodded, her eyes fixed on a folder directly above her. She gently pulled it out and flipped open the student identity information record. Wei Ning's eyes flickered, glancing at the ID photo in the upper left corner of the form. A familiar face, his striking features vivid even against the yellowed paper. It was Cui Feng. Age, 16. It must have been altered by the system. Scanning through the lines of black text, Wei Ning found nothing unusual and turned to the next page. The rustling of pages continued, and Wei Ning noticed a common thread. There was no record of identity. The identities of the zodiac and demons seemed to be implicitly held in everyone's minds. He reached the last page. Name: Lan Chunyu. Home address: 806 Jinhua Building, Chunwei Street. The tip of his tongue slid across the roof of his mouth, and Wei Ning recalled the glance he'd taken back when leaving Mao Xingyin's house. The pale doorplate read, 809 Jinhua Building, Chunwei Street. So Lan Chunyu and she were neighbors? She wasn't feeling well, so I took her to the infirmary. Those were Shen Fangwen's exact words, but Wei Ning didn't see Lan Chunyu there. Mao Xingyin, did you see anything useful? Yuan Shiqing, buried in the bookshelf, asked. The voice was particularly abrupt in the silent room. Who's there? A halo of light flashed, passing over Wei Ning's head. A deep, hoarse voice pierced, "You can't stay in the teaching building after lights out. I need to see which student is disobeying me." Yuan Shiqing's face darkened. "Oh no! It's the security guard. Run! We'll be in trouble if we get caught." "That's not the same thing as a spider." Chu Zisu hugged Wei Ning around the waist, looking down. "What's that in your mouth?" Not eager for an answer, Chu Zisu and Yuan Shiqing hid behind the office door, the halo of light failing to reach their hems. When hurried footsteps echoed outside the office door, the two had already left, the door carefully closed behind them. The security guard scratched his head and trudged to the other end of the corridor. In the dim light, the hair on the back of his head was surprisingly thick, swaying, revealing two scarlet dots. It was a spider's eye. A spider the size of a human head clung to his head. Wei Ning averted his gaze, absent-mindedly thinking Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zisu's movements were unusually deft. The security guard's back was no longer visible. Chu Zisu leaned against the wall, her footsteps light and steady, her voice whispered softly, "Hurry up, Xiuji's still waiting." Yuan Shiqing nodded, following Chu Zisu down the stairs slowly and silently. This was the 15th security guard they had encountered. Wei Ning counted, the paper still stiff in the corner of her mouth, as spirited as Yuan Shiqing beside her. She crouched in the corner and threw the severed limb in her arms over the wall. "Holy crap! What the hell?" The patrolling security guard sprang to life. "Who's there?" Yuan Shiqing, hidden in the bushes, froze for a moment. She twisted her neck to look at Chu Zisu, her eyes gleaming with a frightening brilliance. She was clearly visibly excited. "Fun! Fun! Fun!" Chu Zisu, understanding Yuan Shiqing's intention, sighed silently and, unnoticed by the security guard, handed Wei Ning to Yuan Shiqing. The exposed flesh at the joints was wrapped in a warm palm, a strange sensation creeping from the tips to the surface of her scalp. Wei Ning frowned slightly, and the next moment, she was flung over the wall, meeting a pair of eyes whose pupils had been blinded by fear. Che Ji, with trembling hands, steadily set Wei Ning, now only a torso, aside. A twitch of his lips twitched as he slowly uttered, "I'll definitely burn this damn thing of yours when I get back." Wei Ning said expressionlessly, "Whatever." The boy turned and caught Chu Zisu and Yuan Shiqing as they leaped from the wall one after another. "We have to go now." Yuan Shiqing looked down at Wei Ning and put her arm around Chu Zisu's shoulders. "It's almost dawn, Mao Xingyin, we're going home. What happened tonight is our shared secret." Yuan Shiqing's other hand brushed across the corner of her eye. "Remember, don't let your eyes betray this." A golden beam of light shot out from the clouds, and the backs of Yuan Shicheng and the other two were radiant as they left. Wei Ning looked at them, then down at the neatly stacked limbs beside her, her gaze finally settling on herself. In the shadowy corner of the magnificent school gate, Wei Ning and her limb huddled together. So discreetly hidden. Wei Ning braced her core and bounced onto her own limb. Her body slipped, her joints brushing against her limbs, her vision momentarily distorted. With a click, her right leg reattached. She bounced back in place, feeling strong, just as she had always been. Wei Ning was very satisfied. Wei Ning's remaining arms and legs were put back in place in less than a minute. She turned her wrist and asked System, "What time is it?" "Dear player, the time is 5:15. With some time left before school, Wei Ning walked away from the school. She was going to visit Mao Xingyin's home, then go to school with her desk mate, Lan Chunyu. The girl's round face appeared in Wei Ning's mind. The most vivid image was her lips, pale with fear, the round beads of her lips curling up between her teeth, a long-lasting sweetness. It was mingled with the fragrance of peaches. Wei Ning suddenly wondered what Lan Chunyu's expression would be when she saw her. Wei Ning was absolutely certain that Lan Chunyu was alive. She could easily tell from the paper she had pulled from the homeroom teacher's desk. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently pushed open, and Wei Ning looked at the woman before her. She spoke before she could. "Back from your morning run?" Everything had been justified before she even spoken. Her late return was easily forgiven. Her gaze passed over the woman's shoulder, landing on the man reading a newspaper. Wei Ning nodded. "Yes, I'm back." The man lowered his head, shook the newspaper, and said in a shrill voice, "Since you're back from your morning run, come sit down and eat." Today's meal was xilong bao, corn porridge, and pan-fried ham, the ham cut into octopus shapes. The warm porridge went down her throat, and her stomach, tightened by hunger, finally relaxed. Wei Ning lowered her head and ate quietly. 5 baskets of xilong bao were instantly empty. The woman blinked, turned around, and brought 10 more baskets from the kitchen. For the first time, Wei Ning's gaze lingered on her for more than a minute, a gentle one. The silent man spoke up, "Give some to the neighbors. I heard the child is in your class. We should look out for each other." Does a secret gesture to allow a desk mate to see the night view of the campus count as care? Wei Ning didn't dwell on the answer to this question, but delivering breakfast was clearly a possibility. She raised her wrist, now recovered, and said, "Uncle, Auntie, hello. I'm Lan Chunyu's classmate. I'm here to take her to school." After a long, dead silence, the door opened as she waited. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Lan Chunyu's desk mate." Wei Ning curled her lips. "I brought her breakfast. I wonder if she's eaten yet." The woman's cloudy eyes shifted a few times, not focusing on Wei Ning. Her eyes couldn't see. She raised a hand and pointed inside, motioning for Wei Ning to go on his own. He glanced away from the woman's mottled arm, the telltale sign of burns, but Wei Ning's smile remained unchanged. "Then, Auntie, I'll go in and get Chunyu to go to school." The woman's response was a mechanical nod. Her eyes and throat were completely destroyed. Wei Ning thought to herself, pushing Lan Chunyu's door open without stopping. "Lan Chunyu, I'm coming in." Chapter 43. The morning light, softened by the warm orange curtains, gently enveloped the girl's petite body. A fragmented speck of light fell on her eyelashes, like a butterfly spreading its wings. The butterfly, immersed in formaldehyde, its life forever frozen in its most beautiful moment, just like the girl. Wei Ning stood in the shadows of the corner, watching Lan Chunyu lying on the bed. She had her eyes closed, very quiet. A piece of light-colored cardboard lay next to her lips, a familiar sight. Wei Ning walked over and picked up the cardboard. It read, "Dawn." 2 pieces of cardboard of the same color and texture overlapped, and on the other, the words read, "No one died last night." Lan Chunyu's death lay stark before her, a provocation, utterly arrogant and fearless. Wei Ning sat by the bed, casting a shadow over Lan Chunyu, the wound on her collarbone even more glaring. The purple, interwoven with white, was bone. Wei Ning touched the wound. The skin had hardened at the edges, cutting her fingertip. Blood dripped into it, forming a pool of bloody tears. A sudden chill ran down her spine. Wei Ning turned to look. Lan Chunyu's mother stood outside the door, her cloudy eyes fixed on the breathless Lan Chunyu. In the dead silence, the woman blinked, and Wei Ning heard the sound of hair-piercing flesh. Drops of blood appeared just below the woman's eyeballs, small, round, and neatly arranged, like rubies or the eyes of some animal. It was filled with a familiar sense of surveillance. Knock, knock, knock. The woman stopped knocking on the door. Wei Ning tilted her head. She understood what she meant. Was she still asleep? Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. How should she answer? The knot of her deduction had been severed, and the clues were once again disorganized, like army ants without a leader, burrowing in all directions, into ears, mouths, nostrils, and any other orifice leading deep into the body. Disgusting, disturbing. Wei Ning didn't like this feeling. Her irritation fueled a desire for revenge. She had to see the face of the person who had started this game. This would barely soothe her frustration at being played. Wei Ning tapped the bed with her knuckles rhythmically. She's not feeling well, and wants to take a leave of absence. I'll talk to the teacher for her. The woman nodded and retreated. From her expressionless expression, it was impossible to tell whether she believed Wei Ning's words, but Wei Ning didn't care. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, looked at Lan Chunyu, unconscious on the bed, raised her wrist, and pinched her face. With constant pressure between her thumb and index finger, the flesh and lips were pushed apart, exposing her pale pink gums. It smelled like peach. The woman wasn't in the room. Wei Ning hoped her nose wouldn't malfunction in the next few days. The burn marks on her fingers were fresh, no more than a week old. What would happen to Lan Chunyu after her death? Wei Ning noticed the traces of life in the house belonged to two women. Wei Ning left the bag of dumplings on Lan Chunyu's desk, closed the door, and left. How long would it take for news of Lan Chunyu to spread to the school? Wei Ning wondered. Didn't you invite your classmates along? Be bold, don't be shy, the man in the driver's seat said, staring at Wei Ning in the mirror. Wei Ning raised her eyes to meet his. She's not feeling well, and has asked for leave. You need to make good friends with your classmates and learn to read people's minds. Your mother and I put in a lot of effort and made a lot of connections to get you into this school. Did you remember that? The man's voice echoed through the closed carriage. Wei Ning casually replied, I understand. As soon as Wei Ning entered the classroom, she noticed a difference in the atmosphere today. A group of people gathered together, whispering quietly. Finally, the normal youthful atmosphere of campus had returned. Before Wei Ning tiptoed toward the group, her shoulders suddenly felt heavy. Mao Xingyin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Wei Ning turned her head and saw Yuan Shiqing. What are those people doing? Che Ji is fortune-telling. Do you want to give it a try? Yuan Shiqing stood on tiptoe to look, her voice suddenly lowered, whispering into Wei Ning's ear, Are your hands and feet reattached? How did you do it? Che Ji was nearly scared to death by you. Wei Ning looked down at her and blinked. It's a secret. Yuan Shiqing raised an eyebrow at this. You even learned to joke. You're making progress, making progress. Come on, I'll take you to Che Ji's place. Wei Ning was pushed by her shoulders, and in front of Che Ji. 300 per time. Pay first. Che Ji's stiff expression softened the moment he received the money. He turned around and gave Yuan Shiqing a quick high five. After Yuan Shiqing took one of the tickets, Chu Zisu, who was beside her, stepped forward to pour Wei Ning a glass of water and then took one as well. Wei Ning watched the scene silently. After all, it wasn't her salary. Generous. Che Ji narrowed his eyes. What do you want to ask? Dear player, you have triggered a side quest. Correction divination. As soon as the electronic chime faded, a sweet voice rang out. What are you guys playing? It looks fun. Can I join in? It was Shen Fanwen. She walked briskly, leaning forward to press against Wei Ning's back. Her beating heart radiated through her warm skin, a stark contrast to the cold she had felt half an hour earlier. Fresh, burning. Like some potent toxin, it stung Wei Ning's nerves. Shen Fanwen and Lan Chunyu died simultaneously. The plot has been distorted. Players are requested to correct the plot within 24 hours. Players, please note, the reward for this side quest is 10,000 points. Failure will incur a corresponding penalty. I wish you all the best. The reward was clear, but the penalty was briefly mentioned. I have a question. Wei Ning pursed her lips slightly. The dark, thin lines between her lips moved, like the tentacles of some marine creature delicately invading the bodies of those around her. Tentacles. They pressed their eyeballs against Wei Ning, pressing so hard that the corners of their eyes cracked, revealing a tangle of animal fur beneath their soft skin. It was as if their bodies had become hollow shells. Are even numbers my lucky numbers? The fur instantly retracted into their flesh. As if realizing they had been discovered, the cracks in their skin sealing themselves back together. The monster was hidden, leaving only the intact human shell. Lucky number? Che Ji stared at Wei Ning, his eyes fixed. Why would you want to divine this? Is it not possible to calculate? Not really. Che Ji lowered his head and picked up the copper coins and turtle shell on the table. Then I'll begin. As the copper coins tumbled against the dead body, Wei Ning suddenly remembered an ancient form of punishment, shoving people into a small container, just like she had been last night. She had to struggle to carve out a tiny gap in the space beneath the classroom before she could breathe freely. The puzzle pieces in Wei Ning's mind suddenly fell into place. Spider, classroom, egg sac mirror, and Chui Feng. The metallic sound stopped, echoing as Wei Ning's heartbeat skipped a beat. She looked up at Che Ji, who was absorbed in analyzing the hexagram, his brow furrowed slightly. What does the hexagram say? Suddenly, Che Ji chuckled, as if something joyful had happened. It's the Fu hexagram. Fu hexagram? The Fu hexagram symbolizes a tiger in a deep pit, meaning it's blocked and blocked, like a tiger trapped in a deep pit, unable to flex its might. Very bad luck, Yuan Shiqing, standing nearby, kindly added an explanation. Mao Xingyin, you're dead. Who's dead? Hearing the voice, Wei Ning saw the person coming, and her expression showed no surprise. It was Chui Feng. Chui Feng, you're here, Shen Fanwen greeted him. Seeing he didn't respond, she didn't seem to mind. She enthusiastically asked Che Ji if he could read her fortune. TSK. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes impatiently, making way for Shen Fanwen. Why was this man so unkillable? She hated things that were out of her control. Let's get to class. Only by attending class could she escape the safety of the present. Safety would erase many traces, making it impossible for Wei Ning to grasp the tale she desired. The first step was to find the person who placed the card in the office, and ask him what happened to Lan Chunyou's death. Do you really hate even numbers? Chui Feng looked at Wei Ning. He wasn't wearing his school uniform again, but everyone could tell he put a lot of thought into his outfit, including Wei Ning. She let her gaze drift to Chui Feng's head, and noticed his hair had been pulled back, his bangs lifted to reveal his distinct features. He blinked slowly, seemingly anticipating Wei Ning's answer. Will my dislike affect the final outcome? Wei Ning asked. Chui Feng narrowed her eyes. No. That's all. Wei Ning turned her attention back to Che Ji's divination of Shen Fanwen. She tugged at Chu Zisu's shirt. What did Shen Fanwen ask? Chu Zisu pocketed the second sum he earned that day. She asked, how's my fortune today? It was a fairly commonplace question, but Wei Ning's expression darkened. Looking at the final divination, Che Ji raised an eyebrow. Congratulations, very lucky. Before Shen Fanwen could react, Chui Feng stepped forward and interrupted her. Her smile froze, her face distorted for a moment, like a mask worn with a distorted asymmetry, half joy, half indifference. Chui Feng looked down at Che Ji. Please read my divination for me, too. Che Ji touched his nose. Chui Feng, what do you want? Even if my lucky number is odd? Yuan Shiqing turned to look at Chu Zisu. What's going on today? Everyone's asking for their lucky numbers? Chu Zisu shrugged, indicating she didn't know. She whispered in Yuan Shiqing's ear, speaking of which, his style today is completely different from yesterday. I thought it was two different people. Yuan Shiqing lowered her voice. What do you think the divination means? The coin fluttered on the table, and Che Ji's eyes were obscure. Chui Feng couldn't decipher his meaning. What does the divination say? Chapter 44. Good luck. Che Ji just looked up and saw Chui Feng's face, and he swallowed the congratulatory words on his lips. It was good luck, not bad luck. So what was this man's expression? Chui Feng lowered his head, so he couldn't see his eyes, but the lines of his neck were clearly visible, blue and lavender veins bulging against the pale flesh, and the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Something hidden within him couldn't hold it back. Huh? Chui Feng suddenly laughed, a low laugh that stabbed Che Ji like a sharp knife. He picked up a copper coin, twisted it between his knuckles, and finally held it in his palm. Good luck. Pretty good? Che Ji looked at the powder drifting in the air, and swallowed silently. Forget it, you're not happy about it. Wei Ning didn't care about the farce over there. She had already returned to her seat, staring intently at the clock on the wall, her face etched with urgency. Blood rushed to her cornea, squeezing nerve endings. In Wei Ning's vision, the second hand seemed like a slithering venomous snake, its long tongue licking her eyeballs. Wet, itchy, stinging. She blinked. Ding! It's time for class. The rules were something everyone in this school had to follow. Wei Ning rested her chin on her hand, watching the homeroom teacher step up to the podium. Her thoughts raced, and from the information she gathered, she knew 3 rules. First, you must not be late for class. The bell is crucial. Second, do not linger in the building after lights out. Wei Ning had already experienced the first 2 rules firsthand, leaving only the third. She twirled the pen in her hand absent-mindedly, and with a pause, the pen suddenly flew out. Third, the teacher must not catch you violating the rules, or they'll be upset. What would happen if they were upset? Wei Ning wondered. In an instant, every head in the classroom turned, so fast that Wei Ning could hear the grinding of bones. It was similar to the ringing of the school bell, just as quick, just as mechanical. The homeroom teacher paused at the podium, her slightly bulging eyes fixed on Wei Ning. Her voice was hoarse and sharp. Mao Xingyin, don't make any small movements during class. Be obedient, or the teacher will be upset. Wei Ning stood up, stepped forward, picked up the pen that had fallen in front of the podium, and looked at the stern-faced teacher. I'm sorry. The girl seemed genuinely sorry for her behavior, timidly offering a smile, not daring to make it too obvious, sincerely hoping the teacher would let her go. But disobedient students must be punished. The teacher exhaled heavily. Warm breath brushed against her half-open lips, but a sudden chill washed over her body, like sticky, cold tentacles crawling up her spine, suckers gripping her neck, forcing her to arch her back. The woman's knees buckled, her body completely unsupported, yet she remained suspended in midair. Connecting her gradually stiffening form was the pen in Wei Ning's hand. The pen pierced her eye, burrowing deep into her flesh, acting as a hook for bait. Ah! A terrified cry began to rise, as if finally coming to her senses. Wei Ning curled his lips and released his hand from the pen. The woman's body fell to the ground, sparking another scream. Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zisu looked at Wei Ning in disbelief. What the hell are you doing? Che Ji slumped into his chair, his eyes black from the blood sickness, and he kept muttering, what a mess. It's incomprehensible. This is completely incomprehensible. Faced with their questioning, Wei Ning simply leaned against the podium, her lashes drooping over her eyes, ignoring the bloodstains on her face, acting as if nothing had happened to her. After her eyeballs were pierced, everything she saw was red and distorted. The woman, face pressed to the ground, looked at Wei Ning. Her eyes, hidden from the public, were clearly visible, trembling, as if breathing, as she uttered the bound desires. Students who challenge teachers will be punished, the woman roared in shock and anger, and a thin white thread flowed from her mouth, struggling to wrap around Wei Ning's ankles. Wei Ning squatted down, ignoring the tightening silk thread around her ankle. He lifted the woman's chin and ran his other hand across her face, finally resting on her lips. Wei Ning heard the rustling sound of coarse fur. Mao Xingyin. Wei Ning raised her head at the words, and then her hands were free. Shen Fangwen lifted the teacher and pressed the woman's face deep into his arms. Shen Fangwen smiled sweetly at her. I'll take the teacher to the infirmary first. You can study during this class. She turned and took a step when her body suddenly staggered and she fell to the ground, hitting the corner of the wall with a loud thud. Mao Xingyin, what do you mean? Shen Fangwen looked at Wei Ning, the smile on his face completely gone. This game is moving too slowly. Wei Ning blinked, and pulled the woman out of Shen Fangwen's arms. Let me hit the fast-forward button. The woman was snatched back by Shen Fang's kiss like a toy. Don't go too far. What exactly do you want to do? Before answering this question, Wei Ning stepped over Shen Fang's kiss, and gently placed her fingertips on the door lock. Click! The door was locked. With this, a closed space was once again formed. With a flick of her fingertips, Wei Ning's suspicions were confirmed. The breathing around them became noticeably lighter. She turned her back to Shen Fang and kissed them both, her eyes scanning the only person in front of her one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. 6, there was one more, a completely unfamiliar face. However, the person Wei Ning stopped on, whether they were from the same faction, remained to be verified. Yuan Shiqing looked around, her eyes widening. What the hell? How did we get here? They were actually in the same space beneath the classroom last night. Now, it wasn't after the lights went out, and everything was visible. Yuan Shiqing hurriedly looked up. The escape hatch had vanished, replaced by a thick layer of spider silk, faint traces of blood visible on it, likely from Wei Ning's body. Xingyin, is this your goal? Chu Zisu looked at Wei Ning, tilting his head slightly as he met her eyes. Her tone was affectionate, but Wei Ning's heart suddenly sank, and she instinctively dodged to the side. The teacher had somehow broken free from Shen Fangwen's grasp and lunged at Wei Ning. She dodged, and, unable to hold back, she fell before Cui Feng. He lowered his head, gazing at the teacher, whose body was now covered in fur. He crouched down, his expression unwavering as he strangled her to death. Cui Feng sat down on the ground, unconcerned with the fresh corpse at his knees. He rested his chin on one hand, his gaze overlapping Wei Ning's as they stared at the girl standing against the wall. Yuan Shiqing tugged at Ji, who was beside him, bringing his frightened soul back to his body. Do you know who she is? Ji forced himself not to look at the body at Cui Feng's feet. How could I know? Do you know Chestnut? Chu Zissou smiled and pinched Ji's arm, his long nails digging into the soft flesh. Mao Ji, I don't know. I know, Ji replied with difficulty, his face flushed. The girl standing against the wall, seeing everyone's gaze fixed on her, finally responded after a long silence. She turned around, changed her direction, and continued standing facing the wall. Wei Ning was about to take a step toward the girl when Cui Feng grabbed her trouser leg and looked up at her. Now that everyone's found, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. Yuan Shiqing narrowed her eyes and took a few steps in front of Wei Ning. Only the zodiac animals and demons in our class can appear in this space, right? Before Wei Ning could respond, she continued, it seems that's the case. How did you come up with that? Wait, aren't there 12 zodiac animals and demons? There were only 6 people present, not counting the one who just died. Wei Ning slightly distanced herself from Yuan Shiqing, but only answered one question. The 12 zodiac animals and demons aren't limited to one class. Have you forgotten the school sports meet? It's school-wide. As for why there are 24 cards, you'll have to ask Shen Fanwen. Shen Fanwen, his lips straight, stared at Wei Ning in silence. Ji suddenly interrupted, but I divined, and these cards are recognized. My ability won't deceive me. Recognized by whom? Wei Ning asked. Ji grinned. Secret, don't you also selectively ask and answer questions? Chu Zissou mercilessly undermined him. He doesn't know, he's just pretending. Xingyin, tell me, I have information of equal value. Ji turned and glared at Chu Zissou, earning a sweet smile. Wei Ning looked Chu Zissou straight in the eye and suddenly chuckled. Are you sure you won't lie again, ordinary person? An ordinary person who appeared in a space accessible only to zodiac animals and demons. Was there ever any trust between us? Wei Ning deliberately mimicked Chu Zissou's tone from that night, her voice low and deep, causing Chu Zissou to recall once again her own undisguised words. If she does this, I'll let her die on the second day of school. Chu Zissou snorted silently and stepped back, revealing Cui Feng, whose form was hidden by her. He chuckled softly, his lips moving silently, as he met Wei Ning's gaze. You're lying. Wei Ning looked away expressionlessly, watching Ji walk toward Shen Fanwen. She tilted her head, and gave him the same smile she had before. Shen Fanwen, can you tell me where you got those cards? I can tell you a fortune for free. Shen Fanwen rolled her eyes, her gaze fixed on Cui Feng. She didn't mind muddying the waters even further. She had a premonition that danger would cling to her like a venomous snake. This kid's divination seemed quite watered down. It was a waste of her 300 yuan. Cui Feng rested his hands on the ground, raised his brow, and said, I know. Under the expectant gaze of Ji and the others, he slowly spoke. This card was cut from my body. Chapter 45. As soon as those emotionless words fell, the air fell into a moment of deathly silence, as if everyone's necks were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Several pairs of eyes, each with a different color, fixed their gaze on the relaxed Cui Feng, whose gaze remained fixed solely on Wei Ning. He was definitely not gentle or kind. Wei Ning's heart remained calm. To her, Cui Feng's behavior lacked any logic, as if he had been forcibly split into 2 people. She chuckled inwardly, and the little snake split into 2. His brown pupils shrank as Cui Feng's eyelids licked across his eyeballs. His brows darkened, but he remained fixed on Wei Ning, his resentment threatening to overflow. Did you hear me? I'm more useful than he is. Ji watched Cui Feng's expression darken, as he silently retreated, changing the subject. Mao Xingyin, what exactly are you going to do? The question was posed for the second time, and Wei Ning finally agreed to answer. Aren't you curious about who the other zodiac animals and demons are? If we can appear here, why can't they? Since we've been singled out, we have to do something, right? Why not strike first? Ji and Yuan Shiqing exchanged glances and nodded. We have no objection. Yuan Shiqing looked back at the others with a cold expression. Me neither. Wei Ning glanced past Cui Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and looked directly at the unfamiliar girl. She had turned around at some point, and was staring at her silently, her pupils deep. The girl looked away, her lashes lowered to shade her eyes. My name is Qin San. There were no more unnecessary words. Yuan Shiqing clapped her hands. It seems everyone has no objection, then. Mao Xingyin, how do we get out of here? Or through the ceiling? Wei Ning nodded, and everyone followed her gaze upward. The narrow gap still existed, nakedly open to them. Who goes first? Chu Zixu asked. Wei Ning tilted her head, then you go first. Okay. Chu Zixu didn't waste any words. After they had set up their framework, he stepped on Wei Ning's shoulder and passed through steadily. Wei Ning calmly supported the next person. She lowered her head, obscuring the others from her rapidly pondering expression. Her hexagram wasn't a sign of great misfortune, but great fortune. The two spaces, this one and the surface of the star sea, were mirror images, so she, Yuan Shiqing, and the other two felt a sense of inversion when they first passed through. Inverted, naturally, their fortunes were also inverted. So Shen Fanwen, the only one of the three with a hexagram of great fortune, was actually a sign of great misfortune. This had implications for Wei Ning's next move. This was very advantageous. Her side quest seemed to be going smoothly so far. Avoiding the surveillance from the shadows, and bringing them here was the first step. Next, the rectification would begin. Wei Ning had to kill Shen Fanwen, the sooner the better. She didn't know how long it would take for the people in that dimension to discover them. A familiar, muscular face appeared in Wei Ning's mind. Their actions were beyond her expectations. Shen Fanwen took the hands offered by Wei Ning and Qin San and allowed them to drag her upwards. She lowered her head for one last look at the spiderweb-covered room. That was the connection point between the inner and outer dimensions. Let's split up and see who can find the newcomer first, Cui Feng said from the side, looking away from the clasped hands of Wei Ning and Shen Fanwen. Everyone paused for a moment after hearing his words, having no idea he would be the one to propose it. Shen Fanwen nodded, his first smile since entering the inner realm. Okay, Xingyin, can I be in a group with you? Wei Ning looked at her, his sharp features imprinted deeply in the girl's pupils, casting a shadow as if cast by a layer of black mist. Sure. Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zixu were in a group. Che Ji watched Chu Zixu's back as he waved goodbye cheerfully, mentally cursing, "You're such a grudge." Then, with his back hunched, he followed Cui Feng in the other direction. For a moment, all that could be heard was the dull clatter of footsteps. Shen Fanwen suddenly stopped, smiled, and turned to look at Qin San behind him. Qin San, you can be in a group by yourself, right? Qin San gave Shen Fanwen a deep look. Sure. She left. Xingyin, let's go. Let's go to the art building first. Wei Ning had no objection. The art building wasn't far from the teaching building. Wei Ning followed Shen Fanwen into the elevator. The mirrors in the elevator reflected their figures, silent and cold, the light illuminating them strangely pale. Shen Fanwen led Wei Ning all the way to the 9th floor. Wei Ning peered through the window. The carving room? Yes, the carving room. Lots of knives there. Shen Fanwen casually picked up a knife and toyed with it. The tip of the knife left an afterimage as she swung it, then suddenly pointed it at Wei Ning. The silver light flashed across Wei Ning's neck. Wei Ning touched her own neck, the skin feeling slightly cold beneath her fingertips. You know what I want to do. Of course I do. You just want to kill me, don't you? For Lan Chun? Wei Ning remained noncommittal. For Lan Chun. She's still like that. I hate her. Luckily she's dead. Shen Fanwen sneered. The moment the last word fell, he jerked his body, swooping down towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, and her body reacted in a fraction of a second. As her knees bent, a numbing chill crept up her tailbone. So fast, cold sweat dripped from Wei Ning's forehead, and her entire body trembled, her fingertips conveying the feeling to Shen Fanwen, who was leaning against her. Shen Fanwen lowered his arm, digging the chisel deeper into his flesh, his hand bones instantly visible. She lowered her head slightly. I didn't expect your waist to be so strong. You can bend it this far. The breath from the girl's lips brushed Wei Ning's eyes, itching and stinging, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Wei Ning's lower back was nearly folded over her calf. Something moved her, and her body, suspended in midair, suddenly collapsed. Shen Fanwen's pupil shrank, and the carving knife in his hand instinctively followed. Puff! Feeling the resistance from the knife tip, Shen Fanwen exhaled heavily, closed his eyes, and relaxed his eyeballs, which were instantly trembling up and down. It was so exciting. This feeling was indeed as good as she had imagined. She wasn't the only one excited. Wei Ning panted, covered her eyes, and leaned against the wall, her chest heaving uncontrollably. She straightened up on her arms. The bright red color on her unprotected pupil shone brightly, as if someone had tattooed a small red mole on her eyeballs. It was the wound caused by Shen Fanwen's carving knife. The wound wasn't deep. Wei Ning could see everything clearly, including Shen Fanwen. She suddenly smiled, a smile that left Shen Fanwen puzzled. What are you laughing at? Wei Ning chuckled softly. The pain in her palms and eyes no longer felt like a whiplash, but rather a kind of a long-lost exhilaration. Like a deflated balloon, the depression, anger, and incomprehension that had accumulated since entering the dungeon instantly dissipated. It all transformed into power surging through her veins. So refreshing. Wei Ning tapped the ground with her toes, and, in the blink of an eye, rushed to Shen Fanwen, shoving her to the ground. The carving knife, which she had found at some point, stabbed Shen Fanwen's arm, which was shielding her heart, again and again. The sound of flesh being torn apart was accompanied by the clanging of metal against metal. In a fraction of a second, before Wei Ning could even exhale, her eyes widened slightly, and her body pressed uncontrollably against Shen Fanwen tightly. They were inextricably bound together by countless carving knives, connected like twins. Shen Fan kissed her, tilting his head slightly, his lips pressed against Wei Ning's ear. His voice was low and trembling, and her heart felt like it was being pierced by a chisel. Suicide is really awkward. Dragging you along makes it so much easier. Wei Ning gently closed her eyes. Her eyelids, trembling with her breathing, broke the blood clot in her eyeball, turning her vision dark red. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the side quest within 24 hours, earning 10,000 points, gaining the time loss skill, and obtaining an item. An extra identity card. Time loss. You can move anything freely within a second, unnoticed by others. The electronic buzzing in her head continued. Those born in the year of the rat are intelligent, capable, and full of energy. Dear player, you have triggered a side quest. Twin rats. Please investigate the truth behind Lan Chuanyo's death before leaving the dungeon. This side quest is mandatory for players. There are no points awarded, and failure will result in a penalty. Wei Ning, lying on the ground, curled her lips. Damn the system. It's getting increasingly sinister, its tactics starting to resemble those of the Federation. Player, Wei Ning. Current dungeon, Zodiac 1. Dungeon identity, red-haired monster. Faction, demons. Accumulated points, 10,000. Dungeon mission, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Dungeon exploration, 45%. The cold electronic hum finally ceased. Wei Ning sat up, holding her throbbing forehead. She reached behind her head and, with a firm knives, pulled out a carving knife. She was just saying why it hurt so much. Thanks to the red-haired monster's resilience, Wei Ning, pierced like a hedgehog, plucked the carving knives from her arms and legs one by one, whispering thank you. This was an inherent skill derived from her personal talent. Thank you. The NPCs in the Persuasion Dungeon received their gifts, and after receiving them, please say thank you. Only after Wei Ning fully uttered this sentence did she truly possess the NPC's skill. Wei Ning's mind moved, and a fire-avoiding bead appeared in her palm. The flames landed precisely on Shen Fanwen. In the blink of an eye, only gray powder remained where the girl lay. Snatching a clean cup from the carving room, Wei Ning filled it with all the Shen Fanwens, neatly and cleanly. Weighing the weight in her hand, Wei Ning glanced at the carving knives on the ground. Each one was stained with blood. Then she thought of her new skill. Time lapse. In that second, Shen Fanwen utilized the mouse's high-frequency speed and tiny size to its fullest potential. With so many chisels, in such a short time, Wei Ning honestly wondered if she couldn't possibly do a better kiss than Shen Fang. She was a formidable opponent, a girl of exceptional sensitivity, and Wei Ning was thrilled to have such a rival. The excitement stirred a ferocity akin to that of a wild animal. Wei Ning loved this feeling. Before embarking on the next side quest, Wei Ning decided to rest for 5 minutes. The excitement faded, replaced by a fatigue so intense it made even her eyelids tremble. As her consciousness drifted into a state of controlled drowsiness, Wei Ning vaguely heard a low "You're welcome." Who? Wei Ning's eyes flickered open, her muscles tensing for a moment, her breath pausing. It's you? Chapter 46. Yes, it's me. Qin San scratched his head at Wei Ning's gaze. I wasn't following you. Wei Ning propped herself up and stood up. She walked around the classroom looking for the cup lid. She caught a glimpse of Qin San's gaze on her hand. She paused, then covered it firmly, and tucked it into her arms. She'd been seen. Wei Ning took a step, about to brush past Qin San, when she called out, I saw it all. The moment the voice fell, Qin San turned and looked. It wasn't what she imagined. Wei Ning, still on her feet, was half swallowed by the corner of the corridor. All she got was a flat I see. Qin San hurried after her. Feeling the help, Wei Ning turned and looked directly into the girl's eyes. Slowly, She ripped the hem of her shirt from Qin San's entangled knuckles, her voice steady. What do you want to say? Want to tell anyone else? Wei Ning's thoughts were no longer as chaotic as they had been a dozen minutes ago. There was even a sense of sleep-like calm. She lowered her eyelashes. Just kill him. That wasn't a problem for her. You're a player, right? As soon as Qin San finished speaking, a chill crept up the back of her neck. The cold-faced girl before her raised her head, her gaze not on her face, but on her heart. After taking an uncontrollable step back, Qin San suddenly realized that she had witnessed Wei Ning's entire murder and had foolishly brought it up. A flash of silver in her peripheral vision revealed that Wei Ning was holding a carving knife. When had she brought it out? Qin San's shoulders began to tremble. Wei Ning took a few steps forward. The girl before her had nowhere to retreat. She raised her wrist and placed the carving knife against her cheek. It was as cold as snake scales, and Qin San shivered even more violently. The motionless blade scraped against soft flesh, and blood flowed warmly down the blade onto Wei Ning's knuckles. Like the breath that fell from the girl's lips, she squeezed her eyes shut. Let's work together. Work together? Qin San nodded, putting some distance between himself and the carving knife. Wei Ning chased after him calmly. What's the deal? Don't you want to know the identities of the others? Wei Ning's other hand touched Qin San's face, pinching her hard to force her eyes open. You know? How did you know? Qin San didn't dare look away, his breath trembling. This is my ability. They're all zodiac signs. Only you and I are on the same side. You only have me. The knife tip withdrew, but the lingering unease intensified. Qin San watched Wei Ning slowly rub the wound on her cheek, blurring the blood. She blinked unconsciously, her eyelashes splattering blood, her vision ablaze. In her distorted vision, Wei Ning seemed to lie in a pool of blood. She tilted her head. You were wrong about one thing. It's you. You only have me. We can work together. Excitement forced his unease under control, and Qin San hugged Wei Ning excitedly. Great. Wei Ning paused, her neck itching, the top of her head soft. When Qin San finally stopped rubbing her fur, Wei Ning's arm, still suspended in midair, retracted. She put away the carving knife and glanced across the girl's flushed face. Time to go. Qin San nodded vigorously and followed Wei Ning briskly, his hair swaying like some furry little animal, waiting for a moment to be bitten to death by the venomous snake watching silently. A shadow moved in the corner at the other end of the corridor, and Cui Feng stepped out. Her long, moving shadow bit Qin San tightly, without looking back. Animals targeted by predators are unaware of their own death. Wei Ning stopped and looked down at the pale Qin San. She froze in place, suddenly lost in thought. What's wrong with you? Qin San heard the voice, came to his senses, and shook his head. No, nothing. What did you ask? I just asked, Wei Ning said, pressing her hand against Qin San's head, her wrist lowering, forcing her chin up to look directly into his eyes. What is Yuan Shiqing's identity? What zodiac sign is she? I thought you asked Cheiji first, Qin San said. The arm above her head tightened its grip, nearly causing her to fall backward. A dizziness crept over her. Qin San blinked and continued, Yuan Shiqing's identity is the powerful bull, Chu Zisu's is the white-browed tiger, and Cheiji's is the long-legged rabbit. Cui Feng's identity is the green snake. As his last breath pierced through his throat, Qin San could no longer hold on. His knees buckled, and he fell forward, slamming into Wei Ning's arms. What about you? What is your identity, my companion? The voice drifted down from above, and Qin San felt even more dizzy. I am the Black Wind Lady. I want to rule everyone. Rule everyone. In the story, 12 demons take turns ruling the world, each eager for the chance. The Black Wind Lady is the third. Wei Ning seemed to know the terms Qin San would offer her, help her kill the second, the unicorn demon. I'm so dizzy. Do I have a fever? The girl in his arms half closed her eyelashes, a blush tinging the corners of her eyes, and the tips of her ears. Wei Ning replied expressionlessly, you had a nosebleed. My chest is all over it. Really? Qin San, seemingly exhausted, tilted his head, and leaned against Wei Ning's arm. I don't know. I'm just dizzy. The breath brushed against her arm, hot. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her wrist, and the movement tilted her head towards Qin San. Looking at the ever-magnifying facial features before her, Qin San's eyes widened, and her heartbeat took over, nearly leaping out of her body. For a moment, she felt Wei Ning had noticed, including the series of subtle actions she had secretly taken. You? Bang! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in the ears of Wei Ning and Qin San. Wei Ning let go of Qin San and looked up. The windows of the surrounding classroom suddenly shattered. Countless shards of glass scattered on the ground, reflecting the origin of the explosion. It was Cui Feng. He stood in the shadows not far away, staring expressionlessly at Wei Ning and the others. That was the first time Wei Ning had seen Cui Feng's facial muscles completely lose control. The curve of his mouth was stretched flat, the beads of his lips left marks on the pale pink flesh, and the shadows were so heavy that they matched the darkness in his eyes. He slowly emerged from the shadows, and Wei Ning vaguely heard the sound of something dragging along the ground, sticky, cold, and wet. Qin San, hiding behind him in the room, lowered his eyes. In the space fragmented by the lens, her face, her eyes, her body formed countless layers. Then, crushed by Cui Feng's foot, countless more of her emerged. Qin San withdrew his gaze, and Wei Ning felt the warmth of a body pressing against her from behind. "What did you drag here?" Wei Ning asked. "And how did you know we were here?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Cui Feng tossed the figure aside, not looking in Wei Ning's direction. Wei Ning leaned forward, squatting before the figure. "Is he dead?" "Maybe." As Wei Ning was still turning the figure face down, she heard a strange sound behind her, a muffled creaking of flesh. She turned around, her gaze stammering. Cui Feng was huddled in the corner, his body twitching, the corners of his mouth bruised. Qin San lowered his head to meet Wei Ning's gaze, his lips moving as he whispered, "Sister." Wei Ning turned back, but before she could see the figure's face, she exerted force with her wrist, and her gaze froze again. The figure was wearing a mask, welded so tightly that it seemed to have grown onto his skin. His body was in a strange position, his arms and legs broken, but he could still breathe faintly through his nose. As Wei Ning observed, Qin San suddenly approached from behind her. "I have a plan." Wei Ning glanced at her, and made room for her. Qin San smiled, squatted beside her, raised his arm, and slapped her. Smack! The sound of teeth grinding was heard, and Wei Ning blinked. The man lying on the ground seemed to react. He dodged Qin San's next slap, and sat up. His voice was so hoarse that it was unrecognizable. "Do you want to die?" Qin San avoided the man's gaze, and turned to look at Wei Ning. Wei Ning asked, "Who are you?" "Yes, who are you?" "Why are you wearing a mask?" A familiar voice rang in her ears. Wei Ning stood up, and looked at the person approaching. It was Yuan Shiqing, followed by Chu Zissou and Che Ji. Wei Ning's mind reflexively flashed. Target 2, 3, 4, one after another, all the tasks she was about to complete. Wei Ning had a kind of obsession with completing her missions that Fei Qingzhe didn't understand. She thought she would never forget her only failure. "My name is Cheng Qiwei." Cheng Qiwei pointed at Cui Feng, who was huddled silently in the corner. "Who is he? And who are you?" "He just asked me to meet someone, and I refused, so he knocked me out. I want to know who I'm supposed to meet." Looking at Cheng Qiwei's awkward but stubborn fingers, then at Cui Feng, whose lips were bruised, Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zissou exchanged glances. Che Ji stared at the wall, and they all spoke in unison. "Cui Feng, who beat you up again?" Cui Feng, under everyone's gaze, said, "Qin San." It was Qin San's turn to be the one being watched. "Who would believe that?" Cui Feng sneered. "Who would believe that?" "Xingyin, we searched many places, and haven't found anyone. So far, it seems Cui Feng is the only one who has found anything." Chu Zissou smiled, and walked towards Wei Ning. "Do you think we should continue looking? Is there any point in looking?" She paused, then continued, "Xingyin, do you know where Shen Fanwen went?" "Everyone's here." "Where did she go?" Yuan Shiqing continued, shaking her head and looking around. "This is all shattered." "What about the glass?" Che Ji, standing nearby, immediately asked Mao Xingyin, "Do you know how we get back? We can't stay here forever." Before Wei Ning could answer, Cheng Qiwei, lying on the ground, spoke up, "You guys are so noisy." Wei Ning glanced down at Cheng Qiwei, unable to see his expression through the mask. "I know how to get back. I'll find a spider and kill it." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Wei Ning. Everyone's question was unanimous. "Spider?" "Yes, spider," Wei Ning said. "Spiders are the key connecting these two dimensions. The homeroom teacher and the others are the spiders. We just need to find the teachers or the security guards." Chu Zissou understood Wei Ning's meaning and suddenly smiled. "What a coincidence. We just caught a little spider." Acknowledging Chu Zissou's gaze, Yuan Shiqing pulled a dark spider from his pocket. It lay motionless in Yuan Shiqing's palm, but the rise and fall of its breathing could be seen. Cheng Qiwei suddenly said, "I seen this spider before." Chapter 47. Wei Ning looked at him and asked, "Where have you seen me?" Cheng Qiwei propped himself up on one leg, drumming his knuckles against his knee in an unsightly, unassuming pose. He raised his chin and pointed his impenetrable mask at Wei Ning. "Promise me one condition, and I'll tell you." The standoff between the two was brief, but in that fleeting moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. The other 5 people's hearts skipped a beat. Yuan Shicheng was especially excited, leaning over from behind Wei Ning and asking, "What condition?" The boy's slender knuckles reluctantly pointed again, like a loaded gun, the muzzle pointed steadily at Cui Feng. "Kill him." As if the refusal wasn't confusing enough, Chu Zixu asked, "So, Shen Fanguan was killed, right?" Instantly, countless threads seemed to form in the air, weaving through the 7 people, naturally and logically separating them, opposing them, leaning against each other, and entwining them. Wei Ning closed her eyes, her irritation swirling in her chest, pressing against her heart. She opened her eyes. Going back is crucial. The speed of time in both dimensions is the same. Go back, we'll talk about it later. Che Ji, didn't you drag us all here by force? Wei Ning, I'm sorry. Given the situation, and the dim sunlight streaming into the corridor, Chu Zixu's fingertips landed on the spider in her palm, and the rough hairs cut her skin. Chu Zixu pressed down firmly, her palm filled with blood. A few drops dripped from between her fingers, forming a circular spot on the ground. Cheng Qiwei stared at that spot. No one could tell through the mask he was masking. Suddenly, they were back in the classroom. The plan to kill Shen Fanguan had been successfully completed, Wei Ning thought to herself, raising her eyelashes. The elation of having accomplished the plan instantly dissipated, and she knew it. Yuan Shicheng and the others subconsciously took a step back. The man standing alone in front of the 7 of them smiled faintly at this, and Qin San suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A deep voice echoed in his ears, "Classmates, skipping class is not good." Che Ji's mouth twitched. "Uncle, who are you?" Wei Ning sighed silently, and looked away silently. Lu Zhonglei's mouth drooped, her expression dark. She turned and sat down, her fishtail skirt swishing gracefully in the air. "I'm your new homeroom teacher. I didn't expect that on my first day, there would be some troublemakers skipping classes. And there were quite a few of them. 6. Troublemaker Wei Ning, eh. He grew increasingly angry as he spoke, crossing his legs, revealing his hairy legs. Suddenly he paused. "Wait, you masked one. Which class are you from? Why are you skipping class with students from my class?" Cheng Qiwei, eh. Before he could say anything, Lu Zhonglei waved his hand. "Forget it, it's just puberty. I understand. I won't punish you too harshly. Just read your self-reflection tomorrow at morning assembly. Remember, it must be at least 1,000 words." Yuan Shicheng and the others, shock. Seeing his students' delighted expressions, Lu Zhonglei clapped his hands, and was about to leave. Wei Ning called out to him, "Teacher, do you know what happened to our former homeroom teacher? Why doesn't she teach us anymore?" Yuan Shicheng and the others, who heard every word clearly, responded, "Eh. Didn't you just kill her?" Lu Zhonglei turned around, her lipstick-covered lips curled. "She's not feeling well, and has taken a long leave. I guess you won't see her for a long time." The hem of her skirt flicked away, the crisp clacking of high heels echoing. The woman's death was justified. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. What secrets did this school hide? What was the purpose of starting this zodiac game? And what role did Lu Zhonglei, now devoid of self-awareness, play in this? Countless mysteries awaited Wei Ning's solution. Qin San suddenly spoke up, "In that case, can we go home? It's getting dark, and the school gates need to be locked." Che Ji nodded immediately, "Yes, yes, yes. Let's go, let's go!" He grabbed Yuan Shicheng and strode forward. Unable to break free, Yuan Shicheng turned back and shouted, "Banli, go home." Chu Zixu, eh? She smiled and nodded at Yuan Shicheng, who, relieved, walked away with Che Ji. Chu Zixu turned around and inched closer to Wei Ning, his lips pressed to her ear. His voice was low, his breath warm. "I know you killed Shen Fanguan." "No, everyone knows it. You're aware of it. So why are you pretending to run away? I don't think this is your first murder." Wei Ning recalled Chu Zixu's whispers in her ear and began to reflect. Was she running away? What are you thinking about? Wei Ning came to her senses and looked up at the woman, adding a chicken drumstick to her bowl. "I'm thinking about today's homework assignment." The woman smiled softly. "You worked hard. Go to bed early. Mom will be here to collect the dishes." Wei Ning bit into a chicken leg, the aroma of sauce and meat instantly filling her mouth. The chicken was so tender that her tongue curled up. She nodded, her voice muffled squeak. The man at the other end of the table asked, "I heard your homeroom teacher has changed." "Yeah." The man's face suddenly darkened. "How could that happen?" Wei Ning raised her head again. Both of them looked unhappy, their facial muscles twisted together like a sticky mass of flesh. The man's eyeballs bulged even more, as stiff as the fish eyes lying on the table. "After you finish eating, go back to your room. Don't go out tonight." Without objection, Wei Ning cleared the table of food and returned to her room. Lying on the soft bed, Wei Ning turned over and buried her face in the pillow. She had intended not to go to school tonight, but staying out was impossible. She had other places to go. The air thinned, the suffocating feeling made her brain dizzy. Blood rushed to her head, and Wei Ning's ears and neck were a crimson red. Yet, even so, she persisted in this gesture, with a deep fascination. It seemed only in this way could her relentlessly racing thoughts finally pause. In the final moments before her death, Wei Ning finally rolled over. She stared at the ceiling, gasping for air, hot and damp, the breath falling back on her face, as if an invisible being were clinging to her. The body, the scent, all shared hers. Wei Ning suddenly raised her hand, hovering it before her eyes, her knuckles flexing and closing, the wrinkles on her knuckles opening and closing like the joints of a puppet. In the dead silence of the night, she stared at her hand over and over, for a long, long time, until a soft, crisp sound reached her ears. Wei Ning sat up in bed. The room was dim, and Mao Xingyin's parents were clearly not there. She blinked and took a step, her footsteps never stopping outside the open door of their room. Her target tonight wasn't them, but Lan Chuanyo's mother, the woman whose eyes and throat had been burned. After losing other senses, one sense becomes amplified to the extreme. Wei Ning held her breath until the woman's voice faded around the corner before taking another step. Her hearing was so acute that she was almost discovered. It had rained in the evening, and the ground was damp. The splash of water from her footsteps hit her ankles, cold and chilly, causing her body temperature to plummet in seconds. Her limbs began to stiffen, hindering her movements. Wei Ning raised her hands and began to rub her arms. But it was no use. The chilling feeling lingered, as if emanating from within her own body. For some reason, Wei Ning exerted force and scratched her skin. Blood oozed from the wound, exposed to the humid air and thickened with moisture. Wei Ning suddenly remembered the fish soup she drunk tonight. Mao's mother had fed her many bowls. It was just as thick, with a slight fishy smell. Staring at the wound, Wei Ning's eyes gradually clouded. Suddenly, with incredible speed, she bit her arm and began to suck frantically. Ha! The flesh against the wound turned pale, and her head began to spin. Wei Ning finally let go. She gasped and looked up, only to find the woman had vanished far into the distance. Wei Ning hurriedly took steps to catch up with the woman. Something suddenly leaped out from the dark alley, and the blood on the ground that belonged to Wei Ning instantly vanished. Licked clean. Ripples vibrated violently, then suddenly slowed, as if trying to hold onto something, a touch of reluctance, yet greed was uncontrollable. Thick and light, fast and slow, Wei Ning's breath was completely consumed, including the saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth as she sucked. Finally, the small stain was bisected by a sharp line. His. Tonight, there wasn't just one person being followed. A blinded person, yet her steps were completely seamless, her judgment of a turn less than a fraction of a second. She had walked this route 1,000 times. Wei Ning stopped, hiding herself against the wall. She stared at the place where the woman had entered. A large plaque hung in the air, Flower Welfare Home. Surprise didn't register in Wei Ning's heart. She had already noticed that there were only 2 traces of life in that room. Not to mention, Lan Chunyu looked less than 1/10 like her. If you insist on saying they resembled each other, Wei Ning and Lan Chunyu were only a little bit similar. The only difference between them was their eyes. Lan Chunyu was adopted from the Flower Welfare Home. Wei Ning had no intention of going in, nor could she. Suddenly, a swarm of cars arrived at the door, one after another, like a series of blooming flower buds, vibrant in color and in a variety of shapes. The rain began to fall again, drops landing on the car windows, then being swept away, then flying onto the open umbrellas beside the car doors, spinning, rolling, landing on the edge of the umbrellas, and being carried into the Flower Welfare Home. Wei Ning never saw the face of the person who got out of the car, but she was clearly seen. Who's there? Wei Ning's eyes changed, and her pace increased to the utmost. At least she could find a place where she could stretch her arms and legs. The other party was too fast. Wei Ning rolled on the ground, her arms pulling her to the maximum resistance, finally stopping her tumbling body. How could he be so fast? Her core muscles tensed to a point. Wei Ning lifted herself in a fraction of a second. The man's fists followed her arms, cracking her skin and knuckles. Incredible conjectures flashed through Wei Ning's mind, and her face darkened. She had a vague idea of the identity of this completely unfamiliar man before her. Chapter 48. Shen Fangwen's speed matched his own. Could this strange man also be a zodiac animal? No, not really. There's a fundamental difference between the two. Shen Fangwen exploited the time difference between the enemy and himself during the pause and the cut to achieve the effect of rapid movement, while this man was simply faster. Wei Ning felt a sense of familiarity with this inhuman strength. He, like her, was a player. Qi Song quickly leaned down, dodging Wei Ning's carving knife by a mere fraction of a millimeter. His face sank. This woman hadn't forgotten to turn around and stab him as she fled. Even if she hadn't stabbed him, it still left him feeling humiliated. "You're so useless." A voice suddenly emerged from behind Qi Song, cold and disdainful, as if he were an obstacle. Wei Ning's heart sank, and she, along with Qi Song, looked at the newcomer. It was a woman. Her hair, neatly parted in two, hung at her waist, whipped by the cold, blood-scented wind. Wei Ning stared from the tips of her hair to the roots, then to her face. It was someone she knew. The man who had killed her once. Qi Chunming stepped past the man, his eyes fixed on Wei Ning. "You shouldn't have come here tonight. There's only one consequence, death." The moment the last syllable fell, something shifted in the air. Wei Ning slowly lowered her knees. What were Qi Chunming's talents and abilities in the game? Wei Ning's gaze remained unchanged, but her body froze. It was unbelievable. In the rustling night wind, she peered closely at the girl. Her bow-like form had a hint of sluggishness and mechanicalness, completely different from the man standing before her. Qi Chunming's lips curled up, her breath causing the objects behind her to tremble. Faintly, a silver light flashed in the darkness. It was countless guns, their cold, hot holes pointed at Wei Ning. No matter how fast or how skillful their dodging, under the sheer force of force, it was like a one-year-old solving the Goldbach conjecture on the spot. "My friend who strayed in, please run faster." Qi Chunming's lips curled as countless bullets flew from her back. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, touched the ground, and leaped up. Bullets grazed her arms and knees, the sharp air slicing through her clothes, clinging to her warm flesh. Instantly, the scent of blood and cooked meat filled the air. Wei Ning wasn't the only one darting through the hail of bullets. "I give up. Can you aim better? I'm shot in the shoulder. It hurts." Qi Chunming remained calm, her hair curled by the scorching exhaust from the bullet. "Stop talking nonsense and kill her. The bullet didn't hit you, so of course you don't feel the pain." Qi Song shouted in frustration, but he continued to chase Wei Ning. He absolutely couldn't let this woman get close to the orphanage. His mission was to expel all outsiders. Qi Chunming frowned slightly. Qi Song and Wei Ning's backs had completely disappeared from her sight. Even so, she didn't move an inch. She had to stay here tonight. This was her mission. Everyone, everything was second best. Strange, where had this woman gone? Why was she gone? Qi Song slowed down his pace, his eyes scanning the dim alley. No, still no. How could anyone be faster than him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must be hiding. Qi Song suppressed his uneasiness and became more careful, not missing a single blind spot. His gaze paused as a dark figure trembled faintly at the far end of the alley, as if realizing it had been discovered, and suddenly shrank back. Found it. Qi Song's footsteps were light, inching closer to his prey, doing his best not to startle it. An excited heartbeat filled his ears. The man, his back slightly bent, raised his wrist. The silvery sheen of metal seemed light in his hand. It was a revolver. His fingertips pressed against the trigger, a chill spreading through his fingertips, and Qi Song suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His wrist trembled with nervousness, and Qi Song's other hand gripped the gun handle. After stepping over the last blood-drenched obstacle in front of him, he suddenly closed his eyes and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Qi Song opened his eyes, but his body froze. Before him. How could there be a mirror? Oh no! Qi Song turned and tried to run, but in a split second he reacted. A carving knife had already ended his life. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the skill Rapid Leap, which increases your movement and running speed several times. The specific effect depends on the player's physical fitness. Congratulations to the player for reaching 50% progress on the Twin Rat side quest, and 52% progress on the Zodiac 1 main quest. Keep up the good work. Wei Ning walked out from behind Qisong, a shadow spreading behind her, nearly engulfing the entire alley. Only a sliver of moonlight barely shone through the thick black fog, revealing Wei Ning's blood-stained eyes, and her upright figure through a lens as tall as a man. This is a garbage recycling point. This intact mirror should have come from an orphanage. As Wei Ning ran in, clutching the wound on her waist and abdomen, she immediately noticed the mirror. Then, a plan unfolded smoothly. She hid far behind Qisong, released the bait from the trap, and lured the prey into it. She had a delicious meal. Qisong's body had gone rigid, his fingers welded to the pistol. Wei Ning wanted the gun. It would be very advantageous for her next move, especially given Qisong's swift movement, which increased her chances of killing Qi Chunming. The ability to possess a vast array of firearms was truly enviable. As Wei Ning crouched, blood dripped into the air. Just before it landed on Qisong's body, it was caught by the open mouth of a small animal. Wei Ning paused, her gaze meeting the golden snake's eyes. Its tongue, still hanging out, was a pale pink, with only a hint of crimson on the tip. It was her blood. The scorching heat, too intense for a cold-blooded creature, suddenly curled up to the snake's tip. It instinctively tried to retract its tongue, but a pair of slender, scorching hands gripped it firmly, unyielding. Wei Ning tilted her head, curling her fingers around the snake's tongue, forcing it to open its mouth, revealing sharp fangs and a pale throat. "Who are you now?" The snake's golden eyes flickered, as if considering Wei Ning's words. When they opened, they met the mirror before it. The reflection in the mirror was half in moonlight, half in thick shadow. The raindrops fell, echoing softly and crisply, like the countdown. The snake stirred in Wei Ning's hands, looked up at her, and finally responded, "Who do you hope for? Who do you like?" Wei Ning stared directly into the snake's pupils, released its tongue, and tapped its head with her saliva-soaked fingertips. Instead of answering, she asked, "What do you want to do by following me?" The snake's tail, drooping by her leg, moved, and Wei Ning saw its evasive look. She narrowed her eyes, grasped the snake's cold trunk, and said, "If you don't tell me, I'll strangle you to death." The little snake glanced at her. "Are you asking about tonight, or from the first day until now?" As her grip loosened, Wei Ning thought expressionlessly, that must be Cui Feng. It was the Cui Feng who hadn't yet split into a second self before entering the dungeon. The split occurred in the mirrored space within the gymnasium. From then on, Cui Feng possessed two consciousnesses within his body. The Cui Feng Wei Ning knew well had awakened. He had yet another question. Why, after entering this dungeon, had Cui Feng split into another self? Wei Ning pressed her forehead, forcing her racing brain to stop. The blood loss had left her dizzy, and the gunshot wounds weren't enough to clear her head. The pain was worse than military desensitization training. Shaha. Wei Ning lowered her head. The snake's fangs rubbed against her fingertips, causing a slight itch. Raising her hand, she traced a circle along the snake's body, finally quelling the itch. Cui Feng retracted his tail and retreated into the darkness, hiding his flaring scales. He narrowed his golden pupils, his eyes dimming. "Why do I feel like you become much friendlier toward me?" In the past, a calm gaze wasn't much of a priority, and a physical distance less than half a meter was a luxury. The physical contact was filled with a surge of frenzied murderous intent. Recalling her touch and the look she gave its body, Cui Feng understood. The snake's tail slid out from the shadows, but its scales had calmed down, and it was obviously not excited. "Your eyes seem dissatisfied?" Wei Ning asked. "I'm not dissatisfied," Cui Feng said. "I followed you to see." "See what?" The snake's head rested on Wei Ning's wrist. She didn't push it away, but simply lowered her head and watched quietly as its pupils slowly closed. See how you write your self-criticism." "I don't know how." Wei Ning, Wei Ning, shock. She had completely forgotten about this. The snake's beak curled against her warm skin. Wei Ning, in her trance, didn't notice. She felt as if her blood was flowing faster and faster. Of course, it was just an illusion. Wei Ning's flesh-regenerating ability had already repaired her wounds. She stood up. The body behind her was reduced to ash by the flames, then washed away by the increasingly heavy rain. Looking back at the flower welfare home not far away, Wei Ning believed she would soon be able to enter and obtain what she wanted, including Qi Chunming. In the game, Wei Ning gradually became more active. The process of gaining power brought her a sense of inhumanity that captivated her, a feeling reminiscent of the freedom of nakedness. But sinking into depravity is dangerous, and people subconsciously avoid all danger. Wei Ning suddenly remembered what Chu Zixu had said to her. "Why are you pretending to run away? Wei Ning suddenly felt she had the answer. On a rainy night, Wei Ning stepped through puddles, the splashing water clearly reflecting her drooping eyelashes, the pensive eyes beneath them, and the venomous snake coiled around her shoulder. It stared at Wei Ning silently, its beak resting on her warm collarbone. The cold-blooded animal's torso silently began to heat up, its tail tinged with blood. Wei Ning and Cui Feng were silent about why they were there. They knew full well that their tacit understanding stemmed from understanding their enemy, their opponent, rather than trust. Cui Feng was well aware of this, so from beginning to end, he maintained his snake form, allowing Wei Ning to see more different sides, even though he was reluctant. But soon, a change would come. The snake's tongue suddenly darted out. Cui Feng thought, after dawn, things will change. He had been waiting for this day. Chapter 49. Wei Ning walked silently all the way to her doorway, then paused. She lowered her eyelashes, remembering Mao Xingyin's father's warning to her not to go out tonight. At this moment, the light peeking through the crack in the door was particularly glaring, while the house was brightly lit. Wei Ning listened intently but heard no sound, but this couldn't be denied as a result of deliberate restraint. When ambushing or hunting, humans often slow their breathing. It would be better not to go in. A rare sense of guilt washed over Wei Ning. Just as she was about to turn and take a step, she felt a sudden chill on the back of her neck. Cold scales scraped across her skin, and the venomous snake's body coiled around her neck, leaving just enough space for its throat to roll. The diamond-shaped snake's head approached her nose, and a deep, human male voice said, a 1,000-word self-reflection. Wei Ning looked away, her steps becoming more determined. Siha. The snake's tongue flickered out its beak. Perhaps unprepared for Wei Ning's action, its body lost its balance, and the tip of its tongue slammed heavily against the tip of Wei Ning's nose, leaving a wet, soft stain that shimmered in the light. Wei Ning touched the tip of his nose, expressionlessly staring into the snake's golden eyes. The eyes instantly became a single vertical line, sharp, dangerous, and fragile. They trembled constantly, as if they would shatter in the next second, like a mirror about to fall to the ground. For the first time, Wei Ning felt the breath of a snake. Cui Feng closed his eyes. That was all he could do. He couldn't care less about the rest. The frantic breathing, the trembling body, the flaring scales. Breakfast. He added, I can get you into the room unnoticed. Wei Ning thought about it and agreed. The small snake coiled around her neck slid down from her shoulder, and the moment its tail tip touched the ground, it transformed into a giant python that filled the entire corridor, its beak quietly wide open. Wei Ning understood what he meant. After all, she had experienced this not long ago. After a blinding darkness, Wei Ning opened her eyes, and found herself in Mao Xingyin's room. The door was closed, just as she had left. They hadn't pushed it open. Wei Ning's fingertips moved. Cui Feng wasn't there. He had already left. But Wei Ning's expression was not relaxed. She lowered her gaze, and sat down at the table. The first thing she touched was not the paper, but the mirror on Mao Xingyin's desk, facing the bed. The small square frame captured everything on the bed. It wasn't a new discovery for Wei Ning, but now, she realized its purpose. Moonlight fell on the mirror, gleaming brightly in the darkness, like someone's eyes, unwilling, greedy, and unscrupulous. Wei Ning lowered her wrist, turned to her bed, and closed her eyes in a heavy sleep. The mirror on the table faced her figure, just as it had the nights before. Everyone often believes that there's another dimension hidden behind the mirror, and that what they see is merely a parody of themselves. So, people began to avoid mirrors, believing them to be a passage through which the alien being would one day completely replace them. But that's not the truth. Cui Feng withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the face that looked exactly like his own, and said coldly, Are you ready? Those equally flamboyant eyebrows curved, but no smile was in them. Are you provoking me? You look disgusting like that. Same here. I want to kill you too. What a shame. Yeah, what a shame. The mirror on the table finally stopped shaking slightly, and the small room returned to a still, stagnant state. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered, and she fell asleep. What awakened Wei Ning was the fragrance that filled the room, a completely different aroma today. The sweetness mingled with the aroma of fermented rice wine. With a flick of her chopsticks, she thoroughly mixed the bowl of fermented rice wine and crab roe noodles. The delicious flavor lingered between her lips and teeth, making her forget to breathe. She devoured it with all her might. Wei Ning stuffed the last noodle into her mouth, pushing the empty bowl forward with her fingers. The woman lowered her head and filled Wei Ning's bowl with another bowl, this time topped with refreshing pickled radish. A strong feeling of fullness can affect efficiency. Wei Ning put away the dishes and entered the kitchen. The sound of running water masked the muffled, unsteady breathing, but she didn't miss the reddened eyes of Mao Xingyin's parents, their expressions of despair and numbness. Were they also at the flower welfare home last night? Wei Ning wondered. She needed to hurry up. This morning's rice wine and crab roe noodles were a great source of motivation. Before leaving the door, Wei Ning glanced back. The two of them were still sitting at the table, dazed. It seemed she would have to walk to school today. Behind Wei Ning, in the open room, the mirror on the table had shifted position at some point. Silent, unwilling to give up, yet indulged. As soon as Wei Ning reached the classroom, she was stopped outside. She raised her eyes, her gaze cold. Yuan Shiqing, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shiqing felt a chilling rain pierce her bones. Deep in despair, she squatted on the ground, clinging tightly to Wei Ning's thighs. Xingyin! Xingyin! You're my only hope now. You must have written a letter of apology, right? Tears welled in the girl's eyes, for she deeply cherished the 1,000-word letter of apology. But I didn't. Wei Ning spread her legs and resolutely stepped over Yuan Shiqing's back. No! Yuan Shiqing fell to the ground, her face twisted as she reached for Wei Ning, who continued to walk. No, no, no! Qin San, who had just arrived, was startled. He took inching steps against the wall. Meeting Yuan Shiqing's gaze, he paused. Yuan, I wrote it. Do you want it? Great. Yuan Shiqing excitedly leaped up from the ground, took the letter from Qin San, and ran back to her seat, copying it. Qin San scratched his face, watching Chu Zhisu and Che Ji swarming toward Yuan Shiqing. He turned to look at Wei Ning. Xingyin, are you planning on letting your hair down later? Wei Ning twirled her pen, the paper on the desk blank. Yuan Shiqing, still wielding her pen, didn't hesitate to chime in. I think she's just too proud to admit she forgot. Wei Ning, The rapidly spinning pen traced a graceful arc in the air, landing precisely on Yuan Shiqing's head. She chuckled softly. I guess I was right. Beside her, Chu Zhisu also smiled, his eyes narrowing like a furry fox. Xingyin's still too shy. She should practice more with Che Ji. Che Ji, who had no intention of getting involved in the fray, shouted, Who's that? You're blocking my light. Seeing this man's lack of tact, Che Ji looked up in irritation. Good morning. Che Ji looked into Cui Feng's eyes and swallowed silently. Have you eaten? Yeah. Cui Feng glanced past, leaving Che Ji with a slender figure and a remark, You copied it wrong. Che Ji watched Cui Feng as he sat down. This boy, whose eyes had always been gloomy in the past few days, seemed in a good mood today. Unlike another boy, who was still wearing a mask this morning, the pure white one reflected the light from the window like a mirror, making it glaring. Che Ji covered his sore eyes. Chung Chi-wei, which class are you from? The air was silent. The man didn't respond, not even turning his head. Che Ji smacked his lips. This guy was clearly in a bad mood. Watching the figure outside the window disappear completely, Qin San walked over to Wei Ning and pulled out a pink envelope from his school bag. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow and looked up at Qin San. Blushing, she whispered, I only have this color envelope. Inside is my second apology, specially for you. Yuan Shiqing, in the corner, cried out in pain, Qin San, you're biased. Thank you. Wei Ning took it, but before she could finish her words, the distorted announcement cut her off. Please arrive at the auditorium in 5 minutes for morning assembly. Please arrive at the auditorium in 5 minutes for morning assembly. By the second announcement, the slow-moving Che Ji was the only one left in the classroom. In his panic, he accidentally knocked over a classmate's desk, sending something flying from the desk. He looked down and saw a crumpled piece of paper. He unwrapped it, revealing a complete apology. Great. He was halfway through copying his copy when Chu Zhisu took the manuscript. There's always a way out. Thanks to this seemingly strong student. After hustling for a while, they finally caught up. Che Ji stood panting beside Yuan Shiqing. Qingzi, is it our turn to go on stage yet? No, the leader's still speaking. Are you looking forward to it? Not really. They stood at the podium, their heads raised in unison. It was their first time meeting the principal of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. A middle-aged woman with a downcast expression, possessing the maturity, decisiveness, and commanding presence of a woman of her age, held a microphone firmly in her hand. I feel angry and remorseful. In the first week of school, 7 students have violated discipline. But considering they haven't crossed Shanghai No. 1 Middle School's bottom line, the school has decided to give them a chance to mend their ways. Next, Please invite these 7 students to the stage and express their sincere regret. Standing below the stage, Lu Zhonglei smiled faintly and looked at the 7 troublemakers. His gaze was clear. Who will go first? As expected, Wei Ning stepped onto the stage. Dear teachers and dear students, I am Mao Xingyin from Class 3, Grade 1. Yesterday I led 6 students to escape to freedom. For this heroic act, I am truly, deeply grateful. As if to reward the grateful believers, a gift dropped from the sky with a loud bang. Wei Ning blinked, the blood from her eyelashes dripping onto the letter in her hand, blurring the fresh black handwriting and making the contents blurry. She looked up and saw a corpse impaled on a flagpole. Blood trickled from the punctured hole, still warm. The person had just died. The second demon, the unicorn, had died. Players, please keep trying. Along with the mechanical electronic sound in her head, the words Qin Sen whispered in her ear before Wei Ning took the stage. Thank you, sister. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, her fingertips brushing the blood splatter on her face. She thought, now it's time to kill the second zodiac sign today. The second zodiac sign. Strong Bull Yuan Shiqing. Chapter 50. Ah! Watching a man leap from the rooftop, dying before their eyes, the crowd, momentarily unable to accept the situation, began to panic. Their knees gave way, and they fell to the ground. As they dazed, they felt something strangely sticky beneath their hands. Lifting them up, they discovered the man's shattered flesh. Tender, fresh, still breathing and twitching with its most primitive energy, clinging tightly to their skin. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Incredible thoughts flashed through their minds. Your trembling hand touched the accidentally fallen piece of flesh, your nails digging deep into it, filling it with tiny, dark red fleshy particles. You took a deep breath and pulled your arm back with all your might. It hurt. It still hurt. It felt like countless tiny, sharp teeth were biting every inch of your fingertips. Enduring the excruciating pain, determined to know what was causing this, veins bulged in your neck as you bit down on the bloody piece of flesh, slowly tearing a tiny crack between it and your skin. Your breath trembled, your eyes wide. Finally, you knew what it was. Intense joy surged within you, your brain even felt dizzy, but you knew you couldn't let this continue. The excitement before achieving success was a fermenting recipe for death. Your eyes, wide open to the limit, shifted, struggling to squeeze into the crack. Under the tiny piece of flesh, countless tentacles, barely thicker than a hair, sprouted. No tentacles you ever seen, whether from the cold, deformed sea creatures or the bizarre aliens, had such inhuman skin, as solid as iron. What the hell was this? But in less than a fraction of a second you knew. You knew that the thing clinging to your throat, burrowing furiously deep into your body, was a cactus thorn. It's the cactus you picked up by the window when you were bored. The cactus that you laughed so hard that you pierced the table behind you. The one that never looked at you. The cactus's thorns blossomed on her face like red plum blossoms. You leaned in close, your eyes filled with unfeigned admiration. You're so beautiful. Your stomach was stretched to its limit, acid rising back up. Ugh! Your entire body lost control. Your consciousness seemed to float out of your body, watching yourself spit out mouthfuls of blood. Gradually, there was no space left in your mouth, filled with thorns, drenched in blood, and red like a bunch of delicate red flowers blooming at the tip. Your eyes were drawn to the tip. There really was a flower. At this moment, its bud had opened, revealing its pistil. The pistil was white. Looking closely, it was actually your own face. That face opened its eyes, and you met those nearly white orbs. In the overwhelming panic, even your screams were silenced. Wei Ning crouched down, removing her fingertips from under the girl's nose. She was dead. Hiss. The leaf thorns that sprang from the girl's mouth accidentally pierced her fingertips, blood pooling on her skin. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, her gaze fixed on them. Qin San ran to Wei Ning's side, a nervous expression on his face. Sister, are you okay? Wei Ning raised her eyes at the words, but before she could respond, she felt a sudden heat on her fingertips, damp and scorching, accompanied by someone's low, trembling breath. Chui Feng stared directly into Wei Ning's eyes, his lips releasing her fingertips. The blood made his lips even redder, like the tips of his ears. In the silent confrontation, it was Chui Feng who looked away first. He turned his head away, saying nothing. Yuan Shiqing's eyes widened at the astonishing scene before her. No, then my apology was copied for nothing? Cheiji tapped her on the head, his face gloomy. Why are you still concerned about this? What you should be concerned about right now is that we return to the inner world, and this time, it's not at night. Yes, according to their experience the previous nights. Whenever the lights go out, entering the teaching building will lead them into the mirror world. At dawn, they will return to the outer world, the real Shanghai number 1 middle school. But now, it's bright daylight, and night has nothing to do with it. Yuan Shiqing covered her head and looked around. Aside from the dead bodies scattered on the ground and the girl impaled on the flagpole, only the few of them were standing. The school leaders were nowhere to be seen, not to mention the principal, whom they had met for the first time today. Is it related to that girl? Chu Zisa looked up at the flagpole. Whether it's the inner world or these cacti? Cacti? Chu Zisa frowned, then suddenly understood. Yes, cacti. The second demon, the one-horned demon, overran the world with poisonous cacti, putting humans at risk of dying of thirst and starvation. In the endless fear of death, they gnawed away at the thorny cacti, comforting themselves in pain and despair. The corresponding zodiac sign is the ox. In desperate situations, the ox bravely stepped forward, using its horns to eradicate the poisonous cacti. Ultimately, it sacrificed its life to destroy the cactus king. Thus, those born in the year of the ox are generally loyal, honest, and selfless, earning respect. Chu Zisa turned to look at Yuan Shiqing. Her brows furrowed, her expression shifting from her usual cheerful expression. It was clear she knew the danger she was about to face. According to legend, the unicorn demon shrank and disappeared due to a miscast spell. Chu Zisa knew Yuan Shiqing had been with her the entire night, so there was no way she could have avoided her and acted alone. So, who had confronted the unicorn demon? A third demon? The moment this thought popped into Chu Zisu's mind, Chu Zisu became more certain of his suspicions. Who could be this third demon? This time in the other world, there were many newcomers. Who had orchestrated this situation? Wei Ning stared at the tip of Chui Feng's ear, seemingly oblivious to the discussion surrounding Chu Zisu, Yuan Shiqing, and the others. Her eyes felt dry and sore. She raised her wrist and held her fingertip in her mouth. It was the one she had just cut. Sister, there's blood at the corner of your mouth, Qin San said, eyes wide open, looking at Wei Ning. Wei Ning blinked, pulling her fingers from her warm lips and tongue. A few brown thorns emerged from her fingertips. They weren't long, but they were clearly plant thorns. At some point, these tiny thorns sprouted from her fingertips and pierced the tip of her tongue. Yuan Shiqing leaned forward, touching her chin. It seems that when you get cut by these cacti, new ones grow. It's like, Cheiji added, like they've been contaminated. Qin San's pupil shrank at this, and he quickly pulled a tissue from his pocket. He looked up at Wei Ning. Sister, I have. Wei Ning wiped her lips and looked at her. Qin San looked at the handkerchief at the corner of Wei Ning's mouth, his voice lowering so that Wei Ning couldn't hear clearly. I have a tissue. Chui Feng took the handkerchief from Wei Ning's hand and turned to look at Qin San with a dark look. He had a feeling that Qin San gave him a different feeling than before. But it didn't matter. Today, no one would be allowed to interfere with his plans. If anyone dared, he would make them regret it. He would. Wei Ning's eyes flickered across Chui Feng, her brows raising ever so slightly. He finally bore some resemblance to the first dungeon, that frenzy, that reckless abandon. She actually missed it a little, like facing a truly ferocious beast, a fight to the death. Suppressing her inner emotions, Wei Ning curled her lips into a gentle, calm smile as she addressed the group of silent observers. Hello. Chapter 51. Wei Ning was met with a deathly silence. Anxiety gradually spread through the thick, dense air. Cheiji retreated until his feet were planted in front of Yuan Shiqing, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. What do they want to do? Yuan Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his face darkening, but he said, Zhang looks very familiar. Several masked figures stood before them, their figures hidden in the corridor, their eyes direct, silently, and clingingly staring through tiny holes. They looked very similar to Cheng Qiwei. Same mask, same deceptive pretense. Wei Ning stepped forward, standing at the front, his voice steady. The 12 zodiac animals and demons are among them. But they're all wearing masks. How can we tell who's who? Qin San asked. This is a new mask, Chui Feng said. The different colors of the masks symbolize their identities. Red symbolizes loyalty and bravery, yellow symbolizes brutality, and white symbolizes purity and kindness. He was interrupted by Yuan Zikingzi. There's more than one person wearing the same colored mask. Chui Feng crossed his arms, his lips curled up. Then, capture them, remove their masks one by one, and we'll eventually find the real one. That's a solution. Chu Zisu, at the end of the group, looked up at Chui Feng. But there's a new problem. She blinked slowly, meeting Wei Ning's gaze. Why should we help you? The zodiac and the demons are on opposing sides. So Wei Ning said calmly, we can separate now. If I'm not mistaken, you have your own missions to fulfill. She pulled a fruit knife from her bosom and rushed towards a figure wearing a red Nua mask, saying, do as you please. She couldn't charge at Yuan Shicheng right away. She had to wait until they dispersed. This would greatly increase her chances of winning. Watching the red Nua mask scurry away, Wei Ning thought calmly, a little nostalgic for the carving knife she lost that night at the entrance of the flower welfare home. She was more adept at slashing and stabbing. Just as Wei Ning's figure was about to disappear around the corner, Cui Feng took a quick step and followed, seemingly in a good mood. For a moment, Yuan Shicheng, Chu Zhisu, and Che Ji were the only three left standing in the center of the auditorium square. Che Ji looked around. Speaking of which, why did Xin San suddenly disappear? And Cheng Chiwei too? Well, with his new mask on, I wonder if he even entered here. Chu Zhisu shrugged. Let's split up first. Remember, be quick. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Shicheng and Che Ji exchanged a glance, turned their backs, and walked further and further away, heading in two different directions. Chu Zhisu scratched her face, only to have to march forward. A head emerged from the thorn-covered field of corpses. Xin San's large, round eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, her dark pupils, like freshly mined pearls, bright and large. She had to hide. She couldn't be discovered. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, carrying the corpses high into the air, where they landed one after another. Xin San nestled inside, feeling secure, like a rabbit extraordinarily satisfied with its newly built nest. The thorns pierced her flesh, and she sighed deeply, her expression filled with contentment. The tingling pain unexpectedly brought her a familiar sense of peace. The strong wind blew the flower buds on the corpse's cactus leaves apart, wafting a faint, pink fragrance that drifted ethereally, like a beautiful dream. Wei Ning pressed her knees firmly against the red Nua mask beneath her. One hand grasped its jaw, and she applied force with her elbow, but surprisingly, the mask didn't budge at all. Push harder, push harder. The sound of bone shattering like ants crawling up her body and into her ears. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. The mask seemed to be grown on its face, clinging so tightly to the flesh that no amount of prying could remove it. Then, just cut it off. A certain impulse surged within her, and Wei Ning frowned slightly. Reason suppressed this physical urge. If she cut it off, she would no longer be able to see the face, and her action would be meaningless. The space was overwhelmed with disorder, and order began to unbalance. Being outside the two perfectly opposed lenses was troublesome. The countless new amassed figures were just one example Wei Ning had encountered. After all, the Night Zodiac one would not allow new zodiac animals or demons to wear masks. Cheng Chiwei was an exception. Wei Ning knew he wore a mask simply because he wanted to, and she didn't know why. She wouldn't dwell on such a trivial matter. Wei Ning's elbow struck the back of the man's head, and the throbbing, struggling body finally settled. If the face couldn't identify the person, the body could probably do it. The bone pattern, the skin texture, the muscle marks. Beneath the different colored no masks lay a uniform red robe. Wei Ning had read that red robes were used in certain cultures to express respect for the gods, and to pray for blessings. Lowering her head, Wei Ning's fingertips touched the hem of her robe. Suddenly, she looked up and behind her. The pair of eyes she met were cold and crimson at the corners. Wei Ning's gaze drifted from Cui Feng's face to his clenched knuckles. How long had he been standing there? She hadn't even noticed his approach, just like in the first instance. What's wrong? Wei Ning asked, pausing her movements. Cui Feng stared directly at her, his lips curling slightly, the muscles of his face flexing into a smile. In their silent gaze, he took a step forward, lowered himself in front of Wei Ning, grasped her hand, and slowly applied force. Wei Ning watched him guide the knife in her hand through the heart of the person beneath him. It's not real. Really, it wouldn't be this boring, and death wouldn't be this dull, Cui Feng said. The warmth from her hand burned hot. Wei Ning raised her eyes. Are you real? The voice in her ear was cold and emotionless, yet it stirred the blood beneath her skin. The chaotic collisions generated heat, and steam rose. Cui Feng's head felt dizzy. He strained to listen. Are you Cheng Chiwei, or Cui Feng? I am. The pupils of the person before her began to tremble. Wei Ning staring, the distance between them suddenly growing closer, in an unnoticed moment, deliberately and obscurely. No! Not only that. The distance behind them also shortened. Who was it? Wei Ning's eyes moved, and she looked back, but her body could not move. Cui Feng lowered his head, and cupped her face, his breath brushing against hers, hot. She blinked unconsciously. Something approached as her eyelashes fluttered. Heat seemed to seep into Wei Ning's throat, and she felt an inexplicable dryness in her throat, stirring an itchy sensation. A pair of hands wrapped around her neck suppressed the strange feeling. The hands on her neck were constantly exerting pressure. The oxygen Wei Ning was breathing in and out was becoming increasingly scarce. These hands weren't from the man clinging to her. His eyelashes brushed against Cui Feng's cheek. He raised his head, met Wei Ning's dark eyes, and then, pressing his lips against her pale lips, he said, "You are the same person. You have schizophrenia, right?" The warmth from behind her gave Wei Ning the answer. Yes, so Cheng Chiwei appeared. The man who had been licking Wei Ning's neck from behind was mentioned. He bit Wei Ning's slightly cool skin, his fangs grasping a small piece of flesh, rubbing it until it turned a deep red and bled. Cui Feng's eyes fixed, and his body suddenly moved. His lips and tongue caught the drop of blood that rolled down his collarbone and swallowed it. Sensation surged from all sides, and Wei Ning's throat rolled as her gaze fell on the man, his head buried in her neck and shoulders. He seemed different from the previous instance. Lost a touch of his bestial nature, lost that chaotic, self-contradictory nature. Acting simply because he thought so, Cui Feng now seemed like he was donning a mask, his eyes shrouded in an invisible veil of black. Wei Ning's assumptions were overturned the next second. Her eyeballs twitched, and suddenly, in her trembling vision, a pair of raised eyebrows entered her eyes, their peach blossom eyes filled with a satisfaction and greed of triumph. Wei Ning caught a glimpse of a smile flickering across Cui Feng's lips, and then, her tongue was slurred, leaving a momentary numbness. Not wanting to be outdone, the soft lips on her neck rubbed against her skin, burning like a branding iron. The thin air was deformed by the three men's pressure, finally shattered by the thick sound of water. Ha! Wei Ning panted, her alternating saliva forming a silver thread between her and Cui Feng's loosened lips. But soon, impatiently, the head behind her bit her wet, hot lips, effectively covering their original scent. Their lips and tongues moved, and as the kiss deepened, Wei Ning's knuckles were separated. Slowly, unmistakably, bony fingers were inserted between them. They didn't belong to her, but to two different people. Wei Ning's fingertips moved, and her slightly cool skin pressed against the two hands. She opened her eyes, and two identical faces appeared before her. Two identical faces, the same expression of desire. And in this impenetrable kiss, Wei Ning's gaze was like a frozen lake covered in frost at night, the moonlight reflecting off its surface gleaming yet cold. She had guessed wrong. Cui Feng's behavior was simply beyond Wei Ning's comprehension. He was beyond the pale, primal desire instantly transformed into appetite. The tip of Wei Ning's tongue ached, and the scent of blood filled her mouth. She sneered uncontrollably, finally reacting in the struggle. Her crimson tongue pursued, her cold eyes gazing at the figure before her, dazed, like a ferocious beast caught off guard. Another body clung to her, but Wei Ning suddenly moved, quickly withdrawing from the frenzy of lust. It's Yuan Shiqing. What is she doing? Wei Ning's voice, low and hoarse, echoed in the corner barely large enough for three people. At the other end of the classroom bench, a girl stood in the hazy shadows. It was clearly Yuan Shiqing. Wei Ning blinked, a smile playing on her lips. She was the only one there. It was a very good start. Chapter 52. Wei Ning braced herself on her arms, her body suddenly stopping in the moment of rising. She lowered her eyelashes, looking at the source of heat surging from her fingertips. Two arms, even the moles in the same position, tacitly grasped Wei Ning. Then, as if crawling slowly, their scorching chests pressed against her muscular forearms. Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Cui Feng and Cheng Chiwei both raised their lips. In the blink of an eye, two long snake tails wedged themselves between the three bodies. Wei Ning could feel the scales breathing. They seemed to be extra excited by Yuan Shiqing's appearance. They trembled at her reaction. Wei Ning closed her eyes. Her habit had been seen through. Before the two long, powerful snake tails completely wrapped around Wei Ning's legs, she opened her eyes and quickly freed herself. A faint smile crossed her face as she looked at Yuan Shiqing, who was looking over at her. What a coincidence! On the other side, Yuan Shiqing, facing the backlight, was the first time Wei Ning had seen the area around her eyes completely intact and natural. It was straight and droopy, as if the blood vessels holding the muscles beneath her skin had been severed. Her eyeballs were dark, and the long gaze gave rise to a feeling of gradual decline. Yuan Shiqing suddenly laughed, a low laugh that sent goosebumps through Wei Ning's body. What a coincidence indeed. What? Is that thing behind you? Wei Ning shifted her leg, stepping on the leaping tail. Her brow furrowed slightly. Yuan Shiqing was not in a good state. No, it wasn't just her. Cui Feng was like this, and Cheng Qiwei wasn't to be outdone. His cold snake tail left marks on her thighs. The two of them seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. Suddenly, Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat. Flowers blooming on cactus leaves. Yuan Shiqing, watching Wei Ning, noticed her strange expression and took quicker steps, faster and faster. The distance between Wei Ning and her was instantly stretched to its limit. What's behind you? What is it? Wei Ning's eyes widened instinctively, her heart constricting into a bloody mass at the sound of Yuan Shiqing's footsteps. It wasn't fear, but surprise and confusion. Yuan Shiqing melted before her eyes. It was sudden, completely unexpected. When her outstretched hand was a mere thousandth of a millimeter away from Wei Ning's face, she suddenly fell to the ground in an extremely strange position. It was as if someone had crawled on the ground and clutched her legs tightly. Wei Ning squatted down, her eyes fixed on Yuan Shiqing. Her face was bulging, sunken, her features completely dislocated, her eyeballs sliding to the corners of her mouth, as if her body were spontaneously rotting from the inside. Pressing her fingertips on a patch of exposed skin, Wei Ning's ears twitched, picking up the hidden sound of water. Wei Ning suddenly thought of Lan Chunyu. She also had a cactus on her windowsill, but it had been overwatered and had swelled like a water ball. The fishy odor could be smelled without even getting close. Wei Ning pulled out the fruit knife she had hidden away. With a sharp twist of the tip, she effortlessly cut a gash in Yuan Shiqing's flesh. Puff! A sticky, smelly liquid instantly gushed out from the cut. On the ground, only a shrunken piece of skin remained, half submerged in water, obscuring Yuan Shiqing's distorted features. Dear player, the powerful bull has died. The dungeon exploration level is 58%. Please continue your efforts. The moment the electronic sound rang out, it wasn't just busy. Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei, who had been sitting on the ground, jumped up in a fraction of a second and landed securely on a chair, their scales untouched by the fishy liquid. Wei Ning glanced at the two of them, then stepped over the pool of liquid on the ground. Let's go! Yuan Shiqing was dead, and it was time for her to move on. Wei Ning had a clear goal. The object in her hand was solid, a copper coin. The reason for Yuan Shiqing's transformation was definitely not just the poisonous cactus. Furthermore, she wondered why she seemed unaffected by the cactus. Cui Feng tucked his tail away, landed on his feet, and moved sideways beside Wei Ning. Cheng Qiwei was nearly thrown into the mixture of corpse fluid and plant acid by his push. Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng, his eyes full of inquiry. Are you the primary personality, or the secondary personality? In the history of mental illness research, schizophrenia is widely understood. When a patient suffers an unbearable trauma, as a self-protective mechanism, they develop a secondary personality. These secondary personalities are often exceptionally distinct and intensely colorful. Given Cui Feng's performance in the first instance, Wei Ning naturally harbored this suspicion. Cheng Qiwei finally caught up. Hearing Wei Ning's words, he slowed down. His shadow overlapped with Cui Feng's, and two identical faces turned to Wei Ning. He and Cui Feng asked in unison, which personality do you prefer? Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei locked eyes, and for the first time, he felt a wave of disgust at his own prideful face. Wei Ning, eh? Just when Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei thought she wouldn't answer, a cold voice rang out, a faint smile hidden within its tone. Absolute obedience. Absolute obedience. Yes, she loved absolute obedience. Wei Ning loved the feeling of having everything at her fingertips. No, it was enjoyment. Just then, Wei Ning raised her hand to wipe the blood from her chin. Another new masked figure in a red robe had fallen dead in her hands. TSK, another boring game NPC. She had seen no fewer than dozens of new masked figures along the way, of all colors. Wei Ning had killed them all, but not a single zodiac animal or demon. Cui Feng released the corpse from his grasp and looked up into the distance. It seems to be getting darker. Cheng Qiwei leaned against the wall, his posture as relaxed as if he were on a spring outing. He had chosen not to wear his mask again, and he hadn't encountered Chu Zissou and the others along the way. Yes, it's getting quite dark. Will we be back by night? Where to go? That was the answer they all knew. Cui Feng ignored Cheng Qiwei's agreement and followed Wei Ning, saying, useless people can get out of here as soon as possible. Who said I'm useless? Cheng Qiwei took a long step, stepping over the fresh corpses Wei Ning and Cui Feng had killed along the way. He finally stopped in front of Wei Ning and extended his hand. Wei Ning looked at him. Cheng Qiwei's eyes fell on Wei Ning's pocket, and the corners of his mouth curled up. When did he see it? Wei Ning silently pulled out a copper coin from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Qiwei. He blinked. You haven't seen my abilities yet, have you? Abilities. At the word abilities, Wei Ning's eyes flashed, and Cui Feng caught that rare glint. He felt no anxiety, but instead a sense of joy at the prospect of something great. He was familiar with Wei Ning's excitement. It was the look on her face, the look of someone who saw a power that moved her, eager to seize it. The night Wei Ning seized Lin Yu's power, he had hidden in the shadows of a corner. Cheng Qiwei clasped his hands together, the copper coin warming faintly in his palms. He opened his eyes under Wei Ning's gaze. I found it. The coin's warmth burned as hot as Wei Ning's gaze, and her throat tightened. What's your power? My power is? Yes? Wei Ning stared at him. Yes. Cheng Qiwei's voice was low, but the tone dropped sharply at the end. He steadied himself on his elbows, and turned to look at Cui Feng, who was smiling at him. He chuckled softly. Do you want to die? Cui Feng remained expressionless, smiling. Are you talking nonsense? You're so careless? Cheng Qiwei's face darkened for a moment. He walked towards Cui Feng, his eyes cold beneath his long bangs. Say it again? Ha! Cui Feng's smile grew even more sincere. This scheming man, trying to keep Wei Ning's gaze on him longer, was truly disgusting. Just say it. With only a fist's length between them, they suddenly stopped, their eyes fixed on Wei Ning, who had already walked a distance. She followed the copper coin floating in the air, disappearing around the corner. Cheiji was more important, Wei Ning thought expressionlessly. I don't want to bother with you. Cheng Qiwei glared at Cui Feng and chased after Wei Ning. Cui Feng, imitating Cheng Qiwei, muttered, I don't want to bother with you, and followed him. The floating copper coin stopped in front of a locked classroom. With a crisp click, the copper coin fell to the ground. Wei Ning's eyes flickered, and he took a step back, not picking up the copper coin. It was simply because the coin was covered in blood flowing from the crack in the door, instantly turning dark red, like a heart that had completely stopped breathing. The moment Wei Ning retreated, a mechanical electronic sound rang out. Dear player, the longhorned rabbit has died. The dungeon exploration level is 59%. Please continue your efforts. She lowered her eyelashes, took a step forward, stepped into the dark red blood, and kicked the door open. Bang! With a deafening bang, like the sound of cage chains falling to the ground, Wei Ning's eyes widened as a bloated creature leaped out of the classroom. Wei Ning's expression changed, and she quickly retreated, her gaze fixed on the creature. Finally, after repeated internal confirmation, she identified Cheiji's face from the bloated, ruptured head. His eyes, ears, mouth, and every other hole were covered with leaf thorns, and these leaf thorns sprouted from these leaf thorns, overlapping and vying with each other, like the suction cups on some creature's tentacles, filled with dense, tiny fangs. Run! In less than a fraction of a second, Wei Ning turned and ran ahead. Chasing behind them were not only the transformed Cheiji, but also countless new amassed figures. This time, all wore black masks, representing steadfastness, integrity, and bravery. Did you do this on purpose? Cui Feng shouted at Cheng Qiwei as he ran. The gust of wind lifted Cheng Qiwei's bangs, revealing his flamboyant features, but his response was flat. This is disgusting. I don't need it. Wei Ning could no longer bear it and shouted, Run. It's getting faster and faster. The characteristic of rabbits, high-frequency speed. And in that story, the long-legged rabbit even had a pair of extremely sensitive long ears. So no matter how Wei Ning and the others tried to hide, they would be discovered by it. No, no. A deep, hoarse voice echoed, but it faded away as soon as it fell, leaving only Cheiji himself audible, listening through the countless rotting, slimy holes in his body. No, you can't go that way. It's extremely dangerous. She's waiting there. Chapter 53. The sound of someone following behind her was unusually heavy. Wei Ning could clearly hear the mucus clinging to the ground, like a snail, except that within its shell lay countless maggots gnawing at its flesh. Wei Ning's footing sank, nearly falling. She looked back and saw a face without features pressed tightly against her leg. The limbs of the new amassed figure clung to her leg, clinging to it, so soft it seemed as if they had no bones. It was all liquid, rampant, with a dry, acidic smell of plants. The thing that had been running in his sight finally stopped. Cheiji tried to blink, but found that the swollen skin on his face had squeezed his eyelids together. His drooping eyelashes pierced the purple skin, and the blood that gushed out instantly blurred his eyes. He could only see Wei Ning through a tiny gap. No, don't go there. The bloated, giant-like monster before him took a step forward, and Wei Ning instinctively stepped back. The new amassed figure beside her leg was also decapitated by her. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Do you want to be killed by him? Chang Chiwei said, his back to Wei Ning, his tone light and airy, as if the masked figures surrounding them from all sides didn't exist at this moment. TSK, one after another, it's not over yet. After kicking away another, with no response, Chang Chiwei grew impatient. Turning back, he saw Wei Ning, as if she had emerged from a bloody mess, standing motionless in front of Che Ji, who barely had a human form. Chui Feng didn't say anything to stop her, but simply swung away one black no mask after another that tried to approach Wei Ning. Che Ji. He stood in silent confrontation with Wei Ning, the leaf thorns on his body growing at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, they were only a fist's length from Wei Ning's raised fingertips. Wei Ning took a step forward without hesitation, and the leaf thorn completely penetrated her fingertips, awakening the seeds buried within her body. It was the girl who died in front of the podium, who had planted them in her body. As if seeking her own destruction, Wei Ning watched as the leaf thorn broke off, burrowed straight into her body, and disappeared. No, no. In contrast to Wei Ning's calmness, Che Ji's eyes were filled with fear, and his swollen flesh trembled continuously. Bang! He fell to the ground with a loud thud, his eyes wide open, tearing through the flesh that framed his eyeballs. Wei Ning turned to look at Chang Chiwei. What are you doing? Chang Chiwei stared back coldly. You should ask yourself that question. He forcefully tore off his bloodied mask, and hurled it into Che Ji's heart. He was saving her. Wei Ning couldn't die here. Chui Feng spoke before Wei Ning, his eyes narrowed slightly, as he took a serious look at Chang Chiwei's face, which bore a resemblance to his own. You're too anxious. Oh, you're not. After all, you tried to kill her more than once. How could you be anxious? Chang Chiwei looked at Wei Ning. You're not anxious either. You're letting someone whose thoughts are so unpredictable follow you and protect you. Aren't you curious? Why did his attitude towards you change so quickly? Wei Ning wiped the blood from her fingertips, leaving a small, clean hole. She silently moved away from Chang Chiwei. Chang Chiwei narrowed his eyes and followed. Are you angry? Because I killed him? Why? Is he important? The ability to predict good and bad luck is quite impressive, Chui Feng thought. He stepped to Wei Ning's side, pushing Chang Chiwei aside. Wei Ning didn't notice, continuing to walk forward. Chui Feng asked, Do you know where Chu Zisu is? Now only one of the trio remained. Was it a coincidence? Wei Ning didn't think so. She looked at the girl sitting cross-legged in a chair, relaxed and calm, her clothes spotless. I found you. Chu Zisu looked at her, stunned at first, her expression bewildered. What's wrong with you? You're covered in dirt. Suddenly realizing something, she turned her head to look behind Wei Ning. Fresh corpses formed a line, paving the way Wei Ning had come. Chu Zisu smacked her lips. Did you kill all these people? Wei Ning remained silent. She lifted the black mask in her hand, which she had wiped clean, and held it before Chu Zisu's eyes. Put it on. Why? I don't want it. Chu Zisu stared at her with wide eyes. Who cares if you want it or not? Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, and with a clean, seamless movement, the mask was welded firmly to Chu Zisu's face. What are you doing? The moment the mask was put on, the scream stopped, as if someone's neck had been strangled, the tail end sharp and skeletal. The air was instantly dead silent. Chu Zisu sat stiffly in the chair, as if lifeless, just like the black Nua mask on her face. Only the fangs on the mask carried a vibrant, bold, and tearing aura. Wei Ning and the other two stood before her, like silent gravekeepers. Wei Ning released her hand, the mask still firmly fixed to Chu Zisu's face. She stepped back and suddenly chuckled softly, Stop pretending. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Zisu suddenly came back to life, propping up his chin. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chang Chiwei stepped forward, his expression serious. You're not Chu Zisu. Who are you? What do you want to do? Is everything that's happening here related to you? Wei Ning, standing behind him, lowered her eyes, a look of deep thought. Chu Zisu hearing this, she crossed her legs, placed one foot on the table, and with a flex of her calf, the chair beneath her instantly transformed into a rocking chair, rocking her hair along with it. You have so many questions. You look like an idiot. Chang Chiwei lowered his eyes, and fell silent. Chui Feng, standing next to Wei Ning, found a seat and sat down, tapping his fingers intermittently, his eyes occasionally glancing between Chu Zisu and Chang Chiwei. Since arriving in this dimension, he and Chang Chiwei could no longer communicate, even though that was what he had hoped for. Technically, he and Chang Chiwei were the same person. For unknown reasons, Cheng Qiwei's consciousness remained dormant throughout the first instance. Cui Feng was Cui Feng at that moment. So, when he entered the second instance, sensing a familiar yet repulsive feeling deep within him, Cui Feng naturally waited for the opportunity to split into two. It seemed only this way could he prove something. What, exactly, was he trying to prove? Wei Ning's thoughts came to a close, and as she met Cui Feng's eyes, she flicked her fingertips and quickly averted her gaze. She stepped over Cheng Qiwei, stepped onto the wobbling chair, and forced Chu Zhisu to look up at her. What's your relationship with Qin San and Lan Chunyu? The girl before him sulked. What's that ridiculous question? I don't know the two people you're talking about. Despite the obvious negative answer, Wei Ning smiled, this time a more genuine and natural smile, tinged with the complacency of a sure victory. She was like a child who had solved a math problem early, chin propped up, as they watched their classmates furiously write. First, you three have two obvious things in common. Which two? First, you're all demons. Second, you're all players. The girl tilted her head. Do you have any proof? Anyone who speaks with nothing but their mouths will have their tongues cut out 18 times. Of course. Through the hole, the girl's eyes were no longer cold and guarded. As if she had discovered an interesting toy, a hint of anxious longing suddenly lingered in them. Tell me. You want to know? Nonsense. Stop keeping me in suspense. The prey had taken the bait. I won't tell you. Wei Ning touched the girl's mask. The touch beneath her fingertips was rough, with a kind of ancient sharpness. She withdrew her hand, unless you agree to one condition. She would agree, Wei Ning thought, knowing it was very important to this new player. As expected. What condition? Chu Zhisu. She straightened her back, bracing herself for battle. This woman was indeed as difficult to deal with as they had said. She had thought she was just a solid cold steamed bun. To her surprise, she was quite fermented, full of tricks. Wei Ning stood up, and Cui Feng pulled the chair behind her. Wei Ning sat down steadily. At this moment, she had the absolute advantage in the negotiation. Her natural sense of smell. Tell her. Before I tell you, I want to know your name. The girl rolled her eyes beneath her mask. Why was this woman always so obsessed with other people's names? My name is Li Chi. After answering, the girl seemed to feel a little more confident and looked directly at Wei Ning. Hey, what's your name? Wei Ning. My name is Wei Ning. Wei Ning. After chewing on the two words repeatedly in her mouth, Li Chao said, What are the conditions? Wei Ning's eyes darkened at this, and her aura shifted. Guarantee that when we return to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the order and rules there will be normal, unaffected by this. Everyone could see the chaos here. Zodiac animals were dying one after another, while the corresponding demons were still alive, and had not yet appeared. The coexistence of strong winds and poisonous cacti. This was the environment when these two demons ruled. All this chaos was running smoothly within this gap. But what would happen once we returned to the reality of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School? Who could guarantee that? Cui Feng had whispered to Wei Ning more than once that the sun was about to set, and darkness would soon engulf this place. At that moment, space would shift again. Li Chu's body stiffened. How did you know? Wei Ning leaned forward, closing the distance between them. You knew you created those new amassed figures? You knew you and Qin San had killed the girl in front of the podium? You knew you were also a child at the flower welfare home? Emotionless words fell through the air, and Li Chao's face grew increasingly defeated, until it turned into terror. Who told you that? Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. Who else is your ally? She or he is here too. The last sentence was a firm one. No matter how much she tried to defend herself, it was useless. Wei Ning had already concluded that she was right. Li Chao thought blankly, this woman was too perceptive. She couldn't outsmart her. After swallowing hard, Li Chao decided to change the subject. I agree to your terms, but you must tell me your reasoning. She paused, then looked up at Wei Ning, her eyes full of inquiry. What exactly is your brain made of? Chapter 54. Wei Ning ruffled her hair but dodged her question, saying, of course, kid. After all, that's part of our deal, isn't it? The cooperation had gone smoothly so far, Li Chao thought, completely unaware that she had been led by Wei Ning from the beginning. It was Wei Ning who had proposed the deal from the beginning. It was Wei Ning who needed her help. She could have ignored it. Cheng Qiwei looked from Li Chao, whose body language conveyed the words very satisfied, to Wei Ning, whose expression was indifferent. Why did she look so experienced with children, when her aura clearly had nothing to do with the word child? Wait! Li Chao suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of Wei Ning, Cui Feng, and Cheng Qiwei. What's wrong? Wei Ning asked. Li Chao stood up. How did you know I was a child? How do you know everything? Gazing at the nervous Li Chao, Wei Ning tilted her head. Maybe it's because I'm smart? Li Chao's expression was expressionless. Arrogant. After a moment, she pressed on, unwillingly. Then how did you know the connection between the mask and me? You welded the mask to my face right away. Wei Ning looked away. That's easy to guess. As for why they welded the mask to your face, it was just a matter of convenience. Just a matter of convenience? Yes, just a matter of convenience. You were already parasitizing Chu Zhisu before you put on the mask, weren't you? That's what happened. Li Chao gazed at Wei Ning's profile, lost in thought. Cui Feng, who had been sitting silently in his chair, suddenly laughed. His laughter echoed in the dead silence, seeming strangely jarring. Li Chao glanced at him uncomfortably. What are you laughing at? Wei Ning touched his nose. It's almost dark. Li Chao can start preparing now. I'll tell you everything bit by bit when we get back. Li Chao looked at Cui Feng, then at Wei Ning, and finally nodded in agreement. Close your eyes. Don't blame me if you go blind. After a flash of white light, Wei Ning opened her eyes. They had already escaped from the intervening space, and were now standing outside the gates of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. The moonlight cast long shadows on Wei Ning and the other five, their tails faintly seeping into the silent, vast building. Wei Ning's brows twitched, and her slender shadow followed her. As Li Chao and the others watched, she inched closer to the school gate. What was she going to do? Didn't she just come out? Why was she going back in? Li Chao scratched his head, puzzled. Ah! In the corner of the school gate, Wei Ning let out a frantically struggling ball with its limbs flailing. Li Chao squinted to see. It was Qin San, the fifth shadow in the moonlight. She said it before. There were clearly only 4 people standing here. Li Chao put his hands on his hips and looked at Qin San. Why are you hiding there? Qin San waited for Wei Ning to release her hand from the back of her collar, then looked at Li Chao and asked, Why are you wearing a mask? Li Chao silently took off the mask. It's not my turn. Wei Ning withdrew her gaze from the darkness of the school. Everyone's here. Time to go. Cheng Chiwei looked at her. Where are you going? Wei Ning walked in front. Hearing the question, he continued his footsteps. His voice was calm and even, of course, the Flower Welfare Home. Cheng Chiwei followed silently, ignoring Cui Feng's glance and showing no signs of curiosity about the place. There was no need. Wei Ning wouldn't believe him. He lowered his eyelashes, his palms aching slightly. Realizing it, he loosened his clenched knuckles, letting the blood drip. Cui Feng glanced at the smear of blood on the ground, his lips curled up, and he silently closed the distance between them. Catching Cui Feng's fleeting smile, Cheng Chiwei sneered, his laughter undisguised. No matter what, he would never allow himself to become such a fool. A fool who seeks no profit or reward. Really? And he still had the nerve to laugh at him. Li Chao ignored the sneer that chilled the air. She tugged at the hem of Wei Ning's clothes. Okay, can you tell me now? This woman seemed certain they would end up at the Flower Welfare Home after leaving Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, even though that was the truth. Wei Ning, walking down the path with a familiar air, asked, What do you want to know first? How do you know I'm not her? Both Li Chao and Wei Ning knew that her here referred to Chu Zhisu. It's simple. Yuan Shiqing and Che Ji died one after another. She couldn't have remained silent. Besides, you're pretending so poorly, Cui Feng added. Li Chao looked at Cui Feng. What's the matter? Are you very experienced, or do you really care about this girl? Cui Feng narrowed his eyes. Before he could say anything, Wei Ning spoke first. He's quite the showman. Cheng Chiwei nodded silently. Cui Feng, Li Chao continued, what if she doesn't trust you? That's why it's strange. What's strange about it? Qin San was genuinely curious. Chu Zhisu doesn't distrust me. She trusts me too much. In her opinion, killing Yuan Shiqing and Che Ji is something I could definitely do. Wei Ning's expression was calm, and Li Chao couldn't detect a trace of deception in her eyes. Are you familiar with each other? Li Chao asked. Not familiar, Wei Ning said, but we're very similar. We're both suspicious and wary of anyone outside of a defined circle. She never trusted me. If Chu Zhisu knew what happened to Yuan Shiqing and Che Ji, the first person she killed would be me. Wei Ning looked at Li Chao. Obviously, she doesn't know. Li Chao touched the tip of his nose. So, second question, how do you know I'm a demon? The dead are all zodiac animals. Such a direct and correct answer. Li Chao asked again, then do you know which demon I am? Li Chao's expectation and uncertainty. Amidst the strangely excited gazes, Wei Ning slowly spoke, I don't know. Li Chu jumped with excitement. Finally, something you don't know. After the excitement wore off, she continued, how did you know of my existence, and how is it connected to the mask? And, regarding the original question, how did you know about my relationship with Qin San and Lan Chunyu? I don't think those 2 points alone can fully explain it. Wei Ning looked at her. The new amassed figure's movements were too regular, leading me all the way to Yuan Shiqing and Che Ji. It was so obvious, it was hard not to notice. If I'm not mistaken, you're controlling them all, right? Li Chu looked away. Wei Ning didn't press Li Chu for an answer, even though it was obvious. She had more important things to do right now. She had to officially begin progressing on the stalled side quest. The destination, the flower welfare home, right in front of him. Li Chu swallowed the questions that were about to bubble up in his mouth, taking in the familiar scene, his expression darkening. But, this is her home. How could she not be happy to be home? Wei Ning looked away from Li Chu's face. Her reaction was exactly what she expected. Sister. Wei Ning looked down at Qin San, who was holding onto the other end of her shirt. Her drooping lashes obscured her usually icy gaze, but even so, Qin San didn't seem to relax. Do we have to go in? Without hesitation, Wei Ning replied, yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already on her way, leading the way into the orphanage, where the darkness and silence seemed to have vanished, as if the sound of any living creature had vanished. Qin San remained close behind her. Li Chao, the last person in the group, had dropped her usual lively demeanor, and didn't respond to Cheng Qiwei's glance. Cheng Qiwei frowned slightly, but his expression quickly softened. The plan had reached this point, and no one else was needed. He looked up at Wei Ning, his eyes narrowed, concealing a maddened amusement that often shone from his handsome, uncanny features. Only in this way could he summon that reassuring murderous instinct, a shield unique to the beast. Tonight, the flower welfare house lacked the bustle of last night's. It was deserted, with no sign of a grand banquet. Wei Ning left decisively, not just for this reason, but also because Qi Chunming wasn't there. Her firearms prowess was practically devastating. They were both from the same squad, so why was there such a huge difference? From what she saw that night, she must be a bodyguard for one of the guests, responsible for the personal protection of her employer, Wei Ning thought. Stop. Wei Ning's back stiffened, and she slowly turned back, only to see that familiar face. Qi Chunming's other hand held the gun steady, as Wei Ning watched, ensuring the trajectory was flawless. I say stop. Okay. Wei Ning touched the tip of her nose, and finally turned to face Qi Chunming, breaking the strange posture of looking back at him, while tiptoeing toward the welfare house. Qi Chunming's lips twitched, then, with professionalism, she calmed her expression. She pointed the muzzle of her gun at Wei Ning, and the others, and you, don't even come near here. Besides Wei Ning, the ones she pointed at were Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei. Wei Ning blinked, and looked at Qin San and Li Chu. In the darkness, the woman's eyes gleamed as she looked at him. Li Chao twitched his lips. He hadn't realized she had this side to her. Really? She really doesn't look like a dead person. Why were they allowed in? Cheng Qiwei asked. Why should I tell you? And who are you? Qi Chunming asked, her left hand loosening its grip on the gun, and another gun randomly appeared in her palm. The two gun muzzles pointed evenly at Cheng Qiwei and Cui Feng. Are you twins? She looked like a parent trying to balance the odds. No, Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei said in unison. The suspicion in Qi Chunming's eyes grew even stronger. Wei Ning's fingers twitched, as an idea suddenly struck her. She knew how to get Qi Chunming to let them in. Chapter 55. A chill ran down Qi Chunming's spine, like a python coiling around its prey until it suffocates. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced at Wei Ning, who was watching her. What do you want to do? Cold sweat dripped from her palms. Qi Chunming took a deep breath, her entire body tensing, as if only by exerting all her strength could she steady the trajectory and kill Wei Ning before she could move. Li Chao also looked at Wei Ning. She and Qin San had already passed Qi Chunming and reached the gate of the orphanage. Unstoppable, the three of them exchanged glances, silent. She and Qin San both knew Qi Chunming wouldn't stop them from entering. But as for the others, she wanted to see how this woman was going to get in. Li Chao's lips curled up. Helping Wei Ning enter the flower orphanage wasn't part of their deal. But why are the eyes this woman is looking at her with increasing brilliance? Cheng Qiwei and Cui Feng stood silently behind Wei Ning. They exchanged glances, and then moved apart, moving incredibly quickly. Equally in sync was the look they cast upon Wei Ning, deep, yet with a raised corner, a look of inquiry, concentration, and obsession. Wei Ning stared at Qi Chunming and took a step forward. Caw! A crisp footstep was accompanied by the sound of bullets being loaded, not just one. Stop! Qi Chunming said gravely to the woman before him, completely enveloped in darkness. The coldness of metal on her spine seeped through her skin and into her bloodstream, and she relaxed a little. Yes, she was the one with the advantage in force. There was no need to fear this woman she had only met once. Wei Ning simply stared at her, sullenly, until the bullet reached her toes, then he slowly stopped. Don't be nervous. I'm not planning anything. I just want to chat with you. Who wants to talk to you? Her throat suddenly tightened, and she could faintly hear the sound of muscles and bones being squeezed. It was so close, as if someone was standing behind her, tightly gripping her neck. Qi Chunming rolled her eyes and strained to look down. A pair of bony hands dug deep into her flesh. Who was it? Who was it? Her head swam, her knees buckled, and Qi Chunming fell to the ground, staring down at Qin San and Li Chao. No, not them. Whose hands could they be? Of course they're mine. Before Qi Chunming lost consciousness, she heard these words. Wei Ning stepped closer to the unconscious Qi Chunming. The wind blew her sleeves up, leaving them empty. Where once there had been a pair of arms, now, they were firmly embedded in Qi Chunming's neck, veins throbbing. Qin San, thank you. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes as she stared at Qin San, who was hiding behind Li Chao. Without your cooperation, I can't fool her. Qin San retracted his fingertips. The wind vanished, and the strange chill faded into the darkness. He was as gentle as a tamed beast. She shook her head. You're welcome. Li Chao jumped at this. When did you help her hide her arm? I want to see the show. Cui Feng attached Wei Ning's other arm and raised his head, glancing between Qin San and the others. It's not too late for you to see the show. Now you're in for it. For the first time, Cheng Qiwei agreed with Cui Feng's words, nodding expressionlessly. Li Chao turned and looked. Ah. Wei Ning blinked. It seemed like her efforts had been in vain. Holding on to a last glimmer of hope, she asked, Your welfare home can't have two spaces like Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, right? Li Chao's eyes widened as he pulled Qin San back, stepping back. This can't be possible. Ah! As Li Chao shouted, figures emerged like exploding fireworks, swarming around her. Wei Ning looked closely, and saw they were the new amassed figures she had seen not long ago. They followed Li Chao's steps, as if her shadow had split into countless fragments, closely guarding her. Amid the chaos, she finally dared to open her eyes, only to find she was alone. She was the only one who had run away. Are you all crazy? Is there something fishy going on? Are you going to die if you don't run? Qin San. You're following her again. She's your mother? Why do you keep following her? Hidden in the alley corner, Li Chao was practically despairing. As she watched, Qin San followed Wei Ning, little by little, into the orphanage gates, dragging along the two identical men. For a long moment, in dead silence, she crouched in the corner, watching the group confront the two tiny, fleeting shadows. For a moment, she couldn't hear anyone's breathing, couldn't feel anyone's warmth, not even her own. Only the countless silent masked figures surrounded her, layered like a thick black fog, blocking out a single ray of moonlight. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it seemed so short. By the time she stood before them, her legs trembling, they were still talking. Lan Chun Yu. You're still alive? She stared at the girl in front of Wei Ning in disbelief. Hadn't Lan Chun Yu died that night? She's definitely dead. It was Wei Ning who spoke. She rubbed her chin, circling the pale-faced Lan Chun Yu several times before finally reaching this conclusion. Then, she looked at Shen Fangwen, who was watching her with a smile. How did you show up? Look at you, you seem to really want to be like me, Shen Fangwen said, his tone declarative. Wei Ning blinked. It was true. She had never seen someone exist in another form after death, but she just didn't know. Suddenly, Cheng Qiwei beside her moved and lunged at Shen Fangwen. Fuck you. Cheng Qiwei propped himself up and rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes darkened as Cui Feng slowly withdrew his hand. He wondered if Shen Fangwen and his body were solid, and why he didn't just throw himself at them. Shen Fangwen smiled, ignoring them. I have something I need your help with. So that's why you were waiting here for me? Wei Ning asked. Had she waited until Qi Chunming was unconscious before reappearing? Was it because she was afraid she'd see her, or was it because she was already dead? Lan Chunyu nodded, her eyes fixed on Wei Ning. I'm sorry about what happened before, but now, I want you to help me, help us. You mean about leaving a mark on me, so I can die for you? Lan Chunyu lowered her head in silence, her long, dark hair falling to cover her face, revealing only her pale, pointed chin. Shen Fang kissed the corner of her mouth. Don't you want to know your own business? Wei Ning twitched his fingertips and looked down at her. Of course I do. She harbored countless secrets. Wei Ning harbored a deep curiosity and exploration of both Mao Xingyin and herself. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, a private school, mostly accepted students from prominent families. Wei Ning observed that Mao Xingyin's family alone had no chance of admission. But now, she was good enough. She'd been stuck there for almost a week. Having left her player identity, Wei Ning could imagine what she'd been going through these past few days. Why, exactly, did the Mao family's parents use their connection to the Flower Welfare House to get Mao Xingyin enrolled? Yes, Wei Ning was certain the Mao family's parents were connected to the Flower Welfare House. Regarding Wei Ning herself, she had many more questions yet to be answered. The main quest was to ensure the deaths of the zodiac animals and demons occurred in the order described in the fable, but now everything had been completely messed up, and the system hadn't appeared. Also, why hadn't she been affected by the poisonous cactus flowers in the interstitial space? Wei Ning had a feeling her identity wasn't that simple. She looked down at her palms, where leaf thorns burrowed deep into her flesh. Would she become like Chai Ji? This experience of assimilation and infection seemed familiar. Okay, I promise. I'll help you with this. Wei Ning raised her eyes and kissed Shen Fang. Shen Fangwen and Lan Chunyu exchanged glances, then looked at Wei Ning, chuckling softly, as if relieved. Thank you. Wei Ning was about to ask for details when she felt a sudden pain in her wrist. She looked down and saw Qin San. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on Qin San's face. Resentment, pleading, disgust. His pupils trembled constantly, and bloodshot spread in his eye sockets at a visible speed, like an ever-expanding spider web. Don't agree to her, she's lying to you. Shen Fangwen, his face pale, looked at Qin San. I won't care what you want to do, but don't get in my way either. Qin San refused to yield. His lips curled up, his eyes cold, and he said in unison with Li Chao, but you're already dead. I don't want to die. Someone has to die. Lan Chunyu said this, leaning against Shen Fangwen's side, devoid of the nervousness and timidity Wei Ning had felt on their first day together. Shen Fangwen sneered and looked back at Wei Ning. I won't force you. Think about it, and give me your answer in a minute. Under the night sky, Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Cui Feng withdrew his gaze from Wei Ning and looked at the silent Cheng Chiwei. Although entering this dungeon had fulfilled his long-cherished wish to break away from this guy, it still felt less exhilarating than the previous one. In the previous dungeon, he had controlled the movements, the quests, and the gameplay. But now, something seemed to have shifted. As if for some ridiculous fairness, he seemed to have fallen far behind his other self, with Cheng Chiwei taking the lead. Cui Feng suddenly felt excited, his weak slackness swept away. The idea of plundering was like a drug, stimulating him, like an instinct being activated. No matter what it was, be it attention or affection. 1 minute's up. Wei Ning looked at Shen Fangwen calmly. I thought it over. Again, I promise you. If you regret it, then die regretting it. As soon as Shen Fangwen finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared. Wei Ning instinctively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils shrank. The lights at the Flower Welfare Home were ablaze, as bright as day. She had arrived at that night, the night of the Flower Welfare Home's banquet. Just like that night, Wei Ning was accompanied only by her own shadow. Cui Feng, Cheng Chiwei, Qin San, and Li Chao were not with her. Stop! It was a familiar voice. The words it spoke to her most often were, Stop! Chapter 56. Just like that night, Wei Ning was found alone by Qi Chunming and Qi Song at the entrance of the Flower Welfare Home. The difference was that Wei Ning had a new mission. To save a girl. Lan Chunyu and Ai's deaths are a fait accompli. There's no changing them, but she still has a second chance. Please save her. You won't regret it. She can do whatever you want her to do. What's her name? Fu Zisong. Her name is Fu Zisong. Fu Zisong. Wei Ning chewed the name over and over in her mouth, looking up at the familiar woman before her, a slight smile on her lips. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Do you know where the nearest public restroom is? Go left for 800 meters, then turn right, and walk to the end. Qi Song said, patting Qi Chunming's shoulder. It's just a child. Don't be so nervous. What can a child do? Qi Chunming watched Wei Ning's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed slightly. A strong sense of unease lingered in her heart, and it didn't disappear with Chi Song's words. In fact, it faintly grew heavier. She turned away from Chi Song's hand and silently scanned her surroundings, not missing a single corner. The night's rain lowered the temperature. A low, cold voice reached Chi Chunming's ears. What happened? Chi Chunming paused, turned, and looked down at the woman in the car. A child came to ask for directions. The car door swung open in response. A black high-heeled shoe landed, splashing water and slightly wetting Chi Chunming's trouser leg. The coldness was palpable, just like the woman before her. Don't let unnecessary things bother me. Yes, boss, Chi Chunming said solemnly, watching the woman step into the orphanage. The last thing she saw was the tail of her hair beneath her umbrella, long and swaying gently in the wind. Are you here to adopt a child, boss? Does adopting a child require such a large bodyguard? Chi Song asked, arms folded. Is it because both of my worlds are poor that I can't empathize with the rich? Chi Chunming replied coldly, don't talk about your employer behind their backs. Wei Ning couldn't hear Chi Chunming and Chi Song's conversation from a distance, but she knew their positions perfectly. Two bright red dots hovered brightly in her mind. This was Lan Chuanyo's ability. Shadow marking. Within a distance of 1 meter, she could mark a target with a specific scent, thus revealing their location. Within a kilometer radius. The mark only lasted 2 hours. After it faded, the scent had to be replanted. The scent Wei Ning had planted was the distinct scent of gunpowder, the stench of firearms. She lowered her eyelashes and gripped the cartridge case even deeper. Bullets are a Federation soldier's most loyal companion. Wei Ning didn't kill Lan Chuanyu. Her ability was given to her by Lan Chuanyu herself. At the moment, the transaction was finalized. The system didn't explain this unexpected transaction item. In fact, it was unusually silent most of the time. Wei Ning felt like it was observing, a scrutinizing observation, though she didn't know why. One day, she would find out. Wei Ning cast a deep glance at the gate of the flower welfare home, then turned and walked away, entering the alley where she had killed Chi Song. Have you forgotten our deal? The sound of Shen Fang's kiss echoed in his mind, cold and threatening. No, Wei Ning said, expressionless, lips moving slightly. Also, you asked me for help, not a deal. Don't try to change the subject. The moment you accepted my ability, it became a deal. This was Lan Chuanyu. She added, we agreed beforehand that we would share your secrets. Wei Ning sneered and fell silent. No matter what ability it was, for a dead person, unless it could bring them back to life, it was useless. It would be better to give it away and maximize its value. A request became a deal. The difference in status between the two was worlds. At least within a limited scope, one could ask for and receive more. For example, now, Wei Ning had to explain her sudden departure. I need to find someone who can help me bypass Chi Chunming and enter the orphanage. In between her responses, Wei Ning conveyed a message. She had tacitly accepted the scheme and would not allow it to affect the deal between the three of them. To Wei Ning, this was merely a trivial thought. Two girls, who could only be called children, should have resorted to some self-protective tactics. Do you know the woman with the gun? Lan Chuanyu asked. Wei Ning didn't answer. She had already reached the end of the alley, where a dusty mirror reflected her tall figure. In the mirror, her features were blurry, only a pair of cold eyes gleamed brightly. Raindrops fell on the mirror, leaving a trail of water. Wei Ning stepped forward, catching the murky drop with her fingertips, and then a pair of pale hands suddenly emerged from the mirror. Wei Ning blinked, stepped back, and with a flick of his wrist, water droplets rolled off his fingertips. Like pulling a rope around a wild animal's neck, he slowly used the delicious bait to lure it out of the safety of its den, luring it into the hunter's cage. First, his slender arms, then his eyes, half hidden by his bangs. The shadow cast by his hair cast a thick, dark blue hue beneath his eyes, like a male ghost who had lost his humanity. Rhythmically, the man's full form was finally revealed. He bent over, almost crawling out of the low mirror. Only in this way would his forward steps not be constrained. The man's shadowy eyes fixed on the droplet of water, the drops rolling off Wei Ning's body, the gaze of a wild animal staring at its prey, determined to obtain it. Got what he wanted. Cui Feng caught the drop of water stained with Wei Ning's scent. He lowered his head and looked up at Wei Ning. You found me. Is there anything I can do for you? Wei Ning crossed her arms and met Cui Feng's gaze. I know you can travel through mirrors. I need you to help me get into the flower welfare home, Cui Feng. He was being called by name. Cui Feng lowered his waist again, meeting Wei Ning's gaze. Okay, I want a reward. Without asking, Wei Ning simply said, okay. Chui Feng didn't bother to remind Wei Ning that opportunities like this didn't come around often. He would do anything to get what he wanted, even if it meant being covered in bruises. Chui Feng straightened up and stretched his back. Wei Ning's gaze naturally fell on him. She suddenly noticed that Chui Feng seemed to have grown taller. Come to think of it, she hadn't realized Chui Feng's age. He was still growing? Chui Feng looked at Wei Ning. Her expression was gloomy, her thick lashes obscuring her eyes, making it impossible to see them. What are you thinking about? Wei Ning shook her head and followed Chui Feng's raised hand into the mirror. If she grows any taller, she won't be able to be a sniper. What a pity, she's such a promising talent. In the mirrored world, every movement was slightly obstructed, as if a thick, sticky substance was flowing through the air, enveloping Wei Ning's body. She turned to look at Chui Feng, who was bending over and stepping into the mirror behind her. As his body completely entered the room, the last ray of light was obscured. Everything before her was completely dark. Wei Ning could no longer see anything, including Chui Feng, but she remained unfazed. The voice that reached Chui Feng's ears was steady. Lead the way. There's no light here, so even if you know the way, you can't see clearly. It was Shen Feng, and she felt a little anxious. Wei Ning didn't respond to the voice in her mind, but waited, and waited, even to her own surprise. A faint halo illuminated her, soft and gentle. Shen Fanwen, eh? Wei Ning raised an eyebrow, and looked at the silent Chui Feng. I'll go ahead, you lead the way? Chui Feng's lips curled up. The faint arc was invisible, where the halo couldn't reach. He nodded. Okay. Go straight ahead 100 steps. In the mirror world, the areas illuminated by the halo were completely blank, showing no signs of anyone having spent any time there. Although she knew otherwise, someone had at least stayed here for a night. We're here. Chui Feng's voice came from behind. He walked around to Wei Ning and raised his wrist. Wei Ning saw a dark area surging like a tide, then gradually dissipating. She didn't see any changes from before, like a rectangular door. She asked, "Where's the mirror?" Chui Feng looked at her, his lips moving slightly. It's right in front of you. It's always dark. Wei Ning stared at Chui Feng for a moment, then looked away. Without saying anything, she simply walked forward, unhesitatingly confident in the answer she had found. She blinked, not expecting to see a small, enclosed space beyond the mirror. It looked barely big enough for two people. She assumed it was a bathroom. A hot body pressed against her back. It was Chui Feng, bending over and emerging from the mirror. It was a mirror inside a closet. Wei Ning peered through the gap between the closet doors. Her limited view only revealed the bed across from her. She leaned in, but there was no sound from outside. Why did you come to a place like this? Wei Ning asked, her voice low. Chui Feng also lowered his voice. Only this mirror is large enough for one person to travel. Isn't this your space? You can't control it? Wei Ning couldn't see Chui Feng's expression behind her. She could only hear him say, a mirror, no matter how big or small, doesn't affect me, but it doesn't affect others. Huddling up isn't comfortable. He paused, then added, it would make a lot of noise. Wei Ning didn't respond. Her attention was now focused on someone talking outside the cabinet door. Who was it? It was a woman's voice. Got it. I'll be there before the party starts. Chapter 57. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. Wei Ning instinctively held her breath. A strange chill coiled around her spine, like a python, and cold sweat gradually formed on her forehead. Was she about to be discovered? There was no sound of footsteps, but Wei Ning could sense the approach of scrutiny, its cold gaze as sharp as a needle. At this moment, any normal person would choose to close their eyes to find a sense of security, to escape the suffocating palpitations. But Wei Ning stared wide-eyed, her eyeballs dry and red from the air, almost bulging out from the crack between the cabinet doors. It seemed that only in this way could she desperately try to glimpse the woman's every move in the room. Alas, the woman seemed oblivious to the burning, paranoid gaze from the shadows. She opened the door and left the room. If she hadn't, she would have called Wei Ning a pervert or a lunatic. No normal person would find pleasure in danger and death. She's gone. A deep male voice echoed from behind. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered, and she slowly closed her eyelids. Her dry, slightly shrunken eyeballs finally felt moistened. Wei Ning pressed the corner of her eye, clutching the corner of her eye that was throbbing, and pushed open the closet door. Chui Feng followed her out. What do you want to do next? Is this woman your target? Are you going to kill her? Just now was a perfect opportunity. Chui Feng leaned against the closet, his eyes fixed on Wei Ning, who was kneeling on the floor, peering under the bed. His tone of questioning was light and airy, as if it were just a casual question. Oh no, 3 casual questions. Wei Ning hunched her shoulders, her eyes scanning the area under the bed, not missing a single corner. She didn't even look up when Cui Feng spoke. It's too late. The child should be asleep, or they won't grow tall. Cui Feng, eh? He stood up straight, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Wei Ning. A complex expression, joy tinged with deep suspicion and vigilance, even a hint of murderous intent. She treated him differently. Why? Cui Feng couldn't figure it out. This is so annoying. Perhaps he should just eat her. Only then could he confirm that heart was beating in sync with his pulse. Wei Ning paused, then instinctively leaped up, her legs clamping around the crouching Cui Feng. She grabbed Cui Feng's hair and yanked it upward, forcing him to look directly at her. Veins bulged on his raised neck, his Adam's apple rolling with every breath Cui Feng took. He stared at Wei Ning without a word. Wei Ning remained silent, her brows furrowed slightly as she pondered. Did he want to kill her? She had sensed this murderous intent often in the first dungeon. From behind, from every shadow. Whenever she turned around, Wei Ning would meet a pair of eyes, with the corners of their tails raised. It was Cui Feng. Beneath that superficial smile was a murderous intent that even he couldn't explain. Wei Ning suddenly understood that the reversal of time and space had had an impact on Cui Feng, bringing him closer to the familiar first impression he had. However, whether this body's consciousness was a facet of one personality, or the result of the fusion of 2 personalities, was a subjective question. Wei Ning had no time or interest to discuss it. She leaned forward, the distance between their eyes instantly stretched to the limit. Either you stay still, or I'll make you stay still. Choose one. Cui Feng's face itched, the trace of Wei Ning's fluttering eyelashes. He was silent for a moment, then turned his head away. I stay still. Upon hearing this, Wei Ning quickly released his hand, ignoring the fallen Cui Feng. He stepped to the door, gently opened it a crack, and confirmed that no one had left the hallway. Judging from the furnishings and layout of the room, this was the welfare home staff dormitory. Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Considering the number of people attending tonight's banquet, the staff dormitory shouldn't be so shabby. It seemed as if someone had deliberately chosen it. From the outside to the inside, the welfare home hardly resembled the word rich. Shen Fangwen's voice echoed in his mind. She laid out the direction of the banquet with crystal clear detail, her anxiety hard to miss. You should hurry up. Got it, Wei Ning replied, glancing behind her. Cui Feng had vanished. She twitched her fingertips and turned back. This man was always so unpredictable. The word logic seemed to defy her. Just don't let it interfere with her actions, Wei Ning thought. Walking through the staff dormitory, Wei Ning didn't encounter a single person. It was strangely deserted. The uncles and aunts have gone home, and their rooms are being used to accommodate these people, Lan Chunyu explained. Wei Ning nodded. Any other information? Shen Fangwen's voice was low and deep. We don't know much. Go to the banquet hall and rescue them first. As if to ease Shen Fangwen's anxiety, the room serving as the banquet hall appeared before Wei Ning's eyes. Someone was guarding the gate. Wei Ning's mind shifted. The small red dot belonging to Qi Chunming was still guarding the entrance to the welfare home. In the blink of an eye, new red dots appeared, representing several people 2 meters away. How are you going to get in? Lan Chunyu asked. That's a good question. The mission seems to be stuck. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, and when she looked up again, they were gleaming. Even though Shen Fangwen and the others couldn't see the strange excitement on her face, they could tell from the dizziness rising from the depths of her brain that Wei Ning had a brilliant idea. What do you want to do? Shen Fangwen and Lan Chunyu asked in unison. What do you want to do? The man looked down at the hooded child in front of him. Through the brim, he could only see the child's changing lips. Kid, what do you want to do? Uncle, I just went to the restroom. Can I come in now? Wei Ning, addressed as Kid, remained calm. Not only did she change her voice, but to make her disguise even more successful, she even broke her own legs, so that she was closer to the height of the children Lan Chunyu and the others had left the orphanage. Shen Fangwen was silent. Do you think he'll believe it? Okay, kid, I'll let you in right now. He really believed it. Wei Ning lowered her head, her face completely hidden in the shadows beneath her hood. She didn't forget that she still had the thorns of a poisonous cactus embedded in her body. The toxicity of this cactus seemed to have a certain effect on people's mental state. Wei Ning recalled Cui Feng and Cheng Qiwei's behavior, but she didn't know the specific effects, so she was taking a gamble. Wei Ning's gamble paid off. Shen Fangwen was speechless, but he pressed on, worriedly, have you figured out what to do after entering the banquet hall? No. No! Wei Ning remained calm. No, I'll adapt to the situation. Shen Fanwen wanted to say something more, but Lan Chunyu interrupted. Fanwen, haven't you noticed yet? This woman is essentially a gambler obsessed with death. It's actually more comfortable for her that way. Gambler Wei Ning was struggling to control her thigh muscles to make her walk appear more natural. She casually wondered if Cui Feng would find her calves, which she had casually tossed into a mirror. If he did, he wouldn't destroy them. They were the only pair she had in this dungeon. Wei Ning's appearance went unnoticed. The sound of the door opening and closing was drowned out by the clamor of people, and there were many children dressed like her in the hall. They stood in the center of the hall, their faces blurred even further by the glaring incandescent light. Just like Shanshan's late arrival, Wei Ning silently walked into the group. The children weren't surprised by Wei Ning's presence, and the adults surrounding them simply saw it as another topic for discussion. This child's proportions seem a bit odd. Yeah, the legs look so short, like they've been cut off at one point. That's right. Dean Jiang, the same thing. The quality of this batch is a bit uneven. Wei Ning listened silently to the discussion when she suddenly felt a gaze. She looked up and saw the woman who had hired Qi Chunming. She was very tall, towering over everyone else in the arena, estimated to be nearly 2 meters. In their brief glances, the woman's eyes seemed like a deep, silent lake. Wei Ning couldn't tell what she was thinking, but she was curious whether she had discovered her disguise. Would she choose to expose it? The answer was no. She naturally looked in the direction of the voice that suddenly rose above everyone else. Dear guests, welcome. The banquet is officially beginning. It's Dean Jiang. Great. The banquet is finally starting. Dean Jiang waved at the excited man and smiled. Yes, this day has finally arrived. Everyone's been looking forward to it, the children too. As Dean Jiang spoke, she casually placed her hand on the shoulder of the child closest to her. Coincidentally, this child was Wei Ning. Wei Ning's fingertips moved slightly. After all, there are differences in bone development between adults and teenagers. Dean Jiang paused, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Wei Ning. Finally, she slowly spoke. The ceremony begins now. She stepped to the podium in the conference hall. Everyone knows that in the story, the 12 zodiac animals correspond to 12 demons. The zodiac animals slay the demons and protect the human world. After a deliberate pause, Dean Jiang leaned over the podium, her eyes scanning the people looking at her. As you all know, there have always been voices saying that there are actually 13 zodiac animals. This will be true. We will usher in the true deity. After the 12th zodiac animal dies. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd's cheers nearly lifted the roof off the room. Wei Ning watched the frenzied scene with a cold gaze. Countless distorted faces flashed before her, some unfamiliar, some familiar. Mao Xingyin's parents were among them. Dean Jiang pressed his palm downward, signaling for silence. Everyone's efforts are paying off. Our progress is obvious to all. Isn't it already 1/12 of the way there? 1/12? Wei Ning's eyes flickered, gesturing to the deceased Shen Fanwen and Lan Chunyu. Chapter 58. After years of preparation, progress is finally underway. Wei Ning's ears were filled with chatter and exclamations. She blinked, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She simply thought, on the second day, while they were still immersed in joy, she had already completely disrupted their plans. Well done. Wei Ning raised her eyes, thinking coldly, the system is just saying. Dear player, your main mission is to ensure the storyline follows the zodiac allegory. Isn't this progressing well? There's no chance of resurrection for those who have died. For those who haven't died yet, there's no need to worry. Their turn will come eventually. Suppressing her thoughts, Wei Ning's attention was now focused on the rosy-cheeked woman. She took a step back and shouted, Please invite our demon to the stage. Following Dean Jiang's instructions, the children gathered below the stage began to surge, cautiously extending their tentacles like soft snails, one by one emerging from the pores of the human body they were parasitizing. The children automatically formed a single line on the stage, Wei Ning standing farthest from Dean Jiang. Song Shinxue. The girl Qin Sen had set up to kill. The unicorn. Her body had fallen from a height, and was impaled on the flagpole. Wei Ning glanced sideways. Song Shinxue, her back to her, had taken off her hood. The girl's silhouette was thin, her neck as thick as Wei Ning's forearm. Qin San naturally left the line behind Song Shinxue. Wei Ning noticed the close physical distance between them, the kind that comes from trust, even dependence. Wei Ning's fingertips, hidden beneath her robe, twitched, a touch of boredom. She didn't care what Qin San's reasons were for killing Song Shinxue, or how he'd done it. Wei Ning knew he was using her, desperately seeking her trust. Qin San was present throughout Wei Ning's murder of Shen Fangwen. She was there from the beginning, and even after Wei Ning left, she felt a strange lingering attachment to the bloodstained classroom. The bloodstains were so thick, it felt as if something would suddenly emerge and grasp Qin San's ankles, preventing her from escaping. The deformed, sticky substance crawled up Qin San's neck, burrowing slowly into her throat, muffling all her screams and keeping her eyes wide open the entire time, not missing a single movement from Wei Ning. Suffocating fear can drive people to extremes. Qin San suddenly felt a surge of courage she had never felt before. She was no longer afraid, so she called out to Wei Ning. And so, the moment she noticed Wei Ning in the banquet hall, she made a decision. A decision she couldn't imagine what she had just made. She gritted her teeth, trying not to let the cries escape her throat and be noticed by Dean Jiang and the others. Qin San faced the pale faces beneath the light, his arms trembling as he pulled off his hood. Dean Jiang glanced down at Qin San, his brows furrowed slightly. This kid was still too timid, frightened by just a few people. She suppressed her breath and continued to call Li Chao. With only one child left, it was Wei Ning's turn. Her eyes grew colder beneath her hood. Something was amiss. Including Wei Ning, there were only 6 children here. Even with Lan Chanyu and Shen Fangwen, there were only 8 in total. 4 of them, like Mao Xingyin, were already adopted. Tonight's banquet was not open to these adopted children. According to Shen Fangwen, this was the case, but precisely because everything aligned with her, Wei Ning felt something was amiss. There would be one more child. Wei Ning would be the 9th child who shouldn't be here. Fu Zisong. Wei Ning's eyes flickered at the familiar name, but she was the only one still standing. After a brief silence, Wei Ning steadily stepped out of the line. It seemed like something serious had happened. Wei Ning ignored the voices of Shen Fangwen and Lan Chanyu in her mind and thought calmly. Like the other children, Wei Ning had to remove her hood. Raising her hand, the light shone into her eyes, and she saw 2 familiar faces in the audience, Mao Xingyin's parents. For some reason, a slight smile curved Wei Ning's lips as she watched the 2 people stare with utter fear. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you look well?" Before the man beside her could speak, Mao's mother said with a pale face, "No, nothing, we're just too excited." "Too excited? Is that so? I understand. After all, this is something everyone's been looking forward to for a long time. If the plan succeeds, we'll all be heroes saving the world. Everyone will thank us." Mao's mother smiled stiffly. After meeting Mao's father's gaze, she cast her gaze towards Wei Ning on the stage. They weren't the only ones who knew her face. How could the director not remember what the children in the orphanage looked like? Wei Ning, of course, knew this too. Under the glaring light, everyone's face was visible, the veins snaking beneath their skin clearly visible. So naked, Wei Ning even raised her chin to meet Director Zhang's eyes. As expected, the woman's face turned cold. "Who are you?" Unexpected words? Wei Ning blinked at the words, her thigh muscles tensing, adding an extra millimeter to her height. Dean Jiang understood the child's meaning, twitched her lips, and casually grabbed Wei Ning by the collar, lifting her up. "Child, tell me where Fu Zisong is. Now's not the time to play hide and seek." How could it be? Dean Jiang didn't recognize her face? Wei Ning, suspended in midair, thought idly, but judging by the reactions of the Mao family's parents, she must be Mao Xingyin. Ah, so annoying. Come to think of it, she hadn't rested in a long time. The main and side quests hadn't made any progress, and new questions were rolling in. Where Fu Zisong had gone, she wanted to know. Why didn't Dean Jiang recognize her face? Wei Ning wanted to know even more. "Mao Xingyin, you promised us you would rescue Fu Zisong. Are you going to go back on your word?" This was Lan Chanyu. "Do you want to die? If you don't take action now, you'll be dead forever." "I mean forever." Shen Fangwen's tone was cold and gloomy. She believed Wei Ning would understand the meaning of the last sentence. Wei Ning did understand. She looked at the furious Dean Jiang, feeling dizzy from lack of oxygen and seeing double. "Put me down. I'll tell you." "Dean Jiang, put her down first. Fu Zisong is more important." Someone shouted anxiously from the audience. The people around him echoed, "Yes, yes." What if the 12th demon is missing? A cacophony of voices clung to his ears. Dean Jiang stared down at Wei Ning, his eyes narrowed slightly. He released her hand as Wei Ning's vision went dark. Wei Ning collapsed to the ground, but after struggling through the blinding blackness, she stood up, her large hood covering her head and face. Wei Ning pointed, "She's right there." Dean Jiang snorted, "Do you think I believe that? Such childish tricks." Dean Jiang? A girl's voice reached her ears, and Dean Jiang paused, turning to look. The moment she turned, Wei Ning grabbed Qin San's wrist and ran. Dean Jiang, realizing he'd been tricked, laughed in anger. You think you can run? Open the door, let her try. Wei Ning dodged the last pair of arms that threatened to grab her at the door, slipping through the hem of a woman's skirt. The moment the skirt hit her nose, she caught a whiff of a rich, heavy aroma. After stabilizing herself, she turned and glanced back. It was the woman, nearly 2 meters tall. The woman stared at the flustered Wei Ning, saying nothing. She simply leaned slightly to the side, easily blocking the person lunging at her. Wei Ning, already completely turned away, didn't notice what was happening. She was carried out of the gate by Qin San. A familiar scene. This is what it's like to lose a limb, Wei Ning thought, leaning against Qin San's arms. She desperately wanted to rest. It had been a long time since Wei Ning felt this heavy, deep fatigue. During military training, she even managed to sleep no more than 24 hours a week. She knew this was abnormal. Bang! The bullet shot straight at Wei Ning. Qin San screamed and ran away, but she managed to dodge it. Wei Ning raised her eyelids and leaped from Qin San's arms. Her leg joints had been strained to the limit, her flesh chafed, and blood had already flowed all over the floor. How did you get in? Qi Song exclaimed, looking at Wei Ning. No, why are you suddenly shorter? You're being too hard on yourself? Qi Chuiming's face darkened as he fired several rounds. No matter how you try to dodge me, if you try to get out now, you'll die. Wei Ning and the other two weren't the only ones shooting at them. Looking up, they saw a dense mass of figures stretching as far as the eye could see. After effortlessly dodging several rounds, Wei Ning rolled onto the ground with Qin San, suddenly vanishing into thin air. Dean Jiang hurried over. What's going on? Are your abilities just for show? You just let them get away like that? Qi Chunming avoided her questioning and looked at the woman walking slowly towards them. He said in a deep voice, Boss Wei, your skirt is dirty. It's okay. The woman, who was remarkably tall, lowered her eyelashes and looked at Dean Jiang. I'm very dissatisfied with today. Dean Jiang's face paled. Boss Wei, you have to trust me. Trust me. We will definitely welcome the 13th zodiac sign. It will be a true god. We will be saved. The tall, slender woman only left her with one sentence. In a week, I want to see this 13th zodiac sign. Qi Chunming followed beside her, his eyes dark. Suddenly, a voice mingled with the strong scent of roses. The fragrance of President Wei reached his ears. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how that woman disappeared out of thin air. Wei Liannu chuckled softly, a laugh only she could hear. Maybe she's the same person as you. Qi Chunming pursed his lips. She's probably from an orphanage. I'm a zodiac sign, different. We're all going to die, what's the difference? I'm the same as you. Wei Ning, caught up in the discussion, was panting, veins bulging on his forehead, and the taste of blood spread in his mouth. He relaxed slightly only after the last few bullets were removed from his body. Silently Shen Fanwen uttered, Mao Xingyin, how did you vanish? Wei Ning leaned back and replied, want to know? Yes. She closed her eyes. Mirror. Mirror? Shen Fanwen understood and fell silent, even though Fu Zisong's matter remained unresolved. Is he dead or alive now? Unlike someone who closed his eyes, Cui Feng kept his eyes open, watching Wei Ning. He raised his bloodied arm, lowered his eyelashes, and sniffed gently. A mirror is, to be precise, a smooth surface that reflects light. A bullet casing can do the same. As Cui Feng caught Wei Ning from the sky, he began to suspect she had already thought of this. TSK, I thought she was just another lunatic. But, Cui Feng pressed his lips against the bitten flesh, his eyes closed. Slowly, his face became stained with blood. Chapter 59. After taking a deep breath, until the stench of blood, tinged with Wei Ning's scent, filled his chest, Cui Feng turned and went to the bathroom to wash his face. The man's movements were slow, and the sticky liquid peeled off his face bit by bit. Cui Feng closed his eyes, aware of the sensation. Hearing the sound of water beside her, Wei Ning opened her eyes and looked at Qin San, who was curled up in the corner. Cui Feng's room was dominated by gray and black tones, a gloomy and deep atmosphere. Qin San, crouched in a corner out of the light, looked extremely aggrieved. Noticing Wei Ning's gaze, Qin San raised her head, her eyes filled with panic. She cried, I'm sorry, sister, I hurt you, I'm sorry. Wei Ning looked at her calmly, and said only one word, where is Fu Zisong? In the banquet hall, Wei Ning had noticed Qin San. She knew he had recognized her. But unfortunately, Her attention was too late, and Qin Sen had already made his move. How on earth did she do it? Using my powers. Hearing Qin Sen's voice beside her, Wei Ning realized she had spoken her heart out. She frowned slightly. She had lost the vigilance she once prided herself on. She was simply too exhausted. Your powers? Qin Sen looked at Wei Ning cautiously. Yes, Fuzi Song. I ate her. The warmth of another girl curled misshapenly in her stomach. Her breath, in and out, sent shivers surging like tentacles, trying to penetrate any crack in Qin Sen's body. From Qin Sen's perspective, Wei Ning's expression was murky. She asked, dead? Shen Fanwen was irritated by Wei Ning's words. Unable to accept them, she suddenly appeared before Qin Sen, her expression pained. Why did you do this? Why? She's never bullied you. Tell me, why? Qin Sen was startled by Shen Fanwen's sudden appearance and shrank back uncontrollably, even though Shen Fanwen couldn't reach her. If she doesn't die, sister will be discovered by Dean Jiang. Qin Sen's voice was trembling but firm. Fu Zisan only lost her life, but sister will be hurt, just like now. The moment he saw Wei Ning, Qin Sen stepped up behind Fu Zisong. In the bustling hall, the adults' gazes weren't focused on them. After all, they were just a group of children whose fates were sealed. So, naturally, no one noticed the girl suddenly holding a robe and tucking it into her arms. Staring at the frightened Qin Sen, Shen Fanwen suddenly felt a heavy sense of weakness rising from within her. Her shoulders collapsed, and she fell. Lan Chanyu accepted Shen Fanwen's kiss and lowered her head to look at him. The girl in his arms had completely lost the arrogance Wei Ning had seen her on their first day. Her face was pale, her eyes crimson. She looked at Lan Chanyu, a girl barely taller than her shoulders, and her voice trembled. What should we do? Our plan has failed. Wei Ning, watching the three of them, spoke up. What do you want to do? Lan Chanyu helped Shen Fanwen to a seat. The two exchanged glances, then she looked at Wei Ning with deep eyes. You were also chosen by them. You should know the stories of the 12 zodiac animals and demons. Wei Ning nodded yes. Dean Jiang told us that it's actually the 13th zodiac sign who saves the world, and this sign appears after the story ends, Lan Chanyu added, which means after the 12 zodiac signs and the demons have died. Wei Ning understood her meaning. So, you think as long as the 12th demon doesn't die, the story will never end? Lan Chuanyo's face was stern. Aren't you a zodiac sign? Not Wei Ning, but Cui Feng. He changed his clothes and sat in a chair beside the bed. Shen Fanwen didn't react to the sudden change of subject. What? Cui Feng pushed his bangs back, revealing his eyes. His eyes were filled with impatience. I'm saying, you're a zodiac sign, not a demon chosen from the orphanage. What does all this have to do with you? As a child of the zodiac sign, you knew about this, volunteered, and supported it. As zodiac signs, their stance was naturally opposite to that of the demons. The demons, led by Lan Chanyu, didn't want to die, but Shen Fanwen and the other zodiac signs volunteered to die, and they had to die with the demons. Shen Fanwen looked at him coldly. What does it have to do with you? Cui Feng folded one leg over his knee and narrowed his eyes. Of course it doesn't matter. What you want to do is none of my business. You're free. Whatever the NPCs in the dungeon are up to, or who they want to be, is none of Cui Feng's business. To Shen Fanwen, these words sounded like an accusation of betrayal. She pursed her lips slightly and fell silent. Wei Ning's lips curled as she watched the scene. Meeting Cui Feng's gaze, she raised her eyebrows slightly. After a silent standoff, she looked at Shen Fanwen and the others. I can help you. You? You can't even save a single person. Shen Fanwen sneered. Accident, Wei Ning blinked. It's simple. As long as someone survives, isn't that enough? I can survive. Shen Fanwen's expression softened. At least one of the zodiac animals and the demons is still alive, yet you keep killing people. I don't know why you do it, but I'm sure you won't stop. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched slightly at this. She was certain Lan Chanyu and Shen Fanwen weren't players. She didn't sense in them the disregard players typically harbor for NPCs in dungeons. She had previously told Li Chao, Yu Qin San, and Lan Chanyu were all players trying to trick her. To elicit more information, young children tend to readily believe the sometimes exaggerated statements of their elders. Wei Ning met Shen Fanwen's eyes. Her sharp brows were like ice, their coldness concealing a resoluteness forged by the cold wind, strangely reassuring. I promise you. You can consider this an order from you. Soldiers don't disobey orders. Although he didn't understand Wei Ning's meaning, Shen Fanwen decided to trust her once more, Because of those eyes, simply because of those eyes. So, Commander Wei, does the order include rewards? Wei Ning leaned against the headboard, looking at Cui Feng, who had suddenly asked Qin San, Lan Chunyu, and Shen Fan when to leave the bedroom. His exact words were, "It's getting late. Time to let the patient rest. I'm sleepy too." At Qin San's question, "Why don't you sleep outside?" he raised an eyebrow. "This is my room. I love my bed. I can't sleep without it." The moonlight from the window shone on the man's face, making his brows even sharper, carrying an undeniable aggression, like a parasite. Yet, he sat upright in the chair with his arms folded, a profound contradiction. Anyway, the question she wanted Shen Fan when to answer had been answered. Wei Ning looked at the text on the virtual panel with satisfaction. Side quest. Twin Mice progress 100%. Congratulations to the player for earning 5,000 points. After the satisfaction faded, a wave of fatigue crept in. Her body needed rest. Wei Ning simply pulled the covers over her and closed her eyes, selectively ignoring Cui Feng, who waited for a response. Cui Feng narrowed his eyes, his heavy breathing audible, his fatigue and sleepiness palpable. The man sitting upright in the chair stood up. In the bedroom, the sound of curtains being drawn echoed, followed by footsteps close to Wei Ning's ear, the last sound before a dead silence. Then, she felt a gaze, deep and sticky, yet intensely scrutinizing and questioning. A chill pressed against her neck. Wei Ning knew it was a knife, sharpened to a remarkable point, sweeping back and forth across her neck, as if searching for the perfect spot to strike a fatal blow, or perhaps intimidating its hidden prey. After a long period of dead silence, the tip of the knife was already warmed by the freshness of flesh. Wei Ning wasn't trying to escape, she simply wanted to rest. As long as she didn't open her eyes, she wouldn't have to deal with Cui Feng's uncertain state. Shen Fang had promised her that he would return to the original timeline at dawn. This timeline would culminate in the perfectly concluded side quest. Cui Feng raised his wrist, the knife in his hand moving away from Wei Ning. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Wei Ning. Fooled? Was she so sure he would tolerate such obvious deception? Why? Cui Feng had chewed these 3 words countless times in his mouth. From the moment he stepped out of the mirror, the moment he met Wei Ning's eyes, he would forget, his mind consumed by another emotion. He instinctively feared this emotion, like a wild animal fearing being shackled. His stomach, the organ of his emotions, began to churn physiologically, and a strong sourness and nausea rose in his throat. Cui Feng's eyes flushed crimson, and he covered his lips, his body trembling. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the tall man knelt beside the bed, retching frantically, scratching his throat, even though all that came out was saliva clinging to his knuckles. No, this can't be. Don't do this. He didn't want to be a tamed hyena, a hyena abandoned by its master. Cui Feng stood up straight, his eyes reddened, and he squeezed them shut. With all his might, he thrust into the bed. Puff! The touch was so soft that Cui Feng could barely hold the knife. He opened his eyes with trembling eyelashes, only to find the deflated cup beneath the knife. Wei Ning was gone. She vanished as quickly as she had suddenly fallen from the sky into his arms. She had calculated it. Finally drained of all strength, Cui Feng collapsed onto the bed, his face pressed against the pillow, where Wei Ning's fresh scent still lingered. He closed his eyes, completely lost in sleep, swept by the turmoil of his emotions. Wei Ning opened her eyes, her brows relaxed at the rest of her body, but soon furrowed slightly again. A flash of icy silver light flashed across her cold eyes. The tip of the knife was mere millimeters away from Wei Ning's pupils. Calm down first, Wei Ning said, barely noticeably moving away. The man across from her sneered, I'm calm now. Chapter 60. As if to prove his composure, the sharp, cold tip of the knife swung in midair, finally pointing towards Cui Feng himself. He looked Wei Ning straight in the eye, and slowly sheathed the knife. The brief confrontation hadn't been meaningless. He simply wanted to show Wei Ning that the memories of that past time had been ripped out, and he knew every frame and second. He wasn't trying to rely on these memories, but simply stubbornly asserting his ridiculous right to know, a show of bravado. Like a weak-kneed dog, its timidity cloaked in a long, poisonous sting. It was the thing that most aroused the deepest desire for conquest and the unspoken obsessions. Wei Ning's lips curled slightly, and her pupils lit up beneath her lashes. She confirmed her joy was revealed when the man in front of her suddenly stiffened, his ears reddened, and he turned his head away. Well, the danger ahead is averted. And there's still the rear. The knife poised to pierce flesh wasn't the only one hovering above his pupils. Another was pressed against his lower back. The chill of a cold weapon, through the intimate distance, slowly crept up his spine. This chill deepened as Wei Ning and Cui Feng talked, just as Wei Ning's eyes, when he turned and looked into hers, deepened. Cheng Chi-wei also had memories of that night. He and Cui Feng were one. The same emotion, torn in two, had an effect that was definitely greater than the sum of its parts, surging like a tidal wave. Cheng Chi-wei's nascent self-control was insufficient to contain this terrifying madness. The trembling arm, carrying the tip of the knife, pierced Wei Ning's skin, blood flowing into his eyes. He took a step back in disbelief, meeting Wei Ning's slightly raised brows. His only response was a low I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Wei Ning gently took the knife from Cheng Chi-wei, who lowered his head. A faint smile lingered in her voice. It's okay. I do. Cheng Chi-wei turned to Li Chao, who had spoken, his expression cold, a shadowy gloom hidden by his hair. Li Chao swallowed and retreated silently, but still bravely continued, I'm the only one who didn't participate in the banquet. That's not fair. Wei Ning looked at Li Chao, who was still occupying Chu Zisu's body. At that time, were you sure you would divide your attention with me? Li Chao, I had a feeling this woman was testing something. Looking at the silent girl, Wei Ning suddenly tilted her head. But now you can join the operation. I need you. Li Chu's eyes lit up. Really? Wei Ning remained expressionless. Of course. Li Chao stomped over to Wei Ning. What are we going to do? Before Wei Ning could speak, Qin Sen's voice loomed between them. I'm also useful just like now. I just knocked out this woman who's about to wake up. Following Qin Sen's fingertips, Wei Ning saw Qi Chunming's face. Then, desperately, she saw the gun on her body. Like a lone traveler in the desert finally spotting an oasis, her eyes were filled with undisguised longing. Looking directly at Wei Ning, Cheng Chi-wei instantly understood why she had taken his knife. A touch of disappointment filled him, but even more intense was the excitement of seeing blood. Wei Ning pursed her lips slightly, her arm muscles tensed, and with her commanding gaze, she struck the knife without hesitation. Bang! There was a sudden, jarring sound of collision, not the expected piercing noise. Wei Ning frowned slightly, examining Qi Chunming, who had slowly regained consciousness and been knocked unconscious by Qin San. She understood. Qi Chunming's body had completely transformed into metal. She was a solid, precise gun. This was truly amazing. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes, and with a deft movement, she snatched the gun from Qi Chunming's hand, pried open her mouth, and thrust the muzzle into her mouth. Bang! This was truly the most beautiful music. Deconstructed firearms. Players can acquire a metallic surface layer of flesh and conjure up any type of firearm, increasing the number of firearms available through upgrades. Upgrading this skill to level 2 requires 5,000 points. Qi Chunming wasn't an NPC, so Wei Ning knew she couldn't take away her abilities. This was simply to keep her quiet, and not hinder her movements. Only the dead are the most obedient. It's a shame, though, that Wei Ning still doesn't have a skill with sufficient destructive power. Wei Ning straightened her back, a smile etched on her lips as she watched Qi Chunming's body slowly being consumed by the flames of the fire-resistant pearl. This was the greatest benefit of being a red-haired monster. Destroying the body, Wei Ning thought. No one who witnessed this thought Wei Ning's behavior was wrong. It was perfectly justified. This included Lan Chunyu and Shen Fanguin, who had already emerged from Wei Ning's mind. They exchanged glances, and Shen Fanguin turned to Wei Ning. Don't forget your promise. Li Chao's face darkened at this. Did you tell her everything? Lan Chunyu shook her head, standing on tiptoe to touch Li Chao's head. I only told her about Fanguin and me. Li Chao's expression grew even more peculiar. Why would she know this? I don't know. If she wants to know, she'll tell me. It's just that you were adopted by Shen Fanguin's mother 9 years ago, and Aunt Shen, who had been infertile for years, gave birth to you. But Shen Fanguin really hated you, scolding and beating you every day, so Aunt Shen had no choice but to send you back. What's there to be curious about? Li Chao saw Shen Fanguin's expression and scratched his head. You didn't tell her that Aunt Shen was raising you just to give Shen Fanguin a new heart one day, did you? Lan Chunyu nodded. Li Chao looked at Wei Ning, puzzled. You know so much. Which of them do you like? Wei Ning, After receiving the unanimous gazes of Qin San, Cui Feng, and Cheng Chi-wei, Wei Ning touched the tip of his nose. Should we go to the orphanage and split up? Okay. No. Cui Feng and Cheng Chi-wei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shared disdain. Suddenly, the face he was so proud of sneered. Then I'll reluctantly accept your invitation. What was he up to? Cui Feng understood his own personality well. Cheng Chi-wei must have been plotting something. After leaving the mirror dimension, the self in the mirror had a body of his own. What would happen after this? He couldn't see it, he could only roughly sense its location. Wei Ning turned away from Cui Feng and Cheng Chiwei and walked into the orphanage. Then we'll go together. Li Chao and Qin Sen will lead the way, while Lan Chunyu and Shen Fangwen will lead the way. Li Chao skipped ahead, looking down at Lan Chunyu, whose body was transparent. Are we going to look for you and Shen Fangwen's bodies? Lan Chunyu nodded. Xiao Chao is smart. Of course. Li Chao's face flushed slightly with excitement. But where do we look? Would Dean Jiang hide your bodies in the orphanage? Wei Ning followed Shen Fangwen, avoiding the surveillance cameras, and walked into the corridor. Upon hearing Li Chao's words, she slowly replied, we haven't had time to move them yet. After all, it's only been 3 days since Lan Chunyou's death. Yes, just a few days. Things kept happening one after another, as if deliberately trying to keep people busy, so they wouldn't overlook something buried. What was it? Wei Ning's eyes were cold, and Lan Chunyu, who turned to look at her, was startled. Here we are. Wei Ning blinked, the coldness fading from her pupils. She looked around. Is this your room? Lan Chunyu replied, I lived here before my mother adopted me. No one has moved in since I left. I think there might be some clues here. Wei Ning knew that the mother she was referring to was the blind woman who lived next door to Mao Xingyin's house. The small room could only accommodate 3 or 4 people at most. Lan Chunyu looked at Li Chao with hesitation. Xiao Chao, why don't you and Qin Sen take those 2 men to the room where Yuan Shiqing and the other 2 are staying? They died so recently, maybe there's still time to cover up something. Wei Ning paused in her search. Along the way, Li Chao chattered to Lan Chunyu about what happened in the interstices, detailing every detail vividly. Their relationship was like that of the demons in the story, not friendly, even subtly hostile. The room suddenly felt much more spacious. Shen Fangwen glanced at the 4 people walking away, then at Wei Ning, who continued to search, and tilted his head. I didn't expect the 3 of them to actually follow Li Chao. Wei Ning noticed Shen Fangwen's gaze on her. She lowered her head and pulled out a medicine bottle from the bedside drawer, saying, whether it's love, friendship, family, or even between superiors and subordinates, relationships between people are never simply defined. Hate and love, loyalty and betrayal, heartache and resentment can all coexist. Under the moonlight, Wei Ning's eyes, cool but not icy, gazed at Shen Fangwen with just the right warmth to bring peace and comfort. Simple judgment isn't fair to them, nor to you. Shen Fangwen stared at Wei Ning, speechless for a moment. In silence, he frantically glanced at Lan Chunyu beside him, then frantically avoided her gaze. Her heart throbbed, the pain prompting her to speak. Why, are you telling me this? Wei Ning poured the pills from the bottle and examined them carefully in her palm, not even looking up. It's a thank you gift. A thank you gift? Shen Fangwen didn't understand what she meant and wanted to ask more, but Wei Ning had already turned to Lan Chunyu and asked, what are these pills? Lan Chunyu looked down at the pills in Wei Ning's hand. These are stomach medicine. Why are some of the pills different sizes? Someone switched them. Who? Yuan Shiqing and the others. Wei Ning's eyes shifted. Any evidence? Lan Chunyu shook her head. No, but I'm sure. Wei Ning changed the question. Why do you need stomach medicine? Lan Chunyou's voice was flat. I was always hungry when I was a kid, and that's when my stomach started to suffer. Wei Ning didn't look at Shen Fangwen. This was a matter between them. She frowned slightly, lost in thought, feeling as if something was disconnected, blocking her progress. Faintly, an invisible hand pushed her forward, casting bait, laying traps, and doling out clues. No, perhaps more than one hand. Wei Ning felt a strong sense of being teased. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wei Ning's thoughts. It was Li Chao. She ran over in a panic, her face covered in blood. Help! Help!